Transcending the Nine Heavens Chapter 916 to Chapter 970. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Xianxia carried Chu Lu'er on her back and sped along with Chu Yang. The speed of the two was so fast that it didn't take long for them to reach the foot of the mountain that Wei Wuyan named Little Green Mountain. Net, Chu Yang released his divine senses and couldn't help but be shocked. There were at least 30 to 40 experts searching around this little green mountain. But from the looks of it, they hadn't found Wei Wuyan's master, Hong Wuliang. If they had found him, these people would have retreated long ago. Wei Wuyan went to the southwest direction. His movements are very careful. Xianxia frowned and listened for a while. Then, she said, it seems that his master has been placed in the southwest direction. Chu Yang nodded. Since he's living in seclusion and doesn't want others to know, then even if he's in the mountains, he won't build any houses. That's too eye-catching. So, Wei Wuyan and his master must be living in a very secretive cave. Let's go over. Xianxia smiled. Although I don't like a master like him, since you want to help him, I can only help you. Chu Yang snapped his fingers. After knowing each other for so long, this sentence of yours makes me feel the most comfortable. Xianxia frowned and looked at him meaningfully. Then, she said, 3 times. Chu Yang said calmly, 3. What Xianxia meant was that Chu Yang already owed her 3 times of abuse. At this critical juncture, she would keep it in mind for the time being. Chu Yang wasn't in a hurry. Anyway, I'm going to improve my strength. You're going to abuse me? You can help me improve, and I can also earn elixirs from you. Yes, 1 at a time, 3 at a time. Let's go, said Xianxia. Okay. Chu Yang was energized. Let's go over secretly. Go over secretly? Xianxia looked at him in surprise. Why do we have to go over secretly? Fight it out in the open. These people are really not enough for me to blow on. Chu Yang's head was full of sweat. They are not enough for you to blow on, but you won't do anything. The only one who will do anything is me, the coolie. I'm here, don't be afraid. Xianxia patted her chest, full of confidence. Net, Chu Yang had a bitter look on his face as he followed this big sister out in large strides. She was valiant and spirited. He had only taken about 10 steps when he heard someone say, "Who is it?" Chu Yang swaggered and said, "It's me." A black-clothed man appeared in front of a tree. He suspiciously looked at Chu Yang. "Who are you?" Chu Yang laughed, "I am who I am." The black-clothed man's face darkened. His eyes were filled with mockery and cruelty. "You're you? Who do you think you are?" Chu Yang twisted his neck and said with a smile, "If you're not mistaken, I'm a man." The black-clothed man's face changed, and he said furiously, "Bastard." Chu Lu'er, who was at the side, couldn't help but giggle. These 3 questions and 3 answers made him not know whether to laugh or cry. This person's question was very regular, but Chu Yang's answer was purely a stroke of genius. The black-robed man looked in the direction of the laughter and saw Xianxia standing beside Chu Lu'er. Xianxia's clothes were as white as snow, and her hair was like clouds. She just stood there, but it was as if she was standing in the moonlight. This ordinary place was suddenly filled with a celestial aura when she stood there. It made people feel that this was not the human world at all. Instead, it should be a bejeweled jade palace, a sky-high pavilion. No one could describe her beauty, and no one could describe her appearance in detail. In short, she was like a celestial fairy who had suddenly descended to the human world. She stood there quietly, her face cold and indifferent. Naturally, she was filled with an unattainable aura. She was high above, incomparable, holy and noble, and unparalleled in the world. The black-clothed man's face was originally full of anger, but it suddenly changed. His face was still angry, but it froze, and his eyes revealed a look of intoxication. He unconsciously stared at Xianxia, his mouth wide open, and saliva flowed out from the corners of his mouth. Chu Yang sighed in his heart. Damn it, I knew it would be like this. This guy was a martial monarch, and he was at least 100 years old. Seeing a beauty, he actually had such an expression. It could be seen that Xianxia's allure was unimaginable. Templar noticing that the black-robed man was looking at her rudely, Xianxia frowned unhappily. It was just a frown, but it was clear that he was not happy to see her looking at him like that. That was what it meant. The black-cloaked man suddenly woke up with a start and let out an "ah." Suddenly, he was at a loss of what to do. His face actually turned red, and his two hands started grabbing and pinching here and there. He actually acted like an innocent young man who suddenly saw his dream lover. Even though Chu Yang was extremely depressed in his heart, he couldn't help but find it a little funny at this moment. Bro, you don't know, right? The woman in front of you is old enough to be your 18 generations of ancestors' great-grandmother. What's your name, miss? The black-cloaked man had been silent for a long time, and finally managed to ask such a question. Chu Yang was depressed, but he still wanted to hold his belly and laugh out loud. You're already so old. Don't tell me you still want to pick up girls? Xianxia didn't say anything. She only looked at Chu Yang with her beautiful eyes. The black-cloaked man suddenly woke up and turned to look at Chu Yang. The cruelty in his eyes was gone, and it was replaced by envy, jealousy, and hatred. Then, his whole face turned purple, as if he had a feud with Chu Yang for killing his father and stealing his wife. You little bastard! The black-cloaked man shouted furiously, little bastard! You're actually so beautiful. You actually dared to trick me? This is intolerable. Today, I don't care which clan you're from. Since you've offended me, consider yourself unlucky. Chu Yang felt a little dizzy. How could he not understand that what this bastard really wanted to say was, you actually have such a beautiful wife? This is intolerable. But when the words reached his mouth, he changed his mind. Even if I have such a beautiful wife, it has nothing to do with you, right? Chu Yang looked at this impulsive old man with interest. What do you want? Only then did he suddenly realize that there was a lifelike orchid embroidered on the collar and cuffs of this black-cloaked man. Someone from the Lan clan? Chu Yang was stunned. Isn't this the law enforcement interrogation hall? Why is he from the Lan clan? The black-cloaked man said furiously, what do I want? Humph. If you kneel down obediently now and count out to me 3 times, I'll let you off. He said 2 sentences consecutively and suddenly said with a red face, let your woman apologize to me again and I'll spare your life. Towards the end, not only did he muster up the courage to say his true intentions, he even changed the way he addressed himself as old man to old man. Presumably, this martial monarch must have suddenly remembered that old man was not suitable for beautiful woman. Old man was more like it. Chu Yang looked at him worriedly. Even if you're blinded by beauty, you should be able to tell that the person standing in front of you is also a martial monarch who's not inferior to you, right? How could you say such brainless words, little one? Are you willing to listen to old man's judgment? The black-cloaked man shouted angrily as he stole glances at Xianxia. Looking at her, he didn't care whether she was a martial monarch or a supreme martial artist. He was already distracted. Chu Yang sighed. I'm not willing. You're willing? That's good. What? You're saying that you're not willing? The black-cloaked man was furious. You're asking for trouble. He actually rushed over in large strides with an aggressive aura. He actually wanted to fight. Chu Yang sighed gloomily and raised his right hand. With a clang, before Chu Yang's sword was out, the scabbard on the black-cloaked man's waist suddenly shook violently. A shining long sword automatically came out of the scabbard and stood upright in the wind, shining with a cold light. The black-cloaked man exclaimed, Sword Sovereign? He suddenly stopped and felt that something wasn't right. He looked at Chu Yang carefully and his face finally darkened. Sword Sovereign? You're awake? Chu Yang looked at him with a half-smile. The black-cloaked man took 2 steps back and looked a little conflicted. He knew clearly that he couldn't defeat a sword sovereign. Even if the other party was only a first-grade sword sovereign, with his strength, he might not be able to defeat him, but if he called for help, this peerless beauty, he wouldn't have a share. Especially that perverted 7th young master. He looked at Xianxia reluctantly and sighed dejectedly. Suddenly, he looked up to the sky and let out a long howl. His voice carried a few strange syllables, which floated up into the sky. After all, his life was more important. Not long after he let out the howl, a gust of wind blew over. More than 10 people came from all directions. A calm and gloomy voice said, What's the matter? Then, there was a sudden sound, as if they were stunned. Then, there were many similar sounds. Obviously, these people were all stunned by Xianxia's beauty when they saw her. Chu Yang looked over and saw 3 people on the left, 3 on the right, 3 behind him and 2 in front of him. Including the black-clothed man, there were exactly 12 people. Among them were martial monarchs. There were 4 people whose cultivation levels couldn't be determined. They must be martial saints. A young duke in a long brocade robe, holding a folding fan, stood tall and straight. He looked elegant and graceful. Beside this young duke, there was a man in his 30s. Just by standing there casually, he was already as unshakable as a high mountain. These people all had one thing in common. That was, there was a lifelike orchid embroidered on their collars and sleeves. Everyone looked at Xianxia, unable to take their eyes off her. Ever since the young duke arrived, his peach blossom-like eyes were fixed on Xianxia. The more he looked at her, the more passionate his gaze became. Suddenly, he laughed loudly. "Gu Mu, you've done a great service for me this time. Ha ha ha. When I go back this time, I'll reward you handsomely." The black-cloaked man's mouth twitched and he said, "Thank you, young master." That young man couldn't be bothered with him. He already walked towards Xianxia impatiently. "Miss, I'm Lan Ruoyan from the Lan clan. May I know how to address you?" He only had eyes for this otherworldly beauty. He didn't even look at Chu Yang from the corner of his eyes. Xianxia said coldly, "What does it have to do with you how I address you?" As she said, she pulled Chu Le and walked behind Chu Yang. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that she had come to seek protection from a man after seeing that the other party was outnumbered. Chu Yang instantly rolled his eyes. Lan Ruoyan was obviously a member of the Lan clan, and from the looks of it, he was a male cousin of the Lan clan. Just one look at his expression and one could tell that this guy was a lecher. When such a person saw a beauty like Xianxia, he was simply like a fly that saw honey. He would rather be smashed into pieces than to get close to her. Xianxia was as cold as ice and frost. Her cold temperament that kept people 1,000 miles away made Lan Ruoyan even happier and more interested. It seemed that all men had a common problem: the more difficult it was to conquer a woman, the greater the sense of accomplishment. This was a common problem for all men, and this Duke Lan was no exception. Out of the 12 people from the Lan clan, 11 of them were already dazzled. Only the man in his 30s standing beside Lan Ruoyan felt slightly uneasy. He also felt strange in his heart. There were only 1 man and 2 women in front of him, and only this man had some ability, but he was only a monarch-level martial artist. As for the 2 women, one was a little girl, and the other woman looked like she was only a zone-level martial artist. They were even weaker. But why did he have a feeling that a disaster was about to befall him? With his cultivation as a first-grade supreme martial artist, he shouldn't have such a feeling. 7th young master, in my opinion, it's better not to complicate matters. We'd better complete the law enforcement master's task as soon as possible and return to report. If the Yi clan and Zhuge clan are ahead of us, it'll be a great loss of face for the Lan clan. After pondering for a while, he finally trusted his intuition. Because his intuition had never lied to him. Lan Ruoyan waved his folding fan and looked at Xianxia smilingly. As for Chu Yang, he was directly ignored by him. He said casually, "Grand Uncle Han, that matter isn't urgent. They haven't found it after searching for a few days. I don't believe that they will find it at this moment. Besides, the matter here is also very important." That Grand Uncle Han sighed and thought, "What's so important about the matter here? It's just that you've belittled his wife." On the other side, Chu Yang thought to himself, so it wasn't the law enforcement officers who came out this time? Instead, it was that Lang Yilang who had mobilized the 3 super clans and gotten them to do the dirty work for him. If that was the case, would there still be people from the Yi clan and the Zhuge clan here? He wondered, who were the representatives of those 2 families? "Little miss, you haven't heard of me, Lan Ruoyan, right?" Lan Ruoyan smiled and said proudly, "Then you should have heard of Lan clan, right? As for the little girl beside you." He pointed at Chu Yang with his folding fan and said disdainfully, "Who does he think he is? Miss, if you follow me, I guarantee that you'll live a carefree and happy life. It's better than following this little 4Cs and suffering all kinds of hardships." Xianxia said coldly, my fiancé is highly skilled in martial arts and is the #1 among the younger generation. He is said to be invincible among experts of the same level. He is a great man with an indomitable spirit. You are just a young man from an aristocratic family. How can you be better than my fiancé? Fiancé? Just fiancé? Lan Ruoyan's eyes lit up instantly. Ha ha ha. Just fiancé is great. He tilted his head and said to Chu Yang, little girl, I'm not going to play games with you. In short, such a beauty is not someone you can handle. Get lost obediently. If I'm in a good mood, I'll spare your life. Seeing that he was surrounded by his own people, this young master actually tore off all his pretense and put on a posture of snatching. It was obvious that this young master wanted to snatch a girl by force. Chu Yang said coldly, whether she can handle it or not, still depends on the real skills. He was really not interested in talking to this bunch of lechers now. He might as well cut the Gordian knot. Let's fight. You actually want to fight? Lan Ruoyan laughed out loud, as if he had heard a great joke. He tilted his head and said lightly, who wants to fight with this invincible expert of the same level? A man in his 40s stepped forward and said calmly, Master Qigong, this young man's cultivation is not bad. Ordinary monarchs may not be able to take him down. Let me fight him. Lan Ruoyan grinned, revealing a cruel arc. He said in a low voice, kill. This man nodded heavily. He turned over and faced Chu Yang. He said lightly, young man, what's your name? Which clan are you from? Chu Yang said coldly, if I tell you which clan I'm from, will you not snatch my wife? What's the use of telling you? The man's eyes didn't move. He said, if you tell me now, there's still room for negotiation if we have a relationship. If you don't blame me for being merciless. Chu Yang laughed. Then be merciless. The man's eyes flickered. He said lightly, good. 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 Suddenly, with a clang, he unsheathed his sword and pointed the tip of the sword forward. He said, I'm Guangu, the leader of the guards of the Lan clan. Don't forget my name on the road to the netherworld. Junior, you must remember, don't find a wife that's too beautiful. That's not a blessing in love, but a disaster. Chu Yang laughed mockingly. A small leader of the guards actually dares to call himself I. Guangu was furious. He leaped forward. Chu Yang didn't dare to be negligent. His eyes were cold and fierce. He shook his arms, a clang came from Guangu's sword. His sword, which was originally pointed forward, suddenly stood vertically at this moment. The tip of the sword pointed straight at the sky. Courtesy of the sword. Everyone behind him exclaimed in unison. Someone exclaimed, Guangu, be careful. This young man is actually a sword sovereign. The muscles on Guangu's face twitched. He didn't need anyone to remind him. At this moment, he also knew that he had encountered a hot potato. Sword energy rose from Chu Yang's body. It was as if a heavenly deity with thunderbolts all over his body was standing in front of him. At this moment, his body was like a sword, his eyebrows were like a sword and his eyes were like a sword, his whole person was like a peerless divine sword that was suddenly unsheathed. Beside Lan Ruoyan, that person sighed softly. A sword sovereign who's not even 20 years old. This time, he's really in big trouble. Lan Ruoyan raised his eyebrows and said, so what if he's a sword sovereign who's not even 20 years old? As long as we kill him, who will know about this matter? He knew what Grand Uncle Han meant, a sword sovereign who's not even 20 years old, the force behind him must be very terrifying. It wasn't that an ordinary force could nurture a sword sovereign who's not even 20 years old. Grand Uncle Han sighed. His gaze was solemn. Since this matter has started, we mustn't leave any future troubles behind. Seventh young master, you really have to change your bad habit of flirting with other women. Otherwise, sooner or later, you'll get into big trouble. Lan Ruoyan nodded and said, don't worry, Grand Uncle Han. As long as I get this girl, I'm afraid that I won't have any interest in other ordinary women. Grand Uncle Han looked at Xianxia attentively and nodded in agreement. This isn't a lie. With this girl's beauty, she's unparalleled in the whole heavens. Lan Ruoyan smiled and said, after her fiancé dies, how can she, a weak girl, escape from my hands? This Grand Uncle Han stared at the scene and said in a low voice, although this young man is a sword emperor, Guangu is already at the peak of the monarch grade. His cultivation has reached the saint grade. His realm is not there yet, but he can be called a half-saint. And this young man obviously hasn't reached the martial monarch level yet. If Guangu wants to kill him, it won't take much effort. Lan Ruoyan smiled excitedly. Then quickly kill him. I can't wait. That little girl is really too tempting. As he said, he actually swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Grand Uncle Han nodded and didn't speak anymore. But that inexplicable feeling of suffocation in his heart still lingered. He was extremely puzzled. Why on earth would I have such a feeling in my heart? Except for me, there's obviously no other powerful expert here. This matter is too strange. On the other side, Xianxia's divine sense spread out silently. She said to Chu Yang via voice transmission, Wei Wuyan has already found his teacher, but those people haven't found them yet. Don't worry and fight. Once there's a situation over there, I'll deal with it immediately. Don't worry, with me watching over them, they'll be fine. Chu Yang nodded and said via voice transmission, then you have to be careful. Xianxia revealed a confident smile. I don't want anyone to die. In this world, no one can kill under my watch. Very good, then I'll kill all these people first. Chu Yang snorted. It was one thing for a woman to be beautiful, and another thing for a man to appreciate a woman's beauty. But this kind of man who wanted to snatch other people's beautiful wives, no matter in his previous life or this life, Chu Yang would kill anyone he saw. After Lan Ruoyan said those words, even if it wasn't for the Tao state and cultivation, Chu Yang would definitely not let Lan Ruoyan off today. Letting such a villain off would really be letting his conscience down. Chu Yang laughed. He straightened his body and unsheathed his sword. At the moment when the sword was unsheathed, except for that person standing beside Lan Ruoyan, the other people's sword sheaths at their waists vibrated violently at the same time and let out a neat sword cry. With a touch of stunning sword light, the sword pierced out like flowing water. Guangu's pupils contracted. When Chu Yang's sword pierced over, he clearly felt that there was a sea in front of him. The huge waves of the sea were coming slowly from afar, but with the momentum of wind and thunder, although it looked gentle, it carried a power that could sweep the world. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Chu Yang's soft water sword intent was already infinitely close to great success. His first move already carried the soft water sword intent. Chu Yang's eyes were calm and his face was calm. He silently recited a sentence in his heart. When your fighting spirit is as high as boiling and your vital energy and blood are as calm as ice and snow, then you'll be invincible in the world. Guangu's eyes turned cold and his sword went up to meet Chu Yang's attack. Chu Yang's sword was as soft as spring water and looked slow and sluggish, but Guangu's sword was as fast as lightning. Both of them drew their swords at the same time, but right in between them, when both of their arms were about to straighten, the two swords clashed. The onlookers weren't mediocre. At this moment, all of them could tell, the two swords that looked fast and slow were actually equally fast. When the two swords clashed, they actually stagnated for a while and strangely didn't make any sound at all. The next moment, with a flash of Chu Yang's black clothes, the soft water sword intent suddenly erupted and turned into raging waves. Countless sword auras were sent out at the same time. Like soft water plants and vines, they danced and twined gently, pouncing on Guangu's sword auras. And Chu Yang himself retreated lightly as if he was weightless. He retreated 100 feet. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Chu Yang had actually entered the Tao state in such a short period of time. This was the best way to deal with the current situation. The opponent was obviously trying to break Chu Yang's soft water-like sword intent forcefully with his tyrannical strength. Chu Yang retreated now. The sword aura was still there, but the opponent couldn't attack him anymore. But from this point, it could be seen that Chu Yang didn't want to fight for a long time. The opponent had too many people and too many experts. If Chu Yang wanted to kill someone, he had to create an opportunity for the expert beside Lan Ruoyan to not be able to save him in time. Guangu's long sword slashed left and right. The audience could actually see the green sword aura drifting in all directions. Grand Uncle Han frowned. My sword technique is too weird. How did Guangu fall into a passive state at the first encounter? The situation is a little bad. As he said, he took a small step forward. At this moment, Guangu broke free from Chu Yang's sword aura. He suddenly raised his arm and pierced forward. His sword turned into flowing light. The man and the sword became a straight line at this moment, parallel to the ground. At this moment, the long sword pierced the air in front of him and made a boom sound. This sword strike actually produced a sonic boom. Wind-snatching sword. Grand Uncle Han frowned even more. This is Guangu's desperate move. He actually used it at the second move. Guangu was already a little angry. He came out full of confidence and promised solemnly. But he was forced into a disadvantageous position by the opponent at the first move. And that entangled sword aura made him feel a little suffocated and uncomfortable. Facing the opponent, he even felt a little scared. The opponent is just a 5th stage sword sovereign. How can he make me feel scared? Guangu was furious. He directly launched his most powerful move without hesitation. He wanted to kill the opponent in front of him with one move. Chu Yang's retreating momentum had stopped. At this moment, facing the opponent's lightning-like sword, he actually rose into the air as well. He and his sword formed a straight line in the air, parallel to the ground. His sword flashed as he shot through the air. Both Guangu and Chu Yang did the same. The spectators couldn't help but cry out in surprise when they saw this. This was clearly a suicidal move. Could it be that this was only the second move, and they were going to perish together, exchanging a life for a life? Based on their current distance and sword momentum, it was already impossible for them to change their moves. There was only one result in such a duel. You stab your sword into my head, and I stab my sword into your head. There would never be a second outcome. Lan Ruoyan also exclaimed. Then, a hint of viciousness appeared in his eyes. It's good that Guangu died together with this little guy. Anyway, no matter what, if this little guy dies, I'll just get that woman into my bed. Who cares who dies? The two swords faced each other head-on. Cold light flickered, and both of them had calm gazes. Guangu's hair fluttered behind him, and his clothes rustled. His whole person was like a javelin flying at high speed. Chu Yang's gaze was cold, and his expression was calm. At this moment, his fighting spirit was boiling, and his killing intent was surging. However, his heart was as still as ice. In the land of Tao, this was the first time that he had reached such a sword state. His whole body was filled with an indescribable cold killing intent. This person must be killed. Not only him, Chu Yang wouldn't let any of these people who were present today off if he could kill them. Young Thug was lecherous, and only lecherous. After all, everyone was lecherous. After seeing a beautiful woman, who wouldn't want to take a few more glances? But the reason why he developed into possession and snatching by force had a lot to do with these evil slaves. If these people didn't add fuel to the fire, how could a young man become a young thug on his own, no matter how evil his nature was? Seeing that Lan Ruoyan didn't hold back in front of these people and directly snatched a woman, Chu Yang knew that these people were already used to such things. He didn't know how many times these bastards had helped Lan Ruoyan. Therefore, Lan Ruoyan didn't hold back in front of them and was unscrupulous. So many loving couples who should have grown old together were ruined in the hands of these bastards. Young thugs should be killed. These accomplices should be killed even more. The killing intent in Chu Yang's heart was even stronger. Seeing that the two swords were about to cross each other and pierce into each other's head, both parties didn't have the intention to change their moves. At this moment, even if they wanted to, it was already too late. Everyone couldn't help but hold their breaths. They stared with their eyes wide open, as if blood would splatter in the next moment. Guangu's eyes finally revealed a trace of regret and panic. In his opinion, this young man opposite him was just bluffing. After all, not everyone didn't want to live. Besides, this young man had such a peerless beauty beside him, all the more he wouldn't want to die. This battle was nothing more than a competition of courage. Whoever could persist till the end would win. Therefore, he didn't dodge and directly thrust his sword forward. But until the moment of contact, the other party was actually even calmer than him. He was even more unafraid of death than him. This made Guangu's mind in a mess. Damn it, you're King serious with me. At this moment, Guangu shouted in his heart. I'm finished. This time, I'm going to die with you. But I've just used my wind-snatching sword and only used one move. I've lost big time. Others couldn't see the change in Guangu's expression, but how could Chu Yang, who was facing her, not see it? Chu Yang's eyes revealed a trace of mockery. A sword tip flashed with cold light and magnified infinitely in front of Chu Yang. Chu Yang, who was in the Tao state, had already accurately captured the trajectory of the other party's sword and the direction of the sword tip. The next moment, ding, a soft sound froze everyone's nerves at this moment. All the spectators, including the supreme martial artist beside Lan Ruoyan, were dumbfounded. They almost couldn't believe their eyes. Just in midair, the scene seemed to have been frozen. Two swords, sword tip against sword tip, actually frozen midair. How big was the sword tip? The sword tip of a sword was definitely comparable to the tip of a needle. Even to the extent that this kind of divine sword that had been through hundreds of battles and drank blood, the sword tip was even smaller than the tip of a needle. However, such a smiling existence, in such a rapid battle, under such a terrifying speed, the two swords actually miraculously froze in midair. Not only did the sword tip meet the sword tip, but it also made a sound that clearly passed into everyone's ears. This showed how much strength both parties used in the battle. Guangu felt relieved. He only felt sweat drenching his clothes. He immediately decided, I'll never risk my life to fight with this crazy little guy again. He's really too scary. This time, it's really, really pure luck. As long as I fall from midair, I'll immediately use my wind-snatching sword and chop this little guy into minced meat at the fastest speed. Damn it, I'm scared to death. However, the next moment, Guangu's relieved eyes suddenly turned into fear, despair, and disbelief, because the sword tip of Chu Yang's sword actually emitted a strange force. Immediately, Guangu realized that this sword that had accompanied him for his whole life was suddenly cut apart by the other party's sword, just like a fresh bamboo that was cut apart by the other party's sword. Guangu's sword was cut into two pieces with a swoosh. With a swoosh, it reached the sword hilt, and the other party's sword rushed in between the two pieces of sword. The phrase, like a hot knife through butter, was absolutely appropriate here. The long sword cut open the tip of Guangu's sword, the edge of Guangu's sword, and the hilt of Guangu's sword. It pierced into Guangu's arm like a lightning bolt. With a bang, Guangu's arm exploded like a piece of bamboo. The next moment. Swoosh! A soft sound. Chu Yang's long sword had already pierced into Guangu's forehead, through his skull and deep into his brain. At this moment, the sword energy burst out from the sword tip like a raging wave. The sword tip continued to move forward, and a cold light appeared at the back of Guangu's head. It was stained with blood, dripping and shining. With a swoosh, Chu Yang sheathed his sword. He somersaulted in midair and kicked Guangu's head. Guangu's body flew out like a broken sack. His black clothes fluttered as he flew back in midair. Only then did a stream of blood spurt out from Guangu's forehead, as if to attack Chu Yang. However, as Chu Yang retreated, the blood could not reach Chu Yang at all. Chu Yang landed on the ground, and the stream of blood that spurted out also landed on the ground. It was 1 foot away from Chu Yang's feet. Guangu's body retreated straight back in the air, following the trajectory that he had just flown in. His body was flat, and blood spurted out from his forehead and the back of his head at the same time. It was as if 2 blood fountains had suddenly appeared in the air. Guangu had lost all consciousness. At that moment, Chu Yang, while he was still in shock, the sword energy exploded in his mind, and instantly collapsed along his meridians, destroying his dantian. All of his life force, all of his consciousness, all of his divine will, were completely and utterly destroyed at that moment. From escaping death to complete death, Guangu did not even have time to moan or say a word. Poof! Guangu's body flew back and fell on the ground softly. He did not even twitch, and he was already silent. Everyone in the Lan clan was dumbfounded, looking at Guangu's corpse. Their minds were blank. There were too many unexpected things. No one had expected that things would turn out like this. Firstly, no one had expected that the two parties would stab each other. Secondly, it was even more unexpected that the sword tips would touch each other. Then, Guangu's sword would suddenly split open, and the other party would seize the opportunity to kill him. This was even more unbelievable and ridiculous. However, the appearance of these 3 factors had caused the death of a half-martial saint, killing a half-martial saint with 2 moves. This black-clothed youth who looked so handsome and competent was actually so ruthless in his actions. After a while, everyone's gaze lifted up from Guangu's corpse and looked at Chu Yang. Their gazes had already changed. "Young man, you're quite capable. I also quite like the sword in your hand." Lan Ruoyan smiled. Without even looking at Guangu's corpse, he said directly to Chu Yang, "Your sword, what kind of sword is it? Leave the sword and the woman behind, and you can leave. I won't pursue the matter of you killing my subordinate." At such a time, he actually started to care about Chu Yang's sword. Chu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy's eyesight is not bad. He can actually tell that my sword is not an ordinary one, Chu Yang said coldly. "My sword is only used to kill people. I will never give it away. If you kill me, the sword is yours, and so is the woman. But if you can't kill me, the sword is not yours, the woman is not yours, and your life is not yours." Lan Ruoyan snorted and shouted, "Who's going to kill him for me?" At the side, Grand Uncle Han said in a low voice, "Fifth Gene, you go." A burly man came out. He was holding a purple gold saber. He looked at Chu Yang and said, "Little one, you're an evil slave." Chu Yang interrupted. Fifth Jin's face changed instantly. You're an evil slave." Chu Yang raised his sword and said, "Come up and die. I'm not interested in hearing your name." Fifth Gene roared and rushed up with his saber. Chu Yang smiled and went up with his sword. The two of them were entangled together instantly. "Grand Uncle Han, you should be able to take down Fifth Gene, right?" Lan Ruoyan looked at Xianxia, who was standing quietly in the distance, as if this matter had nothing to do with her. His eyes were already a little red. He was thinking about what he would do after he got her. As he thought of this, he had already set up a tent under his crotch. Fifth Gene is a second-grade martial saint. It's a piece of cake for him to take down this little one. Grand Uncle Han said faintly, "Except for the two Gene brothers and me, the rest of the people here will only die if they go up." That's good, Lan Ruoyan said joyfully. "But, seventh young master, even if this young man dies in our hands, this matter must not be spread out. Once it's leaked out, it'll definitely be a huge disaster." Grand Uncle Han warned worriedly, to be able to cultivate such a person, he must be a reclusive high-level supreme martial artist. If the other party comes to find us, then, even the Lan clan will be in chaos. We can't protect you." Lan Ruoyan said disapprovingly, "No matter how powerful he is, can he be stronger than a Heaven-layer great clan?" Grand Uncle Han sighed and didn't say anything. He thought, "You are so ignorant. In this layer of heaven, there are many people that the big clans are afraid of. Let's take the most obvious example, Ning Tianya, Buluqing, Yulingxue, Feng Yuro. Any big clan that offended any one of these four would face a devastating disaster." In the arena, the battle between the two was getting more and more intense. At the side of the arena, Xianxia's two small hands were hidden in her sleeves as she made mysterious gestures. Waves of Tao State aura, which were hard to see with the naked eye, flowed into her palms from the battlefield like rivers flowing into the sea. Now, her control was more delicate and cautious than when she was in the Black Blood Forest. All the Tao State energy was controlled by her invisibly, and not a single bit leaked out. In this way, only Xianxia and Chu Yang himself knew that Chu Yang had entered the Tao State. Others couldn't detect it at all, even this first-grade supreme martial artist, who was standing beside Lan Ruoyan, couldn't detect the real background of this young sword emperor in front of him. Thus, he kept making wrong decisions, which allowed Chu Yang to achieve the greatest training effect. Chu Yang was already in a tough battle. This Fifth Gene was a true second-grade martial saint expert. Once the battle started, Chu Yang felt the pressure as if a mountain was pressing down on him. The other party's purple gold saber was like a wild dragon that overturned rivers and seas. It was powerful and heavy, and every slash carried with it the sound of wind and thunder. Moreover, although the other party was tall and burly, his body movements were extremely agile. His body moved with the saber, and he became one with the saber. Purely based on the degree of proficiency, among all the people that Chu Yang had met, only Dong Wusheng could be compared with this person in terms of proficiency in saber techniques. But in terms of combat power, Dong Wusheng was far behind Fifth Gene. Once the battle started, Chu Yang was in a disadvantageous position. But as his spirit entered the Tao State in the next moment, it became more daunting than dangerous. In the Tao State, the other party's saber attacks were all traceable and could be seen clearly. Although Chu Yang was still in a disadvantageous position, his life was definitely not in danger. He concentrated on using the soft water sword intent, and fought steadily and surely. While the soft water sword intent that borrowed strength to fight strength was protecting himself, it was also slowly, thread by thread, causing the opponent to be entangled with a force. The battle was in a stalemate. Chu Yang's comprehension was also getting deeper and deeper. He even comprehended the saber state at one point in time from the other party's saber light. Although the pressure that fifth gene gave him was great, compared to Xianxia, it was like heaven and earth. Chu Yang had been fighting with Xianxia every day these few days, and he was already used to fighting under such great pressure. At this moment, although he was in a disadvantageous position, he was actually able to cope with it with ease. Although the battle with Xianxia was intense and stressful, Chu Yang himself knew that his life was not in danger, so he didn't have any scruples. But the thing that could really push people to improve was always fear. Only when extreme fear was used as pressure could one make the most terrifying outburst. This kind of fear included the fear of death, and the fear of loss, so, to Chu Yang, this moment of life and death crisis was the real experience, the experience of life and death, and the so-called martial world experience and battle experience that could be engraved in one's bones could only be formed in such a battle of life and death. Chu Yang's sword was like soft water, rippling gently, while Fifth Jin's saber was like a huge mountain, smashing into the sea fiercely. Although the sea was passively bearing it, and the mountain could cause huge waves when it smashed into the sea, it would still be calm after that. But the mountain would sink to the bottom of the sea and wouldn't be of any use here. Under such circumstances, the battle between the two of them continued in a cycle. Chu Yang kept changing his body movements, from the fleeting snow cloud steps of Beyond the Heavens sect to the spectral steps of the first-generation sword master of the Calamity Sword, and then to the ghost steps, heavenly star steps, 7 steps to heaven that the sword spirit had taught him. He had already switched between 30 to 40 different types of footwork. Sometimes it was gentle, sometimes it was ethereal, sometimes it was strange, sometimes it was illusory. In short, although Fifth Gene had the upper hand in all aspects, the feeling of having nowhere to exert his strength made him, the person who had the upper hand, feel extremely aggrieved, because from the start of the battle until now, the weapons of both parties had only clashed dozens of times, and from then on, they had never clashed again. What kind of feeling was this? Every strike of the saber struck the void with great force. Time passed bit by bit. Grand Uncle Han, who was standing beside Lan Ruoyan, slowly felt that something was wrong. This was because Chu Yang's sword momentum had changed. The originally calm sea was now slightly surging with waves. It was as if there was a wind blowing across the sea surface, and the waves were sparkling. Grand Uncle Han suddenly realized that the battle situation was quietly changing. Fifth Jin's original attack had now become 80%. The opponent had started to counterattack. Just when Grand Uncle Han realized this, Chu Yang's sword momentum changed again. Waves started to appear on the sparkling sea, like a layer of silver waves rolling over from the sky. Fifth Jin's saber was already a little sluggish. Chu Yang had already changed from 10% attack to 30% attack. Grand Uncle Han's fingers touched his beard lightly, and he looked worried. Did the opponent do this deliberately? Or was he at the end of his rope? Just when he was hesitating, Chu Yang's sword momentum changed again. The sword moves were like waves rolling up, and the speed became faster and faster, surging forward one after another. Fifth Gene was forced to withdraw his saber. He first defended, then attacked. 55. The situation was actually equalized by Chu Yang in an instant. This miraculous reversal left all the spectators dumbfounded. Excluding Grand Uncle Han, Fifth Jin's strength was second only to his big brother, Fourth Gene, and he was definitely ranked second. Second stage martial saint, in the martial world, he was already close to a legendary existence. But at this moment, after fighting with a young man for 2 hours, he was actually able to attack and defend with the opponent. This was simply unbelievable. Where did such a monstrous young man come from? But at this moment, when everyone saw that it was a 50-50 situation, the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed drastically. Chu Yang let out a long roar. His long sword shook violently, and he shouted, "Heavenly thunder! Transform into my wild waves!" The sword light suddenly spread out. With a buzzing sound, the waves in the sea suddenly surged up to the sky, and the wind and clouds surged. The water was so strong that it seemed to be connected with the sky. Streaks of sword light shone in such waves, as if they were connected with the heaven and the earth. It was as if the thunderbolts in the sky had descended from the sky at this moment, cheering for the wind and waves. The huge wind and waves completely drowned Fifth Gene. Just a moment ago, the two sides were still 55. But at this moment, Fifth Gene didn't even have half a chance to attack, and was only left with pure defense. Yes, defense, because even if he defended, he might not be able to defend. The soft water sword intent that Chu Yang had set up from the start was densely packed layer by layer. Although Fifth Gene had cut them all off, they didn't disappear. At this moment, with the guidance of Chu Yang's sword momentum, the soft water sword intent that had been scattered for 100 years were all gathered together again. A simple sword intent couldn't affect Fifth Jin's saber technique. But the soft water sword intent that Chu Yang had set up from the start had accumulated more than 10 million sword intents. Now that they were all gathered together, their power was already terrifying. Hundreds of rivers converged into the sea, forming a huge pulling force. Fifth Jin's saber started to deviate from its direction. No matter how hard he tried, even if his face turned red, the saber that was supposed to be facing the front would always deviate a little. In a battle between experts, a slight difference could lead to a huge difference. Fifth Gene had no power to turn the situation around. He could only hold on bitterly. With a few swishing sounds, blood spurted out from Fifth Jin's body. He roared loudly and waved his saber with all his might. Fourth Gene, save your brother. Grand Uncle Han wanted to do it himself, but he respected his status and ordered Fourth Gene to do it. But it was too late. Thank you to Long Yingyue for the 400,000 Piaohong today. Congratulations to Alliance Master Long for becoming the Grand Alliance Master. Thank you to Roaming Dragon 99999 Alliance Master Piaohong for the tip. Thank you for becoming the Grand Alliance Master. I've always seen you vote, but never enter the group. Thank you to Roaming Dragon 99999 Alliance Master for the continuous support from Evil Monarch to Grand Alliance Master. Thank you. Thank you to Slight Clear Sorrow Alliance Master Piaohong for the tip. Thank you for becoming the Grand Alliance Master. Thank you to Red Dust Trouble Alliance Master Piaohong. I've received Piaohong many times this month. Thank you for your support. Thank you to I'm Book Maniac 6, Shui Linglong, Who Will the Wind Flower Fall, Battle Breaking Azure Dragon Bear. There are too many people to list them all. I'll organize them into a book of thanks. Thank you all. If Grand Uncle Han took action personally without hesitation, he could still save Fifth Jin's life. But he ordered Fourth Jin to take action. It would take time for Dao Jinsi to hear the order and execute it. If it was a normal battle, this little bit of time wouldn't affect the overall situation at all. But under Chu Yang's sword, this little bit of time was enough to kill, because the sword light had already converged into a raging sea. The entire sea had been netted. And Fifth Jin was struggling at death's door in this sea of sword light and raging sword energy. Just when Fourth Jin jumped out with a roar, he also heard the last scream of his younger brother. I'm not resigned to this. Chu Yang's sword was like the wind, flicking away the purple gold saber. The tip of the sword flashed, and one of Fifth Jin's eyeballs flew out. With another flash, black water flowed out from the other eye. Then, Chu Yang guided the sword, and all the sword energy instantly gathered together and slashed down violently. Then, the waves of sword light could be seen as blood continuously flew up. Pieces of flesh and blood flew up into the air, and pieces of bone splashed out. Chu Yang kept his sword and retreated. He was panting, and his face was already pale. But although he had already retreated, the raging sword light waves didn't disappear. Instead, they were still slashing fiercely. Fourth Jin rushed in with a roar, and slashed the sword energy crazily. When he rushed in, he couldn't help but let out a loud scream, "Brother!" The raging sword light waves dispersed, and Fourth Jin was seen standing there, holding his brother and roaring towards the sky. He roared towards the sky. Above the heads of the two brothers, countless pieces of flesh and blood fell like a rain of blood, drifting down. It fell on their bodies and faces. Fourth Jin held towards the sky. His voice was shrill, and tears rolled down his cheeks. Then, he carried his brother's corpse with one hand and strode towards Chu Yang, roaring angrily, Little. You killed my brother. You actually dared to kill my brother. You actually dared to. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to tear you apart. It was only when he walked and swung his arm that everyone noticed Fifth Jin's appearance. They couldn't help but gasp. Fifth Jin, who was in his hand, didn't have any flesh on his body. Even his internal organs had been dug out. He carried his brother's corpse as he walked, and his right hand was actually holding the skeleton's spine. All that was left of his body were white bones. There wasn't even a trace of blood on his body. His entire body was like a skeleton that had been buried in the ground for hundreds of years. There was not a single bit of flesh left. It was clean. Chu Yang's face was pale. He said coldly, "So what if I killed your brother? If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish." Fourth Jin looked up to the sky and roared, his eyes completely red, "Come here. Little bastard. Let me kill you." At this moment, a soft voice said, "Chu Yang, you can't fight anymore. If he continued to fight, his body would be damaged. Leave these people to me." Chu Yang turned around and smiled. He said, "Okay." The one who spoke was Xianxia. Chu Yang had fought 2 battles in a row, and his physical strength had long been overdrawn. How could he continue fighting at this moment? Xianxia knew about this, Chu Yang knew about it, and even the remaining 10 people on the other side knew about it. It could also be seen that this young man Sword Emperor was already at the end of his tether. Xianxia's white dress fluttered, and she stood in front of Chu Yang in a flash. She blocked Chu Yang. Chu Yang smiled and turned around without any worry. He strode towards Chu Luer's position and sat down, panting heavily. Chu Luer massaged his shoulders and his chest, feeling sorry for him. "Big brother, I feel that something is not right." Chu Luer said carefully, "This Sister Z is obviously very powerful, but you have to stand in front of her and be her shield for everything. This makes me feel very uncomfortable." Chu Yang smiled and pinched her little nose. "Little girl, you can also tell this?" After a pause, he said, "Don't you know that he wants me to enter the Tao state during the battle to collect the power of the Tao state?" "No." Chu Luer shook her head and shook Chu Yang's hand off her little nose. "I don't think it's so simple." "Of course it's not so simple." Chu Yang smiled and said, "But overall, this matter is beneficial to me. Because under her supervision, I want to achieve my own goals and achieve my life's goal. So now, her background is a little unclear, and she is indeed using me as her shield. But, there's one thing that you haven't thought about. With her strength, she doesn't need any shield at all." Chu Luer thought and immediately understood. Actually, this matter was just a roundabout problem. You only saw what was in front of you, and seemed to only see Chu Yang fighting for others. No matter what, he would stand up for others. So you felt that it was unfair. But thinking about it, with Xianxia's strength, did she need anyone to stand up for her? Did she need any protectors? That was not necessary at all. Not to mention a few playboys and perverts. Even if a peak supreme martial artist came, what could he do? With the current Xianxia, even if Ning Tianya and Buluqing wanted to stand up for her, she probably wouldn't care. Like what Chu Yang said, now that Chu Yang stood up for her, it wasn't that she was using Chu Yang, but that Chu Yang was actually using her. He would make use of these fierce battles to improve his own cultivation. He would use these battles to solidify his soul, using these endless battles to push his cultivation up step by step to get closer to his goal. Because Chu Yang's goal was to consolidate the heavens without using the Calamity Sword. To protect his brothers. Such a goal, if there wasn't a strong pressure urging him from behind, and just relying on Chu Yang's own hard work, he might not be able to achieve it even in 10,000 years, but with Xianxia, it was very different. Because Xianxia would always spur him to find different opponents for him to fight, and then improve during the battles. Even if there were no enemies, Xianxia still wanted to fight with him. This imperceptibly increased Chu Yang's cultivation by 100 times compared to his original cultivation. And the most impressive thing was, once he met an enemy that he couldn't fight against, Xianxia would definitely not watch him die. Because once he died, she wouldn't be able to find a second person like him who could continuously provide her with the power of the Tao state. So this was equivalent to a super bodyguard. Chu Yang felt a little strange. Unlimited benefits were in front of him, but why did this little girl Luer only see him being used by others? At this moment, looking at the slim and graceful Xianxia in front of him, Fourth Jin was already stunned. Not only was he stunned, even Lan Ruoyun and the rest were stunned. This delicate beauty actually went to fight. With such small arms and legs, she would fall down with a breath. What kind of battle power could she have? Only Grand Uncle Han, who was standing beside Lan Ruoyun, had a doubtful and serious look on his face at this moment. How did this girl appear in front of that young man? Why didn't I see it clearly? She obviously didn't blink just now. Could it be that this delicate and timid girl is actually a peerless expert? Grand Uncle Han frowned and pondered in his heart. But he didn't notice that Lan Ruoyun, who was beside him, had already approached Xianxia lecherously the moment he saw her coming out. This Grand Uncle Han originally wanted to stop him, but he suddenly thought, if she's really a peerless expert, why didn't she flare up when she was teased by the 7th young master just now? So, he gave up the thought of stopping him. Ha ha ha. Beauty, you're not joking, right? Lan Ruoyun swaggered over with an obscene smile all over his face. He said with a salivating face, why don't you fight with me? Let them all go, and we can fight alone? I'll fight with you however you want. Do you want to fight on the bed? Or fight here? Or fight in the water? If there's really no other way, fight on the tree? Ha ha ha. How about it? Xianxia's eyes were cold. Suddenly, she looked at Lan Ruoyun without any expression. Suddenly, she smiled slightly and said, just you? Even your ancestors from 10,000 years ago didn't dare to talk to me like this. Your Long clan is really bold. Suddenly, she stretched out her hand. Just as her fair hand appeared in the air, it was as if an orchid in an empty valley had suddenly bloomed, giving off a strong fragrance. Looking at this small hand, Lan Ruoyun was instantly distracted. He smiled obscenely and said, your small hand is so white, I wonder if it's soft. He stretched out his hand, wanting to touch it. Right at this moment, a strange woo sound suddenly rang out in the air. Lan Ruoyun, who had just stretched out his hand, was a full 20 feet away from Xianxia, but he seemed to be sucked over and flew over without his feet touching the ground. Xianxia's small hand, which was as soft as water and as tender as spring onions, seemed to have become a deadly sharp claw at this moment. It clasped onto Lan Ruoyun's head like an iron clamp. Kneel down. Xianxia's face was cold and indifferent as she said softly. With a slight force, Lan Ruoyun couldn't help but kneel down stiffly. Just like a rotten wooden stake. This unforeseen event gave everyone a huge shock. Grand Uncle Han flew over. Looking at Xianxia's eyes, he was actually a little shocked. He said, Miss, my young master is young and insensible. He has offended you. Please spare him this time on account of the Lan clan. After a pause, he continued, as long as you're willing to let go, we'll leave immediately. We won't dare to pester you anymore. Once an expert made a move, it would be obvious whether he was skilled or not. Xianxia just stretched out her hand and sucked Lan Ruoyun, who was 20 feet away, into her hand. Grand Uncle Han instantly knew that the power of this woman was probably not below his own. He couldn't help but feel bitter in his heart. His intuition was indeed right. He had indeed gotten himself into big trouble. Just by looking at the way she grabbed him, he knew that this matter was difficult to handle. Their only hope was to see if the name of the Lan clan was enough to intimidate the other party. 7th young master was under her control. As long as she wanted to kill him, she could do so easily. He definitely wouldn't be able to save him in time. Besides, even if it was a head-on battle, he also had no confidence in facing this woman. Lan Ruoyun, who was kneeling stiffly under Xianxia's control, was even more in disbelief. His face was full of shock and disbelief. Even in his dreams, he didn't expect that this peerless beauty, whom he had been thinking of bringing home to ravage, would actually turn into such a terrifying demon. This was really... What exactly was going on? Lan Ruoyun wanted to cry. Xianxia smiled. Lan clan? Grand Uncle Han nodded. Yes. Xianxia smiled gently. Lan clan, you're actually using the Lan clan to suppress me. Ha ha ha, but, what is the Lan clan? Today's update. My monthly votes are now 6,126. I've released the update of 6,170 in advance. Looks like I won't be able to release 10 chapters. I'm also relieved. I'm really exhausted. Book 7, What Crime Should Be Meted Out? First update. Grand-Uncle Han's expression changed drastically. He looked at Xianxia with hostility and wariness. Marshal Yin Yang. What was the Long clan? This sentence was taboo in the heavens. Very few people dared to say this. Even the experts from the other big clans didn't dare to say this. This sentence had almost never appeared in this continent. But it finally appeared today. These words came out of the mouth of a beautiful woman with boundless contempt and disdain. Lan Ruoyan's face turned ashen after hearing this sentence. Since this woman didn't put the Lan clan in her eyes, wouldn't it mean that he would definitely die if he fell into her hands today? Grand-Uncle Han said with difficulty, Who exactly are you? Do you have any connections with the Lan clan? Xianxia shook her head lightly. No. Grand-Uncle Han forced a smile. We're all people of the pugilistic world. We see each other all the time. As the saying goes, it's impossible for two mountains to meet again, but two people will eventually meet. With your cultivation, you should have boundless magnanimity. Why do you mind such a small misunderstanding from the younger generation? Just raise your hand and this matter will be over. The Lan clan will be forever grateful. Isn't it better to be friends than enemies? Xianxia laughed. If I didn't have such cultivation today, would this misunderstanding still be a misunderstanding? Grand-Uncle Han was speechless. If you didn't have such cultivation, you would have already been taken to bed by the seventh young master and played with as you like. What misunderstanding would there still be? But of course, this sentence couldn't be said out loud. At this point, there was really no need to continue. Grand-Uncle Han took a deep breath. His eyes turned cold and he said, Since this is the case, please let go of the seventh young master and have a fair fight with me. According to the rules of the pugilistic world, the winner is the king. We can do whatever we want. How about that? He puffed up his chest and a surge of battle intent gushed out like a tide. But he felt helpless in his heart. The opponent's cultivation was unfathomable. He could only use such means to let the seventh young master out of danger first, but he himself would be in danger. He didn't even know if the opponent would agree. Net 724 * continuous updates pure TXT novel, Xianxia chuckled. You want him to escape first? Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly shouted, How dare you? As she spoke, Fourth Jin had already circled behind her. The distance between them wasn't very far, and he suddenly launched an attack. The purple gold saber, which was exactly the same as his brother's, emitted a dazzling saber radiance that was more than 20 feet long and shot towards Xianxia. This strike fully displayed Fourth Jin's saint-level power. Even Fourth Jin, who unleashed this strike, thought in his heart, this strike was truly the best strike that he could unleash under such immense pressure, be it in terms of realm, power, saber style, or saber force. They were all natural and invulnerable. When this saber was slashed out, Fourth Jin could even faintly hear the call of the great Tao, the sound of wind and thunder. His younger brother had died tragically right before his eyes, and he wanted to avenge his younger brother, yet he was obstructed by this unpredictable enemy. Boundless grief, indignation, and anger transformed into combat strength, battle intent, and a saber strike. This saber strike actually seemed to break through the bottleneck of Fourth Jin's saber skills. Fourth Jin was very confident that he could unleash this saber strike that was full of saint-level comprehension. This was an opportunity. As long as he had this saber strike and focused on cultivation, he would be able to advance by another level in less than a year. This was the true saber skill of a saber saint. The saber radiance left the body and turned into a dragon. A saber strike piercing through the heavens. This was the power of a heavenly saint. Life and death grip. When this saber strike was unleashed, the enemy's life and death would definitely be in his hands. Although it was a pity to kill such a great beauty, but the arrow was already on the bow, and he had no choice but to release it. Grand-Uncle Han was overjoyed. Fourth Jin's saber strike was powerful, ingenious, and just right. Even a supreme martial artist couldn't be indifferent to this saber strike, but as long as the other party reacted, he would be able to snatch the seventh young master back from her hands immediately. However, what happened next made the illusion in Grand-Uncle Han's heart burst like a bubble, and his entire body turned cold. Xianxia's face was cold. She didn't turn back, but her snow-white left hand suddenly grabbed backward. Net. Her hand gesture even seemed very gentle. The whole sky seemed to darken suddenly, the earth and the sky also seemed to tremble at this moment. The delicate palm and the saber radiance collided. The palm was white and petite, like a blooming orchid. The saber was like lightning, powerful and domineering. The saber radiance was golden and exuded an insufferably murderous aura, with the comprehension of the martial saint level. One was fast and one was slow, one was big and one was small. One was like the collapse of the heavens, while the other was like the gentle ripples of spring water. But Fifth Jin's saber strike, which was far more powerful than lightning and thunder, was actually grabbed by her fair and tender palm. She grabbed that brilliant saber radiance with one hand. That formless saber gleam was actually grabbed by her as if she was grabbing a snake, holding it in midair. The saber radiance was 20 feet long, and what she grabbed was close to 1/3 of the top. This was the place where the force was the most powerful. And it was actually held in midair by her in such an unimaginable way. Fourth Jin, who was 1.5 feet away, maintained the posture of holding the saber with both hands. He stood there, unable to move. What she grabbed was the saber radiance, not the actual body of his saber. But his saber seemed to have met with an invisible and powerful obstruction in the air. He couldn't slash downwards, nor could he retract his saber. It was frozen in midair. At this moment, Xianxia still didn't turn around. She didn't even turn her shoulders. Her right hand was still clasped on Lan Ruiyan's skull, and her eyes were still looking straight ahead, looking at Grand Uncle Han indifferently. But her left hand had already completely shattered, grabbed, and controlled the saber saint's saber. Fourth Jin almost couldn't believe what he was seeing with his eyes. The saber that was as powerful as lightning was actually grabbed like this, but then, he felt that something was wrong. With a loud roar, his elemental force gushed out like a tidal wave. He was about to abandon the saber and retreat by himself to escape. But he suddenly realized that the essential qi gushing out from his energy center and into his saber body disappeared without a trace. There was no reaction at all. He wanted to throw the saber away, but at this moment, there was an invisible suction force on the saber, which stuck his palm firmly onto it. He actually couldn't throw it away. Not only couldn't he throw it away, but his body also couldn't move as his elemental force gushed out. Fourth Jin was horrified. The other party, this woman, what exactly is her cultivation? She can actually control me like this. Just as he was thinking, the 5 fingers on Xianxia's left hand started to move. Her little finger flicked out, and that golden saber light shook violently. Fourth Jin screamed and felt as if his chest was hit heavily by a big hammer. There was a sharp pain in his chest, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Her ring finger flicked out again, and the golden saber light vibrated. Fourth Jin's palm finally left the handle of the saber. Because at this moment, an unparalleled force suddenly came from the saber body. Both his hands let go of the saber handle instantly as if they had been electrocuted. The saber that no one was using still maintained the posture of slashing down violently and stayed in the air. But Fourth Jin's body had already rushed forward in a stumbling manner. He actually seemed to be moving on his own. He took 7 to 8 steps, turned half a circle, and circled to the front of Xianxia's body before stopping. His face was already full of fear. His eyes were filled with despair, and his body was trembling rapidly. Xianxia said lightly, "Kneel down." Fourth Jin's knees went soft, and he knelt down stiffly with a thud. At this moment, Xianxia gently closed her left hand and clenched it. With a snap, the golden saber light was crushed by her in the air and disappeared without a trace. The purple gold saber that also stayed in the air was also crushed at the same time, turning into golden powder and falling down. Xianxia slowly retracted her palm. She looked up at Grand Uncle Han and asked lightly, "What did you say just now?" "I didn't hear it clearly." Grand Uncle Han stood there like a zombie. He stared dumbfoundedly at what happened in an instant just now. He only felt that his whole body was ice cold, a gush of hot blood almost rushed to his head, and he almost fainted from the rush. At this moment, Grand Uncle Han felt a chill run down his spine, and all the way to his buttocks. This kind of cultivation, this kind of immortal-like means, it was impossible for him to do it. Not only could he not do it, among all the people he knew, there seemed to be no one who could do it, and just now, he actually asked this woman to have a one-on-one fight? A fair fight? The rules of the martial world, have I gone crazy? At this moment, when he heard Xianxia's question, he felt relieved and hurriedly said, "Nothing, I didn't say anything." He thought to himself, "You didn't hear it clearly? That's great." Xianxia smiled faintly, like the blooming of spring flowers. But at this moment, those who saw this beautiful smile no longer had any lewd thoughts in their hearts. They even forcefully turned their eyes to the side, not daring to look at her. Xianxia looked around and looked at the remaining 7 dumbfounded people. She ordered lightly, "The 7 of you, come over. Stand in a row 30 feet in front of me. Hurry up, don't dawdle." The 7 of them were already scared out of their wits. How would they dare to disobey her now? One by one, they stood obediently behind 4th Jean, who was kneeling on the ground. The 7 experts were really more obedient than primary school students at this moment. Xianxia looked at them and smiled calmly. "I'm not a law enforcement officer of the heavens, do you know that?" Everyone nodded. Xianxia said lightly, "Although I'm not a law enforcement officer, I also like to judge. Especially, I like to judge villains. Do you understand?" Everyone nodded again. Xianxia pointed at 4th Jean, who was kneeling on the ground, and said lightly, "This person actually sneaked an attack on me. Haha, in your opinion, what should he be punished for?" Everyone was dumbfounded and didn't dare to say anything. Granduncle Han stood at one side. His heart felt like it was being fried in oil. Endless feelings of humiliation surged into his heart. Today is Sister Xianxia's birthday. I wish her a happy birthday. Every year, there will be a day like this, Qixi's birthday, TSK. What a coincidence. I have to say that this birthday is really chosen. According to the ancient legends, those who were born on Qixi were all naturally affectionate and infatuated. I wonder which handsome guy will be able to gain the favor and infatuation of this little sister. Haha. Everyone, you can leave your blessings in the book review and comment section. Maybe Sister Xianxia will be excited and touched. Thank you to Long Inue of the Alliance for his 4 blessings in the morning. Thank you to Tears of Bayan for his blessings. Thank you to Red Dust Stall for his blessings. Thank you to become the leader of the World Pride sect. Thank you everyone for your support. I will continue to explode today. I will celebrate Qixi with my explosiveness. Please vote. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, Second Update. Granduncle Han was full of bitterness and helplessness. Marshal Inyan, the other party, was judging his own people in front of him, and even wanted his subordinates to take the initiative to judge, point out the crimes and pronounce the charges. This was already the ultimate insult, and it was very obvious that this was done deliberately with the nature of endless humiliation, but he had no other choice. The other party's cultivation was much higher than his. Facing such a terrifying cultivation, he had no way to resist at all. Even if it was a humiliation, he could only accept it. Everyone looked at each other. What crime should he be charged with? How should this be explained? Xianxia's face turned cold and she said slowly, "What I hate the most in my life is those who use their power to bully women. Today, I shall give a warning to this heavens." She said with a cold face, "This person is called 4th Jean. He usually commits all kinds of evil, indulges young ruffians, bullies women, men and women. His crimes are monstrous. I announce that he will be sentenced to death." 4th Jean, who was kneeling on the ground, raised his head desperately and said hoarsely, "You. What right do you have to convict me like this? You are also not a law enforcement officer." He was grabbed by Xianxia and was controlled like a puppet. He knelt on the ground and couldn't move at all. It was as if 10 mountains were pressing on his body at the same time. He couldn't even move a finger. Now that he heard that he was convicted, he instantly struggled desperately and actually raised his head. He knew that Xianxia wanted to use him as an example. Once the evidence was conclusive, he would really be sentenced to death. At the critical moment of life and death, how could he not struggle to survive? "You are neither a law enforcement officer nor the ruler of the heavens, nor the clan master of the Lan clan. You can kill me, but why do you have to convict me before I die? You said that I commit all kinds of evil, what proof do you have?" 4th Jean roared fiercely. Xianxia looked at him majestically. I am neither a law enforcement officer nor the ruler of the heavens, nor the clan master of the Lan clan. You are right about all these. But the only thing you don't know is, when you are not as good as me, I am the ruler in front of you. Everything about you, including your life, is decided by me. As for putting a crime on you before killing you, that's because I'm willing to do so. As for the proof that you have committed all kinds of evil deeds. Haha. Xianxia laughed. I have already convicted you. Even if I didn't, I still have proof. My words are proof. You have no regard for human life. Fourth Jean roared. Webb, I don't know how many people you've killed for your master all these years. I don't care if you've killed 1,000 or 10,000 people. It has nothing to do with me. But your master is a pervert. You can't break up a loving couple. Xianxia said coldly, when you go down to the netherworld, you must remember that although I'm not the ruler of this heavens, in this heavens, I am. It is the heavens. Fourth Jean groaned, this is hegemony. This is tyranny. You're being unreasonable. You're being unreasonable, Xianxia sneered. Reason? When have you ever seen us women being reasonable? Fourth Jean was speechless. The onlookers were also stunned. These words were truly too valiant. Even Xu Yang, who was far away, suddenly had goosebumps. All sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. Oh my God, I finally heard a woman speaking the truth today. Everyone was speechless. Xianxia said, the few of you, start to expose Fourth Jin's crimes now. I'll deal with whoever says the most complete. Everyone looked at each other. That Grand Uncle Han couldn't help but say, Your Excellency, although Fourth Jean has offended you, isn't your way of doing things a little too much? We're all comrades in the martial world. It's no big deal to kill someone. Why do you have to humiliate us like this? Seeing that he finally opened his mouth to plead for leniency, everyone's face was filled with excitement and hope. They all looked at him, their eyes full of pleading and trust. Xianxia turned to look at him and revealed a strange smile. She said slowly, you think that with your cultivation of first-grade supreme martial artist, you can always escape from me even if you can't defeat me. That's why you're fearless, right? You think that as a first-grade supreme martial artist, no matter where you speak, no matter who you're facing, I'll have to give you some face, right? You think that I'm a woman, and women are always soft-hearted. You only need to plead with good words, move with emotions and reason, and I'll give you a way out, right? Grand Uncle Han was stunned. Marshal Yin Yang's newest chapter. These words had truly struck a chord in his heart. He really thought so. Perhaps the seventh young master and the rest would definitely die today, but with his supreme martial artist divine senses, he would definitely be able to protect himself. The reason why he still stayed here now was that he wanted to try his best to bring a few more people back. Of course, it would be even more perfect if he could save the seventh young master from this woman's underling. No matter how strong this person was, she was still a woman, and women were always soft-hearted. She might not really kill him. As long as he persuaded her with good words and a sincere attitude, there might still be hope. Moreover, he still had another fluke thought in his heart. If he really managed to save the seventh young master, then he could start to build a relationship with her from now on. Who knows, she might become a strong helper for the clan. How many people had once become friends after being enemies? This kind of thing was not uncommon. If he were to plead as a supreme martial artist, if this woman was more sensible, she would give him a way out. Just as he was thinking, he did not expect the other party to say out all the thoughts in his heart. He could not help but blush. He smiled and said, even if I really think so, it seems to be understandable. Haha, Miss is a refined person, please be magnanimous and let them off. I can guarantee that after my master goes back, he will definitely turn over a new leaf and become a new man. Be magnanimous? Let them off? Xianxia frowned and murmured. Yes, miss, please be magnanimous and let them off this time. Grand Uncle Han saw that there seemed to be hope and could not help but become more energetic. Xianxia frowned and looked at him, as if she was thinking about the feasibility. Grand Uncle Han was delighted. Okay. Xianxia said, then I'll be magnanimous this time. Thank you. Grand Uncle Han laughed happily. Xianxia suddenly raised her hand and slapped hard on Grand Uncle Han's smiling face. She frowned and said, "Who allowed you to smile?" This slap was really crisp and clear, and it resounded through the whole place. This slap really came out of nowhere and was even more unreasonable. Everyone was stunned. Just now, everything was still fine, as if there was a lot of room for negotiation. But in the blink of an eye, Grand Uncle Han received such a loud slap, everyone felt as if they had seen thunder, and they were all dizzy from the thunder. This also works? Grand Uncle Han's face quickly turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then slowly swelled up. He looked at Xianxia in disbelief. His lips trembled, and his eyes were filled with grief and indignation, as well as disbelief. His fingers trembled. You, he really did not expect this. Even in his dreams, he did not expect this kind of thing to happen. This matter happened so suddenly that even a first-grade supreme martial artist like him couldn't dodge in time. Xianxia frowned. The next moment, slap. Another loud slap landed on Grand Uncle Han's face. Xianxia frowned and said, "What are you pointing at with your finger? Who allowed you to point?" This slap was still crisp and loud, and it was in the opposite direction. Grand Uncle Han still did not avoid it. As the saying goes, a slap in the opposite direction, a slap on the left side, a slap on the right side. The others were truly struck by heavenly lightning. At this moment, they were all like ducks that were scared silly. Everyone's face was filled with fear, despair, and even confusion. Oh my God, what's going on? Who in this generation had seen a supreme martial artist being slapped? And it was a slap in the opposite direction, back and forth. This first-grade supreme martial artist's face turned to the left with a slap, and then with another slap, it was slapped right again. This was really AF * king eye-opener. To be able to see a supreme martial artist being slapped, damn it. Even if they were to die today, it would be worth it. Their trip to this world was not in vain. Both sides of Grand Uncle Han's face suddenly turned into a monkey's buttocks and pig's cheeks, red and swollen, almost transparent. The next moment, Grand Uncle Han directly went mad with anger. As a supreme martial artist, in his more than 2,000 years of life, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? When had he ever been slapped? Even when he was learning martial arts, his teacher had never slapped him like this. Under the fury, Grand Uncle Han's rationality instantly collapsed. With a bang, the hair on his head directly stood up. He gritted his teeth and scolded, "Bitch! How dare you hit me?" Xianxia looked at him strangely. "How dare you? Haven't I already slapped you? Don't you feel it? Huh? How dare you scold me?" Grand Uncle Han gritted his teeth as if he wanted to eat someone. He looked at her fiercely, his anger soaring to the sky. "How dare you hit me? How dare you hit me? How dare you hit me again? Do you dare to hit me again?" As he spoke, he approached her step by step. He looked ferocious and arrogant. He straightened his face and twisted his neck. His gaze was ferocious and indignant. Seeing that this guy actually approached her with his old face again, Xianxia did not hesitate at all this time and raised her hand. Slap, 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 more than a dozen slaps were thrown in a row, crisp and clear. As she slapped him, she said, "This trip out of the Black Blood Forest has really opened my eyes. There's actually such a bitch in this world. After being slapped, you actually want me to slap you again. Since you're so eager, I'll just slap you to my heart's content." And as Xianxia slapped him, she asked, "Are you satisfied? Do you want more?" The sounds of slapping rang continuously. Everyone was instantly shocked. What the hell is going on? Why isn't Supreme Han fighting back? Just as they were thinking about this, they heard a heart-wrenching roar. Bitch, I'm going to kill you." He roared, but his voice was a little strange. It turned out that he was being beaten as he roared. When he roared at the end, his voice was trembling because of the slaps. That single was actually slapped to several different rhythms. It sounded like the rhythm of his voice was undulating and undulating. "If you're satisfied, please vote for me. Thank you, everyone." Grand Uncle Han felt extremely strange, because he was rushing forward ferociously, wanting to fight with his life on the line. Now, he could only wash away his humiliation by fighting. No matter if he won or lost, his chest was about to explode from anger. But no matter how he rushed, he was still running in circles on the spot even though he clearly felt that his speed was as fast as the wind. Xianxia was just standing there, close to him, but he felt that she was far away from him. No matter how he rushed, he couldn't reach her. But the other party's slaps on his face were like a storm. The sounds of slaps mixed together into a pleasant sound, which actually had the rhythm of music. Granduncle Han rushed for a long time, and his face had been slapped countless times. Finally, he came to his senses. Could this be the legendary 10,000 miles in an inch? This was a secret technique of heaven and earth that only a mid-stage supreme martial artist could comprehend. The so-called 10,000 miles in 1 inch space was the use of a godly technique to create a unique domain. No matter what your cultivation was, as long as you were trapped in this domain, then even if you ran for a lifetime, you might not be able to escape from this 10,000 miles in 1 inch space. Within the 10,000 miles in an inch, one could usually travel a long distance with a single step. But once this realm was displayed, even if you ran for 10,000 miles, you could only run in circles on the spot. Granduncle Han broke out in a cold sweat, and his mind also became clear. He screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, he turned around and was about to escape. He had already lost today. If this continued, not only would the 7th young master and the rest die, but he would also die here. Thinking of this, he immediately ran for his life. He turned around, but he forgot that he was still within the domain of the 10,000 miles in an inch. Therefore, even though he turned around and ran, he still stopped there without moving. Xianxia frowned. What? Have you had enough fun in the front? Now you want to change to the back? Alright, then I'll fulfill your wish. She lifted her leg and kicked him like a storm. In the eyes of the onlookers, this Granduncle Han was holding his face up and getting beaten up. But he was still not satisfied. He even turned around and raised his buttocks to receive the other party's huge kicks. So, everyone fainted. We've been with Supreme Martial Artist Han for so many years, but we've never heard of him having such a bad habit. What's going on? It was impossible for someone to be addicted to being beaten up, right? This was too ridiculous. However, Xianxia gave a reasonable explanation. You don't look young anymore. More than 1,000 years old? 1,800 years old, right? No one has beaten you up for so many years. Do you feel uncomfortable? Now that you've been beaten up by me, have you found the right feeling? You found that this feeling was so fresh and unforgettable, so you made me hit you again and again? Have you had enough? If you're done, then get out. I'm tired from kicking you, Xianxia said. As he spoke, his feet were merciless. The pitiful Supremacy Han wanted to go out, but how could he? He could only stand up and take the kick while shouting and cursing in grief. His previous demeanor had long since disappeared. Everyone's eyebrows twitched as they watched. It was too bloody. A dignified supreme martial artist was beaten into a bloody pulp just like that. Moreover, he didn't even fight back. Today's matter was really strange. Moreover, as Xianxia beat up supreme martial artist Han, she controlled 4th Jin and Lan Ruoyun at the same time and monitored the other 7 people to prevent them from escaping. She could be said to be multitasking. Moreover, her divine senses were still far away, paying attention to the situation of Wei Wuyan and his disciple. Finally, supreme martial artist Han's cursing gradually weakened. Xianxia kicked him into the air and punched him in the chest. With a bang, supreme martial artist Han flew far away. He twitched twice on the ground and lost consciousness. Xianxia had already scattered his cultivation. Chu Yang, who was at the side, knew that this meant that she had played enough. She didn't want to drag on any longer. He looked at the others coldly. You guys don't have any other hopes, right? The 7 of them nodded repeatedly, their faces full of fear. They couldn't beat her. They couldn't escape. Even a dignified supreme martial artist had ended up in such a state. Who else would dare to cause trouble? Xianxia ordered. As for 4th Jin, execute him now. The 7 of you are in charge of executing him. You, the 2 of you, execute him. You, supervise the execution. You, the 4 of you, observe the execution. 315 cuts, a piece of flesh with each cut. If he dies after 315 cuts, the 7 of you will be executed together. Xianxia said lightly. The 7 of them were instantly dumbfounded. Isn't this too vicious? Yang was a little impatient. This big sister had stayed in the black blood forest for too long. It seemed that she was too lonely. She actually dilly-dallied for so long just to catch these few bad guys. He said lazily, forget it, don't torment them. Quickly execute them. Let's hurry on with our journey. Xianxia looked back and smiled. She said, I didn't want to torment them. Just like what they said, it's no big deal to kill them. However, I have never tolerated those who bully men and tyrannize women. I must use the cruelest means to torture them to death. Even if it's reincarnation, I must make them not dare to be evil. Yang sighed deeply. Chulu'er clenched her fists and said, Sister Z, I support you. Although Chulu'er was young, she also understood how harmful such people were to women. She had always hated them. Xianxia said lightly, Yang, you're a man. You'll never know how much women hate such people who kidnap women. How many women's happiness was destroyed in their hands. Not only do they kidnap people, in order to prevent future troubles, they often eliminate the source of trouble. They let this family of innocent people die an unnatural death just because the woman is beautiful. But can it be a woman's fault if she's beautiful? Having a beautiful face is a gift from the heavens. But because of these scumbags, it became the root of the destruction of her family. Xianxia said lightly, so, when I see such people, I must kill them. Killing one of these people can save countless women, including their family members. Yang was suddenly enlightened. So you purposely followed me with your real appearance to lure these perverts out one by one and kill them one by one? Xianxia smiled and nodded. Yang, don't think that this is committing a sin by killing people. Those who have evil thoughts because of my appearance all deserve to die. You're enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens by killing them. This is not only not a sin, but also an endless merit. The more people you kill, the more women will have happy families because of you. Do you understand? Yang was silent for a long time. Then, he let out a long breath. I understand. This may be the redemption of conscience. It also weakens the inner demons to a certain extent. Because I'll feel that I've done a good thing. My heart will naturally be open and aboveboard, and I won't fear the heavens and earth. Xianxia's eyes were full of admiration. Yes, this is a kind of spiritual cultivation. I didn't expect you to understand my meaning so quickly. Yang smiled. Since this is the case, I'll enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Xianxia laughed. You still think that I'm too slow? Fine, I'll let you handle it. As she said, she moved quickly. With a few slaps, all the Lan clan's experts were hit by her palm. This slap broke their bones and destroyed their cultivation. Yang went forward with his sword. One slash, and killed all these people cleanly. If he let Xianxia do it, it would take a long time. Yang didn't want to wait. With one slash, Fourth Jin's eyes were full of despair, and he slowly fell to the ground. After this slash, his body actually shrank slowly and became a pile of white bones, which then dissipated with the wind. Calamity sword, devouring the energy of living beings, these people were definitely going to die, and there were no outsiders here. Besides, the weakest of these people were monarchs, and there was even a supreme martial artist here. To the Calamity sword, this was a huge amount of spiritual energy. It would be a pity to waste it. So, Yang used the devouring power of the Calamity sword without any hesitation. He devoured all the life essence of these experts and turned it into nutrients for the Calamity sword. Xianxia frowned slightly. She looked at the corpses turning into white ashes under Yang's sword. She seemed to be deep in thought. When the sword pierced into supreme martial artist Han's throat, Yang sighed slightly. So what if he was a first-grade supreme martial artist after 2,000 years of cultivation? With one slash of his sword, everything turned into nothingness. It was as if he had never existed in this world. Everything was like the wind. The last one to be killed was of course Lan Ruoyun. Lan Ruoyun had already turned into a pile of mud without Xianxia destroying his cultivation. When he saw Yang coming over, he repeatedly shouted, "You! Don't come over, don't kill me. I'm the 7th master of the Lan clan, you. If you kill me, the Lan clan won't let you off. I beg you. Spare my life. In the end, he actually shouted loudly for help. Chu Yang frowned. He was very surprised. Which one of the princes of the big clans that he had seen wasn't scheming and didn't show their emotions on their faces? Yi Shiyu, Li Badian, Meng Se. What kind of outstanding characters were they? Only such characters were fit to be called the princes of the big clans. But why was this Lan Ruoyan of the Lan clan so gutless, such a cowardly person who bullied the weak and feared the strong? How did he become the 7th master of the Lan clan? You. Are you fit to be the master of a big clan? Chu Yang looked at him with disgust. Looking at you, I'm really disappointed in this big clan. Lan Ruoyan cried and said, how would I know? Since I was born, I've been designated as the 7th master of the Lan clan. I don't have the final say in this matter. Chu Yang looked at him coldly. How old are you? I'm 27. Lan Ruoyan looked at him timidly. How many girls have you defiled all these years? Tell me the truth. Chu Yang glared and shouted. Lan Ruoyan's mind was subconsciously controlled. He said as if he was sleep-talking, I really can't remember clearly. About 200 to 300. As he said, he actually revealed an expression of reminiscence. He actually laughed and said, what I like the most is to snatch beautiful girls and do it in front of their husbands. Before he finished speaking, Chu Yang had already exploded because of this sentence of his. A surge of anger instantly rushed to his head. He shouted, bastard. His long sword slashed down fiercely. Chu Yang now really felt that, as Xianxia said, it was too easy to kill such a scumbag. He should really let such a person suffer the cruelest torture in the world before he died. Only then would he be considered to have deserved it. Even so, it would only relieve a little of his hatred. Lan Ruoyan's mind was controlled by Chu Yang. Whatever he said under such circumstances was definitely the truth. And it was definitely the most straightforward reaction in his heart. So obscene, so shameless. Looking at this obscene smile, Chu Yang's heart was filled with fury. He slashed down with his sword. Starting from his feet, Lan Ruoyan rolled around on the ground and screamed miserably incessantly. I will kill your father, your mother, your ancestors, and everyone who is protecting you. I will kill them one by one. Chu Yang roared, your whole family is scum, scum, scum. What kind of clan was a big clan? What kind of people were in it? They were all experts with powerful divine senses. How could Lan Ruoyan's family not know that he had done such a heinous thing? How could his parents not know? How could his old ancestors not know? Chu Yang would never believe it. Even if he said that the other higher-ups of the Lan clan didn't know about this, no one in the entire heavens would believe him. It was too ridiculous. Since they knew about it, they didn't stop it and even let such an obscene person be the 7th Duke. It was obvious what kind of attitude the Lan clan had. At this moment, Chu Yang had already made a vow in his heart, no matter what other clans do, I will definitely exterminate the Lan clan. When he made this decision, he didn't even consider that Lan Meixian of the Lan clan was his mother's teacher. Lan Ruoyan's moans gradually weakened. Chu Yang raised his sword and was about to end his life. Wait. Xianxia stopped him. What? Chu Yang turned back and asked. You can't kill him. Xianxia frowned and looked at the black line that gradually appeared between Lan Ruoyan's eyebrows. She said seriously, if you kill him, you will be in big trouble and your identity will be exposed. Why? Chu Yang asked curiously, there's no one around here, so what if I kill him? No one will know. Look at his forehead. That black line is very strange. As far as I know, this black line is a kind of supreme divine sense. The person who cares about this person the most has spent a lot of effort to plant a root in his body using the power of his divine sense. If he dies, this black line will appear on the face of the person who killed him, at the same place between the eyebrows. Moreover, the supreme martial artist who left behind this will know immediately. Xianxia said, this is the secret technique of the heavens, double soul connection, one heart for 10,000 miles. Looks like this little one's identity isn't simple. Chu Yang snorted coldly, so what if it's troublesome? Could it be that he spared this bastard's life because he was afraid of trouble? This is impossible. Xianxia blinked her eyes. Carry him and follow me. Don't let him die. Let's find Wei Wuyan while we're at it. Yang didn't know what he was up to. He could only grab Lan Ruoyun and follow him. Xianxia carried Chu Lu on her back and led the way in front. Yang followed all the way. When they came to the outside of a forest, Xianxia let out a strange long howl. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the forest. Not long after, a large pack of greenback wolves swarmed in. Throw him in. Xianxia twisted her mouth. Haha. I see. This is a good idea. Let that supreme martial artist come and find trouble with these wolves. Yang laughed loudly. He grabbed Lan Ruoyun and threw him out into the pack of wolves. When the pack of wolves smelled the blood, they howled and rushed up. Lan Ruoyun only had time to let out a scream before he was dismembered by the pack of wolves. A black line rose from Lan Ruoyun's corpse and wedged itself into the head of the wolf at lightning speed. That wolf seemed to be very uncomfortable. It actually turned around dizzily and ran away with the pack of wolves with its tail between its legs. Yang said with some regret, "It's a pity that there are no powerful 10th or 11th grade spirit beasts nearby. Otherwise, after throwing them in, they can create some trouble for the Lan clan." Xianxia said, "Powerful spirit beasts. Originally, there was a human-faced spider here. But it was too disgusting for me to take, so I chased it away." Yang laughed dryly. "Now, the inner core and poisonous pill of that human-faced spider are with me." "Killed by you?" Xianxia's gaze was very strange. "No, it's Wei Wuyan." As Yang said, he explained the situation at that time. Xianxia actually laughed. "Your luck is really not bad." The two of them walked quickly. This time, they carefully avoided the people who were searching the mountain and went straight to the place where Wei Wuyan and his disciple were hiding. Because the people who were searching the mountain were getting closer and closer to that place. If they were delayed any longer, Wei Wuyan and his disciple might really die. After walking a few hundred feet forward, there was a cliff in front of them. Xianxia stopped, pointed to the opposite side of the cliff and said, "Wei Wuyan and his disciple are over there. That side is full of vines, and the entire cave entrance is blocked. It's hard to see with the naked eye here." Yang sighed. Old Wei's generation is really not having it easy. Xianxia was silent for a while and said, "His master is indeed irresponsible, but Wei Wuyan is a rare good man. But, he's too pedantic. Such a person will suffer a lot in the martial world." Yang nodded in agreement. The two of them were about to go down when they suddenly heard rapid sounds coming from afar. It seemed that many people were rushing towards this place. The two of them bent down at the same time and quickly moved sideways. They flashed out of the path and the cliff, and hid in the grass that was more than 10 feet high. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. People were constantly flying towards this place. Not long after, there were already close to 30 people. With a few swoosh sounds, 4 figures leaped onto a big tree and stood at the top of the tree to be on guard. A clanging sound was heard, followed by the fragrance of tea. The two of them were talking and laughing as they walked towards this place. These two people really knew how to enjoy themselves. They were actually making tea in this wilderness. A smiling voice asked very softly, "Brother Yi, did you discover anything on your side?" Once this person spoke, his voice, tone and the confidence and magnanimity of everything being under his control reminded Yang of Diwu Qingru. Then, another flirtatious voice sounded. "Oh, how annoying. He he he. Brother Zhuge, if you didn't discover anything on your side, how would I discover anything on my side?" He he he. The hair on Yang's body stood on end as this voice resounded. Then, an image of a laughing woman appeared in his mind. The third Duke of the Yi clan. The Duke of Rochang, Yi Shiyu. So it was this transvestite who had come. The person from the Yi clan was actually the Duke of Rochang, one of the 3 dukes. What conditions did that Lang Yilong promise to make the Yi clan send out such an important person? Seeing Yang's strange expression, Xianxia asked via telepathy, "You know this person?" "This is the 3rd Duke of the Yi clan, the Duke of Rochang, Yi Shiyu," Yang replied via telepathy. "This is really going to kill me." Xianxia silently rolled up half of her sleeves. She said via telepathy, "Look. Chu Yang looked over and saw a dense layer of goosebumps on Xianxia's snow-white arms. For a moment, he almost laughed out loud. This is too disgusting. This should be a man, right? Xianxia frowned. Chu Yang could even clearly see that the hair on Xianxia's neck had stood up. This was enough to show how much of a shock this Duke Shiyu had given her. Chu Yang laughed secretly in his heart. For Yi Shiyu to be able to scare someone of Xianxia's cultivation to such an extent, it was enough to show how powerful his charm was. No one in the heavenly layer could compare to him. If Yi Shiyu knew about this, he would definitely be very proud. That Duke Zhuge, on the other hand, was very calm. He smiled lightly and said, I really didn't expect that this search for supreme martial artist Icy Snow would actually be so troublesome, even though we had already obtained accurate information. Brother Yi, these days, you've been eating and sleeping in the open. Your beautiful face has now become somewhat haggard. Boo-hoo-hoo. I'm so annoying. You're so annoying, Zhuge. I hate it when people bring up this issue, but you just have to keep talking about it. I hate you so much, humph. Yi Shiyu pouted. He twisted his waist, tilted his buttocks and sat facing the outside. Then, he took out a small mirror from his bosom and looked at his haggard face in the mirror. He sighed bitterly. What should I do? What should I do? I'm really haggard. My pitiful countenance. Boo-hoo, I really shouldn't have come out this time. Those guys just had to send me, humph. Next time, I won't listen to them. Whoever wants to come out can come out. Sigh, my pitiful countenance. As he said, he took out a box of flour from his bosom. There was even a comb, face powder, eyebrow pencil, and meticulously touched up his makeup. Zhuge smiled faintly. Brother Yi, you're really vain. This guy's voice was calm and elegant. He was not surprised by Yi Shiyu's unusual actions. It could be seen that his composure and self-cultivation were outstanding. Yi Shiyu twisted his waist like a snake and said shyly, Ayaya, us girls are different from you guys. Humph, how can we not be vain? As he said, he sighed faintly. I'm so tired, so tired. Humph, Zhuge, can you help me massage my shoulders? Can you? Zhuge smiled bitterly. Brother Yi, please spare me. You know that I'm a clean freak. Yi Shiyu instantly pouted and stomped his feet. What do you mean you're a clean freak? Am I very dirty? Am I very dirty? Zhuge. Tell me. Tell me. Tell me, tell me, tell me. If you don't tell me clearly today, I'll crawl into your bed tonight. He stomped his feet, twisted his waist and shook his buttocks. He was very active. Zhuge could still face him calmly, but Chu Yang, who was in the bushes, was about to faint. What a monster. What a monster. How can there be such a weirdo in the world? It's really unbearable. Chu Yang really did not know how Zhuge could hold himself back. Chu Yang praised in his heart. People from the Zhuge clan are indeed different from others, he's so small and calm. He's almost as good as Diwu Qingru. I can't take it anymore. Xianxia secretly transmitted her voice. Her beautiful face actually turned pale. Every time I hear this voice, my whole body trembles. My scalp tightens, wrinkles, and goes numb. This powerful person who had traversed tens of planes had a look of lingering fear. I've been wandering for tens of thousands of years. I've never been afraid of anyone. But this Duke Rochang really makes me feel fearful from the bottom of my heart. He can kill a supreme martial artist with just his mouth. Disgusting. Zhuge smiled gently and said, Brother Yi, let's talk about serious matters. Yi Shiyu twisted his waist and pouted. Zhuge finally shuddered and his lips turned green. Brother Yi, if you continue to be like this, I won't say anything. Yi Shiyu obviously didn't care. He raised his face and said with a hidden bitterness, but are you really going to turn a blind eye to my feelings for you? Zhuge gritted his teeth and finally couldn't take it anymore. He used a voice that was so gentle that it could kill people to say, Brother Yi, how can I not know your feelings for me? It's just that I'm in the secular world, how can I not care about what others think of me? And you and I are both brothers of big clans. But, since you've said so, I'll also express my opinion. How about this, if you can convince the Yi clan, I'll marry you. As the saying goes, 3 flat pieces are not as round as 1 round, haha. This time, it was Xianxia who couldn't take it anymore. All the hair on his body stood up and he jumped up. He gritted his teeth and said, "Scram. You pervert." This was a loud scolding, but it was a man's voice. Zhuge laughed out loud, almost to the point of tears. "You pervert. You use such means to make fun of others every day. Today, I'll let you have a taste of it." Xianxia looked at him angrily for a long time. Finally, he burst out laughing. He sat back down. Xianxia, Chu Yang and Chu Le, who were in the grass, were completely speechless. If not for the fact that the two of them finally started to talk about serious matters, the 3 of them would have fainted. At the same time, Chu Yang was also full of admiration in his heart. Zhuge Zhen is indeed worthy of being a person from a clan of wise men. This move of giving others a taste of their own medicine is extremely beautiful. Even a thick-skinned person like Xianxia felt his hair stand on end and he flew into a rage out of humiliation. It seemed like a joke, but it was actually a confrontation between the 2 dukes of the 2 great clans. Xianxia was currently in a disadvantageous position. This was because his best disgusting method had been countered by an even more disgusting method. Chu Yang thought to himself, "I wonder what rank this Zhuge is in the Zhuge clan. If such a person was not ranked first in the Zhuge clan, then how scheming was the first duke of the Zhuge clan? How terrifying was that?" Chu Yang thought again, how is this Zhuge Liang compared to Diwu Qingro? After thinking about it, he still felt that Zhuge was slightly inferior. This was because Diwu Qingro's expression would never change no matter what. As for Zhuge Liang, no matter if it was because of his method or because he couldn't control it, his expression would always change. Zhuge said, "Brother Yi, Law Enforcement Master Lang has been chasing after Hong Wuliang for hundreds of years. This time, he obviously received accurate news that Hong Wuliang is here. But, why didn't he do it himself? Or let the people from the interrogation hall do it? Instead, he wants to borrow the power of the 3 great clans. What do you think?" Xianxia's eyebrows twitched. He said faintly, "It must be because the law enforcement master of the interrogation hall has something on those old fellows in the clans. That's why they have no choice but to do things for him?" "Of course." Zhuge rolled his eyes and said, "Of course it's because he has something on them. But everyone knows about the feud between Lang Yilong and Hong Wuliang. This time, he didn't do it himself. This matter is too suspicious. I'm talking about Lang Yilong's motive, not the reason why he instigated us." A rare frown appeared on Xianxia's face. He pondered deeply and said, "There are indeed many things that the law enforcement masters can use against us big clans. But, it's always been like this for generations. Although the law enforcement masters are powerful, they may not be able to completely suppress the big clans." But this time, the elders immediately agreed to Lang Yilong's suggestion. "This in itself is very suspicious." Zhuge nodded. "That's right. As for Lang Yilong not doing it himself, it's definitely not because he's embarrassed." Xianxia analyzed calmly. "Of course." Zhuge didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lang Yilong caused a huge commotion at Hong Wuliang's wife's funeral back then. The 2 of them are enemies. Zhuge analyzed calmly. Later on, Lang Yilong killed Hong Wuliang's friends wantonly. The 2 of them met on the battlefield and became sworn enemies. Regardless of whether it's Lang Yilong or Hong Wuliang, as long as they received news of the other party, they would immediately rush over. Their lifelong ambition is to kill the other party personally. But this time, even though Hong Wuliang's whereabouts are known, Lang Yilong didn't do it. Zhuge said, "There must be a conspiracy behind this." Xianxia was stunned. "It can't be that sinister, right? Your Zhuge clan always likes to associate everything with conspiracies. I really can't stand you guys." Zhuge said, "I think there are 2 possibilities why Lang Yilong didn't do it. The first possibility is that after so many years of disappearance, Hong Wuliang's cultivation is no longer what it used to be. Lang Yilong had already come to look for Hong Wuliang but left after suffering a huge loss. That's why we were mobilized." Frowning, Xianxia didn't speak. After a long while, he said, "That can't be." Zhuge was also silent for a moment before he said, "The first possibility is also the most unlikely. As for the second possibility, it's that Lang Yilong is at a critical juncture now. He can't split himself. Yi Shiyu put away his feminine demeanor. His eyes lit up and he lowered his voice. You're saying, he's about to advance to third grade supreme martial artist? And he's currently breaking through the bottleneck? Zhuge looked at him strangely and smiled. Brother Yi, are you testing me? Yi Shiyu blinked his eyes and laughed. Zhuge snorted and said, Lang Yilong was already a third-grade supreme martial artist 270 years ago. Although this is top secret. I know what you mean the moment you ask. Brother Yi, you actually dare to speak like this in front of the Zhuge clan. I really admire your narrow-mindedness. Having his thoughts exposed, Yi Shiyu instantly reverted to his old ways. He stomped his feet in embarrassment, twisted his waist, and winked at Zhuge. You're so annoying, Zhuge snickered. Both dukes had their own thoughts. Even though it was a conversation like this, they were both scheming. They were both digging holes for each other. Yi Shiyu deliberately said third grade. If the Zhuge clan didn't know, Zhuge would naturally report this news back. In that case, the Zhuge clan's analysis of Lang Yilong would be greatly discounted. If there were any changes in the future, the Zhuge clan would suffer heavy losses because of this misjudgment. At the very least, it would affect one party's plan. And Zhuge's subsequent pointing out was equivalent to spoiling another one of Yi Shiyu's schemes. The one who was truly at a loss now was Yi Shiyu. Because according to Zhuge's analysis, Lang Yilong might be breaking through to fourth grade supreme martial artist. This piece of news was of utmost importance to the big clans. But was this piece of news true or false? Should they report it or not? If they reported it, what if it was false? If they didn't report it, what if it was true, if they took it seriously and adjusted their plans to deal with Lang Yilong? Then they might end up doing something like shooting a stone at a mosquito. It would be a waste of energy and this would lead to the weakening of their strength in other areas. Fourth grade supreme martial artist. How could those who paid attention to him be mediocre? The two dukes each had their own schemes. On the surface, they appeared to be harmonious, but deep down, they were at loggerheads and plotting against each other. Because everyone knew that the 10,000-year cycle of reincarnation was coming. Once the Tribulation Sword Master appeared, the law enforcement officers would still be biased towards him even though they appeared to be fair on the surface. Once the Tribulation Sword Master appeared, it meant that the honeymoon period between the big clans and the law enforcement officers had come to an end. Even if there was a huge battle, it wasn't impossible. Every 10,000-year cycle of reincarnation, there would be a huge battle between the big clans and the law enforcement officers. How could they not guard against such a thing? Moreover, it had already been more than 1,000 years. Where's that bastard? Yi Shiyu couldn't figure out what was going on, so he could only change the topic. As he spoke, he revealed an undisguised look of disgust. That bastard is flirting with women. Zhuge snorted and said, then, when I used the heaven and earth magical hearing to detect the movements within a radius of a few hundred miles, I happened to hear that bastard talking. What was he talking about? Yi Shiyu asked with great interest. Zhuge took out a strange-shaped metal ear-like thing and said, activating the heaven and earth magical hearing once consumes too much energy. I only heard a few sentences, and then I heard Lan Ruoyan say, Miss, why don't we fight? Let them all leave? Do you want to fight on the bed? Or should we fight here? Or in the water? Or on the tree? Zhuge actually imitated Lan Ruoyan's voice to perfection. Even the lust in his voice was imitated in its original way. Now, that bastard is probably doing that, fighting. Zhuge said disdainfully. Yi Shiyu was furious. That bastard is flirting with our weak women again. What else did he say? Do you know how much energy it consumes for me to activate the heaven and earth magical hearing? Just hearing a few sentences already disgusted me. Zhuge said angrily, do you think that I'm using the heaven and earth magical hearing to listen to the bed? Yi Shiyu was also furious. That bastard is flirting with beautiful women, and you actually didn't do anything when you heard it? You let him do whatever he wants and cause great physical and mental harm to us weak women? Zhuge snorted. I want to do something, but, didn't your clan warn you this time? Don't offend Lan Ruoyan? Don't you know who's behind him? Yi Shiyu was still angry. But I feel angry when I hear such words, as if he's raping me. Raping you? He's raping you? Zhuge finally spat out a mouthful of tea and coughed continuously. After scolding for a while, Yi Shiyu also became dejected. I feel disgusted when I see that bastard Lan Ruoyan. But the old monster behind that bastard is indeed not easy to deal with. He sighed and said, didn't this bastard's legs get broken by Mengse previously? How did he recover so quickly? How depressing. Zhuge smiled and said, the last time this fellow tried to kidnap a girl, Mengse encountered him. After learning of his identity, he still broke his legs. However, because of these 2 legs, the family paid a price of 10,000 purple crystals. Mengse was also grounded by the family and is not allowed to leave. Yi Shiyu said with a face full of reverie, Mengse. He's a real man. Such a man is a good match for us girls. The corner of Zhuge's mouth twitched. Chu Yang and Xianxia exchanged glances. It turned out that this Lan Ruoyan had a big backer behind him, no wonder he could be the 7th Duke of the Lan clan. Yi Shiyu said with great interest, Brother Zhuge, that old monster is already 1,000 years old. Why does he treasure this bastard Lan Ruoyan so much? Zhuge looked at him strangely. You don't know? Yi Shiyu was startled. What do I know? Zhuge smiled strangely and looked left and right. Then, he moved his mouth closer and said in a low voice, I heard. Remember, it's only hearsay. That old monster Xin and Yang were disrupted more than 20 years ago and he almost went mad. He rushed out from his seclusion and raped Lan Ruoyan's mother. Who would have thought that with one shot, Lan Ruoyan was born? Say, this old thing has never been married his whole life and he actually has a child at 1,000 years old. How much does he treasure this child? Yi Shiyu opened his mouth wide and his eyes were full of shock. His voice trembled as he said, He's already 1,000 years old and his spear skills are still so accurate, keep quiet. Zhuge shouted. Too shocking. I'm so shocked. Yi Shiyu patted his chest with one hand and looked as if he was still in shock. Damn it. He's too strong. He's so old and he's still so good. This kind of person is definitely a good match for us girls. Not only was he too shocked, Chu Yang and Xianxia in the bushes were also too shocked. The 2 of them were so shocked that they almost lost their ability to speak. There was actually such a thing. No wonder this Lan Ruoyan was so unbridled. It turned out that he had a father who was 7,000 years old. Then, Chu Yang thought of the twin soul connection, one heart for 10,000 miles on Lan Ruoyan. He knew how much his supreme martial artist father treasured him. No wonder, fortunately, he didn't kill him. If that was the case, he would let his 7,000-year-old father go and settle the score with that pack of wolves. Thinking of this, Chu Yang immediately took pleasure in his misfortune. Right at this moment, someone hurriedly came over to report. Third young master, we found the cave where Hong Wuliang is hiding. It's just below this cliff, close to the middle. Yi Shiyu and Zhuge were both stunned. Neither of them moved. Zhuge chuckled and said, Brother Yi, this is a good opportunity for your Yi clan to befriend Law Enforcement Master Lang. Brother Yi, please give the order. I'll support you. Yi Shiyu laughed, how would I dare to steal Brother Zhuge's limelight? Brother Zhuge, it's better if you give the order. The sooner we understand this matter, the sooner we can return. This is the perfect opportunity for me to witness the Zhuge clan's ingenuity. Both of them knew that this battle was extremely dangerous. The other party was only one person, but he had the cultivation of a supreme martial artist. Although there were quite a number of people from their clans, and their strength was far greater than the other parties, it was absolutely impossible for them to take down the other party without paying a heavy price. At such a time, the price was usually a huge loss. Such a loss, of course, should be pushed away as much as possible. No, you should do it. No, you should do it. Both of them had a cordial smile on their faces, as if they were confiding in each other wholeheartedly. Both of them insisted on giving this great credit to the other party. After a long while, both of them sighed at the same time. It's a pity that Lan Ruoyan, that lecherous hothead, isn't here. Otherwise, we would have saved a lot of effort, Yi Shiyu said sadly. I don't know where that bastard has gone to. Zhuge agreed. Although the two of them were disgusted by Lan Ruoyun leading the team here, they also felt that it was actually not bad to have such a straightforward person in front of them, who would rush forward excitedly after being instigated a little. At least, they could avoid their own losses. They didn't expect that at such a critical juncture, the people from the Lan clan actually went missing altogether. The two of them argued for a long time, and finally reached an agreement. Zhuge would be in command, and Yi Shiyu would be on the sidelines to assist. The people from the Yi clan and Zhuge clan would be under Zhuge's command, and they would be paired according to their strength. Such a battle was simply torture, but the two of them were very calculative. They weren't calculative about who would do the work, but they were calculative about how much strength they could preserve in the future battle. After making up their minds, Zhuge Yun immediately started to give out orders. This is a cliff, and we don't know how long it is on both sides, so there's definitely no exits on both sides. This cave is at the bottom of the cliff, and it's too high to go up a few thousand feet. So, there's definitely no way out. If there's a way out, it must be at the back of the mountain. Third Elder, you bring a few people to the back of the mountain first. You must block all possible exits. Once you discover someone escaping from there, stop him immediately and send out a signal immediately. Even if you have to risk your life, you can't let him escape. Zhuge Yun blocked the escape route of Wei Wuyan and his disciple. Yes. A man in blue cupped his hands and accepted the order. With a wave of his hand, he brought a few people with him and left like a whirlwind. When you reach there, report back immediately when you're ready, Zhuge instructed. Yes. This third elder had already left without a trace. Brother Yi, send a few people. When I give the order, cut down all the vines on the mountain wall. Zhuge said, if there's such a thing, there's definitely a mechanism. We don't know the secret behind it, but Hong Wuliang definitely knows, and he can use it flexibly. Even if there's no mechanism, with these vines as stepping stones, he'll definitely be faster than us in this place where he's lived for a long time. Cut it down first. Okay. Yi Shiyu agreed readily this time. He immediately arranged the manpower. The other party is in the cave, and we're not familiar with the terrain. It's easy to defend and hard to attack, and we don't know if there's a water source and how much food there is. So, when the entrance of the cave is exposed, we'll first light a fire, roll up the thick smoke, mix it with poison, and pour it into the cave. Okay. Chu Yang, who was in the bushes, secretly praised, brilliant plan. Once we're sure that the thick smoke can fill the cave to the point that nothing can be seen, the few supreme martial artists elders will immediately rush into the cave. Now, you can use a black cloth to cover your eyes and adapt to the darkness in a dark place, Zhuge ordered decisively. Yes. Now, when we've confirmed that the third elder is in position, we'll immediately take action. Zhuge finished the arrangement and turned to look at Yi Shiyu. Brother Yi, do you have anything else to add? Yi Shiyu said with some admiration, Brother Zhuge, you're very capable. I admire you very much. This was his heartfelt words. Zhuge had really thought of all aspects. Blocking the escape route, assisting the enemy, using the thick smoke, poison together, knowing that the other party wouldn't be poisoned to the point of fainting. But he had successfully created a situation where both parties were on equal footing. Because of the smoke, both parties couldn't see anything. Although it was more dangerous to rush in and fight in such a situation, it had successfully offset part of the other party's geographical advantage. Because the other party couldn't see anything, using a black cloth to cover one's eyes to adapt to the darkness was even more ingenious. If it wasn't for this small thing, one would definitely feel uncomfortable rushing into the dark fog from a bright place. Although this uncomfortable feeling only lasted for a short moment, it was enough for a supreme martial artist to attack 1,000 times. What would it feel like to be attacked by 1,000 times at the same time? Chu Yang dared not underestimate this Zhuge more and more. If he were to have a conflict with the Zhuge clan in the future, he might become enemies with this person. When that time came, he had to deal with him carefully. Zi Shiqing also cautiously transmitted a message to Chu Yang. This small thing, you have to be careful of his schemes. Chu Yang nodded silently. A strange bird's chirping sound came from afar, and it reverberated for a long time. Zhuge listened carefully and smiled. The third elder has already found the exit of the back mountain and has sealed it. Let's take action immediately. Xianxia nodded. With a twist of his buttocks, he waved his hand. Chop down those vines for me. Their figures soared up like big birds. Their black clothes seemed to cover the sunlight. With a neat flip in midair, the 4 figures transformed into 4 long rainbows that connected the heavens and the earth. These 4 people actually performed the supreme sword technique of body and sword at the same time and dashed towards the stone wall. Yang didn't know what the vines were made of, but he still had to be careful. If the vines were extremely hard and couldn't be chopped off with a sword, it would be a big problem. The people from the Zhuge clan also jumped down. As they flew, they wielded their swords and sabers. Countless big trees were chopped down. Then, each of them carried a big tree as big as a hill and jumped down. When the vines fell, they would immediately set them on fire. The 3 supreme martial artists stood beside the 2 dukes with their hands behind their backs. Their eyes were covered with black cloth, and they were ready to attack at any time. The situation was tense, and a fight could break out at any moment. Xianxia laughed tenderly and said, "Brother Zhuge, let's go down too. It's too far away from here. I really want to see how Hong Wuliang, who defeated Lang Ilang in love 2,000 years ago, looks like." Zhuge smiled and nodded. With a whoosh, the 2 of them also jumped down the cliff. The 3 supreme martial artists followed closely. Finally, there was no one on this mountain wall. We should go down now. From what these people said, they don't know that Wei Wuyan's teacher has already practiced the purple crystal hand for hundreds of years. Once these people attack, they will definitely attack with all their might. I'm afraid it's too late, Yang transmitted his voice. It's okay. Xianxia listened attentively to the movements below. She said lightly, since you want to show kindness, you should do it at the most important moment. How to show kindness to others and let them remember it for life is also a kind of knowledge. You have to learn this. You acted when his life wasn't in danger. At most, you could only make him feel grateful to you because he hadn't had the time to feel the horror of death. Therefore, his gratitude towards you wasn't very deep. However, you acted when his life was at stake. At that time, he would have died, and you would have become his second parent. That's right, it's the 3 of us. The elder from the Zhuge clan said indifferently, Hong Wuliang, you've been holed up here for so many years that you've become dumb. Do you want to go out with us or do you want us to carry you out? Hong Wuliang chuckled and said, although I've been living in seclusion here and haven't gone out for many years, I'm not someone the 3 of you can handle. However, I really didn't expect that the 3 of you would also become Lang Ilang's lackeys. He suddenly said in a low voice, what benefits did Lang Ilang promise you? Have both the Yi clan and the Zhuge clan been caught by Lang Ilang? This isn't a good feeling, right? Haha. Xianxia said indifferently, it's better to be caught by someone than to lose your life. Attack. With a loud roar, he charged forward with his body stretched out. The 3 of them attacked at the same time, forming a triangle and sandwiching Hong Wuliang. Hong Wuliang let out a loud shout and stretched out his hands. A pile of purple crystals at the side of the cave suddenly flew into his hands. He opened his mouth and took a deep breath. His skinny body suddenly swelled up and a thick purple aura was swallowed into his stomach. There were more than 1,000 purple crystals in this pile, but they were all sucked clean by him in an instant. Hong Wuliang's face turned red at once. He shouted, let's fight. He rushed forward and actually took the initiative to attack. The 4 of them attacked together. A figure flew over from the sky and jumped into the battle. It was Wei Wuyan. If you want to kill my teacher, you'll have to kill me first. Wei Wuyan let out a loud shout and rushed over with all his might. Xianxia snorted and shouted, you actually dare to interfere in a battle between 3rd-grade supreme martial artists. With a slap of his palm, a sharp whistling sound was heard. A thick fog was accurately aimed at Wei Wuyan's Wuyan sword. With a loud bang, the palm and Wuyan sword faced each other. With a loud bang, Xianxia didn't retreat at all. There wasn't even a red spot on his palm, but Wei Wuyan flew back with his sword and crashed heavily into the stone wall. Stones from the top of the cave fell down. With a cry, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Wei Wuyan was a half-step supreme martial artist, but compared to a 3rd-grade supreme martial artist, he was as weak as a baby. The difference between the ranks of supreme martial artists was so clear-cut. Hong Wuliang and the other two people had already started fighting. The three of them were holding back their strength, so as not to cause the mountain peak to collapse. However, the howling wind was like a hurricane in the cave. In an instant, there was no sound in their ears. Hong Wuliang's expression was calm and he fought steadily. It was as if he didn't see his brother being sent flying. He was already seriously injured. Although his cultivation had increased a lot over the years, it was all thanks to the purple crystal's power. If he lost the purple crystal, he would not be able to escape the torture of the purple crystal hand even if his cultivation improved by another fold. Yi Amren watched the battle with his hands behind his back. Seeing that he was not needed for the time being, he slowly walked to Wei Wuyan's side and asked, "Xiao, your teacher has the purple crystal hand? Who did it?" Wei Wuyan snorted and laughed. "Who is my master's biggest enemy?" Yi Amren's expression changed. "Lang Yilong?" Wei Wuyan sneered. "It's good that you know." He didn't want to answer the other party's question at first, but upon hearing that the other party didn't seem to know the truth of this matter and didn't even know that Lang Yilong had the purple crystal hand. Therefore, he was naturally happy to tell him. The purple crystal hand was one of the most insidious martial arts techniques in the world, even more insidious than the hand of severing descendants. The hand of severing descendants was only targeted at young people. Generally, when one reached the supreme martial artist level, they were all old monsters who had lived for thousands of years. How would they have any thoughts of continuing their lineage? Therefore, the experts weren't afraid of it. As for the purple crystal hand, it was used against experts. Unless you exceeded the supreme martial artist level and crossed the celestial realm, you could avoid it. Otherwise, even if you were a 5th grade supreme martial artist, if you were ambushed by the purple crystal hand, you wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being accompanied by the purple crystal all day long. There would be a day when he would be bankrupt, losing both his wealth and his life. The most insidious thing about the purple crystal hand was that it wouldn't kill you on the spot. Moreover, the lifespan of an expert was very long. The purple crystal hand would accompany you for your entire life, causing you to be tortured by the purple crystal hand all the way until you died. It was one of the most insidious martial arts techniques that experts of the heavenly layer were most afraid of. As long as the Yi clan and the Zhuge clan knew about this, they would naturally be on guard against Lang Yilong. In fact, they might even secretly kill him, although Wei Wuyan didn't understand why Lang Yilong actually didn't show up personally this time and instead asked someone from a big clan to do it. It could be considered a bad move. As for what exactly his intentions were, he definitely wouldn't hide it for Lang Yilong. So Lang Yilong has practiced the purple crystal hand. No wonder, no wonder. Yi Amren's expression was grave as he nodded slowly. He didn't know what he was thinking about. He turned to look at the battlefield and said dispassionately, "How many years has it been since your master practiced the purple crystal hand?" Wei Wuyan replied, "He has been missing for as many years as he has. If it wasn't for the purple crystal hand, who would be willing to hide? Would you?" "Her. You have a sharp tongue." Yi Amren smiled. "In that case, all these years, it has been you who has been providing purple crystals to your master?" "That's right. As his younger brother, this is what I should do," Wei Wuyan said proudly. "What a loyal and devoted disciple." Yi Amren laughed sarcastically. "Your master must have told you that he needs a large amount of purple crystals after practicing the purple crystal hand. Every day, he needs purple crystals to maintain the lowest consumption, right?" Wei Wuyan said furiously, "Which one of those who has practiced the purple crystal hand isn't like this? Do I need you to tell me that?" Yi Amren smiled strangely. "Which one isn't like this? Then which one have you seen? Other than your master, who else have you seen who has practiced the purple crystal hand?" Wei Wuyan snorted. "Even if I haven't, only purple crystals can treat the purple crystal hand. There is no doubt about this." "That's right. You must have suffered a lot in order to get purple crystals for your master all these years, right?" Yi Amren's expression was strange. Wei Wuyan snorted and didn't say anything else. Thinking of the suffering he had gone through all these years, how could it be described as a lot of suffering? Back then, his wife had just given birth and was taking care of the child at home. His master urgently needed him to deliver the purple crystals, so he had no choice but to leave his wife alone at home and deliver the purple crystals to his master first. But who would have thought that it would be an eternal farewell? When he hurried back after delivering the purple crystals to his master, his beloved wife had already become a cold corpse. Even his own son had died an unnatural death. Till now, he still didn't know who his enemy was. How could it be just a lot of suffering? For his master, he had sacrificed his family, his youth and all his life's efforts. But Wei Wuyan had hidden all these in his heart and never told anyone. At one side, Hong Wuliang shouted loudly, "Yi Amren, what nonsense are you talking about? Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. Don't harm my brother." As he shouted, he wanted to rush over. But the two supreme martial artists were firmly restraining him. Hong Wuliang couldn't rush over and could only shout continuously. Yi Amren smiled mockingly and said, "What a righteous master and a loyal brother. Ha ha ha. It's a pity that your loyal brother has been cheated and sold by your most respected and righteous master." Bullshit. Wei Wuyan was furious. His master's concern just now made Wei Wuyan tremble all over. In an instant, he only felt that all the suffering in his life was worth it. Seeing that Yi Amren actually wanted to slander his master, Wei Wuyan was instantly furious. Bullshit? Haha. Ask your master, he's right here. After getting the purple crystal hand, you can only maintain the minimum requirements and your cultivation won't improve at all. But if you want your cultivation to continue to improve after getting the purple crystal hand, you must start to use double the amount of purple crystals from the first day you get the purple crystal hand. Do you understand? Double the amount of purple crystals. Yi Amren laughed loudly and said, "Your master got the purple crystal hand all these years, but we were of the same generation back then. We've reached such a realm now, but he, a person who got the purple crystal hand, has also reached such a realm. He's really damn fast, he. If he didn't use double the amount of purple crystals, how could he have improved?" Wei Wuyan was shouting angrily, but when he heard this, he was suddenly dumbfounded. After a long time, he shouted crazily, "Bullshit. Bullshit, bullshit." Yi Amren smiled and said, "Your master is right here. If you don't believe me, why don't you ask him directly?" Wei Wuyan didn't believe him, but he couldn't help but look at his master. Hong Wuliang was fighting. His face was red and he said deeply, "Wuyan, don't believe him. Don't you understand what kind of person I am?" Wei Wuyan said blankly, "Yes, master." He had been with Hong Wuliang for more than 1,000 years. How could he not understand his master? As soon as Hong Wuliang said this, Wei Wuyan immediately knew that Yi Amren was telling the truth. If it wasn't true, Hong Wuliang would have already stomped his feet and roared angrily. But now, Hong Wuliang was explaining to him in such a heavy and serious tone, Wei Wuyan only felt that his mind was buzzing. He suddenly remembered Chu Yang's words, "With the purple crystal hand, one's cultivation can't improve." Of course, if Chu Yang didn't finish his sentence. However, Wei Wuyan finally understood why Chu Yang wanted to say something but hesitated at that time. Chu Yang was worried that if his master improved instead and told him the truth, he would be very sad. Wei Wuyan only felt that the world was spinning. He muttered, "Then my wife. Then my wife. Didn't she die too unjustly? If that was really the case, wouldn't the purple crystals that he had earned all these years be enough to support his master for another 700 years? If that was really the case, why would he have to rush over to deliver the purple crystals and cause his beloved wife to die?" "You have a wife? Son? Dead?" Yi Amren looked at him pitifully. "Yes," Wei Wuyan said muddle-headedly. "Then, your wife and son didn't die unjustly at all. They deserved to die." Yi Amren laughed mockingly and said, "Their existence will greatly slow down the speed at which you earn purple crystals for your master. If they don't deserve to die, who should?" As if a bolt from the blue had struck his head, Wei Wuyan suddenly felt that the world had changed colors. Wei Wuyan suddenly recalled that during that period of time, he indeed went out on fewer missions. How could he not be attached to his family when he had just gotten a wife? Moreover, it was after half a lifetime of hardships. When he was nearly 100 years old, he unintentionally saved a family. That was how he got his wife's favor and committed herself to him. Although he looked like he was in his prime at that time, he was indeed a white-haired and beautiful woman in terms of age. For his master, he had never thought of having a family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until he was more than 100 years old. He only wanted to be an ox or a horse for the rest of his life to repay his master's kindness in nurturing him. When he was old and took care of his master, he would be lonely. At that time, he was moved by true love and got married. However, he only dared to tell his wife's family that he was in his 40s. After marriage, the couple was in love. During that period of time, he was as happy as a fairy. After he had a wife and a family, he felt that he was no longer a rootless duckweed. He finally had a root, a concern, and a goal. After 3 years of marriage, he found love again. It was really like a pearl or a treasure. He only felt that there was no other person in the world who was happier than him at that time. He remembered that at that time, he almost rushed over to tell his master that he was going to get married. He was already more than 100 years old, but he was like a child showing off in front of his father, telling his master about his happiness. He had already forgotten what his master's expression was like at that time. However, it wasn't as happy as he expected. He only remembered that he was a little disappointed at that time, but then he was immersed in happiness. On the day of the wedding, he begged his master shamelessly for a long time before his master went down the mountain to preside over his wedding. After that, he hurried back. He still remembered that after he had a son, he rushed over to tell his master the good news. His master's face was a little ugly at that time. After marriage, he was happy, but he never dared to forget his master. Whenever he was free, he would do missions to earn purple crystals and send them to his master. However, because he was a newlywed, there were still a few times when he was almost delayed. But he didn't. That time, he received a notice from his master that there were no more purple crystals. So, he threw everything aside and sent the purple crystals first. Although his wife and son had died an unnatural death after he came back, he never doubted his master in his heart. He also never resented his master. What kind of person was his master? His master was the person who nurtured him. Without his master, how could he have today's achievements? His master would never do anything to harm him. Although master was strict and sometimes unreasonable, he was always alone here. It was normal for him to be in a bad mood. No one could stand being alone for so many years. Therefore, after he had nothing to worry about, he decided to stay here as well. Other than earning purple crystals from missions, he would accompany his master here. And now, he had actually heard such a terrifying truth. At the side, the battle between the three of them was getting more and more intense. Hong Wuliang's face was like iron. He attacked left and right, and his eyes were calm and cold. The icy aura that belonged to the Supreme of Ice and Snow lingered around his body. Although the entire cave was filled with smoke, it was also very cold. Wei Wuyan felt as if he was in a dream. Looking at his master who was moving around like lightning, he only felt that he had fallen into a nightmare that he could not wake up from. Everything he saw and heard seemed so unreal. Wei Wuyan's tears finally fell, at such a close distance, and Yi Anren had deliberately raised his voice. How could Hong Wuliang not hear him? Just a moment ago, he was still explaining, but now, he didn't even bother to explain. Master! Wei Wuyan cried out with heart-wrenching pain. The battle over there stopped abruptly. The two supreme martial artists of the Zhuge clan leaped back at the same time, and the three of them stood in a triangle formation. Hong Wuliang stood there in a daze. When he heard his disciple's heartbreaking cry, his body trembled, but he didn't turn back. He sighed and said, Wuyan, remember that I once told you that you must not have any thoughts of family. That's the taboo of the inner demons of martial arts cultivation. If you want to climb to the peak of martial arts, don't think about those things. Wei Wuyan's mind was buzzing, and he saw stars. He said weakly, that was before my marriage. After I got married, master. You know how much I cherish and depend on my family. I like the feeling of having a family. As he spoke, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. Gentle and virtuous wife, lively and cute son, he still remembered that as long as he went out, his wife would always stand at the door to send him off. His return date was never fixed, but every time he returned, his wife would already be at the door to welcome him. You're going out. You must be more careful. With me at home, you can rest assured. Come back safe and sound. You're back? You must be tired from the journey. I'll go get some water for you to wash up. Take a nap and rest first. He still remembered when that little life was just born, lying in his arms, biting his finger and looking at him with a pair of clear eyes, that soft touch, that innocent gaze, that feeling of being connected by flesh and blood, conquered him in an instant. When he squealed and used his soft and chubby little hands that were full of fat pits to touch his face and smiled happily, he felt so satisfied and happy in his heart. He once swore that he would use his life and everything to protect his wife and his son. The oath was still beside his ears, but his lovely wife turned into a vengeful spirit. His wife lay stiffly on the ground, her face full of disbelief. She was already dead, but her eyes were still wide open in shock. Although her eyes were lifeless, he could see the shock in her eyes. His wife's eyes didn't even have time to show resentment and reluctance. Why, his lively and cute son had already turned into a pile of bright red meat paste. Who was so cruel? Even a baby was not spared. He remembered that he fainted on the spot. After a long time, he woke up and roared at the sky in extreme madness. From then on, besides carrying out missions to earn purple crystals, he went to the ends of the earth to look for his enemy. Ha ha ha. Looking for my enemy. Wei Wuyan suddenly laughed sadly. The four supreme martial artists looked at him. Wei Wuyan supported himself against the stone wall and stood up shakily. With his cultivation, even if he was seriously injured and his limbs were all broken, it wouldn't be so difficult for him to stand up. But now, Wei Wuyan was like an extremely weak ordinary person who had one foot in the grave. He only felt that his limbs didn't have any strength and his heart was empty. His heartbeat was obviously so fierce and wild, but when he listened to the sound of his own heartbeat, it was as if it came from another time and space. He finally stood up and supported himself against the stone wall. With blood flowing from the corners of his mouth, he staggered 2 steps forward, looked at Hong Wuliang and asked, "Teacher, I only want to ask you one thing." Hong Wuliang let out a long sigh. Looking up, he closed his eyes and said indifferently, "Ask away." Wei Wuyan's voice was very calm. Even he himself found it strange that his voice could actually be so calm at this moment. "Teacher, and Xiaozhan were you killed by you?" Wei Wuyan repeated the last few words several times before he finally completed his sentence. His face was pale and his body was on the verge of collapsing. But his eyes stared fiercely at his teacher without blinking. Hong Wuliang chuckled and said indifferently, "Brother Yi, my whereabouts have already been exposed because of the encirclement today. I originally thought that it was Lang Yilong that bastard, so I didn't move and waited here for him to come in so that I could have a battle to the death with him." He smiled indifferently. "I didn't expect it to be the 3 of you who came in. There must be other people outside, right?" His younger brother Wei Wuyan was waiting for him to answer, but he was trying to change the topic. Yi Anren nodded. "That's right. In order to capture you, the Yi clan, Zhuge clan and Lan clan have mobilized a total of 3 supreme martial artists. The 3 of us are here, but there are 3 more outside." Hong Wuliang chuckled. "Looks like I won't be able to escape this calamity today." Yi Anren said indifferently, "Now, you indeed have nowhere to go." "Nowhere to go?" Hong Wuliang murmured in an extremely low voice. He raised his head and thought silently for a while. Then, he didn't speak anymore. Wei Wuyan's body trembled even more violently. He roared, "Teacher! I'm asking you a question." This sentence had already sounded like a roar. His voice had already lost its usual reverence and admiration. Hong Wuliang looked up at the sky and said softly, "I already have nowhere to go. Only death awaits me. There's no harm in telling you the truth." As he spoke, he looked at Wei Wuyan. His voice was actually very calm as he said softly, "Since you've already guessed it, what else do you want me to say?" "Guessed it? Guessed it?" Wei Wuyan murmured. His eyes were empty. Suddenly, he laughed wildly. He laughed so hard that his whole body trembled. He laughed so hard that he used his hand to support himself against the wall again. He laughed so hard that big drops of tears gushed out from his eyes continuously. His laughter continued and reverberated. However, the four supreme martial artists present all felt an extreme misery. This laughter was indeed 100 times more miserable than crying. Wei Wuyan laughed and asked, "Just for purple crystals? Just for the purple crystals that you have to not only maintain your injuries but also improve? You want to rely on me to earn them? You think I'm earning them too slowly? Is that right? Is that right?" Hong Wuliang said lightly, "You shouldn't have slowed down the speed of earning purple crystals after you got married." He looked at his younger brother with some pity and said, "Actually, back then, I was also in a very difficult position. Wuyan, you're my only younger brother. I placed all my hopes on you. My heart ached for you. I thought very highly of you. You were in a very difficult position? You placed all your hopes on me? You were heartless to me? You thought very highly of me?" Wei Wuyan laughed wildly. "You killed my beloved wife just because you felt heartache for me? You killed my only child just because you thought very highly of me?" Wei Wuyan's eyes widened. "Teacher. Is this something you should say? Damn it, is this something a human should say?" Hong Wuliang's thin face became a little distorted as he looked at his brother's joyful expression. He finally turned his head away. But then he suddenly turned back. "Wuyan, very good. You're going to fall out with me because of a woman? And at this moment of life and death?" Wei Wuyan gritted his teeth and said, "Just a woman? Just a person? That's my wife, my child. In your mouth, she's just a woman?" Hong Wuliang said coldly, "Wei Wuyan, when you were at your wits' end back then, I took you in as my disciple and nurtured you carefully. I taught you all the unique skills that shocked the martial world. Have I ever asked for anything in return? I trained you from a little kid who knew nothing to the cultivation you have today. I let you shake the world with your might and make your name known to all. Have I ever asked for anything in return? Back then, I traveled all over the world to find elixirs for you, to cleanse your body and lay your foundation. I traveled thousands of miles through wind, frost and snow. Have I ever asked for anything in return? I was injured and needed purple crystals to treat my illness. And you were filial. I was comforted and thought that I didn't recognize the wrong person. But what about you?" As Hong Wuliang spoke, he felt that he had sacrificed a lot. Suddenly, he became self-righteous. "What did you do? After you got married, you actually left me behind. There were a few times when the supply of purple crystals was almost cut off. You, on the other hand, only cared about your own happiness and left me alone in this desolate place. If I let them live, wouldn't I be killed by them?" Hong Wuliang said hatefully, "If I didn't kill them, should I have waited for myself to die from my injuries?" Wei Wuyan looked at his master in a daze. At this moment, he felt that this person was so unfamiliar and so disgusting. He murmured, "Master, do you know? On the day of the child's 1-month birthday, I told Ear that when the child is 1 year old, I would send the mother and daughter here so that you can teach another grand disciple. Our whole family will be with you and serve you so that you can enjoy your old age. With Ear here, I'm also relieved. I'll work hard outside to earn purple crystals and come back occasionally. Our whole family will be reunited." Wei Wuyan's tears fell like rain. "I have fantasized countless times about us 3 generations gathering together happily and harmoniously. I even saw you lovingly protecting the naughty child and not letting me beat him. I've thought of everything, and Ear has agreed. In the future, this will be our root and our home. With the 2 of them by your side, I'm relieved. You won't be lonely." At that time, the child had just turned 1 month old. Ear and I were worried that the child would not be able to bear the pain in the cave, so we temporarily stayed outside and waited for the child to turn 1 year old. I didn't tell you because I wanted to give you a surprise. I didn't expect this surprise to become a bolt from the blue. Ha ha ha, I regret it so much. I regret it so much." Wei Wuyan's tears flowed down. He was so heartbroken. Hong Wuliang suddenly opened his mouth wide and took 3 steps back. Are you telling the truth?" Wei Wuyan finally exploded and roared, "I've never lied to you in my whole life. Why should I lie to you now? Do you know? After Ear was killed by you, she died with grievances. Do you know that she didn't even have time to be resentful until she died? There was only disbelief. Only disbelief. Why didn't she dare to believe it? Because she didn't expect you to kill her. She didn't even dream that the person who killed her would be the master that her husband respected the most and wanted to be filial to the most. You killed her so cruelly. Are you still a human? Are you still a human? Wei Wuyan roared. Hong Wuliang took 2 steps back helplessly and said dejectedly, "Is that so?" Wei Wuyan laughed miserably and muttered to himself, "Funny, funny, really funny. Ha ha ha, this world is really funny. Ha ha ha." As he laughed crazily, blood spurted out from his mouth. He was seriously injured and his mind was in a mess. But he didn't care at all and let the blood that represented the vital energy spurt out from his mouth drop by drop. After laughing for a long time, Wei Wuyan finally knelt on the ground weakly. He pressed his forehead against the ground and cried loudly. He cried and laughed as if he had already gone crazy. Little Jean, my beloved wife, my son. The enemy who killed you, I've found him. I've found him, ha ha ha. Isn't it funny? Don't you think it's funny? Wei Wuyan smashed his forehead on the ground fiercely. He was so sad that his heart was about to break. On one hand, I vowed in front of your graves that I would avenge you. On the other hand, I came to the enemy who killed you to ask about your well-being and fulfill my filial piety. On the other hand, I risked my life to earn purple crystals for the enemy who killed you. You just looked at me like this from below. You looked at me being stupid. You looked at me being ordered around like a fool. You looked at me dying countless times. Didn't you feel sad down there? Didn't you feel helpless? Didn't you feel angry? Isn't this the greatest sorrow? You all died in his hands. He killed my beloved wife and my only son. He killed my happiness, cut off my hope, and let my Wei family have no descendants. But after that, I actually risked my life to serve him for more than 100 years. My beloved wife died with grievances. My child was crushed into meat paste by him. Did you see it? Did you see it? That pool of bright red meat paste, who dares to recognize that it's my child? That's actually my child. That child was actually killed by my master. And I actually lived like this for more than 100 years. Am I still human? Am I still human? Wei Wuyan suddenly raised his head. He looked horrifying and roared towards the sky. His forehead was already dripping with blood. The corners of his eyes were already cracked, and blood kept flowing out. Yi Anren and the other 2 looked at Wei Wuliang with some disdain. None of them were good people. But it was really the first time they saw someone who wanted to kill his brother's wife and child, and cut off all his distracting thoughts to make him work for him. Not to mention, all of this was caused by him. For example, you only need 1 purple crystal a day, but you insist on having 2. He forced his own disciple to risk his life to earn purple crystals, and he actually complained that his disciple's wife was a hindrance to him. What kind of logic was this? At this moment, outside the cave, Xianxia was also recounting to Chu Yang what had happened in the cave. Her cultivation was powerful. It was easy for her to eavesdrop on the movements here from such a long distance. Chu Yang was filled with righteous indignation. He was dumbfounded. It's actually like this? Xianxia snorted coldly. I've already said that Wei Wuyan's master is not a good person. But you didn't believe me. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. I also have a master. I know how sacred my master is. The person I respect the most in my life is my master. So, I can completely understand Wei Wuyan's loyalty to his master. I never thought that there would be such a master in this world. Chu Yang sighed and thought of Meng Chaoran. He believed that if he and his master had really reached the level of Wei Wuyan's master, his master would have already killed himself. He wouldn't want to be a burden to him and Wei Wuyan. Meng Chaoran was such a person. But Wei Wuyan's master was the other extreme. In this world, the most terrible things are nothing but greed. Xianxia said lightly, when there's no danger to life and death, any bad person can look like a saint. But when it's a critical moment, when he's out of control, he'll surprise people. Wei Wuyan's master, Hong Wuliang, is such a person. Xianxia suddenly paused and said, no. It turns out that his master's wife was the lover of Lang Yilang. But she was raped by Hong Wuliang. She had no choice but to give herself to him. There's such a thing. The veins on Chu Yang's forehead almost popped out. Shameless villain. He's indeed a shameless villain. Xianxia nodded, I'm going to take action. Wei Wuyan is in a very bad situation now. Chu Yang said, okay. In such a situation, if he were to take action, he would only be a burden to Xianxia. He might as well hide at one side and wait. Just at the moment when Xianxia was about to appear, there was a sudden loud bang. The entire cliff on the opposite side suddenly broke into pieces and collapsed. In the midst of the smoke, 4 figures shot up into the air at lightning speed. Just now, the atmosphere in the cave was also close to exploding. Yi Anren sneered and said, Little one, do you really think that your master is a good person? It's hard for you to be so loyal to him. But this guy has always been good at disguising himself. Lang Yilong, like you, was also tricked into working for him, risking his life to enter the martial world. Ha ha ha. Wei Wuyan muttered, it's thorns. Yi Anren said, do you know why Lang Yilong is so irreconcilable with him? Ha ha ha. Hong Wuliang shouted furiously, stop. Yi Anren said, why should I stop? Don't tell me that you're not allowed to talk about what you've done? Back then, Lang Yilong saved a woman and the two of them fell in love with each other. When your master saw that the woman was beautiful, he actually used despicable means to rape her. She had no choice but to leave Lang Yilong heartbroken. From then on, she disappeared without a trace. You're talking nonsense. Hong Wuliang roared furiously. I'm talking nonsense? Tell me yourself, how did your wife die? Yi Anren sneered. Wasn't she still tortured to death by you? You were jealous and angry that your wife couldn't forget Lang Yilong and actually killed him. Lang Yilong traveled thousands of miles to mourn for her but was rejected by you. It was only after Lang Yilong secretly checked the corpse that he found out the reason. That was why he fought with you. Hong Wuliang, tell me yourself, am I speaking the truth? Yi Anren sneered. I'm talking nonsense? In the big clans, every clan has records of supreme martial artists. All the big clans have records of this matter. Hong Wuliang, you despicable little one. Yi Anren's words directly poked at Hong Wuliang's sore spot, causing Hong Wuliang to retaliate strongly. At the moment when his wife was mentioned, Hong Wuliang suddenly exploded. What do you know? Yi Anren, what right do you have to criticize my family matters? Hong Wuliang roared. His lotus-like features twisted and his whole body trembled. Suddenly, he retreated with a shout. Everyone thought that he was going to attack, but they didn't expect him to retreat in such a situation. They were all stunned for a moment before they attacked at the same time. Hong Wuliang had already flown more than 100 feet away. He opened his hand and sucked. On the ground, thousands of purple crystals were sucked into the air. In an instant, they turned into a round purple gas and were sucked into his mouth like a whale sucking in water. Only then did he turn around abruptly. With a hideous smile, extremely strong cold air suddenly emitted from his body and exploded violently. His palms crazily struck out hundreds of times without any restraint. The three of them cursed in their hearts at the same time. They had to deal with such a violent attack with all their might. They had forgotten about this point. As a person with the purple crystal hand, after a period of time, the speed of absorbing the power of the purple crystals would become faster and faster. They could even suddenly release all the power of the purple crystals. Although the injuries of the purple crystal hand in their bodies would be aggravated by 5 times after this attack was still unstoppable. Left with no choice, the three of them exploded with all their might to resist. At the same time, Yi Anren sent out a telepathic message. Pay attention to the top. The power of the 4 supreme martial artists suddenly exploded in the cave. With a boom, the space around the cave expanded and split open at the same time. The huge mountain above also disintegrated abruptly. The whole mountain suddenly burst open and collapsed. Hong Wuliang roared and flew upwards towards the collapsed mountain like lightning. His palms were like huge axes that split open the sky, striking all the way up. Facing the collapsing mountain, he actually dashed upwards through every gap that was left by a hair's breadth. Moreover, his body was nimble. He dodged and moved. When the huge rocks came down, he smashed them with his palms and continuously created a path for him to dash outwards. Below, Yi Anren and the other two shouted at the same time. They followed behind him and dashed upwards with the same movements. What kind of power was the sudden collapse of the mountain? It could be said that the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. However, these four supreme martial artists were charging straight up towards the mountain that was crashing down on them. It was as if there was nothing there. Wei Wuyan roared sorrowfully, "I can't die, I want revenge." He stood up and was about to rush out, but he was seriously injured and couldn't rush out. Suddenly, a huge rock came crashing down and smashed him into the ground. The people waiting outside were wondering why there wasn't any movement inside. Suddenly, there was a huge explosion and the entire mountain collapsed. Countless boulders fell from above. They couldn't help being shocked and quickly dodged. Zhuge shouted, "Don't panic. Seal the sky, seal the sky, Hong Wuliang wants to escape from above." He suddenly regretted it. He had calculated everything, but how could he have overlooked this point? This was the battle prowess of a supreme being. In the blink of an eye, as the mountain collapsed, four silhouettes shot up into the sky like lightning. One of them was in the front, emitting a chilling aura. The other three were behind, emitting a towering rage. Hong Wuliang laughed loudly. "Yi Anren, I'll take my leave." Everyone was a third-grade supreme martial artist. He had the upper hand and was already leading by quite a distance. As long as he changed his movement technique, he would be able to escape quickly. And under such circumstances, no one present could catch up with him. Yi Anren was angry and anxious. "Hong Wuliang, you shameless villain! Your disciple is buried below. Are you not going to care about him?" Hong Wuliang laughed loudly. "He already doesn't recognize me as his master. Why should I care about him?" He extended his body and flew away like a meteor. His body actually made a swoosh sound. Yi Anren sighed dejectedly, knowing that he couldn't stop him no matter what. Right at this moment, a faint voice said, "Who allowed you to leave?" Along with this faint voice, a white figure suddenly appeared in front of Hong Wuliang. He stretched out a hand gently and pinched Hong Wuliang's skull as if he was pinching a snail with 3 fingers. Under this person's hands, Hong Wuliang actually didn't have any strength to struggle at all. He was just carried like a dead fish. His body swayed and swayed in the air, but he couldn't even say a word. Yi Anren and the other two involuntarily stopped and gasped at the same time. Who was this person? The three of them looked at each other in shock. He didn't even see how he came out, nor did he see when he flew up. It was as if he had been there all along. He only stretched out his hand lightly and caught Hong Wuliang as easily as catching a mosquito that was slowly flying over. What was Hong Wuliang's cultivation? What was Hong Wuliang's speed when he hurriedly ran for his life just now? Not to mention other things, how could Hong Wuliang be slow when he could make a sonic boom when he just started? But under this person's hands, he was just like a puppet that couldn't move on its own. Then, this person flew down with Hong Wuliang in his hand and gently kicked him. He kicked towards the void. With a whoosh, a hurricane was formed. An invincible force suddenly came out horizontally. The entire upper half of the mountain that had just collapsed was kicked a few thousand feet away strangely. Then, it landed on the other side with a loud rumble. The ground here was also shaking, but the sound was much softer than before. This person waved his sleeves, and the remaining big rocks at the bottom flew out like straw. In an instant, only a cave with its ceiling opened was left. The gravel made a sound, and a bloody figure stood up from the pile of gravel. His face was full of blood and his body was ragged. His appearance couldn't be seen clearly, and only a pair of blood-red eyes could be seen. Then, this person staggered out, step by step. He seemed to be weak all over, but there was an aura of destruction around him. Puff, puff, puff. The three supreme martial artists were so shocked that they couldn't even stand steadily in the air. They landed on the ground one by one, protecting Yi Shiyu and Zhuge behind them. They looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Everyone looked up and saw this white figure holding Hong Wuliang standing a few hundred feet in front of him. This was an ostensibly safe distance. Although everyone knew that with this white figure's cultivation, he could kill them with just a raise of his hand, but seeing that he was standing so far away, everyone still felt a little relieved. They couldn't see what this figure looked like, and couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. It seemed to be completely covered by a layer of hazy white light. Everyone could only feel a cold gaze sweeping over them. "I'll deal with this person." How about you all deal with him? The white figure finally opened his mouth. Once he opened his mouth, he actually spoke in a negotiating tone. It was a woman's voice. Everyone's hearts shook, and then they relaxed. Women were always soft-hearted. It seemed that there wasn't much danger today. At the same time, everyone became suspicious again. A woman? Where did such a powerful woman come from? I've never heard of such a powerful female expert in the heavenly layer. Feng Yuro could be counted as one, but this person in white clearly wasn't Feng Yuro. Yi Shiyu's mouth trembled, and he said with a pale face, if this senior wants to deal with this person personally. I have no objections. Yi Shiyu naturally had his reasons for speaking before Zhuge. Although he was afraid, he also knew that this was a great opportunity. He had never seen such a peerless expert in his life. If he could leave a good impression on her, it would be very beneficial. Moreover, in Yi Shiyu's heart, there was another thought: we're all women, sisters. It should be easier to talk to, therefore, he spoke before her. And a wise man submits to circumstances. He immediately agreed to the white-robed person's request. Once Yi Shiyu spoke, the white-robed person suddenly became quiet. Everyone clearly saw that the white-robed person actually trembled as she grabbed Hong Wuliang's arm. Then, the white-robed person took in a breath of cold air. A strange emotion suddenly spread in his heart. Yi Shiyu instantly felt that something was wrong. His scalp inexplicably felt numb, and he was confused. He thought to himself, I didn't say anything wrong. Just as he was feeling puzzled, the white-robed person threw Hong Wuliang onto the ground, stepped on him with one foot, and opened her other hand. Yi Shiyu involuntarily flew up into the air. He exclaimed in shock, Elder. The man in white grabbed Yi Shiyu and without any explanation, he slapped Yi Shiyu's face like a torrential downpour. She slapped him in the front, slapped him in the back, slapped him in the front, and slapped him repeatedly. Yi Shiyu couldn't move. His face was slapped to the left by one slap, then slapped to the right by another slap, and so on. In the blink of an eye, this third Master Yi was beaten into a pig's head. His face was swollen. His eyes were filled with confusion. How did I offend you? Why did you hit me without any explanation? I'll let you. The white-robed person said angrily, you've disgusted me along the way, and now you actually dare to do so in front of me. Yi Shiyu widened his eyes miserably. So it's because of this. What a blunder, go back. The white-robed person kicked third Master Ye's stomach, and Yi Shiyu slipped back like he was on a slide. He actually happened to be standing at his original position again. After calming himself down, he hurriedly cupped his fists and laughed heartily. Elder, thank you for your teachings. Elder, thank you for your mercy. This sentence was already spoken in an authentic manly tone. After being beaten up, he actually started to thank the white-robed person immediately. The white-robed person snorted and said, shut up. Yi Shiyu smiled apologetically and said flatteringly, Elder, if you ask me to shut up, I'll definitely not say a word. As he said, he indeed shut his mouth, looking like an obedient child. He turned around and walked behind Zhuge, but as he walked, he couldn't help but shake his butt twice, as if he had suddenly realized something. Then, he walked with a majestic gait, and only after 5 steps did he turn around and stand valiantly and proudly. Zhuge wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. He took a few big steps forward and bowed respectfully. He said, since Elder has said so, we'll naturally obey. I sincerely hope that you can come to the Zhuge clan to give us some pointers when you are free. The entire Zhuge clan will definitely be grateful to you. The white-robed man nodded lightly. Oh. Zhuge pretended to be hesitant and said, Elder, please bestow us with your name. We're after all juniors. We'll be able to answer to our clans when we return. Senior, please be magnanimous and forgive this junior's rudeness. Zhuge's every word and action displayed the classic elegance and respect of a textbook example. His voice was gentle and his words were reasonable. Every word he said seemed to be sincere from the bottom of his heart. The white-robed man nodded. You can go. I can't tell you my name. Zhuge was startled and said, yes. He bowed again and said, since that's the case, we'll be waiting for Elder to come to the Zhuge clan anytime. We'll definitely open our doors and welcome you. The white-robed man said lightly, "Go." Zhuge said, "Yes." He didn't hesitate anymore. He bowed and walked backward for 8 steps. Then, he straightened his back, turned around and waved his hand. "Let's go." Everyone immediately left in a single file. They didn't even look back. They acted as if they didn't see Wei Wuyan, who was getting closer and closer. Everyone knew clearly that the white-robed man flattened the mountain to save this person. Who dared to say a word? After walking for 1,000 feet, Zhuge looked up to the sky and roared. The few people who were hiding behind the mountain came over like shooting stars. They said a few words and left together. Chu Yang faintly heard someone say, "They're leaving just like that?" Then, he didn't say anything. He must have been glared at by Zhuge. Yi Shiyu walked valiantly for 1,000 feet. When he turned around the foot of the mountain, his waist finally went limp and he started to twist his butt again. As he twisted his butt, he broke out in cold sweat. But he didn't dare to complain. He knew that although he had walked far away, the white-robed man would definitely be able to hear him if he spoke now. Zhuge then smiled. "Brother Yi, how does it feel?" "Humph." Yi Shiyu turned his head away. I ignored him angrily. "This guy is digging a hole for me to jump into again." Zhuge laughed out loud. After a long while, he said with some lingering fear, "We were lucky enough to be able to escape alive after encountering such an expert." He looked back and said with a strange expression, "But why does this voice sound so familiar? I haven't seen Lan Ruoyan and the others yet. I don't know where they went even though such a big commotion happened." Suddenly, he sucked in a breath of cold air and stamped his feet, "So that's how it is." "I see." Yi Shiyu asked curiously, "What are you up to again?" Zhuge sucked in a cold breath, his face pale. "I finally remember why this voice is so familiar. So it's her. Sigh, looks like Lan Ruoyan and the others are all dead now." "What do you mean?" Yi Shiyu asked curiously. "Do you still remember? I heard Lan Ruoyan flirting with a girl when I used Heaven and Earth God to listen." Zhuge Shen was puzzled. "Yes, you're saying?" Yi Shiyu suddenly thought of something and opened his mouth wide in shock. "You guessed it too?" "Yes, the girl he was flirting with is the one who was talking to us just now. Her voice is the same." Zhuge smiled bitterly. "Damn." Yi Shiyu couldn't help but say, "She's the one Lan Ruoyan wanted to fight with on the bed, on the water, on the tree." Zhuge rolled his eyes. "That's her. Lan Ruoyan really has good eyesight. He found such a person to flirt with and even wanted to fight with her. Damn." This time, more than 30 people scolded together in shock. "That Lan Ruoyan is really daring." After scolding, everyone then came back to their senses and looked at each other. Lan Ruoyan was dead. That old monster was definitely going to be angry. As for Lan Ruoyan's death, he died when he was in a team with them. "This matter, let's go home quickly. Report this matter to the clan," Yi Shiyu said decisively. "Okay." Zhuge's face was solemn. The two of them looked at each other and saw each other's solemn face. They couldn't help but be mentally prepared for the upcoming storm. Xianxia grabbed Hong Wuliang and stood there. Wei Wuyan walked in step by step with difficulty. Chu Yang hurriedly appeared with Chu Lu'er. "Brother Wei, are you okay?" Wei Wuyan looked at him with lifeless eyes and smiled bitterly. "What can happen to me?" Xianxia said lightly, "Wei Wuyan, it's my fault for criticizing your teacher in front of you that day. I was wrong then. I hope you don't blame me. Right was right, wrong was wrong." Even though what she said back then had been confirmed, and Hong Wuliang was indeed a despicable person, she still apologized to Wei Wuyan for what she said back then. Wei Wuyan smiled bitterly. "I don't think you're wrong at all now. I only hate myself for being stupid." He raised his head in a daze and was in a daze for a while. Then, he lowered his head again and looked at Hong Wuliang on the ground. "Miss Z, I want to talk to him for a while." Xianxia lifted her leg and pointed at Hong Wuliang's body. Hong Wuliang's whole body trembled. Extreme pain and grief flashed in his eyes. Xianxia sealed his dantian and meridians. "You don't have to leave." Wei Wuyan said softly, "I also need a witness." Xianxia and Chu Yang agreed at the same time. Wei Wuyan turned to look at Hong Wuliang. His eyes were full of hatred, but his tears couldn't help but flow down. His whole body trembled violently. Teacher. Wei. Wuyan's mouth trembled. Why? Is it really just like that? Hong Wuliang looked at him with a complicated look. A hint of guilt flashed in his eyes. He shut his mouth and didn't say anything. Say something. Wei Wuyan roared in a low voice. Hong Wuliang didn't answer. Wei Wuyan sat down in front of him. He seemed to be saying something to Hong Wuliang, to himself, and to heaven and earth. His expression was sad and his gaze was perplexed. I, Wei Wuyan, took my teacher as my teacher when I was young. At that time, my teacher was extremely powerful. I was just a small child. My teacher took a fancy to my aptitude and asked my family for permission to take me in as his disciple. From then on, he nurtured me with all his heart. I walked step by step under my teacher's guidance. From nothing, I became a martial artist, martial master, martial great, revered, martial king, martial emperor, martial monarch, martial saint. My teacher has always been very pleased with my hard work. Every time I made progress, my teacher would reward me. Every time I went out to gain experience, if I suffered a loss, my teacher would definitely stand up for me. Later on, my family members grew old one by one and left me one by one. Only my teacher was left by my side. At that time, my teacher was all I could rely on. He was all my hope. He was the most noble person in my heart. That year, I was a martial emperor. Because I concentrated on martial arts, I didn't have any thoughts of having a family. My teacher was also very anxious. He often urged me, saying that he wanted to have a grand disciple. He even went around looking for matchmakers for me, but that year, my teacher came back with serious injuries. It was the vicious purple crystal hand. I was originally persuaded by my teacher and wanted to find a woman to spend my days with. But when I saw my teacher in such a state, I had to take care of him. So, I suppressed that thought. From then on, I roamed the martial world and took on missions with my life on the line. Until I met Er. As Wei Wuyan said till here, he raised his face in disappointment and looked at the void with deep affection. But in the end, he didn't continue saying this part. He just swallowed his saliva. His breathing, which had already calmed down, gradually became like a broken bellows, whistling. Teacher, you're not saying anything. Does that mean you're admitting it? Is it because you can't refute it? Wei Wuyan asked in a low voice. He didn't wait for Hong Wuliang's reply and continued, right, Er was killed by you. My son, Xiaozhan, was also killed by you. Your kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain, but your hatred towards me is as deep as the sea. Wei Wuyan let out a long sigh. There's indeed a reason why I'm called Wei Wuyan. It's because I already have no face. I have no face to face my wife. Because she was killed by you. I have no face to face my child. Because he died because of me. I have no face to face my ancestors. Because I already have no descendants. I have no face to face the heavens. Because I acknowledged a thief as my father. I also have no face to face you, teacher. Because I will definitely kill you. I'll end you in my hands. I, Wei Wuyan, have let down my wife. I'm heartless. I've let down my children. I'm unkind. I've let down my parents. I'm unfilial. I've let down my teacher. I'm unrighteous. Indeed, I have no face. Wei Wuyan stood up and asked Chu Yang, do you have water? Let me wash my face. He took the water from Chu Yang's water bag and washed his face carefully. He tidied up his hair and asked again, do you have clothes? I'll change them. Chu Yang was silent for a long time. Finally, he took out a set of clothes. He didn't know what Wei Wuyan wanted to do. But he felt that Wei Wuyan was already dead at this moment. His heart was dead. Wei Wuyan took the clothes and put them on. He looked himself up and down and nodded. Then, he helped Hong Wuliang to sit up and let him lean against a rock. Then, Wei Wuyan took 3 steps back, tidied up his clothes and turned to face Hong Wuliang. He knelt down in a very pious manner and kowtowed solemnly. Teacher, I'll call you teacher for the last time. After this kowtow, we'll cut off all ties. You've helped me and destroyed me. But you shouldn't have killed my wife and child. You've done me a great favor. I don't want to do anything to you today. And I'm not willing to do it. I'm going to pay respects to my wife and child first and tell them about this matter. From today onwards, Wei Wuyan and you, Hong Wuliang, are absolutely irreconcilable. Wei Wuyan stood up. His eyes were cold and cold. Hong Wuliang, you old thief. The next time I see you, I'll take your life with my own hands. I'll take revenge for my wife and child. After saying this, he turned around resolutely and strode away. He didn't look back. Hong Wuliang sat there and watched Wei Wuyan leave without looking back. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but nothing came out. Chu Yang and Xianxia stood at one side and watched everything quietly. Chu Yang was deep in thought. He looked at the direction where Wei Wuyan left with a complicated look in his eyes. He was asking himself, if he was in Wei Wuyan's position, would he kill him today? After thinking for a long time and weighing between killing and not killing, he finally decided, don't kill him today. If he were to kill him today, he would be ungrateful. If he were to kill him tomorrow, he would be seeking justice. After all, humans had feelings. From good to bad, there was also a process of acceptance. Today's matter was too sudden for Wei Wuyan. Xianxia's face was full of murderous intent. Let him go, Chu Yang said lightly, don't kill him. Now, Wei Wuyan only has one goal left in his life, which is to kill Hong Wuliang personally. If you kill Hong Wuliang now, Wei Wuyan won't be able to live on. Xianxia gritted her teeth and said, this old dog is letting him off too easily. She said hatefully, why did Wei Wuyan let him off? He's simply a bastard. Chu Yang was silent for a long time and said, I understand Wei Wuyan's thoughts. Hong Wuliang has always been a great benefactor to him. Wei Wuyan didn't kill him now and let him live. This is equivalent to returning all that Hong Wuliang had given him. Only by killing him in the future can he take revenge with a clear conscience. Xianxia sneered. The feelings of you humans are really incomprehensible. Chu Yang suddenly turned his head. You humans? Xianxia's eyes flashed and she said lightly, I mean, you humans. Chu Yang laughed. You humans. What you said is very strange. But he thought, you humans? You humans? Could it be that Xianxia is actually not a human? Although I let him go, I can't just let him go like this. Chu Yang turned his head and looked at Hong Wuliang. Suddenly, he strode towards him. Hong Wuliang asked in panic, you. What do you want to do? Chu Yang raised his hand and gave him a slap. It was a loud and heavy sound. You've never been slapped in the face before, have you? He gave him another slap with the back of his hand. You're worse than a dog or a pig. He stretched out his leg and kicked him to the ground. You only need to keep your life. Chu Yang ruthlessly kicked his crotch and coldly said, this kick is for your wife. That pitiful woman has been trapped by you for a lifetime. Hong Wuliang screamed miserably. His whole body twitched, and his eyes turned white. His cultivation had been sealed, and he was like an ordinary person at this moment. Chu Yang's foot had crushed his crotch. Furthermore, it carried the power of the Calamity Sword. Even if a supreme being had the power to regenerate, there was nothing he could do. You're so vicious. Hong Wuliang screamed and glared at Chu Yang fiercely. Compared to you, I am ashamed. Chu Yang smiled coldly and lifted his leg. Take care of yourself. Don't die before Wei Wuyan finds you. Hong Wuliang's face was twisted and he looked at Chu Yang with hatred. If you look at me again, I'll dig out your eyeballs and stuff them into your *SS. Do you believe me? Chu Yang asked coldly. Hong Wuliang hurriedly closed his eyes. The extreme sense of humiliation made the muscles at the corners of his eyes tremble. Let him get lost. Chu Yang lifted his leg and sighed. How vexing. Get lost. Xianxia ruthlessly kicked Hong Wuliang's body. At the same time that she released the restriction on his body, she also broke dozens of bones in his body. The corners of Chu Yang's mouth twitched. This woman is much more ferocious than me. Hong Wuliang flew out for hundreds of feet before he fell onto the mountain rocks. He climbed up with difficulty and endured the pain of broken bones all over his body. He looked back and staggered forward. Why did such a person accept Wei Wuyan as his younger brother and even nurture him with all his heart? Chu Yang looked at Hong Wuliang walking away and asked puzzledly. Xianxia looked at him in surprise. You can't tell? Chu Yang was stunned. What? Xianxia said lightly, you can't tell, but the guy in your body can definitely tell. Chu Yang rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. Please enlighten me. Xianxia said, there's a very small amount of purple flames bloodline in Wei Wuyan's body. I was originally very surprised that I could tell even though there's so little purple flames bloodline. Now I finally understand. It must have been taken away by Hong Wuliang. Purple flames bloodline? Chu Yang searched his mind and finally understood. It turns out that it's the kind of purple flames bloodline that can complement with the icy cold energy to double the effect. Yes, this is also the reason why Wei Wuyan, as his only younger brother, didn't learn the icy cold energy that Hong Wuliang is best at, Xianxia said lightly. What a bastard. Chu Yang scolded angrily. He couldn't wait to chase after Hong Wuliang and beat him up again. Purple Flame's bloodline was a special bloodline. It was the best cauldron for cultivating cold attribute martial arts. Every once in a while, some Purple Flame's bloodline could be extracted and integrated into one's meridians. This way, one would be able to cultivate cold attribute martial arts without any worries. And this was the reason why Hong Wuliang took Wei Wuyan in as his younger brother. Because the higher the cultivation of the Purple Flame's bloodline, the more Purple Flame's bloodline was released, and the better the effect. This was also the important reason why Hong Wuliang's cultivation improved so quickly in these hundreds of years. This was also the reason why Hong Wuliang took good care of Wei Wuyan and taught him wholeheartedly, allowing his cultivation to improve by leaps and bounds. Humans, can they really be so vicious? Chu Yang took a deep breath. In this case, Wei Wuyan's life was really tragic. From the beginning to the end, he lived in a dark environment and in a trap. First, he was used as a cauldron to cultivate evil martial arts, then he was used as a tool to collect purple crystals. Later on, his wife and son were killed by such a person, and the most tragic thing was, for more than 1,000 years, Wei Wuyan had been living in a trap for the other party. How sad was this, the two of them sighed in unison. Carrying Chu Lu on his back, Xianxia led the way in front and the three of them followed the trail. The whole way was stained with blood. Wei Wuyan didn't stop the blood from flowing. Just like that, the bloody trail extended into the distance. After walking for dozens of miles, they turned a corner again. It extended all the way to a mountain before Wei Wuyan's figure could be seen. This tragic person was standing in front of a grave like a statue. The grave of his beloved wife, and Xiaozhan. A tombstone stood alone and desolately. Wei Wuyan stood there for a long time. No one knew how long he had been standing there. He didn't say a word. His eyes were fixed on this tombstone with deep affection. She felt guilty and ashamed. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Wei Wuyan strode forward and hugged the tombstone in his arms, rubbing his face gently against it. Just like back then, when he came back from a mission, he hugged his wife and son in his arms. Tears flowed down the tombstone. On the small tombstone, the weeds swayed with the wind and shook gently. It was as if he had returned home. The child struggled to pounce into his arms, but his wife hugged him gently and looked at him gently. I'm so silly. Wei Wuyan hugged the tombstone. He unbuttoned his clothes and stuck the tombstone on his bare chest. Although he was facing a cold tombstone, he was full of love. It was as if he was using his chest to warm his wife's cold body. I found my enemy. It's him. It's my master. It's Hong Wuliang. Wei Wuyan said painfully, Xiaozhan, I'm so useless. I'm so pure. All of you died in his hands, but I still worked hard for him for more than 100 years. In these 100 years, all of you watched me work hard for him. Do you feel sad? Helpless? I don't have the face to meet all of you, but I miss all of you. Now I know that the best days of my life were those 3 years when I had you. I regret it so much, I hate it so much. I miss you so much. I miss all of you so much, I miss all of you so much. Wei Wuyan hugged the tombstone and suddenly burst into tears. Such a man was crying hoarsely and roaring silently. He hugged the cold tombstone, but it was as if he was hugging the only warmth he had in this world. The autumn wind blew. In an instant, reed flower-like things floated all over the mountains and plains. They danced in the air, swaying and drifting. It was as if his beloved wife was gently comforting her man underground. Wei Wuyan cried crazily, not caring about his image at all. He looked up to the sky and roared, "Heavens! Why are you doing this to us? Why are you doing this to our whole family?" The wind was mournful, as if he was crying and complaining. After a long time, Wei Wuyan finally stopped. He pressed his face against the tombstone and whispered softly, saying something. The sky gradually darkened. Wei Wuyan finally stood up. He pulled out the Wuyan sword and looked at the sword carefully. A bitter smile appeared on his face. Wuyan sword, I have no face to see all of you. I have no face to see all of you. He knelt down. Let me reunite with all of you. I beg you. The Wuyan sword suddenly shone. Quick, do it. Yang shouted. Xianxia raised her hand and slapped. A withered branch shot out like lightning and deflected Wei Wuyan's Wuyan sword. It scratched his shoulder, leaving a deep wound. Wei Wuyan turned his head calmly and shook his head lightly. It's useless. You can stop me today, but you can't stop me tomorrow. Yang flew over and said angrily, Don't you want to take revenge? Wei Wuyan smiled bitterly. Revenge? I didn't kill him today, so I don't want to kill him anymore. After all, he's my teacher. His kindness to me was as heavy as a mountain and as deep as the sea. Kindness as heavy as a mountain and as deep as the sea? Yang sneered. Do you know why he took you in as his disciple? What? Wei Wuyan frowned. Did he take a bowl of blood from you every once in a while? Xianxia asked. Wei Wuyan said, Yes, that's to expel the cold. How did you know? Haha. You have the bloodline of the purple flames. He took you in as his disciple so that he could drink your blood continuously and treat you as a cauldron. Kindness as heavy as a mountain? Xianxia said, He can't bear to let you die. Even if you're injured and bleed, he'll still be heartbroken. Purple Flame's bloodline. Wei Wuyan had been in the martial world for so many years. How could he not know what the Purple Flame's bloodline was? In an instant, he only felt his blood rushing to his head. His blood surged and he saw stars. He spat out a mouthful of blood and groaned, I see, I see. He just sat on the ground and kept murmuring, so that's how it is. At first, they were confused and puzzled. Then, they were in pain and disbelief. Then, they were suddenly enlightened. Then, they were at a loss. Then, they were disheartened. Slowly, their voices became sonorous and filled with hatred. In the end, their hatred was monstrous. In this short moment, Wei Wuyan had gone through a lifetime. All his puzzles had been answered at this moment. I see. Wei Wuyan said quietly and fiercely. After saying this, he suddenly felt a burst of sadness. A burst of heartache. He repeated word by word, so. Is. Like. That. Is. How. Tears rolled down his cheeks as he spoke. It's all fake. All the love, all the nurturing, all the love, everything, is all fake. I used to think that although my home, parents, and sister are gone, I still have relatives. Now I know that I'm wrong. I've been living in a conspiracy since I was young. I'm just a tool. I've grown up so that others can drink my blood. I see. No wonder he killed my wife and child so easily. I see. Wei Wuyan sat quietly. He chuckled and shook his head gently. As he shook his head, his tears slowly fell to the sides. Then he stood up. His face was very calm and his eyes didn't even have the slightest fluctuation. He let out a long sigh. He said quietly, Since I have no face, what's the use of having a face? Suddenly, he stretched out his hand, grabbed his face and tore it off. His face was instantly badly mutilated. Yang took a step forward. He wanted to say something, but he didn't. Since he tore off his face, it meant that he didn't want to die anymore. He regained the desire to live on. He tore off his original face so that he could have a better future. Such a past was unbearable for anyone. Chu Yang understood Wei Wuyan's feelings very well. Chu Yang, thank you. Wei Wuyan took out the golden sore ointment from his bosom and carefully applied the ointment on his face. With the help of his internal energy, the wound on his face became a scar. Only then did he speak to Chu Yang. I'm not thanking you for saving my life. I'm thanking you for helping me understand things. I cannot die. Wei Wuyan turned around and stroked the tombstone with his fingers. His eyes revealed infinite gentleness. My wife and children are still waiting for me. They are waiting for me to avenge them, to seek justice for them. Chu Yang said deeply, that's right. If you die, they won't be able to see their own justice. Moreover, they won't have any attachment to this world. Brother Wei, you should experience more. Your son hasn't experienced everything in this world. You should experience more and do more things. When you finally reunite with them one day, you can tell your son about your experiences. These are all things that he doesn't know. Wei Wuyan smiled bitterly, but there was hope in his eyes. He asked, is there really such a thing in that world? Chu Yang said in a low voice, as long as you believe it exists, then it exists. If you don't believe in the existence of that world, then it doesn't exist. I believe it. Wei Wuyan said seriously, I believe it. His eyes were gentle and loving, as if he was looking forward to telling stories to his son in the future. The little life that hadn't had the time to see more of this mortal world, the mountain wind blew and whistled across the mountain peak. The sky gradually darkened. The boundless forest was dark and gloomy, emitting ghost-like cries and wolf-like howls. Chu Yang, I can't go with you anymore. Wei Wuyan looked at Chu Yang apologetically, when the flowers bloom next spring, I'll go to the Zhuge clan's territory in the south to look for you. I'll accompany you to the medicine banquet and watch you soar into the sky. Chu Yang nodded understandingly, okay. I'll definitely repay what I owe you, Wei Wuyan said. Brother Wei, please remember one thing, Chu Yang said seriously. Wei Wuyan said, what? Chu Yang said word by word, if you treat me as a friend, then you don't owe me. But if you treat me as a benefactor, then you owe me. Wei Wuyan's eyes finally revealed a trace of warmth, like a glimmer of light that was rekindled from the ashes. He stretched out his hands and held Chu Yang's shoulders tightly. He said deeply, yes. Yes. I don't owe you. I don't owe you. He suddenly found a spiritual support. It turned out that in this world, he didn't have nothing after all. At the very least, he still had a friend. Chu Yang smiled slightly. I'll stay here to accompany them. The wind is strong here, the mountain is high and the night is dark. They will be scared. Back then, in order to take care of Hong Wuliang, I buried them here nearby. I have let them down a lot. Wei Wuyan said softly. Chu Yang was silent for a long time. Then, he said, then, when you go down the mountain, bring them to the Wei clan's ancestral grave. Your Wei clan should have an ancestral grave, right? Wei Wuyan's eyes lit up and he said, yes, they won't be lonely there. My parents are there. Speaking till here, he was in a daze. Chu Yang and Xianxia had already walked far away. Looking back, they could only see a lonely figure standing in front of the tombstone in the twilight. After a long time, Wei Wuyan sat down again. He stretched out his arms and hugged the tombstone, hugging the lonely grave. Night fell on the earth, and the last light in the world was also hidden. Wei Wuyan and the lonely grave were both melted in the darkness. The three of them walked in silence along the way. Until they walked out of the black blood forest, the three of them almost didn't speak. Only when they walked out of the forest at dawn and saw wisps of smoke rising in the distance did Xianxia let out a long breath and said, Chu Yang, I only realized today that you're actually a good person. Chu Yang said, why do you say this? Xianxia smiled lightly. Because you gave Wei Wuyan something to worry about. I was very touched at that time. She sighed. Although Wei Wuyan was temporarily persuaded to come back by us, his only goal left is revenge. Because he has nothing to worry about in this world. Just like what you said, when Hong Wuliang died, Wei Wuyan would definitely commit suicide. Because to him, this world of mortals has no meaning or joy at all. But at this time, you made use of his character of never owing anyone and gave him a brother. A friend. Xianxia said lightly, when a person is in despair and suddenly sees a little light, he will grasp it tightly. His whole soul will also be drawn closer to this light. So, not only is Wei Wuyan lucky, you're also lucky. He has a goal and support to live on, and you also have a real friend. Xianxia said lightly, I just don't want him to die. I don't want to be his support. Instead, I want to wait for him to walk out of this past and lead a good life. Xianxia thought for a while. It's difficult. Xianxia nodded. Yes, it's difficult. The two of them thought of the lonely figure in front of the lonely grave at the same time. Wei Wuyan was so infatuated with his late wife. If he wanted to lead a new life, it would be very difficult. Don't destroy this relationship, Xianxia said. Actually, it's quite good for him to be like this. The living and the dead both have peace. Although this relationship is sad, it's very beautiful. Xianxia said, you finally admitted to the relationship in this world? Xianxia laughed but didn't say anything. After a while, she asked, where are we going? Directly south. Xianxia pointed. If we walk a little further, less than 3,000 miles, we should reach the territory of the Zhuge clan. We'll go directly south first. There's the medicine banquet there. I'll use this opportunity to replenish my energy. At the same time, I'll find the last medicine for Lu Er to cure her illness. Xianxia paused. Xianxia nodded lightly. She knew that Xianxia was talking about replenishing the energy of the tribulation sword. Next spring, after the medicine banquet, I'll go straight to the northwest. Xianxia tilted his head and looked towards the northwest. His expression was extremely complicated. Northwest, Wind Thunder Platform. The fifth fragment of the tribulation sword. It was there that the final destination of his previous life was also the destination of his current life. Now that he thought about it, it was like a dream. Mo Tianji, as Xianxia thought about it, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. And this time, Diwu Qingru was there in the south. Big brother, your smile is so vicissitude. Lu Er tilted her head and looked at him. Vicissitude? Xianxia said with interest, don't you think that I'm very manly just now? Lu Er nodded seriously. Yes. I have the charm of an old man. Old man? Xianxia was stunned. Yes, seeing you like that makes me want to listen to your stories. Lu Er's eyes sparkled as she said. Xianxia broke down. Xianxia laughed out loud. Along the way, the autumn wind was already refreshing. The trees along the way were golden yellow. Often, when a gust of wind blew, the whole world would be filled with falling leaves. This kind of scenery made Lu Er, who had never been on a long journey, dance with joy. Xianxia and Xianxia practiced along the way. After walking for more than 1,000 miles, Xianxia's realm had already slowly increased to the level of Sword Emperor. Of course, as the two of them walked, the places behind them were almost filled with crying. Wherever people gathered, there would always be a gap between the rich and the poor, and there would always be big and small forces. And there would always be a few lustful people from rich families, big forces, and small clans. And how could these people hold back after seeing such a stunning beauty like Xianxia? They would come up to flirt in a daze. If they failed to flirt, they would naturally resort to violence. Therefore, Xianxia, the flower's protector, was the first to bear the brunt. Xianxia realized that it was completely impossible to reason with these people. No matter what he said, they just wanted to keep the beauty. They even used sneak attacks and traps to frame her. There was even a guy who mobilized his entire clan to snatch the beauty for his son. The king of Hell was furious. When the king of Hell was angry, millions of corpses would fall. King of Hell single-handedly killed his way into the territory of this clan that dared to slap flies on the tiger's head. Blood flowed like a river. How could such a marginal clan be a match for a sword emperor? While screaming, they were killed by King of Hell 7 times. King of Hell was furious. You guys are still here to snatch beauties. If you guys can really do it, then go ahead. That way, I'll feel bad for you guys. But you guys don't have eyes. It's not as simple as slapping flies on the tiger's head. You guys are here to snatch a tigress. King of Hell Chu scolded as he beat them. This sentence offended them. So, after young Master Chu finished killing, he walked to a secluded place and was beaten up severely. King of Hell Chu was even angrier. It's all your fault, therefore, in the end, he didn't waste any more words. If one came, he would kill one. If two came, he would kill a pair. You guys aren't afraid of death, but do you think I'm afraid of killing people? So, the group of playboys became ghosts under Chu Yang's sword one by one. Wherever King of Hell Chu passed by, the families with playboys wailed. The sound of Swona resounded through half the sky. King of Hell Chu was dressed in black. He leisurely entered the territory of the Zhuge clan in a carefree and unrestrained manner. South, it seemed to be a landmark. When he entered the territory of Zhuge clan, there were blood-red maples along the way for hundreds of miles. Red like blood, stretching for hundreds of miles. Such a scene was simply spectacular and shocking. Just as he entered the territory of Zhuge clan, he found that the security here was exceptionally tight. Along the way, there were actually checkpoints after checkpoints. They were only allowed to pass after confirming his identity. It seemed that Zhuge clan was going all out for security during the preparation and start of the medicine banquet. Chu Yang took out the identity token that Han Xiaoran had given him previously to confirm his identity as a doctor. Only then was he allowed to pass. And because of his special status as a doctor in the law enforcement hall, he was also given special treatment. There was a special person who led him all the way to the next checkpoint. Then, he was escorted to the next checkpoint by someone from the next checkpoint. On one hand, this reflected Han Xiaoran's huge power. Even Zhuge clan gave him face. On the other hand, Zhuge clan escorted him all the way without any chaos. South Zhuge clan, just by looking at this style, it was indeed extravagant to the extreme. Along the way, although Xianxia had covered her face with a veil, her graceful figure, bright eyes, and silky hair could not be hidden from anyone. One look and one could tell that she was a peerless beauty. Moreover, with such a tall and slender figure, even if her face was covered, one could still feel that she was a holy, noble, and unapproachable woman. Her entire body involuntarily exuded a frosty aura that kept people 1,000 miles away. This kind of feeling attracted countless burning gazes. However, seeing the Zhuge family's warriors attentively receiving them, the young masters naturally didn't dare to be impudent. However, the news spread very quickly. In just one morning, everyone in this small town that had just entered the south knew that a peerless beauty had arrived. This place belonged to the front line of the Zhuge family. The Zhuge clan only set up a branch here. It belonged to the northern branch. The real local tyrant here was the Zhuge clan's vassal clan, the Sun clan. As the warrior who received Chu Yang walked, he reminded him softly, "Sir, this place is a little far from the Zhuge clan's headquarters. Sir, please be careful. We will only stay here for one night and set off immediately tomorrow. Don't stir up trouble. Otherwise, if law enforcement Master Han blames us, we won't be able to bear it." Chu Yang understood that on the surface, he said that on the surface, they wouldn't be able to bear it. In fact, he was reminding him to be careful. It was just that his words were more tactful. Looking at this martial revered warrior, Chu Yang smiled playfully and said, "Big brother, if there's anything inconvenient, can you explain it to us?" The warrior hesitated for a moment before replying, "All right." Then, he sighed and said, "Sir, this woman is a little too eye-catching. Sigh. I hope those two devils from the Sun clan don't come out." "Two devil incarnate?" Chu Yang laughed out loud. This warrior sighed softly and said, "Sir, as a doctor of the law enforcement hall, you have too few people around you." Yes, Chu Yang saw that he was sincerely considerate and said, "What's your name?" "My surname is Tao." "Tao Ren is my name," this warrior said. "Tao Ren?" Chu Yang snorted. Tao Ren smiled embarrassedly and said, "My name always makes people think too much." "Sir, if you want to laugh, go ahead. I'm already used to it." When he said this, Chu Yang smiled embarrassedly and said, "Brother Tao, please don't blame me. I'm not easily amused." Tao Ren said cheerfully, "It's okay. Speaking of which, I've received so many people." "Sir, you're the first person to apologize to me after laughing." Chu Yang smiled and said, "It's my duty. The name given by my parents isn't for others to laugh at." As he said, when we reach the inn, I'll have a drink with Brother Tao. Taoren said, I'm just about to report to you about what happened here. Not long after, they reached the inn. Chu Yang arranged wine and dishes and drank with Taoren. At the same time, he could inquire about the news. Sir, you came earlier this time. If you came later, the doctors from all over the place would have arrived. With all kinds of people, the Sun clan wouldn't dare to be arrogant. But now, it's hard to predict, Taoren said. Oh? In this place, the Zhuge clan can't protect their guests? Why don't the Sun clan have the final say? Chu Yang asked in surprise. No, because this place is more remote, the clan simply let the Sun clan manage this place and let them monopolize it. In this way, it greatly reduces disputes. Although the Sun clan is usually a little overbearing, without competition from other clans, it's much more stable than other places. But the Sun clan's younger brothers are becoming more and more domineering. Taoren smiled. I see, Chu Yang said thoughtfully. With one family monopolizing it, even if there were disturbances, they would be internal disturbances and could be easily extinguished. Moreover, even if there were one or two unfilial younger brothers, it wouldn't cause big trouble. This was a good idea. At least, it was much better than the Shao clan's 3 clans controlling Flat Mountain Ridge. The Sun clan is Sir Diwu Qingyun's father-in-law's family. The 2 clans are also related by marriage. Taoren lowered his voice. I see. No wonder the Sun clan is so arrogant. They have a backer. Chu Yang drank a cup of wine. Diwu Qingyun's relative? Is there such a coincidence? I'm going to kill Diwu Qingro's relative the moment I come? What's the relationship between this Diwu Qingyun and Diwu Qingru? Chu Yang asked. Diwu Qingyun can't be compared to Sir Qingru in any aspect. But the 2 of them are cousins. Diwu Qingyun is older than Sir Diwu Qingru by more than 10 years, Taoren said. Yes, Chu Yang nodded lightly. If the Sun clan really comes, you only need to take out the law enforcement token and Doctor's jade pendant. The Sun clan wouldn't dare to do anything to you. Taoren said before he left. It seems that you've come early, Chu Yang. Xianxia turned her eyes and smiled. If I'm late, I won't be able to catch up with the hot ones. Chu Yang frowned and said, if you didn't follow me, I could have made a fortune secretly and swept all the medicinal herbs in the periphery. Now that you've followed me, my plan is ruined. What good medicinal herbs are there in the periphery? Xianxia laughed and said, the real good medicinal herbs are taken out by the big clans. Those are the real treasures. Chu Yang snorted. Looking at his hands, he said lightly, you followed me all the way here. I've killed at least 100 people. My hands are stained with blood. Xianxia said lightly, but the people along the way will feel you. The beautiful ladies won't have their most fearful worries. Isn't this the best thing? Chu Yang frowned and said, I'm afraid I'll have to kill people again here. Xianxia said, you're worried about Diwu Qingru? Chu Yang sighed slightly and said, no one can ignore someone like Diwu Qingru. Xianxia nodded and said, if so, I'd like to see what kind of hero this Diwu Qingru is. You kill these people and lure him here for me to see. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. If Diwu Qingru could be mobilized for such a small matter, he wouldn't be Diwu Qingru. Although he didn't know what Diwu Qingro's status was in the Zhuge clan, Chu Yang believed that with Diwu Qingro's ability, he would live well no matter where he was. Before he finished speaking, the sound of horse hooves could be heard coming from outside. It stopped abruptly in front of the inn's door. The group of people rolled off their saddles and immediately after, a light voice sounded, Kanzhong, how beautiful do you think this so-called peerless beauty is? Is she worthy of such praise from those guys? Another voice laughed and said, since they say she's a peerless beauty, she must be good. Otherwise, this group of lechers wouldn't praise her so much. Everyone agreed with him. Yes, yes. Young master, she's too beautiful. My eyes were fixed on her. Yes, when I saw her, I couldn't walk. Too beautiful. Such a girl and so cold. She's really hot. Hearing the noise outside, Chu Yang frowned slightly. Looking at this girl was really a source of trouble. She had only been here for less than 2 hours and had already attracted a large group of playboys. Haha, since she's so beautiful, Kanjong, this girl is mine, said the previous voice. Sun Duanma, don't go too far. I've already given you the chance to have the red dwarf last time. Sun Kanjong said in exasperation, this time, I won't give you the chance again. Finger guessing game. One punch to decide the winner. 1, 2, 3, start. It seemed that these two brothers wanted to gamble for this matter. The men at the side couldn't help but shout in excitement. Then, Sun Sanjong's triumphant voice sounded, brothers. Follow me in. Let this so-called ice beauty do a striptease for everyone. Wahahaha. There was a burst of strange laughter that sounded like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. The men swarmed in and asked loudly, Beauty, where is the beauty? Come out quickly. Haha. Another man said evilly, if the beauty hears us, she can just walk out naked, ha ha ha. Xianxia was so angry that her face turned green. Trouble had finally arrived. Xianxia was very depressed and angry. This was because she knew that Chu Yang's matter was very important. So, she covered her face. This was the only time she covered her face along the way. She didn't want to cause any trouble. But trouble came looking for her. She was actually chased all the way to the inn with her face covered. This showed how desperate this bunch of playboys were in their pursuit of beauty. Big brother, is it really a crime for a woman to be beautiful? Chu Lu'er asked puzzledly, will there be so much trouble just because she's beautiful? In that case, are beautiful women destined to be unhappy in their lives? Chu Yang heaved a deep sigh. He didn't know how to answer his sister's question. Beauty. This kind of situation was not common in the lower three heavens. Even if there was, it was rarely so blatant. In the upper three heavens, although the situation had worsened, it wasn't very chaotic. But in the upper three heavens, everyone was so unscrupulous. He had only walked 1,800 miles and he had already killed more than 100 of such people, including their followers. And this was in a place where there weren't many people. This showed how bad the moral situation in the upper three heavens had become. Beauty is not a crime, but it's also a crime. Chu Yang sighed. Born in a peaceful era, beauty is a fortune bestowed by the heavens. Born in a chaotic era, beauty is a punishment bestowed by the heavens. No matter how good a person's character is, he can't protect his beautiful wife in this heavens. That's why it's said that beautiful women are ill-fated. Actually, it's not that beautiful women are ill-fated, but playboys who deserve to die. After Chu Yang finished, he looked at the door. The three of them were staying in the heavenly room number 1 and room number 2. Generally, those who could stay here were people of status. The Zhuge clan had arranged for them to stay here, which was tantamount to saying, these three people have a strong background, don't provoke them. Such an obvious hint, but these playboys didn't take it seriously at all. With a loud bang, the door was pushed open. A group of young men appeared at the door. They were all dressed in rich and dignified clothes, but their eyes were full of eagerness and lust as they looked at the room. The moment they saw Xianxia, they were all stunned. Xianxia was in the room and was not wearing a mask. She was barefaced at this moment, but her peerless beauty was fully displayed. Even though he was looking at them coldly at this moment, it still made these young men's hearts itch. Ice beauty, ha ha ha. I love climbing ice mountains the most. Sun Sanjong's right cheek had a big mole, and he was laughing weirdly at the moment. Looking at Xianxia, he almost drooled. The other person looked similar to Sun Kanjong, but he had a big mole on the left side of his face. He must be the Grand Gonggong, Sun Duanma. Beauty, what's your name? Ioyo. Don't glare at me. Once you glare at me, your lover, feel weak all over. Sun Kanjong leaned against the doorframe and acted like a rascal. The group of playboys behind him jeered, second young master, have you gone soft? If even the bottom part is soft, that would be bad. Let us enjoy the beauty. That's right, that's right. Second young master, quickly reach out and touch it. Can you still use it? Wahahaha, after a burst of weird laughter, Sun Kanjong actually reached out and touched it. He turned his head and laughed, the other parts of my body are all soft, only this part is harder. Instantly, the evil laughter shook the sky. Everyone looked at Chu Yang and the other two in the room as if they were looking at delicious food. It seemed that the people inside could not resist at all. Everything was in the bag and destined. Second young master, why don't you let the beauty touch you? A playboy laughed loudly. Second brother, why don't I do it? Sun Duanma was a little anxious. I've never seen such a fairy-like beauty in my whole life, that won't do. She's mine, so she's mine. Even if you're my elder brother, I won't let you. Sun Kanjong was very determined. Qi Yang coughed and said slowly, people from the Sun clan? Ah, this gigolo can even talk. Sun Duanma chuckled and swaggered in. He clicked his tongue and said, a big beauty and a little beauty. This time, we're really lucky. Kanjong, how about this, you want the big one and I want the little one? Sun Kanjong looked at Chu Lu'er with some reluctance and said painfully, okay. Black gas loomed between Chu Yang's eyebrows. His murderous intent could no longer be contained. He forcibly suppressed it and said, will the Sun clan allow you to do this? Don't the elders in your clan know that this is not good? When he said this, Zi Shiqing immediately knew that Chu Yang already had the intention of exterminating the clan, and the answer of these two brothers would be the answer, it would determine the fate of their clan. Clan? Stop us? Sun Duanma laughed loudly. It's not the first time we've done such things. Gigolo, do you think that if the clan had stopped us, we would be standing here today? Sun Duanma laughed strangely. Little one, do you think this world is so peaceful? You actually swaggered into our Sun clan's territory. You shouldn't have brought along a beauty. Haha, but it's good too. It's good too. I'll take it that you've brought me a beauty. If you know what's good for you, I'll spare your life. Qi Yang smiled faintly. Yes, the Sun clan was confirmed. Seeing that the Sun brothers were about to make a move, Qi Yang shouted, wait. Wait. Sun Kanjong stopped and looked at Qi Yang. Little one, your voice is not soft. How dare you be so loud? I just want to know how we got into such bad luck. Qi Yang put on a dejected look and said, when we came here, we immediately checked into the inn and didn't meet you. But now, you've come to find trouble with us directly. Could it be that, you've seen it? All the more he couldn't let go of the person who tipped them off. These people clearly knew that he couldn't afford to offend them, but they went to inform the young ruffians. Even if he didn't do it himself, he still wanted to defile them. What kind of mentality was this? Such people were even more abominable than the Sun brothers. Chu Yan didn't intend to let any of them off. To cut the weeds, he had to dig up the roots. Today, the king of Hell Chu intended to really start a massacre. Sun Duanma laughed loudly. We didn't see it, but they saw it, which is equivalent to us seeing it. As he said, he waved his hand arrogantly. Did you see it? A few of them saw it. So that you can know that we have a big clan and 4 small clans here. They are like stars surrounding the moon. Do you know which big clan is that? Sun clan? Chu Yang frowned and asked. Smart. Sun Kanjong snapped his fingers, and the few of them are Eunuch Li, Eunuch Zhao, Eunuch Qian and Eunuch Xing. We brothers have always enjoyed blessings and weal together. When they found the beauty, it was equivalent to me finding it immediately. It's that simple, understand? Ha ha ha. Do you think that I won't dare to touch you just because the warriors of the Zhuge clan brought you to stay in the inn and arranged for you to stay in the first room? What a joke. I see. Chu Yang stood up and said righteously, so it's the 5 big clans that connive with the young ruffians of each clan to do whatever they want and wreak havoc in the village. I have to remove such a malignant tumor. Yeah. What an arrogant tone. You actually said I stand up? Sun Duanma sneered and said, so, you also have some background? Sun Kanjong laughed and said, we didn't do anything when we came up because we were trying to find out the background of this little guy. After being interrogated by him for such a long time, it's time for us to find out more about him. Haha, I'd like to see which clan's young master is actually so awesome. Chu Yang's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He threw a token on the table and said lightly, I'm the chief doctor of the Southeast Law Enforcement Officers. You dare to touch me? He only took it out now because he was sure that these people were already in a difficult position. No matter who he was, they had to touch him, and if they touched him now, it would be equivalent to making an enemy out of the law enforcement officers. He had to put on a big hat first. After all, this was the territory of the Zhuge clan and he was alone. Not only did he have to stand on the right side of things, he also had to find a way out and a backer first. Otherwise, if the Zhuge clan made things difficult for him, although he wasn't afraid, it would also hinder his plan to participate in the medicine banquet. But something that Chu Yang didn't expect happened. Seeing an exquisite jade pendant on the table, Sun Duanma went forward and grabbed it. He looked closely at it and muttered, "Cold heaven and earth in the southeast, I'm Imo Xiaoran, the law enforcement officer of the human world. I'm righteous and fearless, I can face the heavens with this heart." After he finished reciting, Sun Duanma actually swayed his neck and clicked his tongue. "Good poem. Good poem. This poem is really well written. When I recite it, I also feel a little passionate and heroic. I didn't expect you to have such talent." Even though Chu Yang was furious, he couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In this world, as the son and daughter of an aristocratic clan, there was actually such a fool. There was only one such law enforcement jade pendant in the entire heavens. It was the symbol of the law enforcement master who was in charge of the general direction. The cultivation of this law enforcement master wasn't necessarily the highest, but his reputation was awe-inspiring. Because he represented all the law enforcement officers in the world. As for the law enforcement officers' interrogation hall, secret hall, dragon hall, tiger hall, and so on, they all existed as a mobile force. Under normal circumstances, this law enforcement master would rule this heavens in an orderly manner. The identity cards of ordinary law enforcement officers were divided into iron, copper, silver, and gold. When the law enforcement officers reached a certain level, they would be divided into white, blue, black, and purple crystal identity cards. The purple crystal identity card was the most honorable, but in this world, there was only one real identity card made of white jade. On it, there was the name of the law enforcement master, the location of the law enforcement, and so on. And this identity card was known by everyone in the world. Once it was taken out, it represented the arrival of Han Xiaoran himself. What kind of status was this? Now, in the mouth of this Grand Duke's son, it actually became a passionate little poem and didn't represent anything else. Chu Yang looked at Archduke's son with a complicated expression. He thought to himself, if Brother Han were to face such a situation, would he vomit blood? This guy, even if he's not dozens of years old, he should be at least dozens of kilograms. Even if he doesn't have any knowledge, he should at least have some common sense, right? Such common sense that even ordinary people in the heavens could recite. This guy actually doesn't know. And no one would dare to imitate such an identity jade token. It was said that there was once an expert who acted like a tyrant. In just 2 days, he was exposed and all law enforcement officers saw him as a public enemy. The Dharma Supreme personally gave an order, if any big clan dares to cover up for him, they will all be eliminated. Such an order could directly shake the heavens. As expected, the big clans didn't want to offend the Dharma Supreme over this matter. So, within 3 days, that person's head was chopped off, soaked in lime and preserved, and paraded around the heavens. Since then, no one dared to do so. But this Archduke's son actually didn't recognize it. Even though King of Hell Chu had lived 2 lives, it was his first time seeing such a super idiot. "It's just a poem?" Chu Yang asked with a strange expression. Yes, Sun Duanma looked at him in astonishment and then realized, could it be an acrostic poem? As he said, he lowered his head to study it and said, acrostic poem. Song, G-E, here? Suddenly, he flew into a rage. Little brother, are you kidding me? What does this song, G-E, here mean? Sun Kanzhong reminded him, big brother, maybe it's not an acrostic poem, but an acrostic poem. Sun Duanma was suddenly enlightened. He hurriedly took a look and recited, cold, fearful, of heaven? Cold, fearful of heaven? He raised his head to look at his brother and asked in confusion, what does it mean? Sun Kanzhong scratched his head and thought hard. Suddenly, he flew into a rage and said, who cares what it means? Let's do this first. Damn it, pretending to be mysterious. I thought it was some big shot. Wait. Eldest young master. This matter can't be. Finally, there was someone who understood and said with trembling lips, this is the identity jade token of the Southeast Law Enforcement Officer, Han Xiaoran. Master Han? Sun Duanma frowned, which Master Han? What, Master Han? At this time, the innkeeper was trembling with fear and wanted to mediate, but when he heard this, his face turned pale and he ran out. He untied a horse and galloped towards the Sun family's residence. My God, this is a disaster as big as the heavens. Eunuch Sun recited a poem on the identity jade plate of the law enforcement master of the southeast region. My God, how could this happen in my store? These two eunuchs have really caused a lot of trouble for me. I can only hope that I can deliver the news quickly so that I can still make it in time. This shopkeeper was also a smart person. He knew that if he went forward to mediate, not only would the two men who did not know who Master Han was not by it, they would also beat him up. The only ones who could stop them were the Sun family members. At this moment, Sun Duanma and his brother in the inn finally knew who Sir Han was. Looking at the pale faces of the other dukes, the two of them laughed out loud. Law enforcement officer, so it's the law enforcement officer, look at you guys, don't you know? The thing that I'm least afraid of is the law enforcement officer. The local law enforcement hall master, Zhou Yade, is my uncle. Sun Duanma said proudly, my biological uncle. The other dukes looked at him with pity and thought to themselves, your uncle? Even your biological father can't do it. This is the identity jade plate of the southeast law enforcement master, Han Xiaoran. What kind of person was Han Xiaoran? He was famous for being impartial. They looked at each other and had the intention to retreat. No wonder you're so awesome. It turns out that you have a law enforcement hall master as your backer. Qu Yang sneered and said, what a powerful official. Looking at the few cowering teenagers, Qu Yang's body flashed and blocked the door. He said mercilessly, since you're here, then stay here. Sun Duanma's eyes flashed fiercely. They're only 3 people. No one will know if we kill them. I know a lot about the rules of the law enforcement officers. Won't it be fine if we cover them from top to bottom? The foppish young masters were originally perturbed. Now that they saw that Qu Yang actually didn't care about them leaving, they immediately became excited. Go. Kill him. With a shout, 7 to 8 people rushed up at the same time. The guards who had been waiting outside attacked at the same time. Qu Yang sneered, you don't know what's good for you. His hands shook and sword aura shot out in all directions. With a clang, the power of the sword emperor was released. The swords of these people flew up into the air. Xianxia watched quietly from inside and said, there's no need to comprehend any Tao state. Kill. Kill as quickly as possible. Qu Yang said lightly, kill to your heart's content. It's not satisfying to kill like this. The swords were like the wind, striking out like a storm. With a few claps, all kinds of swords flew out from the hands of these people and were inserted into the door frame in a neat row. The foppish young masters' faces turned pale. They shouted and turned to escape. How could Qu Yang let them escape? With a point of his sword, the few dukes and their attendants screamed and fell to the ground. Qu Yang shouted, waiter. The waiter of the inn came forward in fear and trepidation. With his teeth chattering, he said, guest. You. Do you have any orders? Prepare a long rope, it must be sturdier. Prepare a few horses. Go quickly. If you don't find me in half an hour, I'll slaughter your entire inn. Qu Yang said fiercely. Qu Yang was also very angry about this inn. Just now, when a group of foppish young masters came to snatch people, no one in the inn, including the shopkeeper and the waiter, said a word. This was the inn that the Zhuge clan chose to welcome guests. How could they behave like this? At this moment, the king of hell Chu almost had an impulse to burn this into the ground. But after thinking for a while, he finally suppressed this thought. Yes. The waiter was so scared that he wet his pants and ran out in a hurry. Today, I'll parade the streets for the Zhuge clan in the south. Qu Yang said lightly, while I'm at it, I'll start a massacre here. I'd like to see how many people there are for me to kill in this small place. Murderous aura surged out in an overwhelming manner. The few dukes' faces turned pale. Looking at this killing god, they were already regretting so much that their intestines turned green. They didn't expect that the person beside the beauty was actually such a ferocious person. Not only could they not afford to offend his background, they also couldn't afford to offend him personally, the Sun clan. In the living room, the clan master of the Sun clan, Sun Xianxia, was drinking tea with two people. These two people were the chief and deputy chief of the local law enforcement hall. The two of you have graced us with your presence. Please stay for a while longer. I'll do my part as a host. Later, we won't rest until we're drunk. My cellar has a collection of fine wine. Sun Xianxia was a skinny man. At this moment, he was laughing heartily and serving tea attentively. The huge Xiaoyade laughed and said with a serious expression, "Brother Sun, brother-in-law, I'm naturally here to drink today. But, I also have something to tell you." Seeing that he was serious, Sun Xianxia couldn't help but ask with interest, "What is it?" This year's medicine banquet is held once in 1,000 years in the heavens. It's hosted by the Zhuge clan and is extremely important. In the past, this place was close to the border of no man's land. You can do whatever you want. But now, it's become the gateway of the Zhuge clan. Brother Sun, you have to be careful. During this period of time, I haven't seen any movements from you. You must not be careless. Xiaoyade said. Sun Xianxia laughed and said, "It's okay. Although this place has become a gateway, it's just a passing route. Ordinary people wouldn't stay here at all and would just leave directly. I've already made careful arrangements. I don't think there'll be any problems." Xiaoyade nodded and said, "In the past, I've done everything I could to help. After all, we're relatives and those things aren't considered a big deal. But, during this period of time, as long as people come, we can't afford to offend them. You have to know this in your heart." Sun Xianxia nodded and said, "Of course, I know this." Xiaoyade pondered and said, "There's another thing that I'm sure you've heard about. A person came from the southeast with a beautiful girl. Along the way, he killed a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The Xin clan, which is 1,000 miles away, isn't as powerful as your clan, but it's not too far off. Because the entire clan mobilized to snatch the beauty for their son, this lecherous killer directly killed his way into the clan. There were more than 300 people in the clan, and not a single one was spared." Sun Xianxia shuddered and said, "Yes, there's such a thing. Now, that person is coming this way. I reckon that he'll enter this place within 1 or 2 days." Xiaoyade looked at Sun Xianxia meaningfully. Sun Xianxia's face turned pale and he nodded repeatedly. I understand. I'll definitely discipline those 2 little bastards strictly to prevent them from causing trouble." "It's not as simple as trouble," Xiaoyade said indifferently. "I heard that although this person is young, his cultivation is close to that of a sword saint. Even if your Sun clan goes all out, you may not be his match. His female companion is an outstanding beauty. If my 2 nephews take a fancy to her." Sun Xianxia's hair stood on end and he said, "I'll make arrangements immediately. Just be careful in everything." Xiaoyade smiled slightly. At this moment, a servant suddenly came in hurriedly and reporting to the clan head, "The head shopkeeper of the Heavenly Fortune is here. He said that he has something important to report to the clan head regarding the young master." "Heavenly Fortune Inn?" Xiaoyade frowned. "Isn't that the place where the pharmacists of the medicine banquet are staying?" Cold sweat appeared on Sun Xianxia's face and he hurriedly said, "Ask him to come in quickly." He muttered, "Could it be that those 2 little bastards have caused some trouble?" As he said that, the cold sweat on his face became the size of soybeans and dripped down profusely. "I'm afraid that the trouble this time isn't small." Xiaoyade frowned. As long as there are guests staying there, they would be the pharmacists of the big clans or law enforcement officers, and then there would be the pharmacists of the Medicine Valley. No matter which aspect it is, it's very difficult to provoke. Even some idle pharmacists would have experts guarding them. Hearing Xiaoyade's words, Sun Xianxia became even more perturbed. He begged, "Brother Zhou, brother-in-law, if something happens this time and I can't hold on, you have to help me." Xiaoyade sighed. "As long as it's not a big matter, I think my law enforcement hall still has some weight. Everyone will more or less give me some face for the sake of the law enforcement officers." "Don't worry." Sun Xianxia was slightly relieved. At this time, the fat shopkeeper of the Heavenly Fortune finally rolled in like a rubber ball. He shouted with a face full of excitement, "Old Master Sun, it's really bad this time. If you dare to go there quickly, there might still be hope." Sun Xianxia shouted, "Shut up." Speak slowly. What big matter is it? Is it worth being so flustered? Howling like this in the hall of my Sun family, where is your decency? The fat shopkeeper's fat face was full of sweat. It's the two sirs. The two sirs had a conflict with someone in the inn. A conflict? Hearing this, Sun Chimkai was actually relieved. If it was just a conflict, then it would be easy to handle. Just a conflict? What's the background of the other party? Sun Chimkai picked up the teacup and drank slowly. He was extremely calm. Tell me the details of the matter. The fat shopkeeper was so anxious that he kept patting his butt. He said, today, a warrior from the Zhuge clan sent a guest to the inn. This guest was extremely young and handsome. He was dressed in black and looked very handsome. He also seemed to have a good temper. Get to the point. Sun Chimkai was even more relieved. He seemed to have a good temper? Those who were being bullied now were all good-tempered people. Looks like my son didn't suffer any losses. It's good that he didn't suffer any losses. This guest brought two women with him. One was an adult girl, and the other was a little girl. The adult girl covered her face and looked very charming. I don't know how the two sirs knew. The fat shopkeeper stammered. He really wanted to slap his own mouth. He was usually quite talkative. Why was he stammering today? Brought a girl. Sun Chimkai was stunned. The teacup stopped at the edge of his mouth. I don't think so. Zhou Yade said, I heard that the girl next to the foppish guy didn't cover her face. Sun Chimkai's expression softened again as he blew on the tea. What happened next? Later, the two lords, Lord Qian, Lord Zhao, Lord Li, and Lord Xing rushed over. They took a fancy to that woman and wanted to make a move. The fat shopkeeper stammered. Well, what happened after that? Sun Chimkai said faintly, you didn't kill those people, did you? The fat shopkeeper looked at the master of the Sun family in surprise. Do you think I would come to report if your son had the upper hand? Do you think I'll report if it's not too much trouble? No. That customer took out an identity jade token, and there was a poem on it. The fat shopkeeper said. Identity jade tablet? A poem? What poem? At this point, Zhou Yade's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't hold himself back and asked first. He prayed in his heart, jade pendant? Poetry? God, please don't let it be that, the poem. I still remember it, it's, the cold world of the southeast, Mo Xiaoran, the law enforcer of the human world, righteous and fearless, this heart can face the heavens. The fat shopkeeper gestured and said, I feel that something is wrong. It seems to be the waste token of the Southeast Law Enforcement Master Han. Dang. Dang. Two teacups fell to the ground at the same time and broke into pieces. When Sun Chimkai and Zhou Yade heard the first line of the poem, their teacups fell to the ground at the same time. The tea splashed onto their robes, but the two of them didn't seem to notice it. Both of them had the same expression, they stared blankly at the fat shopkeeper with their eyes and mouths wide open. Their 4 eyeballs almost popped out at the same time and almost fell to the ground. At this moment, both of them almost forgot to breathe. After being stunned for a while, they roared at the same time, what? Both of their hearts turned cold. Master Sun snatched a woman from Han Xiaoran. Law Enforcement Master Han? This. What the hell is this? Even if you don't want to live anymore, you can't do this. What happened after that? Sun Chimkai only felt that his heart was beating like a drum. The sweat on his face flowed down like a waterfall. He didn't even notice that it had flowed into his eyes. He just stared blankly at the fat shopkeeper and said with a glimmer of hope, both of you should have left after seeing this jade token, right? No. The fat shopkeeper answered bitterly. Did they apologize to him? Zhou Yade asked as if he was moaning. No. The fat shopkeeper wiped his sweat. What exactly happened? Tell me quickly. What was the reaction of my two sons after seeing this poem? Sun Chimkai almost jumped up and roared angrily. He almost lifted the roof. The Grand Duke said, the Grand Duke praised, good poem, very good poem. The fat shopkeeper said while trembling with fear. Bang, bang, 3 sounds. It turned out that the 3 people present had been shaken to the ground along with their chairs by the sentence of good poem, good poem. Their limbs were in the air, bastard. Sun Chimkai was stunned on the ground for a while. Then he groaned with a twisted face and wanted to cry, the identity jade token of the law enforcement master, he actually praised it for a good poem, it's over, it's over. Zhou Yade, who had just patted his chest and promised to deal with the future troubles for his brother-in-law, lay on the ground in exhaustion. He didn't even have the strength to get up. I've been ruined by your Sun clan. Sun Chimkai, you've really raised 2 good sons. Which one of the tens of billions of people in the entire heavens doesn't know about the identity jade token of the law enforcement master? Your son actually didn't know about it. It's fine if he didn't know about it, but he actually praised it for a good poem. It's fine if he praised it for a good poem, but he actually went to snatch other people's women. He suddenly jumped up with red eyes. What the F***ck have I done in my previous generation? Why am I related to your family in this generation? What happened after that? Sun Chimkai asked feebly with a glimmer of hope, what happened after that? Then I came to report. The fat shopkeeper said while trembling with fear. The 3 people in the hall fell to the ground in exhaustion. What should we do? Brother-in-law. Sun Chimkai seemed to be unable to get up. How would I know what to do? Zhou Yade said angrily, this matter has nothing to do with me. From today onwards, our 2 clans will break off all relations. I don't know you, and you don't know me. Sun Chimkai said furiously, **T. You actually want to wash your hands of this matter? Wash your hands of this matter. Zhou Yade, if it wasn't for our Sun clan, would you be able to live so comfortably all these years? Just how many purple crystals have you taken? Just how many girls have you played with? Just how many bribes and perverts have you done? Let me tell you, don't think that you'll have an easy time in this matter. If our Sun clan is finished, I'll risk my life to drag your Zhou clan down with me. Okay. You bastard. Zhou Yade said feebly, you're just dragging me down. Mother ***cur. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and invite the old ancestor of your Sun clan to come out, prepare a generous gift, and find all the important figures to apologize to him. Why are you still shouting? Yes. Sun Chimkai was suddenly enlightened. He jumped up with a whoosh and shouted repeatedly, someone, come. Nyo, quickly go and invite the old ancestors. You, tell madam to prepare a generous gift. The more generous the better. It's not a problem to take out all our assets. Quick. After a series of urging, the few servants and warriors who had just rushed in were scared witless and rushed out again. After Sun Chimkai finished shouting, he sat down on the ground again and cried, God, what sin has our Sun clan committed? We actually caused such a huge disaster. I hope that the heavens will open their eyes and let our Sun clan get through this. Zhou Yade said angrily, what sin have you committed? Don't you know what sin have you committed? Your 2 sons are 2 lecherous ghosts. Whenever they fancy a girl, no matter if she has a husband or not, they want to play with her. How many times have you stopped them? It's also your connivance that caused such a huge disaster. You can't absolve yourself from the blame. Sun Chimkai sighed and murmured, what's the use of saying this now? He lowered his head dejectedly. The sound of hurried footsteps came from the hall. A fat woman rushed out, Sun Chimkai, are you crazy? You actually want to give away all your assets? Are you out of your mind? Sun Chimkai was furious. It was precisely because he had nowhere to vent his anger that he jumped up and slapped his wife's face, bastard. I asked you to prepare and you just do it. Do you want to die? If it weren't for the 2 little beasts that you raised, why would I give away all my assets? Ah? Duanma and Kanjong? The fat woman covered her face and was about to get angry when she heard this sentence. She cried out in horror, what happened to them? Hurry up and prepare. Sun Chimkai jumped up and roared, if you're late, not only will you 2 die, but also our whole family will die. The fat woman panicked and repeatedly agreed and ran back. Figures flashed and 3 old men came in. Chimkai, what happened? Sun Chimkai was about to answer when he suddenly heard a commotion outside. It seemed that something big had happened in the distance. There was a hubbub of voices that shook the sky. The sound of footsteps was heard. A warrior rushed in with sweat all over his head. He didn't even report and hurriedly said, reporting to the family, something bad has happened. What happened? Sun Chunkai pulled out a strand of his beard. He stomped his feet and roared, speak. The two dukes and their attendants, as well as the dukes of the Zhao, Li, Qian, and Jing families, have been tied together with ropes. They are going up and down the street and walking towards here. They have already started fighting. The warrior hurriedly said. Started fighting? Sun Qingcai's round face suddenly flattened again. His eyeballs bulged out. He shouted in fear and panic, who was fighting with whom? There are also dukes of our family, Li family, Zhao family, Jing family, Qian family. They all want to save their dukes. So they started fighting. There is only one person on the other side, but he is too powerful. Now there is a river of blood. Blood has flowed like a river? Sun Chunkai muttered unconsciously. Suddenly, tears fell from his eyes. What else do you want to do to kill me? He suddenly became furious. Blood has flowed like a river. Is there any way to salvage the situation? The warrior's face was full of sweat. What should we do? Clan head, please make a decision. As long as you give the order, we'll save young master even if we have to die. What to do? What else can I do? Now, other than hanging himself, he couldn't even make a cold dish. Sun Chunkai rolled his eyes and cried, Mother. Then, he fell down softly. Zhou Yade frowned and hurriedly asked the fat shopkeeper, didn't you send the letters to the other clans? Why did they start fighting all of a sudden? Were those families all idiots? The other party is the special envoy of law enforcement Master Han. Do those clans want to go against the entire law enforcement team? Where did they get the guts to do that? The fat shopkeeper said miserably, I came here the moment I heard that something bad was going to happen. How would I have the time to send letters to those clans? I think they don't know that they're facing the special envoy of law enforcement Master Han. They only want to save their son, it's over, Zhou Yade sighed deeply. He said hatefully, these frogs at the bottom of the well. They've been cooped up here every day. How would they know how big the outside world is? They only have a little hemorrhoid-like strength. There are too many people who can kill them easily. They're actually so arrogant. They're asking for it. He sighed again despondently. It's a pity that you bastards have implicated me too. The few elders of the Sun clan were confused. What exactly happened? Is it so serious? Zhou Yade was no longer in the mood to be angry. He explained the matter in a daze. Before he could finish, the few old ancestors were shocked, they stood there dumbfounded. They almost couldn't believe their ears. Our Sun clan actually has such a talent, you usually abduct women, and everyone just turns a blind eye to it. Anyway, there's no one in the local area who can compete with our Sun clan. Of course, nothing will happen. So what if you abduct them, but at such a critical moment, you should at least behave yourself. This is the medicine banquet, how important is that? Once something happened, not to mention who you had provoked, once the Zhuge clan was enraged, the Sun clan would immediately be annihilated. He actually went out to fool around at such a time. It's fine if you go out and fool around, but don't get into trouble. Even if you wanted to stir up trouble, you shouldn't have stirred up too much trouble. But now, you've stirred up a huge trouble that's beyond redemption. Not only did he use law enforcement Master Han's identity jade token to praise his poem, but he also wanted to snatch his woman? Just thinking about this made him feel as if thunder was rumbling above his head. How stupid would one have to be to do such a thing? This was not only big trouble, but also a big joke. The three old men looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Let's go and take a look. One of them shouted, if we can salvage some of it, then so be it. Otherwise, the Sun family is really finished. The three of them finally regained their senses and rushed out anxiously. Sun Chunkai also regained his senses and rushed out together with Zhou Yade as if their butts were on fire. Oh my god, it's fine if a few of us die, but please don't let anything happen to Law Enforcement Master Han's special envoy. Who doesn't know that Law Enforcement Master Han is the most ruthless person in the heavenly layer? The two of them prayed in their hearts as they ran. The more they thought, the more they felt that it was impossible. As they ran, their faces were full of tears. What a sin. In the hall, the fat shopkeeper scratched his head. What the heck, it seems that there's nothing for me to do. Damn it, I've risked my life to inform them, but they didn't even reward me. He scratched his fat head and walked out. Fine, I'll go and take a look too. Anyway, there's nothing for me to do. Mayan's business might be very popular in the future. By then, everyone would ask, who was the one who said in which in that law enforcement master Han's identity jade token was a good poem? Such a powerful person really needs to be worshipped. That place is also a place of historical interest. Therefore, word spread from mouth to mouth, and everyone came to stay there. Although the reputation wasn't good, they would still be rich. At this moment, there was already an earth-shattering fight outside. Chu Yang walked out of the inn while holding the hands of a few officials, and instantly caused a sensation. Who in Northwind Town didn't know about these few hedonistic young masters? Who didn't know about them? How many people hadn't been bullied by these few hedonistic young masters? How many people's families had been ruined because of them? Especially those who had daughters. As long as their daughters were a little beautiful, they couldn't wait to hide their daughters in their cellars. Once they were discovered, they would definitely not be able to escape from their misfortune. Countless daughters from good families had been ruined by these people. If they resisted slightly, their families would be ruined. The local youths all gnashed their teeth in hatred. 30 to 40% of the young men had been cuckolded after marrying their wives. What kind of humiliation was this? Even if they were ordinary people, how could they be indifferent to this? Although the Sun clan was powerful, and they would be beaten to death if they resisted slightly, they didn't dare to do so. On the surface, they didn't dare to do anything. But who in the mainland didn't hate these bastards to the bone? Now, they actually saw that someone had tied them up like candied haws and paraded them through the streets. Immediately, the crowd was boiling with emotions, and everyone was very happy. At the same time, they were also worried that this person wouldn't be able to withstand the revenge of the Sun clan. Everyone followed along to watch the show, and the crowd grew larger and larger. Everyone wanted to see these bad guys get their retribution. Even if they didn't personally take revenge, they would still feel good just by watching it. Heaven has eyes. Finally, these bad guys were all caught. Hopefully, this time, they could really get rid of all evil. We have already been bullied by these bastards for a long time. Chu Yang held the large group of people's hands and walked out in large strides. After walking for a short distance, he gave them a fierce tug, and then a series of somersaults followed behind. The faces of these hedonistic young masters were filled with despair and defeat, and their bodies were dripping with blood. They looked at Chu Yang with despair and deep hatred. As they walked, the muscles in their bodies spasmed painfully. Perhaps these people had never dreamed that they would one day be tied up and paraded through the streets like dogs. Chu Yang also stuck a wooden token on each of their bodies. On it, their names were written in bold and eye-catching bright red. It was erected high and very conspicuous. This wooden token was inserted into the flesh of their backs, and it was stuck between the bones. Blood and flesh were dripping. Every step they took, they would feel a heart-wrenching pain. This pain was so clear, but it only made them feel incomparably clear-headed, and wouldn't make them faint. If they fell down once, that kind of pain was simply like dying once, dying with a clear mind. These people had always been spoiled and domineering. They didn't even practice martial arts, so how could they bear such pain? As they walked, blood dripped and screamed along the way. In the end, they almost didn't even have the strength to groan. Wherever Chu Yang walked, a path would automatically open up. Looking at the direction of this path, it was directly leading to the Sun clan. On both sides of the path, everyone watched as Chu Yang pulled this group of people along like dogs. The entire path was dripping with blood. The situation was so cruel and bloody, but no one showed fear in their eyes. Everyone's eyes were filled with joy. It was a kind of joy that came from being able to hold one's head high after being bullied for a long time. Although no one spoke, that kind of excitement was like a sudden rainstorm after being extremely stuffy in a hot summer. Everyone's eyes were filled with fanaticism as they looked at Chu Yang. Countless people's eyes were filled with gratitude. No matter what you did it for, as long as you killed these bastards, you're our benefactor, many people were calculating in their hearts. As long as these bastards died, they would immediately erect a long-life memorial tablet for their benefactor. The widest road in Northwind Town was actually packed with people in an instant. The sound of clothes fluttering in the air quickly sounded, and a few figures flew over. The person in the lead was dressed in black, with the words law enforcement embroidered on his chest. The first to arrive was indeed the law enforcement. That person had already shouted in the air, "Where are you from, friends? Let's talk nicely. I'm from the local law enforcement hall." Before he finished his words, Chu Yang raised his head. His eyes flashed like lightning, and his ferocious intent was revealed. Those few law enforcement hall's eyes met with such a gaze in midair, and they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. They actually didn't finish their words. Chu Yang didn't say anything, and just waved his hand. A ray of light flew over slowly. That person reached out to catch it, and felt that it was warm and soft. He lowered his head and was instantly shocked. He hurriedly landed. "I didn't know that the envoy of the Southeast Law Enforcement Master had come. Please excuse me for not going out to meet you." How could a small law enforcement hall be compared with Han Sharon's status? Chu Yang had Han Sharon's identity jade token, and his status was equivalent to Han Sharon's. Although the South wasn't under Han Sharon's jurisdiction, the status of the law enforcement master was enough to crush them to death. Even though they weren't under Han Sharon's direct command, Han Sharon only needed to say one word to destroy this law enforcement hall. How would these people dare to neglect? Chu Yang said indifferently and coldly, "Wait at the side and be my witness." That person said, "Yes." Then he said, "Your Honor, how did these few people offend you?" How did they offend me, and you don't know?" Chu Yang looked at him coldly. "Say it again, and I'll hear it." That person was sweating profusely. "I don't dare." Since they had rushed over immediately, they must have been nearby when the incident happened. How could they not know? Chu Yang sneered and said sarcastically, "I don't need you to uphold justice, and you can't uphold justice. I don't need you to speak. You just need to bring your eyes and ears, and not your mouths. If you dare to reveal my identity, you'll be punished with the same crime as the few behind me." He glared. "After I've settled this matter, I'll settle accounts with you. Do you understand?" "Yes." That law enforcement hall was sweating profusely. Under Chu Yang's ferocious aura, he only felt as if he was naked in the wasteland. His whole body was cold, and his lower body was so tight that it almost spurted out at the same time. This small head of the law enforcement officers trembled all over as he led his subordinates to one side. He didn't dare to get too close, nor did he dare to stay too far away. He didn't even dare to say a single word. He originally wanted to send someone to inform Zhou Yade, but after sensing Chu Yang's awe-inspiring aura, he didn't even dare to think about it. So, he retreated to one side. Looking at the few dukes who had been beaten, frightened and tortured to the point that they didn't even look human now, he became more and more shocked. This master was truly vicious. This special envoy is really valiant. He actually directly enforced the law in the South with the token of the Southeast Law Enforcement Master. Awesome. I really don't know how much trouble he will make today before he stops. But from the looks of it, it's almost impossible for them to settle this peacefully. It seems that this time, Northwind Town is going to have a bloodbath. Whoosh. 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 That was the sound of experts from the other 4 clans rushing over to rescue them. There was a commotion in the crowd, like waves, they parted to form a path. A few clans came out from the crowd. When they saw their own dukes being chained up and paraded through the streets behind Chu Yang, their pupils suddenly shrank. A tall and sturdy man walked out with large strides. He cupped his fists and saluted. He said loudly, "Friend, please wait. I am from the Qian family. Behind you, the one who is being tortured is my grandfather. May I ask, what did my grandfather do to offend you and cause you to do such evil deeds? No matter what, you've gone too far, right? You must know that in the martial world, nothing can be more reasonable than reason. How could I have led to such evil deeds? Everything can't be justified?" Chu Yang insipidly repeated these words. He then raised his head and said, "You mean to say that I've done something wrong today? I'm unreasonable?" This sentence was very plain, but an aura of an impending storm spread out spontaneously. Murderous intent was faintly discernible. The burly man couldn't help but take a step back. He said unyieldingly, no matter who's right or wrong, my grandfather can't be humiliated by you. Let my grandfather go first. We'll discuss who's right and who's wrong later. The law enforcement officers who were following in the dark closed their eyes. They're done for. If the Qian clan had come up and apologized, they might have been spared. But now, it was impossible. Xianxia nodded slowly. He looked around and asked in a deep voice, the Qian clan's people are here. I wonder if the Li clan's people are here. The people from the Li clan are here. On the left, the crowd parted to form a path. Dozens of people stood in the middle. A burly man in purple stood upright and unafraid. He looked at Xianxia fiercely, young man, quickly let go of my son. It turned out that the head of the Li family had come in person. Xianxia's eyes were cold and clear as he looked at him. You're not asking for the truth, and you're asking for my son's release first? The Li family's patriarch laughed sinisterly, little one, you're already at death's door, why would I bother to discuss right and wrong with you? The few law enforcement officers in the dark looked at the head of the Li clan with pity in their eyes. They reckoned that the entire Li clan would be finished after hearing this sentence. Xianxia nodded slowly, good, very good. Where are the people of the Sun clan? A big man came out from the crowd, I'm from the Sun family. Little one, if you don't let my grandfather go, this place will be your death. Today is the anniversary of your death. The attitudes of the major clans were getting tougher and tougher. Very good. The Sun clan is also here. Xianxia's face became calmer and calmer. He said, the Qian clan, Sun clan, and Li clan are all here. Where are the people of the Zhao clan and the Jing clan? Another two groups of people appeared and shouted, let him go first, then we'll talk. All 5 clans are here. Xianxia laughed and said, I understand what all of you mean, that is to say, no matter who's right or wrong, no matter who's right or wrong, I have to let him go first, right? Even if your grandfather has committed a heinous crime first, I still have to let him go first, right? Am I right? The people of the 5 clans gathered together. There were a total of 300 to 400 people. They looked at each other and were all emboldened. The big man from the Qian clan laughed and said, you're right. Even if our grandfather is wrong, he's still right. If you don't let him go, you can't escape death either. The 2 women behind you, one big and one small, don't even think about living happily. A loud shout came from outside, well said. An elder in green walked in slowly. The big man from the Qian clan hurriedly bowed and said, Clan master, you actually came in person. The green-clothed elder slowly nodded. His hands were behind his back as he slowly walked forward. His hawk-like eyes stared closely at Xianxia as he said indifferently, young man, I know that you have some background, but this is Northern Wind Town. Let me give you a piece of advice. Before your strength reaches a certain level, don't do anything impulsive. For today's matter, as long as you're willing to let them go, apologize sincerely, and ask your teacher to come out and talk nicely, I can make the decision to let this matter go. Otherwise, your blood will splatter in front of you. The elder in green looked at Xianxia indifferently. Young man, what do you think? Xianxia took a long breath and said, these people want to steal my wife, and they've already stolen the wives of many people. In your eyes, this kind of behavior is right? The big man next to him laughed and said, this is heaven. Do you know? Whether it was resources, women, or crystals, everything belonged to the strong. If someone steals your wife, you can only blame yourself for not having the ability. We don't think this is right, but as long as you have the ability, you can also steal other people's wives. As long as you're strong enough, no one will say anything about you. Do you understand? Xianxia smiled strangely. Is that so? The big man said affirmatively, yes. Xianxia looked up at the elder in green and the other clan masters and asked lightly, you guys didn't say anything. It seems that you guys agree with what he said? The elder in green frowned. You let them go first. I order you to let them go first. Order me? Xianxia laughed and floated forward. With his hands behind his back, he said lightly, since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless and starting a massacre. His eyes slowly swept across the people from the 5 great clans and said, I ask those who are not involved to move away to avoid accidental injury. Needless to say, the crowd had already dispersed far away. Only Chu Yang and the 5 great clans were facing each other. The people from the 5 great clans looked coldly at Chu Yang's words and actions. Their eyes were full of mockery. This little guy was really audacious. Did he want to fight against the 5 great clans with his own strength? Your words have dispelled the last bit of concern in my heart. On the long street, Chu Yang's black clothes fluttered in the autumn wind. He smiled and said, I was originally quite apprehensive about exterminating the entire clan. I thought that it was immoral. But now I understand what it means to be jackals of the same lair. What it means to die for the 5 great clans present today. Chu Yang looked coldly at the people opposite him and said word by word, I hereby swear to the heavens that the 5 great clans will be removed from the upper 3 heavens from today onwards. I will eliminate the weeds by the roots and leave no one alive. He paused and said word by word, the 5 great clans, men, women, old and young, will all be killed. No one will escape punishment. At this moment, the crowd was silent. Chu Yang's voice spread out and was heard far and near. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. The old man in green was actually not angry. He looked at Chu Yang with interest. You actually want to exterminate the 5 great clans with your own strength? Ha ha ha. The people behind him laughed in unison. Chu Yang looked at them coldly. The murderous intent in his eyes became more and more intense. He suddenly recited, moving unhindered in the world, what is difficult with a sword in hand? Slaying the world is not finished, slaughtering people is not idle. Blood surges 1,000 feet under the sword, white bones under the feet like mountains. Slaughtering thousands of people, the first drop of blood is not cold. This was a poem that the sword spirit recited when he attacked in the northern wastelands of the upper 3 heavens. That time, no one was left alive under the sword spirit's attack. This time, Chu Yang recited this poem again at this moment. His determination was already the same as the sword spirit's at that time. Kill, leave no one alive. Little guy, it seems that you don't know how to appreciate kindness? The old man in green, the clan master of the Qian clan, narrowed his eyes. Chu Yang smiled and retreated to the side of the young man from the Qian clan. He stretched out his hand and pulled hard. The young man from the Qian clan let out a shrill scream. His left hand, together with the skin and bones and long tendons, was pulled down. After a blood-curdling scream, he completely fainted. Chu Yang's leg flew up and kicked up a piece of soil on the ground. Then, he stepped on the broken bone with the soil. He crushed it hard. He turned back and grinned at the clan master of the Qian clan. He revealed his white teeth, but with a chilling intent. Clan Master Qian, are you satisfied with this? Are you happy? As he spoke, he lifted his foot and stomped on the Qian clan's dandy's crotch. With 2 popping sounds, it was as if 2 eggs had been crushed under his foot. Instantly, a bloody mess was formed, and blood gushed out from his lower body like a fountain. If you were unhappy just now, are you happy now? Chu Yang sneered and looked at the clan master of the Qian clan. The clan master of the Qian clan, who was originally calm, was completely distorted in an instant. He saw his own son being abused in front of his eyes, and even crushed Sun Jian on the spot. What kind of feeling was this? His vision turned black, and he almost fainted. He roared angrily, and his heart seemed to be torn apart at this moment. Little Hao! He roared at the top of his lungs. Little guy, you hurt my son. I swear, I will cut you into pieces. He raised his head, and his eyes had already turned blood red. Your son also treated others like this, and not just one. Chu Yang said indifferently, your son is a son, and other people's children are not. Bullsh *T, how can those lowly people be compared to my son? How can 100,000 lowly slaves be compared to a strand of my son's hair? The clan master of the Qian clan roared angrily. Chu Yang smiled coldly. Can't be compared to your son? I will let your son be incomparable to those people right now. I'll make sure that even if he goes to hell, he'll be an incomplete ghost. He moved like the wind, and with a swoosh, he dug out the 2 eyeballs of this bastard. My son! Qian clan's clan master howled in agony again. He flew up and said, kill. However, he saw a flash in front of his eyes as two black objects flew towards him. He didn't even think before he hit them away. Then, he heard Xianxia say with a smile, "Catch." "Oh, your son's eyeballs. You actually smashed them yourself." He was almost mad with anger. With a command, everyone rushed over from all directions. It was at this moment that he suddenly heard the sound of a sword clang. He couldn't help but be shocked. This soft chime was like a sound that shook one's soul. It was full of killing intent and indifference. It was like the prelude to a massacre from the heavens. Following that, at the same time, everyone who charged forward with their swords felt their swords emit a clang sound. All the swords pointed straight to the sky at the same time. Worship of 10,000 swords. Qian clans. Clan master was shocked. His pupils shrank rapidly. He shouted, "Wait. You're a sword emperor?" Yang smiled coldly. He walked forward with his hands behind his back. There were thousands of sword auras around him. "Why? Can't I?" Qian clan's clan master retreated rapidly. He shouted in panic, "Sir Emperor, there might be a misunderstanding." His forehead was already sweating. He was anxious and scared. He didn't expect that this young man whose cultivation couldn't be seen was actually a sword emperor. The strongest in his clan was only a third or fourth stage martial monarch. How could a small clan resist a sword emperor? At this moment, he had already lost all thoughts of revenge. Misunderstanding? Yang smiled. "I have a misunderstanding with your mother too." "Damn it. You're actually saying that it's a misunderstanding at this moment?" Yang was so angry that he almost laughed. He stretched out his palm. With a sword chime, a long sword that shone with cold light appeared in his hand. He raised the sword. A cold light flashed and a head fell to the ground, blood. Yang's killing intent was blazing. He didn't hold back anymore. He shouted coldly. His black clothes fluttered like clouds. He had already rushed towards the crowd. The people from the 5 big clans rushed up crazily. Their swords and sabers fell together. Yang raised his leg and kicked the headless corpse in front of him away. Then, he rushed forward, facing the rolling crowd. At this moment, he swung the thin and brittle longsword in a circle and actually used it as a large saber. With a raise of his sword, a head was cut off. Then, with a kick, the headless corpse was sent flying. With another swing of his sword, another head was cut off. With another kick, another headless corpse was sent flying. Suddenly, it was as if a watermelon stall had been knocked over. Countless heads rolled around on the ground. As the battle progressed, everyone frantically dodged and dodged. One after another, heads were kicked here and there. However, even if they were kicked away, a new head would immediately fall to the ground. Yang's killing intent was overflowing, but his eyes were becoming calmer and calmer. He was surrounded by densely packed enemies, but he was extremely agile as he dodged and moved around. His sword chopped off one head after another as he dashed left and right. Wherever he went, there would be a wave of miserable cries. A wave of blood. He didn't use any ultimate move, he just chopped off his head so cleanly. Other than chopping off the head, he didn't touch anything else. "I've said before that I'll make each and every one of you into an incomplete ghost." His black robe fluttered like a ghost. Sword after sword, sword after sword. Sword after sword. Goo 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 goo. Heads on the ground, one after another, one after another. Blood on the ground, puddles after puddles, puddles after puddles. What was called a river of blood? Perhaps, this was it. Although this black-clothed figure was surrounded, no one could get within 3 steps of him. Everyone who rushed forward had their heads chopped off and their corpses kicked away in the first moment. Such a horrifying scene, how could an ordinary person see it in their lifetime? The crowd far away on both sides constantly exclaimed. Many people were so scared that their faces turned pale and their bodies trembled. However, no one left, and no one closed their eyes. Everyone's eyes were wide open. Although they were so scared that they were about to faint, their faces were filled with joy. Good kill. It was so satisfying to kill them, this bunch of scoundrels. Someone should have dealt with them long ago. Many people knelt down in front of the blood and corpses, and prayed with tears streaming down their faces. "Daughter, you can close your eyes in peace. Your benefactor has taken revenge for you." Your benefactor has avenged your humiliation. You're still my pure and innocent daughter. Daughter, you can be at ease. Those who had humiliated you and killed you are now facing an even more brutal massacre. They don't even have complete corpses. Even if you meet them in the underground, you'll be much more glorious than them. Wife, you can be at ease. Ever since you left, our family has been in a miserable state. Your daughter is only 7 or 8 years old. Before you died, you were still worried that your daughter wouldn't be humiliated by those beasts. Now, you can be at ease. Those bastards are already dead. You'll be alone in the underground. You must remember, if you meet a bunch of headless ghosts, you must hide far away. They are those evil people. Chu Yang had slashed enough with his sword. Suddenly, he flew up and kicked the head of a big man. The head exploded with a bang. Before his body landed on the ground, another kick landed on the other Khan's head. Bang, another explosion occurred, his feet kept flying in the air, and this head turned into a smashed watermelon. A bunch of bastards. Today, if this young master leaves you with a complete corpse, this young master will never roam the Jianghu again. Chu Yang's cold and cruel voice faintly resounded in the air. Anyone could tell with a single glance that this black-clothed youth was dealing with the hundreds of people in front of him with ease and ease. The pressure in front of him suddenly increased. A few figures flew out like ghosts and mixed in with the crowd, and attacked crazily. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. Monarch-level experts. Now, you're finally willing to come out. He brandished his long sword, and sword energy overflowed. He faced them head-on. The 4 or 5 people on the opposite side grinned hideously. Even if you're the Sword Emperor, you're definitely not a match for the 5 of us. This is a clash of strength, and not a clash of sword moves that you're good at. Chu Yang saw the complacency in their eyes. He sneered in his heart and said faintly, "This is not a clash of strength. You're courting death." As he spoke, the 5 long swords quickly collided with each other. To their surprise, the moment their swords came into contact with the cold gleaming sword, it was as if their swords had suddenly turned into tofu. With a soft sound, their swords were cut into 2 pieces. For a moment, they were terrified, and their souls were scared out of their bodies. An extreme sense of crisis struck their hearts. They screamed and wanted to retreat. But, it was too late. Chu Yang laughed and suddenly jumped up. His long sword suddenly turned into a big saber, and as fast as lightning, he slashed 5 times in a row. 5 heads fell from their necks in an instant. Blood spurted out of the necks of the 5 monarch-level experts at the same time, and shot up hundreds of feet into the sky. It was like a beautiful martial arts rainbow. At the same time, it was shocking. Chu Yang didn't even look at it. He quickly retreated, and with a slash to the left and a slash to the right, he chopped off 2 heads consecutively. With 2 kicks, 2 heads were kicked up into the air, and fiercely hit the heads of the other 2 who were rushing up. With 2 bangs, 4 heads exploded at the same time. On Chu Yang's side, he slashed with his sword in his right hand, and punched with his left hand. His feet swung back and forth like a whirlwind. There were already more than 10 people whose heads were either chopped off, smashed, or kicked by him. These hard human skulls were like tofu under his hands and feet. They were not hard at all. The clan master of the Qian clan kept retreating, and his face was already pale. Looking at a head not far from him, his face was pale. This was the head of the Li clan master. Just now, it was kicked many times from dozens of feet away before it rolled to his feet. His heart was now full of fear. Even in his dreams, he didn't expect that he had actually provoked such a huge trouble. Seeing the other party's bloody means, he knew that the other party wasn't just talking about exterminating the clan. The other party could do it, because the other party was killing people. Very happily, he was in a good mood. The 5 super clans had gathered a total of 300 people here. Now, there were less than 100 left. The long street, which was hundreds of feet long, was already covered with blood. On the ground, there were very few places where the original color could be seen. The thick smell of blood rushed to the sky and hovered in the air, not dissipating for a long time. The clan master of the Qian clan looked around in fear, hoping to find a life-saving straw. If this went on, he would definitely be finished. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He finally saw hope. That was the 2 women, one big and one small, who were watching this massacre from afar. At this moment, they were escorting a few playboys and standing in the distance. The few playboys were already so scared that they lost control of their bowels. Looking at the puddles of blood spilling out and the heads rolling around on the ground, they were so scared that they couldn't control themselves. Oh heavens, is this a disaster caused by us? Isn't it just playing with a few women? We actually caused such a big disaster. On this side, the clan master of the Qian clan was overjoyed. With one look, he knew that the two women didn't have any cultivation. And this killing god was busy killing people at this moment and didn't notice him. This is great, this is a heaven-sent opportunity. As long as he had those two women in his hands, he would have the initiative. He flew up and dashed over like lightning, with deep excitement in his eyes. He didn't dare to face Chu Yang, the Sword Emperor, but he was facing Xianxia, who was 10,000 times more terrifying, and now, seeing that Chu Yang didn't seem to notice him, he was even more overjoyed. He opened his mouth and laughed from the bottom of his heart. Chu Yang clearly noticed the actions of the Qian clan's clan master from the corner of his eye, but the corners of his mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. He simply didn't care, nor did he try to stop him. You bastard, you will soon know how wrong you are. This young master is at most an executioner, but the one you found is definitely an ancient demon king. Go ahead, and hit your head until it bleeds. Clan head Qian's body was as fast as the wind. He arrived in front of Xianxia smoothly. To be honest, he had never expected things to go so smoothly. The heavens are really helping me. A sinister smile appeared on his face. He was already thinking about what he would do once he got his hands on these two women and threatened them. Just as he was about to make a move, he saw the two women, one big and one small, smiling warmly at him. The small one's eyes curved into lovely crescent moons, squinting. Even the small rabbit teeth at the side of her mouth showed a little. The big one looked at him and smiled gently, like a fox that had seen a chicken. Patriarch Qian was a little confused. I'm here to capture you. What are you laughing at? Could it be that these two women were idiots? But in the next moment, he stopped thinking about this problem and shouted, You two lowly servants. He wanted to say, Get your ass over here. But just as the words were about to come out of his mouth, he suddenly felt dizzy. He didn't know how it turned into this sentence, two lowly servants. What are you guys laughing at? Meme? The few law enforcement officers in the dark had already noticed this. Seeing that the situation was not good, they immediately jumped out to protect the two ladies. If something were to happen to the family of the apothecary envoy right under their noses, then they would no longer be able to survive. Look at how familiar this apothecary envoy was with killing people, but just as everyone was about to make a move, they heard such a sentence. Immediately, those who had already leaped up lost their breath and fell to the ground in a sorry state. Even though their bodies were in pain from the fall, their eyes were still wide open in disbelief. Seeing family head Qian rushing forward with a fierce look, he opened his mouth and cursed loudly. But then, he suddenly became gentle and even wagged his tail. Using the most nauseating tone, he said, What are you guys laughing at? Aha! The few law enforcement officers felt as if they were being struck by lightning. For a moment, all the hairs on his body stood on end, and his hair stood on end. Especially since the one who said this was an old man, it was even more inconceivable. Compared to the shock of the law enforcers, Patriarch Qian was so shocked that he almost collapsed. He was clearly thinking about that in his heart, but his mouth clearly said it out loud. He clearly heard these words coming out of his own mouth. He was immediately stunned. He covered his mouth and stopped in horror. What was going on? Chu Lu'er looked at family head Qian with interest as if she was watching a monkey show. Xianxia smiled faintly and looked at him. His gaze was as cold as ice and as cold as a knife. Xianxia, as a woman, hated this shameless family even more than Chu Yang did. Only women could understand the suffering of other women, and only women could understand how abominable and unforgivable the atrocities committed by these people were. What's going on? Family head Qian looked at himself in horror. Once he said that, he suddenly felt that his voice was normal again. Was he possessed just now? He thought for a while and felt that the most important thing now was to catch these two women. As for whether they were possessed or not, he would think about it later. So, he flew up again. However, he jumped up in a dashing manner. His body, which was originally charging forward, suddenly did a carp flip in midair. This time, it was a big deal. His lower body was rushing forward, but his upper body didn't listen to his command and flipped backward like a carp. With a crisp sound, Patriarch Qian fell straight to the ground and grimaced in pain. His waist had been twisted. If this matter was spread out, it would definitely be a big joke. Twisting one's waist was something that wouldn't happen even to a martial grandmaster. However, family head Qian, a martial monarch, actually twisted his own waist. The few law enforcement officers nearby were already stunned. All of them stretched out their necks and opened their eyes wide, like startled chickens. They had really seen it today. Then, something even more shocking happened. Family head Qian suddenly jumped up from the ground and scolded loudly, "I'm really a bastard." A law enforcement officer swallowed a mouthful of saliva and stared blankly. F***CK. Is this family head Qian crazy? All the law enforcement officers were stunned. Family head Qian was in tears and snot. His face was filled with extreme fear and disbelief. He raised his hand and slapped himself again and again. As he slapped himself, he scolded, "I'm really a bastard. My ancestors have been cuckolded for generations. I'm not human at all, do you know that? I'm a beast. My father, my son and my ancestors are all beasts. Not only am I a beast, but I'm also a bastard. And I'm a bastard mixed with several bastards. Every year, when I go to the ancestral grave to offer sacrifices, others use wine, but my family uses urine. My 8 generations of male ancestors were all eunuchs, and my 10 generations of female ancestors were all prostitutes. F***CK, my family is too bastard." Puff, puff, several law enforcement officers fell to the ground neatly, and all of them started to tremble. They had seen people who knew how to scold others, but they had never seen someone who scolded others so fiercely. They had never seen someone who scolded himself so fiercely, and he even scolded his ancestors. This family head Qian was really a talent. Family head Qian's cultivation was very high. How loud was his voice? It was so loud that even the deaf could hear it. Everyone could hear it, everyone who heard it was stunned. He continued to curse and hit himself fiercely. As he hit and hit, he walked to his son's side and neatly twisted his son's neck off. He tore his son's head with force and twisted it off his son's head. Then, he tossed his son's head up, and with a flying kick, he kicked his son's head up into the air. With a swoosh, Qian Gong's head shot up like a rocket. Family head Qian leaped up, and with a whip kick in the air, his movements were very neat. Swoosh, his son's head flew away without a trace. Then, family head Qian landed on the ground, and patted his chest, waving his hands and shouting, "Great! It's really great! It's so great to cut off this bastard's lineage. Ha 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 ha." Then, he fell to the ground and cried, "Son. I'm possessed." He actually woke up again. After waking up for a short while, he started to grab his own hair, gritting his teeth and scolding, "You bastard." With a puff, he pulled out his own hair. He stomped his feet and scolded endlessly. He dug out his own eyeballs, and threw them into his mouth to chew. Then, with his left hand, he punched his own dantian heavily. At the same time, his right hand grabbed his own crotch. He roared, "Cut off your lineage, bastard." With a scream, family head Qian fell to the ground, convulsing and spasming. He was in extreme grief. "I can't see. I can't see. What's going on?" When he was doing these things, he knew clearly what he was doing in each of them. But he couldn't control his own hands and feet, and couldn't control his mouth. He killed his own son with his own hands. He blinded himself, castrated himself, and then destroyed his own cultivation. He was conscious throughout the whole process. This kind of fear was simply the culmination of the whole world. Moreover, he didn't understand what was going on from the beginning to the end. At the roadside, a middle-aged man was watching with his blood boiling. He couldn't help but shout, "Great! It's really great! Cutting off this bastard's lineage is simply incomparably great. Ha 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 ha." This sentence was the same as what family head Qian had said just now, but the meaning was very different. As he spoke, he suddenly picked up a saber from the ground, and rushed over without regard for his life. He chopped off family head Qian's head with his saber, and shouted crazily to the sky, "I've taken revenge. I've taken revenge. Boo-hoo. I've taken revenge. Wife, daughter. I've taken revenge. Do you see it? Do you see it? He burst into tears like a child. After crying for a while, he suddenly lifted his saber, and used all his strength to chop Clan Master Qian and his son's bodies. He didn't stop until he had no more strength left. Then, he knelt down in front of Chu Yang's back, and repeatedly kowed out until his forehead was badly mutilated. Benefactor, thank you. Thank you. It's a pity that I can't repay you in this life. I will repay you in my next life. He didn't care whether Chu Yang could see it or not, and continued to kowtow crazily. Then he stood up, and stabbed himself in the heart, and shouted, "Wife, take your daughter and walk slowly. I'm here to tell you the good news. I've taken revenge. I've taken revenge, ha ha ha." Finally, he fell into a pool of blood silently. Everything was quiet as everyone watched the scene play out. Their eyes were filled with deep sympathy, as well as intense hatred for these clans. This man's 2 daughters were beautiful, but they were ruined in the hands of family head Qian. Because they resisted violence, they were sold to a brothel after being raped. They were not allowed to redeem their freedom, and the brothel did not charge them. They were like free prostitutes. Unable to bear the abuse, they committed suicide. His wife was filled with grief and indignation. Regardless of the difference in status, she went to seek justice. The next day, she was found hanging naked from a tree, and she was no longer breathing. This man had been doing business for generations, and his family was originally well off. But suddenly, he lost all his fortune, and his family was ruined. At this moment, seeing that family head Qian finally suffered retribution, he was so happy that his heart was about to explode. His heart was like dead ashes, and he had nothing to live for. He lived only to take revenge, to see justice. Now that his wish was fulfilled, he stabbed himself in the heart, and there was a sincere smile of satisfaction on his face. Chu Yang, who was fighting, let out a long howl. With his divine sense, how could he not see it? Although he did not understand what story this man had, he knew that it must be extremely painful, otherwise, he would not have committed suicide at this time. For a moment, he did not know what to feel. With a loud howl, his long sword was like the wind, ruthlessly cutting melons and vegetables. Chu Yang's long sword slashed out like a madman. There were less than 50 people left. Heads rolled and fell. They were all killed by him in a breath's time. More than 10 people fled in panic. But under the surveillance of Chu Yang's divine sense, where could they escape to? He killed them one by one with a sword and kicked their heads back with a kick. The heads piled up into a pile. He flew to the front of that man. With one look, he could not help but let out a long sigh. There was no pain on his face. There was only endless joy, relief, and happiness. In fact, there was even longing. Chu Yang stood quietly for a long time. In the voices of the distant crowd, Chu Yang captured the life of this man: generations of business, wealthy family, virtuous wife, beautiful daughter. Such a family that everyone envied had now reached such a stage. Such an honest man, without any cultivation, had only used a knife to kill a *** in his life. But now, he could brazenly grab a big knife and cut off people's heads. An ordinary man could also kill when he was angry. But such anger, such killing, how much hatred did he have to accumulate? How much grievance could not be vented, so that he could suddenly explode at such a juncture? To do such a thing, how much did he have to bear? He could not bear it. Can I let such a person bear it no longer? Chu Yang stood quietly in the midst of this bloody scene. But, he felt that his heart was getting more and more angry and depressed. In just a short time today, he had already killed 300 to 400 people like this, but how big was the upper 3 heavens? How many people like this were there? Could he kill all of them? These were just a few small clans, and they were already like this. So what if they were big clans? How could a dandy be called a dandy if he did not have a clan or powerful strength? The bigger the clan of a dandy, the more powerful he was, and the bigger the area of disaster he could cause. A landlord in a village could occupy a few places, not to mention a big clan like this. If the area of this kind of clan was a town, then the area of the disaster caused by the silk pants would be a town. The bigger it was, the greater the area of disaster. This was a matter of the boat rising with the tide. Could he kill them all? Chu Yang looked at the middle-aged man lying on the ground. His mouth was tightly closed. He clenched his teeth and said, even if I can't kill them all, I still have to kill them. If I see one, I'll kill one. Even if the sin of murder haunted him and he turned into a demon, he still had to kill. I won't show any mercy. He suddenly turned his head and shouted, everyone, these bastards are here now. If anyone has been bullied by them, you can take revenge with your own hands. No matter what, it was fine. Don't worry, no one will dare to take revenge on you. The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone's face was filled with longing. Really? One of them asked with a trembling voice. He seemed to want to rush out, but he also seemed to be afraid. It's true. Chu Yang nodded vigorously. Then, he stretched out his hand and pointed, these people who have died here can testify. I'm not just making empty promises. The man wept tears of joy, and suddenly cried out, revenge. Kill these bastards. He rushed out crazily. This shout was like a bugle call for an all-out attack. The crowd that was originally hesitant rushed forward like a tide. Everyone's face was filled with joy. The few fops who were tied up screamed in horror and begged for mercy. However, their pleas were immediately drowned out. Chu Yang realized that among the crowd that rushed forward, the craziest ones were actually women. Countless women with bone-deep hatred pounced forward like female wolves. They even squeezed the men to one side. They bit with their teeth, tore with their hands, and used their sharp nails to cut their flesh. Then, they bit them fiercely and tore them fiercely. The few dukes and their attendants were almost drowned in an instant. In the distance, there were still people shouting crazily, revenge. Heaven has opened its eyes. Those bastards from the Qian, Sun, Li, and Zhao clans have finally received their retribution. Someone come quickly. Wang Erniu. Wang Erniu. Go quickly, go quickly. Everyone, run quickly. We won't make it if we're late. Rumble. The crowd rushed in crazily from both sides of the street like a tide. Some of them knew that they wouldn't be able to snatch the goods, so they ran away. They went home to get money and then went to the shops to buy firecrackers. Then, they picked them up and set them off along the way. Smoke filled the air. More and more people went to buy firecrackers. Some even rode horses to buy firecrackers as fast as they could. A boss selling firecrackers simply placed all the firecrackers at the door. I'm so happy today. I don't want money. Just set them off. In an instant, the crowd in the square surged. Firecrackers sounded from all directions. Everyone was crying and laughing. Their faces were full of tears. Their faces were full of joy. The few fops in the center were besieged like this. They didn't even have time to scream before they were bitten to death. Mouthful after mouthful of flesh was bitten off. It was a horrible sight. It wasn't that good and evil didn't go unpunished. It was just that the time hadn't come yet. When the time came, it would be like this. The more evil you did, the more miserable you were now. Sun Xianxia and the others hurried over. The scene was already like this. Stop. Zhou Yade roared. But the crowd ignored him and continued to busy themselves. Where's the special envoy? Zhou Yade finally saw a law enforcement officer in black standing at one side. He flew over and asked. At the same time, another voice asked, are you from the Sun clan? Sun Xianxia looked up and saw a young man in black with a blood-stained sword. He flew up and looked at Sun Xianxia coldly. Sun Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly smiled apologetically and said, yes, yes. May I know who you are? The young man in black flew up and said coldly, who am I? Ask your son. He flew over like lightning. Sun Xianxia came here to save his son. But the situation in front of him was so chaotic that he couldn't find his son. Just as he was muttering in his heart, he saw that the other party had already come over. Shocked, he hurriedly retreated and shouted, Special Envoy, this is a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding, the three elders behind him said at the same time, Special Envoy, please show mercy. Zhu Yang's face was cold. How would he show mercy? With a clang, he cut Sun Xianxia's sword into two. And slashed at his face. Sun Xianxia panicked and shouted, Special Envoy, For the sake of the Diwu clan and the Zhuge clan, Chu Yang sneered, not even for the sake of the Heavenly Emperor. The long sword fell down fiercely, the three elders stepped forward at the same time. They each drew out their long swords and fought with Chu Yang. Chu Yang laughed loudly, "Kill." Suddenly, his long sword changed and turned into a sword radiance. With a cold murderous aura and an ancient desolation, he shouted, "The world of mortals is the path of ruthlessness." Clang! 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 The three elders of the Sun clan who were 8th-stage martial monarchs retreated continuously. Everyone's body was trembling violently. They looked at each other in disbelief. The long swords in their hands were already full of holes, the light in front of them was dazzling. Chu Yang turned into a shooting star with his sword and rushed over madly. "Don't restrain your sword after killing the whole world." Screams sounded. The three elders tried their best to stop Chu Yang, but they couldn't. The next moment, 3 heads flew up into the sky. Chu Yang had already turned around and rushed towards Sun Qingkai. Sun Qingkai stumbled and his face was full of despair. He originally wanted to plead for mercy today. But he didn't expect that Chu Yang wouldn't even allow him to speak. Chu Yang directly raised his sword and killed. Instantly, his soul left his body. His heart was full of grievances. "You can let me say a few words. If you don't even give face to the Zhuge clan, who are you going to give face to?" Suddenly, his heart brightened. He rushed towards Zhou Ye desperately, "Brother-in-law! Brother-in-law! Save me, save me!" Seeing him rushing over, Zhou Ye was really like seeing a snake. "Mother! You're still looking for me at such a time." He hurriedly stepped back and shouted, "Stop him! Stop him for me!" Sun Qingkai shouted crazily, "Zhou Ye, you bastard! You've been eating and drinking my food for so many years. Now, you don't care anymore. When did we not give you half of the property that we snatched? Which one of the beautiful women that we snatched didn't let you play with them first? You. Now you actually want to wash your hands of this matter?" Zhou Ye was furious. He was frightened, panicked, and furious. "Nonsense! Nonsense! You're talking nonsense. I'm a law enforcement officer. When have I ever done such things? Don't make false accusations." Sun Qingkai laughed miserably. "You bastard, you still dare to say? Say it yourself. Where did your 37 concubines come from? They were all snatched by the Sun clan for you. You mother asterisk cur, your concubines are constantly changing. The previous batch was sold to the brothel after playing with them enough. Our Sun family has done so many outrageous things for you, and now you're actually abandoning me. Do you still have a conscience? Your conscience has been eaten by dogs." Zhou Ye pulled out his long sword and rushed up crazily. "Shut up! Damn it, shut up!" Sun Qingkai didn't dodge the sword. He laughed wildly. "Anyway, I'm going to die. I'll drag you down with me." Damn it, the long sword flashed coldly and Sun Qingcai's head fell off. But it wasn't Zhou Ye who did it, it was Chu Yang. Chu Yang stood in front of Zhou Ye with a murderous look. "You're the law enforcement hall master?" Zhou Ye was scared out of his wits. "Sir, I really didn't do those things." Chu Yang looked at him coldly. "I don't care whether you did it or not. I'm only telling you to immediately lead your subordinates and kill all of these 5 clans. If a dog is still alive, I'll take your dog life." Zhou Ye was relieved. Yes. I'll do it right. Away. Thank you for sparing my life." Chu Yang's eyes secretly flashed a ruthless cold light. He waved his hand. "Do it quickly. You don't have much time. If you don't do it at the fastest speed, it's hard to say whether your head is on the ground or on your neck." Zhou Ye nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Yes. He turned around and shouted anxiously, "Gather. Go. Go and kill." The sound of firecrackers filled the air. Immediately, the sound of firecrackers rang out from other places in Northwind Town. Countless people were crying, and countless people were laughing. Countless people knelt down and kowtowed to Chu Yang. Countless people ran to inform those who hadn't received the news yet. Slowly, the whole town boiled over. In the distance, the Li clan was set ablaze and black smoke rose. Immediately, the Qian clan was also set ablaze. After a while, the Zhao clan and the Jing clan were also set ablaze. In the end, black smoke also rose from the direction of the Sun family. The whole North Wind town was like the end of the world. But the emotions of the people were intense and excited. They shouted at the top of their lungs. They didn't even know what they were shouting for. Chu Yang walked out with Xianxia. Wherever he went, the people followed. They didn't speak and just looked at Chu Yang with fanatical eyes. This kind of gaze made Chu Yang feel sad. What kind of bullying and oppression did they go through to make these very ordinary people erupt like this at such a moment? Only then would these women be able to use their teeth to tear these young thugs into pieces. Wherever Chu Yang went, the people silently made way for him. Finally, Chu Yang stopped and turned around. He said loudly, "Everyone, don't follow me anymore. I killed these people because firstly, they deserved it. Secondly, they provoked me first. You don't have to be grateful to me. Go home." The crowd was silent. No one spoke. Chu Yang said it twice more. An old man with white eyebrows and beard shakily walked out of the crowd. He walked to Chu Yang and bowed deeply. Then, he straightened his back and said sincerely, "Sir, no matter why you killed them, you're our benefactor. We have been waiting for them to provoke someone they can't afford to provoke so that you can punish them. We are just ordinary people. We only have this kind of hope. And we can't do it ourselves. Now, sir, you have killed them, no matter what the reason is. You have always killed them. This is our common wish. And sir, you have eradicated all evil and directly destroyed the 5 big clans." As the old man spoke, tears flowed out of his eyes. He wiped them with trembling hands. "Thank you. My 2 flower-like granddaughters can finally rest in peace." As he spoke, he could no longer hold back his emotions and burst into tears. The entire street was filled with cries. Chu Yang heaved a long sigh. He felt as if something was surging in his chest. He raised his head and did not speak for a long time. In the beginning, when Xianxia suggested this method, he felt that it would kill too many people, and the punishment would be too heavy. Furthermore, with his cultivation level, killing some small fries was beneath him. However, he had forgotten how much harm the small shrimps in his eyes could cause to ordinary people. He could ignore it, but if ordinary people were bullied, they would have nowhere to redress their grievances. At this moment, he agreed with Xianxia's words, "Kill those who should be killed. Evil must be eradicated, evil must be eradicated." After a long while, the sound of galloping horses' hooves was heard. Zhou Yade came back, covered in blood. He was gone for a total of 5 hours, mobilizing all the local law enforcers, uprooting the 5 great clans. But when he walked back, his heart was still uneasy. He knew that he would definitely be punished, but he could not escape. The other party had the command token of the law enforcement master. As long as the command was given, all the law enforcers in the world would hunt him down. He had to come back. And he also felt that he had atoned for his crime by killing so many people for him. At this moment, Zhou Yade indeed swore in his heart, "I will never be an evil person again. I will never do evil again. If I can escape with my life this time, I will definitely turn over a new leaf and become a new person." Special Envoy. I, Zhou Yade, have completed my mission and have specially come back to report. Zhou Yade stood straight in front of Chu Yang. The surrounding crowd looked at him, their eyes full of disdain and hatred. Zhou Yade felt as if there were thorns on his back, and the muscles all over his body were slowly twitching. Chu Yang looked at him lightly and said, "I heard that you are the brother-in-law of the Sun clan? The uncle of those 2 fellows? I heard that you are involved in many of the things that they have done." Zhou Yade knelt down. "I deserve to die. But I dare not do so in the future." He pulled out his knife and chopped off 3 of his fingers. He raised his hand and swore, "I, Zhou Yade, swear to the heavens in the name of the Calamity Sword that I will turn over a new leaf and become a new person. If I go against it, I will be struck to death by lightning." An oath made by the Calamity Sword was the most important oath in the heavens. Chu Yang raised his head and looked at the white clouds floating in the sky. He said sadly, "If you do bad things and kill people, you only need to swear and chop off a few fingers, and become a new person. Haha, those people that you have killed will never have the chance to become a new person again. Zhou Yade was sweating profusely. He heard Qu Yang ask, how many good girls have you persecuted all these years? How many innocent people have you killed? Zhou Yade's eyes were covered with sweat. He didn't dare to speak. After a long time, he said, 500 women, and 1,700 to 1,800 people. Qu Yang looked at him lightly. You said that you are repentant. I can see from your eyes that you are indeed repentant. In your heart, you really want to be a good person. But, if you want to live, do you think that the 500 women that you have destroyed and the 1,700 to 1,800 people that you have innocently killed will agree? Zhou Yade knelt on the ground and didn't dare to speak. Qu Yang's voice gradually became louder. You have been an evil person for a generation. Now, you think that you will be fine just by saying that you are repentant? Then, everyone in the heavens can go and do evil. After you have done it, as long as you can sincerely say that you are wrong. Then, won't you no longer need law enforcement officers? Zhou Yade cowed out and cried bitterly. If you are wrong, you have to pay the price. Qu Yang looked at him coldly. Do you want to end it yourself, or do you want me to do it? Zhou Yade was disheartened. He stood up and said in a low voice, I will end it myself. He looked up to the sky and laughed. After doing something wrong, you want to end it just by saying that you are repentant. How can there be such an easy thing? He suddenly turned around and pointed at them one by one. You. He pointed at 30 to 40 people and laughed. Since the special envoy wants me to do it, and all of you have been following me and have done so many bad things, now, you can leave with me. He suddenly pulled out his sword and rushed forward. Qu Yang's gaze shifted to another person. He was looking at the warrior from the Zhuge clan who had led him here previously, Tao Ren. Tao Ren nodded slowly and discreetly. He told Qu Yang that Zhou Yade didn't kill the wrong people and didn't use this opportunity to drag others down with him. Qu Yang smiled. Zhou Yade had already killed all these people. He was covered in blood and said, if saying that you are sorry can end it, then why? Do we still need law enforcement officers? He laughed and suddenly raised his sword. With a fierce slash, he chopped off his own head. Qu Yang's eyes were calm and unmoved. You have done too many evil things in the past and harmed so many people. Even if I know that you are truly repentant and will become a saint in the future, I will still kill you. I will still kill you, because there are thousands of wronged souls who can't rest in peace. Looking at the flames that rose into the sky, Qu Yang instructed, who was the deputy of the law enforcement hall. A burly man stepped forward and said with a strange expression, he was killed by Hall Master Zhou just now. Qu Yang made an O sound and said, then, you will be in charge of distributing the wealth of these clans to the common people. The things that have been robbed will be returned to their original owners. That burly man replied loudly, yes, special envoy. Qu Yang said lightly, you know what to do, right? After the medicine banquet ends, I still have to leave from here. The burly man stood at attention. I know. I definitely won't go against the special envoy's orders. He paused for a while and said, but you have to be careful too. This Sun clan is related to the Diwu clan by marriage. If Diwu Qingyun knows about this, he might find trouble with you. Qu Yang smiled lightly and said, Diwu Qingyun. What is his position in the Zhuge clan now? He's a warden in the Zhuge clan. He has quite a lot of power. The burly man said, Diwu Qingyun is in charge of most of the external affairs of the Zhuge clan. Oh? Then, what about Diwu Qingru? Qu Yang raised his eyebrows. Lord Qingru. Lord Diwu Qingru is the most important person in the Diwu clan. Even in the Zhuge clan, he's also the core think tank. The burly man actually revealed a solemn expression. If Lord Diwu Qingru interferes, you will really be in big trouble. Qu Yang laughed and said, it's okay. He thought, if Diwu Qingru interferes, will I really be in big trouble? Thinking of this, he really couldn't make up his mind. If I meet Diwu Qingru in the upper three heavens, will we be enemies or friends? The next morning, when Qu Yang left Northwind Town, he realized that the streets were already crowded with people. They watched as Qu Yang left. A few painters were quickly drawing Chu Yang's appearance, and then they distributed it to everyone. Everyone took over the paintings with great care, as if they were receiving priceless treasures. After they went back, they pasted incense on the wall and burned 3 incense sticks in the morning and evening to erect a longevity tablet for their benefactor. They prayed day and night for their benefactor to live a long life. Chu Yang walked for a long distance. When he looked back, there were still quite a number of people kneeling. The sound of sobbing could be heard everywhere. Sometimes, I feel very strange. I don't feel that I've done anything, Chu Yang said somewhat sadly. Xianxia said lightly, it's precisely because you don't feel that you've done anything that these people will remember you. Then, they will be grateful to you. If you had the thought of repaying their kindness at the beginning, you definitely wouldn't have received such treatment now. Xianxia said somewhat sadly, actually. In this world, most people just want to lead a peaceful life. Chu Yang let out a long breath. The 3 of them walked all the way. When they were 100 miles away, the escorts of the Zhuge clan along the way had already changed twice. At this moment, there was a lot of dust behind them. A group of people caught up from behind. The person in front shouted, "Are the people in front the bane of fops, the killer of perverts?" Chu Yang was speechless. Since when did he have such a nickname? Foppish tyrant's nemesis sounds better, but what's with the ghost killer? Am I a ghost or a ghost killer? Chu Yang stopped and took a look. He saw a group of people in snow-white robes and a chilly aura. Hundreds of people walked over silently. Their robes were as white as snow and their swords were like silver. Chu Yang's pupil shrank. These people did not need to speak. Just by looking at them, Chu Yang could feel the chilly aura coming from them. And every one of them was an expert. The weakest among them was a monarch-level expert. There were many martial saints. And the few people walking in the middle of the group looked very young. But with every step they took, it was as if the whole world was moving along with them. This was the realm of Greater Virtual Realm, Supreme Martial Artist, and the 2 people at the front were a man and a woman. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. The man's face seemed to be filled with inexplicable sorrow. And the woman's face also seemed to never smile. Just by looking at her, one could tell that she was unapproachable. And this woman, Chu Yang actually knew her. Ling clan, Ling Han Shui. It seemed that these people were from the Ling clan, one of the dominant clans in the heavens. Xianxia was also looking at these few people. She looked at the man who was walking in front and said in admiration, "This man should be less than 50 years old. I didn't expect him to have the cultivation of a 7th-grade martial saint." Although there are traces of him forcefully using medicine to raise his cultivation, it's still very rare for him to have such cultivation at such a young age. He can be said to be an unparalleled genius. Chu Yang was stunned. So high? I'm definitely not wrong. Xianxia said lightly, this woman is also only 28 years old. But she's already a first-stage martial saint. Her aptitude is not inferior to that man's at all. But it's a pity that she's actually trained in Heartless. This kind of martial art is faster than any other martial art. But once you fall in love, you'll be doomed eternally. How did such a beautiful woman at such a young age learn such martial arts? Chu Yang's heart shook. He remembered Ling Hanshua's indifferent attitude back at the Lake of Despair. She did not care about anything at all. There was also a moment of extreme pain in her eyes. If one's heart isn't as dead as ashes, who would seal their heart? Chu Yang sighed and said. Xianxia murmured, you are right. If one's heart is not dead and there is no more hope, who would seal their heart and be heartless? As she said that, she could not help but ask herself, am I considered heartless? While they were talking, those people had already arrived. The man in the lead, who was as handsome as Jade, smiled and said, you must be Duke Chu, the one who has killed and enforced justice on behalf of the heavens? Ling Han Shui, who was standing at the side, looked at Chu Yang's face with an icy gaze. She said with some surprise, it's you. She had seen Chu Yang at the Three Heavens Lake of Despair before. He didn't expect to see him here again. My surname is indeed Chu. Chu Yang smiled and replied, Miss Ling, we meet again. Ling Han Shui said lightly, I remember that your name is Chu Yang. Aren't you in Three Heavens? Why are we in the upper Three Heavens? After the battle on that day, the heavenly layer was sealed. How did you come up? Why? Although she sounded like she was asking, the feeling that she gave off was still as cold as ice. Although Xianxia knew her temper, he was still a little unhappy. He said, Miss Ling must have remembered wrongly. After the battle, the upper three heavens was sealed for more than half a month. Ling Hanshui replied with an "oh" and said, then you must have entered within this half a month. I took it for granted. Her words were still cold, but she was apologizing. The man in white beside her smiled bitterly and said, Duke Chu, please don't be offended. This niece of mine is just like this. Sigh, even. When she is talking to her father and me, she is still so cold. We can't do anything about it. Ling Hanshui was a little angry. Second uncle. Xianxia finally understood. This Miss Ling was still cold even when she was angry. And the person she was talking to now was her second uncle. It seemed that it was really caused by the heavens. Suddenly, he remembered something that 7th Master Xiao had said when he was fighting with Yi Wu Bing. At that time, 7th Master Xiao said, am I wrong? Your sister Yi Chuchen was originally in love with Meng Gain, a vassal clan of your Yi clan. But in order to form an alliance with the Ling clan, you forcefully separated the two of them. You wanted your sister to marry Ling Hanwu, the second duke of the Ling clan. Second duke, second uncle. Wasn't the second duke of that time the current generation? Xianxia remembered clearly that 7th Master Xiao even said, Yi Chuchen would rather die than submit. Meng Gain was deeply in love with her. Ling Hanwu was still a man and took the initiative to withdraw. Could this man be Ling Hanwu? Xianxia asked tentatively, Elder, you don't have to be so polite. I am indeed Xianxia. May I know how to address you? The white-robed old man smiled faintly. Although he was smiling, there was a hint of worry between his brows that couldn't be erased. He said calmly, I am Ling Hanwu, Shui's second uncle. Xianxia finally confirmed his conjecture. It's really this person, he couldn't help but be shocked. This person was Teacher's love rival. It was because of this person that Teacher's whole family was killed and he was left stranded in the lower three heavens. However, this Ling Hanwu was also innocent in this matter. Because he was completely unaware of the Yi clan's plans, he also took the initiative to withdraw in the end to allowing Shuran and Yi Chuchen to be together. He could be considered a man of character. Xianxia's heart suddenly felt a little complicated. He smiled and said, so it's second Master Ling then. He suddenly paused and said, oh, something's not right. Ling Hanwu chuckled. My niece's name was changed by her teacher, so it became weird. It sounds as if she's of the same generation as us. But, she's a girl after all, so it doesn't matter. Actually, my niece's original name was Ling Yurua. Her name wasn't given according to her seniority, haha. Xianxia said with relief, I see. Ling Hanshui said coldly, second uncle, you'd better not bring me along when you talk to others. Ling Hanwu didn't take it to heart and laughed. Little Shui, be good. I'm just saying, Ling Hanshui frowned and walked to one side. Ling Hanwu laughed and said, is Duke Chu also going to participate in the medicine banquet? Why don't we travel together? Xianxia said, if that's the case, thank you very much. We don't have many people, so there's really a lot of trouble along the way. Ling Hanwu smiled and said, however, you've also killed a lot of people along the way. Do you know, ever since you killed the first debauchee, I've instructed people to pay attention to your movements. After that, every time you killed someone, there would be an eagle message to me. As he said, he took out a piece of paper from his bosom, dipped it in his saliva and counted it. Then, he laughed and said, good fellow. You've killed a total of 70 people along the way. And this doesn't include the 5 people you killed yesterday. Xianxia smiled and said, with a sword in hand, I'll kill all the evildoers in the world. Good. Ling Hanwu shouted and repeated this sentence twice. With a sword in hand, I'll kill all the evildoers in the world. With a sword in hand, I'll kill all the evildoers in the world. Suddenly, he shouted, bring the wine. Just for this sentence, I'm going to drink 3 cups of wine for you. You and I don't know each other, but for you to say this sentence, I like it. I'm pleasing to the eye. The group had already stopped. A white-robed man came over with a wine bag and 2 wine bowls on a tray. I'll do it personally. Ling Hanwu stopped that person from pouring the wine. He personally poured 2 cups of strong wine from the wine bag and held up a bowl. Xianxia. Come, let's drink this cup of wine. Chu Yang smiled from the bottom of his heart. Good. Without being pretentious, he held up the big bowl and drank all the wine. Ling Hanwu looked at him with shining eyes and laughed. Good. Refreshing. Again. The two of them held up the wine bowls and drank 3 bowls in a row. They looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Refreshing. Ling Hanwu said, you've killed these people well. And the way you killed them is even better. I like it. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. He rubbed his nose and looked at Xianxia. He thought, so this guy actually admires such methods so much. In your generation, there's another person like this. As long as he sees someone who bullies others, he will definitely kill them quickly. That person is also the person I admire the most in the younger generation. He's the flower protector, Meng Hanwu. Chu Yang made an O sound and thought, I can totally guess this. Ling Hanwu held up the wine bowl and said in a reminiscing tone, when I was young, I was also like all of you. Alone and with a sword, I roamed the martial world and killed young ruffians. For 10 years, I killed a total of 1,300 of them. 1,300 of them who bullied others and bullied others. Not including their subordinates. Chu Yang calculated in his heart and said, then you've killed at least 10,000 people. 10,000 ruffians. Ling Hanwu shook his head. No, there were many clans that were wiped out by me. In those 10 years, I killed at least 30,000 people. At that time, as long as I heard about it, I would take the initiative to kill them. If they didn't comply, I would kill their entire families. He smiled bitterly. In those 10 years, I was called the cold-blooded butcher. Sometimes, I would travel 1,000 miles in a day and kill 3 clans in a row. It was only when the clans sent people to capture me that I stopped killing. Chu Yang laughed and probed, Elder, did you suffer any injuries at that time? Ling Hanwu's eyes widened, as if he was about to fly into a rage. Then, he smiled bitterly. Everyone knows that I, Ling Hanwu, suffered no injuries. Why do you have to probe? That's right, I did it for Sister Yi Chuchen of the Yi clan. Chu Yang's heart thumped heavily. After saying that, Ling Hanwu fell into a daze. His face was filled with reminiscence, frustration and bitterness. He shook his head and said, what's the use of being deeply in love? What's the use of being laughed at by the world? A woman's heart is not with you. No matter how powerful you are, you can't snatch it away. So, those who force women should be killed the most. Killing even their ancestors is the best. Letting them see the regret of not having any descendants is the real punishment. That's what's satisfying. Thank you to AAXHHG, Alliance Master, for the 4th time. YYYHHY, you've done a lot for me this month. Thank you very much. Thank you to Long Inua, Alliance Master, for the tip in the wee hours. Thank you. Thank you to Lu Jinyo, Alliance Master, for the tip in the wee hours. When I opened the book review section and saw it, I felt really warm in my heart. Especially that sentence, I'll treat you to a drink. It warmed my heart for a long time. Thank you to Weasel22 for the tip in the wee hours again. Thank you to Wei Qingqiu Ben Feng Lan, Become God or Crazy Demon McDull for the tip. Chu Yang was full of praise for this sentence. He said, that's right. What can they do when they do evil? It's just that their clans are supporting them. Without the power of their clans, these people's lives are worse than dogs. Every playboy's lust is only lust at first, but because of the indulgence of their clans and the flattery of their subordinates, slowly, it becomes a matter of course. If anyone says that there's actually a group of righteous elders behind these evil people, I'll spit on his face. Ling Hanwu clapped his hands and praised, well said. So to kill a playboy, we have to destroy his entire nest. Get rid of him from the root. Whoever is the playboy's protective umbrella, kill him. Chu Yang laughed heartily, feeling that these words were simply said to his heart's content. He said, but why did you do that for those 10 years? Ling Hanwu laughed with a strong sense of self-mockery. He said, you're not an outsider, so there's no harm in me telling you. The two of them walked forward with the group. Ling Hanwu ordered a white horse to be given to Chu Yang. The two of them rode side by side and talked along the way. On the other side, Xianxia and Ling Hanxue were also talking. Xianxia and Chu Lu were together with Ling Hanxue. One had to admit that Xianxia was as cold as ice, unapproachable. Ling Hanxue was even more like an iceberg. When the two of them walked together, they attracted too much attention, but also froze many people. It was too cold. The conversation between the two of them was even more frighteningly cold. No matter whether it was their expressions, eyes, or faces, they were all extremely cold. Although the content was ordinary, the tone was so cold that it could freeze people. "Miss, what's your surname?" Ling Hanxue asked coldly. Xianxia said lightly. The journey was tough?" Ling Hanxue asked. "Not bad," Xianxia said. "Many young ruffians?" "You made a move?" Ling Hanxue asked. "What do you think?" Xianxia asked coldly. "I can't tell your cultivation," Ling Hanxue said. "It's average," Xianxia said. The two of them were cold in their questions and cold in their replies, but they were never tired of it. It was as if they had found an opponent, or as if they were competing to see who could dispel the other's indifference first. Thus, the two of them chatted along the way. Those who rarely saw the two ice beauties talking were curious and moved closer to listen. However, when they heard it, they shuddered and tried to avoid it. Such cold words sent chills down the spines of those who heard it. They felt the bone-chilling cold of the 12th lunar month. Even the 4 supreme-level experts who had been acting as protectors along the way had also quietly distanced themselves from them. Two female perverts, everyone cursed inwardly. The two people at the front of the group were talking non-stop. The two of them had too many topics in common. "Why am I not an outsider?" Chu Yang was a little surprised. "Isn't this the first time we've met?" "How was he not an outsider?" Ling Hanwu smiled lightly and said, "After Menggain returned to the upper 3 heavens, the first thing he did was to look for me." Chu Yang's spirit shook. "My master? Where is he now?" "Humph!" Ling Hanwu said fiercely, "Little brat. If your master didn't tell me that he had a disciple like you, do you think I would treat you to a drink just because we met by chance? Do you think it's so easy to drink my wine?" Chu Yang was sweating profusely. He smiled bitterly and said, "I've been presumptuous, I thought we fell in love at first sight." "Love at first sight?" Ling Hanwu almost fell off his horse. His eyes were as wide as a bull's. "You're just like what your master said. You look simple and honest on the surface, but you're actually very cunning in your heart. I don't know whether to laugh or cry." "No, your master was wrong too. You don't look simple and honest on the surface either." Chu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "But those who have met me all say that I'm honest, pure and flawless, with a face full of sincerity, full of good fortune." "Stop." Ling Hanwu broke out in cold sweat. "Could it be that I've got the wrong person? Are you Chu Yang or Tan Tan?" Chu Yang was finally sure that Ling Hanwu had really met his master, Meng Chaoran. Otherwise, he wouldn't know so clearly. Knowing that he was Meng Chaoran's younger brother didn't make things difficult for him at all. But even Tan Tan knew about it. "Where's my master now?" Chu Yang asked anxiously. "I killed him." Ling Hanwu rolled his eyes. Chu Yang's face darkened. "You really took it seriously?" Ling Hanwu snorted. "Do you believe that I'll smack your butt on behalf of your master?" Chu Yang said lightly, "I don't like to joke, especially when it comes to my master." The two of them stared at each other without blinking. Ling Hanwu finally sighed. "Alright, I'll take it that I'm afraid of you, master and disciple. I won't joke about your master." Seeing Chu Yang's determination now, it was as if he saw Menggain standing in front of him, as stubborn and unyielding as before. Chu Yang broke into a smile and said, "In everyone's life, there are always a few people who can't be violated, who can't be ridiculed, who must be protected even at the cost of his life. And these people are usually called the person's bottom line. As the saying goes, a dragon has a reverse scale. Touching it will make it angry. People with a bottom line." Ling Hanwu said softly, "You all have such people in your heart. Then who are the people you can't insult the most?" Chu Yang said proudly, "My master, my parents, my brothers, my woman." He smiled lightly, his eyes revealing a sharp determination. "Whoever dares to offend them will die without a doubt." So many. Ling Hanwu laughed bitterly. Apart from my family, there's only one person I can't offend. But that person still doesn't belong to me. When I mention her, I can only use her to describe her. I can't use the word mine. Chu Yang was silent. He knew that he was talking about Yi Chuchen, but Chu Yang didn't want to say anything about this. Because that was his master's beloved, Chu Yang was rather curious. That Yi Chuchen. What kind of woman was she? She actually made these two men go crazy for her. Meng Chaoran was calm and composed. Even if the heavens collapsed, he might not be moved. And Ling Hanwu, as the second duke of a dominant clan, was above everyone else. How revered was his status. And yet, he was so infatuated with Yi Chuchen. Back then, your master, Chuchen, and I grew up together. I was the same age as your master, and Chuchen was younger than both of us. At that time, the Ling clan and the Yi clan were on very good terms, and they were even in-laws. My aunt was the wife of the Yi clan master. I often went over to play, and when I did, I would stay for a few months. Everyone slowly grew up, and I also fell in love with Chuchen. One day, when my family told me that they wanted to arrange a marriage for me, I mentioned Chuchen's name without hesitation. Only then did I know that it was the Yi clan who brought up this matter. I went to the Yi clan ecstatically, found Chuchen and told her about it. But I saw that she had lost a lot of weight. She told me that the person she liked was not me, but Meng Gain. At that time, I really wanted to kill Meng Gain, but Chuchen begged me to let them go. I, Ling Hanwu, am also a proud person. How could I accept a woman who didn't like me to be my wife? The whole world knew that I was deeply in love with Yi Chuchen. But she was in love with Meng Gain, and didn't care about me at all. Even if I forcefully got her, what was the use? So, I gave up. Haha. Ling Hanwu laughed loudly, but his voice was full of desolation. Then, he laughed bitterly and said, but after I gave up that time, I knew that the pain was unbearable. Only then did I know what it meant to be heartbroken. I wandered aimlessly in the martial world, not knowing what I was doing. Then, I heard that the Yi clan was furious because of this matter. The Yi clan master forced his daughter to agree, but Chuchen would rather die than comply. Because of this, she actually committed suicide once. So, I rushed back to tell the Yi clan that I gave up on my own accord, and it had nothing to do with them. But when I arrived, it was already too late. In order to cut off Chuchen's thoughts, the Yi clan actually mobilized an army to besiege the Meng clan. Chuchen knelt in front of me and begged me to save Meng Gain. So, I went. But with my strength alone, who could I save? By the time I arrived, the entire Meng clan was already dead. Only Meng Gain was still alive, but the knife immediately fell on his neck. I used my identity as a member of the Ling clan and forcibly took Meng Gain away, but Meng Gain was still assassinated by them. I escorted Meng Gain to escape. Before I left, I let the two of them meet. I kept watch. At this point, Ling Hanwu laughed bitterly. My most beloved woman met her lover, and I, who loved her deeply, kept watch outside. Keep watch. Haha. Chu Yang sighed softly. This kind of feeling was probably what made one wish for death the most, right? As the second duke of the Ling clan, Ling Hanwu put in so much effort to help the person he loved. This was extremely rare. Meng Gain escaped in the middle of the night and disappeared without a trace. Chuchen washed her face with tears and was heartbroken. At that time, I wanted to kill that old fool from the Yi clan. If he hadn't forced me, would this have happened? If I wanted to kill the person who forced Chuchen, I would have to kill her father. If I killed him, she would be sad, so I couldn't kill him. So, I went to kill others. I specialized in killing those who forced women. Every time I killed someone, I would think in my heart that I had killed that old bastard from the Yi clan again. So, the more I killed, the more energetic I became. Just like that, I killed for 10 years. And because of this, the relationship between the two clans also became awkward. Ling Hanwu laughed bitterly. I practiced with all my might, used all kinds of methods to improve myself, and tried to forget her. But in the end, I couldn't do it. I understand, Chu Yang said deeply. Your master has changed his name to Meng Chaoran, right? Ling Hanwu laughed. The moment he reached the upper three heavens, he came to find me and said bluntly, "I want to see Yi Chuchen." Chu Yang didn't expect his master to be so direct and fierce. He was actually so direct in front of his love rival. Do you know what his second sentence was? Ling Hanwu gritted his teeth. What? Chu Yang asked. But you still went to keep a lookout in the end. Chu Yang smiled and touched his nose. I did it for Chuchen. Do you think I did it for Mangain? Ling Hanwu almost jumped up in rage. He glared at Chu Yang. Your mouth is as hateful as your teacher's. In that case, the two of them have already met. Chu Yang was a little relieved. Ling Hanwu said angrily, of course. What about now? Chu Yang asked tentatively, are they still together? Still together? Ling Hanwu was furious. It's good enough that they've met once. You still want them to be together? Mangain has left. I don't know where he went. Yi Chuchen has gone home. Ling Hanwu obviously didn't want to talk about this topic. Every word he said about Meng Chaoran and Yi Chuchen being together was like a knife cutting his heart. In other words, they're fine? They weren't discovered? Chu Yang was relieved and beamed with joy. What nonsense. With me keeping a lookout, what can happen? Ling Hanwu almost vomited blood. No wonder. Chu Yang nodded. That bastard Mangain's cultivation isn't as good as mine. His family background isn't as good as mine, his looks aren't as good as mine either. But he's more popular with women than me. Ling Hanwu said gloomily, I've thought about this for 20 years and still can't figure it out. Chu Yang said sympathetically, I can't figure it out either. So until now, you've been a bachelor? Ling Hanwu's face twisted. What do you mean by a bachelor? Junior, you should be more polite. I'm keeping my chastity for the sake of my love and never marry. Isn't that still a bachelor? Chu Yang rolled his eyes and muttered softly. Ling Hanwu rolled his eyes and changed the topic. Junior, are you going to the medicine banquet this time? I heard that you're a pharmacist? And a candidate chosen by Han Xiaoran from the southeast? Chu Yang nodded conceitedly and said, I've promised Law Enforcement Master Han that I'll win first place in this medicine banquet. Ling Hanwu's face turned ugly. Win first place? Chu Yang smiled lightly. It's a small matter. Ling Hanwu looked at Chu Yang with eyes as big as copper bells. It looked like he wanted to swallow Chu Yang whole. Winning first place in one go was actually a small matter? You've got guts. Ling Hanwu nodded fiercely. Your teacher is right. You do have guts. Chu Yang chuckled and said, Uncle, I won't hide it from you. In my eyes, those pharmacists of your big clans are just like trash. This time, against those trash, the chances of winning can't be said to be 100%, but it's still 100% certain. Ling Hanwu's face turned purple. Like a good-for-nothing? Trash? Chu Yang smiled conceitedly and said, It's a little too much to say this, but it's true that I can't go that far. I reckon that my main opponent is the High Priest of the Medicine Valley, or rather, speaking till here, Chu Yang sized up the Ling clan's team. Seeing that everyone in the Ling clan was wearing the same clothes, he really couldn't tell which one was the pharmacist. He asked, Uncle, who is the pharmacist of your Ling clan? Ling Hanwu was so angry that he laughed. The pharmacist of our Ling clan? That good-for-nothing guy? A piece of trash? Chu Yang laughed. Uncle, what are you talking about? Although he's definitely not as good as me, he can still handle normal situations. Ling Hanwu closed his eyes and took 2 deep breaths. Then, he opened his eyes and pointed a finger at his own nose. He said, the useless person of the Ling clan that you're talking about is me. Chu Yang's mouth opened wide and he couldn't close it. I'm that useless person. Ling Hanwu roared, his voice was a little loud and everyone heard it at once. In an instant, there was complete silence. Pairs of bewildered eyes looked over. They really didn't know what was wrong with their second master to call him a useless person so openly. Xianxia, who was talking to Ling Hanxue, couldn't help but laugh. With her cultivation, she naturally heard it clearly. Chu Yang was extremely embarrassed. He laughed and said, so it's uncle. Cough cough, uncle is really knowledgeable and well-versed in everything, Ling Hanwu glared at him. How can a useless person like me be considered knowledgeable and well-versed? Qi Yang laughed again. Actually, although it's autumn, it's still very hot. Haha. Uncle, your Ling clan has come really early this time, a whole half a year in advance? Ling Hanwu took a few breaths and couldn't help but laugh. F*ck your teacher. You're much more cunning than your teacher. Qi Yang grinned and said, the student surpasses the master. Everyone says so. Ling Hanwu shook his head and laughed. A good person can also fall ill from anger after talking to you for a while. Alright, let's not talk about this. There's naturally a reason why I'm here early. Qi Yang had a flash of inspiration. My teacher's wife will be here too? Ling Hanwu said angrily, nonsense. We're not married yet. You can only call her Missy. Qi Yang immediately followed his advice. Miss. You will be here too? Ling Hanwu was still angry. Of course. Otherwise, why would I rush here? Then my teacher will definitely be here secretly. Qi Yang was happy. Thinking that he hadn't seen his teacher for a long time, he couldn't help but miss him. Ling Hanwu, however, was immersed in the past again. He murmured, when I was young, I often watched the snow with Chuchen. She likes snow, so do I. When I grew up, my biggest wish was to be able to watch the snow with her, just the two of us. Unfortunately, this wish has never been realized. I don't care whether the medicine banquet is a banquet or not. I also don't care about being the number one doctor. I just want to use this opportunity to fulfill this wish of mine. Even if it's just standing together, not saying a word, and immediately going home after watching the snow, it's also good. Ling Hanwu said sadly. Qi Yang quietened down. At this moment, he really didn't know what to say. This guy coveted his teacher's wife, he should really kick him away. But at this moment, Qi Yang only felt sad. This infatuated man only wanted to watch the snow with the person he loved the most in his life. The sound of horse hooves was heard and the road was left behind. What exactly is this medicine banquet about? Qi Yang asked. The medicine banquet is a grand event of the heavens. Ling Hanwu said, it's held once every 1,000 years. And it's only held once every 10,000 years. The big clans hold it once. During the medicine banquet, all the big clans present all their elixirs to participate in the banquet. They refine 10,000 different elixirs into a special heaven-nourishing jade. The Dharma Supreme and 8 Supreme Martial Artist experts fill this heaven-nourishing jade into the missing parts of the heavens to stabilize the stability of the heavens. This is a rather sacred ceremony. Although it has gradually become a bit of a scramble for fame and fortune over the years, this purpose has never changed. Qi Yang nodded silently. I see. Then, what are the benefits of being the champion of the medicine banquet? There aren't any benefits, just the title of the number one doctor in the world. Also, there will be a small piece of the heaven-nourishing jade left, and this small piece will belong to the champion. Other than that, he can take any 10 types of elixirs that appear in the medicine banquet. Of course, the most important thing is, the champion will receive a special honor, and that is the status of a law enforcement officer. A law enforcement officer's status is equivalent to that of a law enforcement master. Among the law enforcement officers, he's also extremely respected. With such a status, he can do whatever he wants in the heavens. Ling Hanwu sighed a little bleakly. But all these are meaningless to me. Qi Yang nodded silently and calculated these things. The effects of the heaven-nourishing jade must be extraordinary. Taking any 10 types of elixirs would also be a great temptation. These things would be a great supplement for Tribulation Sword. As for being a law enforcement officer's guest, that should be Han Sharon's biggest hope for him. If he became a law enforcement officer's guest, then Han Sharon's purge would be much smoother. After all, no one would want to offend the number one doctor in the world, who hasn't been hurt before. As for being a law enforcement officer's guest, that was an even more noble status. Ling Hanwu muttered to himself, if anyone here can develop a medicine that can make a woman fall in love with a man wholeheartedly, I'll fight for a championship even if I have to risk my life. Sigh, Qi Yang sighed. Infatuation was very pitiful, especially when it was an unintentional infatuation between a man and a woman. Ling Hanwu, as the duke of a dominating clan, was impeccable in terms of appearance, talent, character, cultivation and family background. But he just had to fall in love with Yi Chuchen, who didn't like him. This was really a tragedy. As a doctor, you have to prepare a stock of elixir for the preliminary round of the medicine banquet. Ling Hanwu woke up from his thoughts and said, "What kind of elixir have you prepared?" "This round is guarded by the Medicine Valley, and it's extremely strict. I'm afraid ordinary elixirs can't pass." "There's such a thing?" Chu Yang asked humbly. "Then, what kind of elixir have you prepared?" Ling Hanwu said, "I prepared it casually. It's an 8,000-year-old lotus of will. Although it's not very good, it's more than enough to enter the preliminary round." "What about you?" Chu Yang muttered, "I only know about it now. I haven't thought of what to use." Ling Hanwu said angrily, "Han Xiaoran is so irresponsible. He didn't prepare anything for you." As he said, he sighed and said, "It's no wonder. Han Xiaoran has been upright and plain-spoken all these years, and he hasn't profited from anything. Just based on his poor appearance, he may not be able to come up with anything good." "Forget it, I'll prepare one for you then." Chu Yang said, "Thank you, uncle. But I have one here. I don't need to trouble you." Ling Hanwu looked at him helplessly and said, "All right, if it doesn't work, I'll change it for you." He thought to himself, young people are thin-skinned. I'll just prepare one more for him. In the Zhuge clan, Diwu Qingru was pruning a stalk of osmanthus, looking carefree. Diwu Qingru sighed. This brother of his didn't have much ability. He didn't practice martial arts, but he thought himself smart and was good at currying favor. Relying on the identity of the Diwu clan, he became an external attendant of the Zhuge clan. Diwu Qingru had never liked this person, but Diwu Qingyun always came to discuss everything with him. And no matter what Diwu Qingru thought, Diwu Qingru would go out with Diwu Qingru's name. It was really annoying. Sometimes, Diwu Qingru even wanted to just evaporate this little guy. But after thinking about it, he still didn't do it. The Diwu clan had already withered to such a state. If there were internal strife, it would really be beyond redemption. Moreover, the entire clan was covered by the supreme martial artist's divine senses from morning till night. It wasn't easy to be undetected. This time, he finally had some free time, and this guy came again. Diwu Qingru really didn't know what was bothering him this time. He had no choice but to say, "I'm here, come in." With a creak, Diwu Qingyun pushed open the door and entered. Diwu Qingru looked up and saw that Diwu Qingyun's face was full of anger. He couldn't help but frown. "What's the matter?" Diwu Qingyun said in a panic, "Qingru, something big has happened this time." "Do you know my in-laws?" "The one from North Wind Town." Diwu Qingru said lightly, "The one with the surname Sun?" "What's wrong?" "What's wrong?" Diwu Qingyun sighed and said, "They were killed. Their whole family was killed. Not a single one was left alive." Diwu Qingru said lightly, "Oh?" Diwu Qingyun said, "It's said that the person who killed him has a strong background. And this time, he came here to participate in the medicine banquet. He was chosen by the law enforcement master of the southeast region, Han Xiaoran." Diwu Qingru trimmed the osmanthus flowers patiently. He looked left and right, then stretched out his scissors and said lightly, "You want to take revenge? You want to avenge your in-laws?" Diwu Qingyun said, "No matter what, he's my in-laws. Moreover, once he's gone, it's equivalent to losing a source of income for me. How can I not take revenge?" "You want to take revenge, but you don't want to get into trouble, but the other party has a strong background, so you want me to give you an idea?" Diwu Qingru's hands were very steady. His eyes were carefully observing the bouquet that needed to be trimmed, but his mouth was clearly analyzing. "That's right." Diwu Qingyun said anxiously, "Qingru, only you can help me this time. Only someone like you, who can devise strategies and divine schemes, can kill that little one without anyone noticing. Since he came to participate in the medicine banquet, he must be a doctor." Diwu Qingru said nonchalantly, "What's his name? What's his cultivation?" "This person is surnamed Chu. His name is Chu Yang." He is a sword. Before Diwu Qingyun could finish his sentence, a cracking sound was heard. Diwu Qingru had actually cut off an entire osmanthus flower. Then, the scissors fell to the ground with a thud. The expression on Diwu Qingru's face was also very strange. There was shock, confusion, memories, disbelief, and even too much pleasant surprise, but in an instant, it returned to its original state. Qingru? Diwu Qingyun was shocked. He dared to swear that he had never seen Diwu Qingru's complexion change like today's. I'm fine. Diwu Qingru bent down and picked up the scissors. But he didn't trim the bouquet anymore. Instead, he frowned and thought about something. He personally planted, cultivated, and reshaped the osmanthus flower that he had taken care of for so many years, but he didn't seem to care about it at all. Diwu Qingyun didn't dare to disturb him, so he stood aside and waited. Diwu Qingru thought for a while and threw the scissors away. He raised his hand and put it in front of his eyes, saying, "My hand is a bit too clean during this period of time. It's a bit slippery." Diwu Qingyun blinked his eyes in confusion. Hand too clean? Will it be slippery if the hand is too clean? Diwu Qingru looked at his hand for a while. Then, he slowly walked up and put his hands behind his back. His expression was indifferent. He didn't say a word for a long time. Qingru, what should we do about this? Diwu Qingyun said anxiously, give me an idea. Diwu Qingru was about to speak, but he suddenly turned around and asked, you said he's a sword, what sword? Sword Emperor. It said that he's a sword emperor. Diwu Qingyun was a bit flustered. His cultivation isn't low. And he's a special pharmacist envoy appointed by the law enforcement master of the southeast region. The corner of Diwu Qingru's eyes twitched imperceptibly. He muttered, Sword Emperor? Sword Emperor. What's his cultivation? Diwu Qingyun was stunned. Qingru, are you confused? First, there's an emperor, then there's a monarch. After transcending mortality, one will become a saint. The sword is the most respected in the universe. This is the way of the sword. You. Are you pretending to be confused? Diwu Qingru's eyebrows twitched slightly. He said, oh, a sword emperor after the sword emperor. Grade. His words were exceptionally forceful. Then, his expression returned to normal. He said calmly, this person is very young, right? What does he look like? Very young, definitely less than 20 years old. And he's very handsome. Diwu Qingyun said energetically. Very young, less than 20 years old, Sword Emperor. Grade, Diwu Qingru said softly. His eyes finally lit up for real. At this moment, there seemed to be a star in Diwu Qingru's eyes that shone intensely. Then, he smiled slightly. It's just a Sword Emperor. Don't tell me you can't deal with him? Diwu Qingyun was angry and anxious. If it's a normal situation, I'll find a few people and fake an order to mobilize the experts of the Zhuge clan. But now, it's the preparation period for the medicine banquet. All the experts have their own duties. I can't find a chance even if I find one. Diwu Qingru's eyes lit up again. He said, if so, you can do this. He pondered for a moment and said, I think that this kind of thing can only be done by your own trusted subordinates. Diwu Qingyun stomped his feet and said, you're joking. The highest level among my trusted subordinates is a 5th stage monarch. I spent a lot of effort to win him over. But how can a 5th stage monarch deal with a 5th stage sword emperor? Diwu Qingru frowned and said, I have a plan. Say it. Diwu Qingyun became spirited. Such a young sword emperor must have borrowed the power of medicine. Diwu Qingru said slowly. That's right. Definitely. Diwu Qingyun said affirmatively, otherwise, even if he started practicing when he was in his mother's womb, he wouldn't be able to reach this stage. That's right. Diwu Qingru said, all those who improve with the help of medicine are very sensitive to medicine. Such people are most afraid of poison. And this person is young, so he probably doesn't have much experience in the martial world. So? Diwu Qingyun looked at him eagerly. So, you're in charge of welcoming guests and arranging their meals and lodging in the Zhuge clan. Diwu Qingru's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. He said, which room he stays in, what food he eats, what wine he drinks and what furniture he uses. You know all of them. They're all arranged by you. Do you understand? Understood. You mean, you want me to poison him? Diwu Qingyun's eyes lit up. Poison must be done cleverly and without leaving any traces. It's best if it's a mixed poison. Diwu Qingru continued to give ideas. Yes. Diwu Qingyun nodded repeatedly. As a pharmacist, you can distinguish mixed poisons. So, if he comes, arrange for him to stay in the Orchard Palace. There are heavenly fragrant orchids there. They're blooming all year round and have a faint fragrance that can cover all the smell of poisons. Diwu Qingru paced 3 steps and said softly. Okay. Diwu Qingyun's eyes became brighter and brighter. Finally, give it to me after you find the mixed poison. I will use my 10,000 miles waft of fragrance, orchid's heart-chasing soul, to stimulate this mixed poison for you. This will make it even more thoroughly blend into the orchid fragrance, Diwu Qingru said softly. Great! Diwu Qingyun got more excited as he listened. Of course, you have to be careful. Don't use too much poison. If it's too heavy, it'll be easily discovered. It's best if the mixed poison can only make experts unconscious. Yes, the mixed poison of noon fragrance and orchid heartgrass is the best. Diwu Qingru continued to give suggestions. Great! I happen to have such a mixed poison. Diwu Qingyun clapped his hands excitedly. If you don't have it, I won't tell you. Diwu Qingru thought to himself and continued, as long as he shows signs of instability after being poisoned, you'll take action immediately. Because this kind of poison can only make the Sword Emperor unconscious for 2 hours at most. You have to calculate the time well. Of course. Not to mention 2 hours, even if it's just a blink of an eye, I can chop off his head 8 times. Diwu Qingyun was relieved and laughed. Diwu Qingru said, you only want to kill? You don't want to vent your anger? Isn't it letting him off too easily if you just kill him with 1 strike? That's true. In your opinion, what should I do? Diwu Qingyun asked. Diwu Qingru smiled faintly and said, if I want to take revenge, I'll show myself and tell him my name, my identity, and what he did wrong. Then, I'll let him beg for mercy. You'll pretend to agree, and when he's happy, you'll suddenly take his life. That's so satisfying. Diwu Qingyun clapped his hands and gave him a thumbs up. Qingru, you're really a think tank and an ancestor of scheming. Diwu Qingru's eyes flickered slightly and said, but you have to be careful now and do it secretly. Other than your closest and most trusted subordinates, don't let anyone else know. Otherwise, if the clan knows that you actually dared to murder a guest during the medicine banquet, you can only go back home and farm. Diwu Qingyun said with dissatisfaction, look at what you're saying, I'm not stupid. Well, you're indeed not stupid. Diwu Qingru's gaze was a little complicated. He looked at Diwu Qingyun and said softly, Qingyun, the Sun clan was killed because of their evil deeds. It's their retribution. He pondered for a while and said, and you? As far as I know, you've done a lot of evil deeds these years. Although you're not as evil as the Sun clan, you're still hated to the core. You should know that you'll be punished if you do too many evil deeds. It's okay if you give up this revenge. Diwu Qingru struggled to say these few words. It was slightly different from his usual smoothness. Diwu Qingyun laughed and said, it's okay. Qingru, I always do things through my subordinates. Besides, your little tricks are also very vicious. Every time I do something, you'll deal with my subordinates and kill them. That time, you even caught me and gave me 100 beatings. He smiled and said, but I like this. I won't blame you even if you beat me and kill my subordinates. You can find me again after you kill me. But this time, don't blame me, and don't stop me. My concubine is the youngest daughter of the Sun clan. She's crying and throwing tantrums at me. I can't take it anymore. If this goes on, I won't be able to live. So, I have to kill this person. Have to kill? Well, you have to kill him. Diwu Qingru nodded lightly and said softly, since you have to kill him, then kill him. Of course I have to kill him. Diwu Qingyun snorted and said, Qingru, thank you for coming up with an idea for me this time. This time, that little girl is really dead. But, I can't keep it a secret alone. You have to keep it a secret for me. If this spreads out, I'm really finished. Diwu Qingru nodded deeply and said, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Diwu Qingyun left in a relaxed manner. Only Diwu Qingru was left standing in his own courtyard in a daze. He stood for a long time before he sat down slowly. He picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup of tea. He took a sip and muttered, "So fast. The tea is already cold." Then, he sighed softly and said, "It's windy. Is the weather going to change?" Then, he walked in slowly. He walked into his bedroom. Sitting in front of the desk, he muttered to himself, "The array is going to be activated in advance. That blood-colored luck." He sighed deeply. "Too fast," Diwu Qingru said softly. He quietly looked at the name list on the table. This was the name list of the Diwu clan. He flipped through it in his hands, and his gaze stopped at the name Diwu Qingyun. He sighed and looked at the other names. Then, he said softly, almost as if he was whispering, "If that's the case, we have to clean them up thoroughly. Otherwise, when the sky changes, it will be too late." While Chu Yang and the others were constantly moving towards the south, Diwu Qingru was also making plans. On this vast continent, there were many people who were related to Chu Yang. And they were also advancing towards this place. There were many people that Chu Yang hadn't thought of. In the southeast direction, thousands of miles behind Chu Yang and the others, a handsome couple, who looked like an immortal couple, was leading a beautiful girl towards the south. Xianxia's cultivation should have been stabilized, right? Feng Yuro said with a smile. Wu Qianqian said, "Yes, I feel that there are no fluctuations now. It's just that teacher has sacrificed too much for this matter." Yu Lingxue said with a faint smile, "Our losses can be recouped with a seat." "It's nothing. It's just that you're about to go out into the martial world for training. As a girl, you can't defend yourself without sufficient strength." Wu Qianqian said softly, "Yes." Feng Yuro said, "Qianqian, you're going to the medicine banquet this time. It's a good time for you to train. You have to be careful at all times. You must remember, once you meet those playboys who are looking for trouble, don't be soft-hearted. Kill those who should be killed, don't be merciful. Once you're merciful, you'll be harming yourself." Yu Lingxue said with a faint smile, You're wrong. Our brother's methods are much cleaner than yours." Feng Yuro rolled her eyes at him and said, "No matter how clean she is, it's her first time in the martial world after all." Yu Lingxue raised his hands in surrender. "I'm wrong," Wu Qianqian smiled. "After the first part, you can walk by yourself." Feng Yuro looked at Wu Qianqian lovingly. She took out a bracelet from her chest and put it on Wu Qianqian's wrist. She said, "This is a piece of starwood. I've already refined it. I'll teach you how to use it. If you have anything in the future, just put it in here. When you need it, just take it out directly." Wu Qianqian's eyes reddened. "Teacher, are you leaving?" "Qianqian, you still have to walk your own path." Feng Yuro said with a gentle smile, "Your teacher you and I can't follow you forever. Your stormy life hasn't started yet. I'm just paving a path for you, but to really stand on top of it, you still have a long way to go." "Yes, teacher." Wu Qianqian pursed her lips. The three of them walked forward for a while more before the three of them parted ways. Feng Yuro looked at Wu Qianqian's black figure drifting away and finally not looking back. Her eyes reddened. She said, "I don't know why Qianqian likes black so much. She hasn't changed." Yu Lingxue looked at Wu Qianqian's back and said with a smile, "This child has a good temperament." She only turned back once. When she turned back, she was smiling. When she turned back, she cried twice. "This child just doesn't want us to worry." Feng Yuro asked, "Are we really going to let her lead by herself? It's her first time in the martial world. We naturally have to follow her for a period of time and observe secretly." Yu Lingxue said, "However, you mustn't do anything unless it's a critical moment. Once you give her a sense of dependence, her life will be over." Feng Yuro nodded. The two of them waited until Wu Qianqian was out of sight before they followed her quietly, but as they followed her slowly, the couple's eyes widened. This disciple of his was much stronger than he had expected. With Wu Qianxian's looks and figure, she was definitely one of the top 3 beauties in the entire heavenly realm. Along the way, she had attracted a lot of lascivious men. But no matter what, Miss Wu had been a minister before. She had taken over the position of the King of Hell Chu. Although she wasn't the real King of Hell, as long as she could act as the King of Hell, would there be anyone who would be merciful? They saw that Miss Wu adhering to the idea of eliminating evil. After walking for less than 300 miles, she had already slaughtered 3 slaughterhouses. Along the way, heads rolled and blood dripped. Miss Wu's expression didn't change. Like a breeze blowing through a pool of blood, Feng Yuro looked at Yu Lingxue in disbelief. Is this really our disciple? Yu Lingxue smiled bitterly. I heard that she had done the work of the King of Hell in the lower 3 heavens. Feng Yuro was surprised and didn't say anything. On the other side, from a high mountain, Bu Luqing and Mo Qinggu, who was dressed in red, were also coming down the mountain. It was Mo Qinggu's first time coming down the mountain. She was so happy that she danced. Since old man Ning isn't here, I'll bring you down the mountain to play. Bu Luqing's words made Mo Qinggu excited for a few days. Today was finally the day to go out. Since coming to the upper 3 heavens, Mo Qinggu had grown a lot taller. The 12-year-old little girl had actually started to show her figure. The master and disciple went down the mountain and headed in the direction of the south. Bu Luqing was calculating in his heart. He didn't know if there were any medicines that Mo Qinggu needed at the medicine banquet. If there were, he would take advantage of it. If there weren't, he would take advantage of the remaining heaven-nourishing jade. Even if that old bastard Ming Tianya ran until his legs broke, he wouldn't be as good as me. In this day and age, it was a competition of IQ, but there was only one problem that gave Bu Luqing a headache. Master, do you think we'll meet Brother Chu Yang at this banquet? Mo Qinggu's face was full of anticipation. Not necessarily. This thing is mainly for pharmacists. Your brother Chu Yang is already good at practicing the sword. Can he be omnipotent? Bu Luqing said. Then can we not go to this banquet? Let's go find Brother Chu Yang. Mo Qinggu suggested excitedly. Brother Chu Yang is much better than this banquet. It's also much more interesting, Bu Luqing thought in his heart. Only you think that Brother Chu Yang is good looking. I don't see what's so good about him. Interesting? What's so interesting about him? Other than that sharp tongue of his, I don't see anything interesting about him either. Bu Luqing was depressed at the thought of this. Looking at this situation, would the little brother that he had painstakingly taught be taken advantage of by that bastard? That bastard is so much older than little Wu. He's a classic example of an old cow eating young grass. Please. Mo Qinggu started to act coquettishly. She pulled Bu Luqing's hand and started to shake it. Bu Luqing's face fell. He hurriedly changed his words. This medicine banquet is a grand event of the upper 3 heavens. It's so fun. Even if they're not pharmacists, they'll still go and watch the fun. Your brother Chu Yang will definitely go too. Ah. Long live. Mo Qinggu was elated. She urged repeatedly, Master, let's go quickly. The faster the better. Why don't you carry me? I'm not a donkey. Bu Luqing was so angry that he almost scolded her. But he still said patiently, the medicine banquet will only start when the flowers bloom in spring. Let's walk slowly. If we go early, your brother Chu Yang will definitely not go. We'll also miss the scenery along the way, Mo Qinggu pouted. Okay. At this moment, in the distant upper 3 heavens, in the secret area of the Ao clan, Gu Duxing, Xia Danxiong, Mo Tianji, Ao Xieyun, GMO, Luo Kadi, and the rest gathered together, facing the door of the secret room. Ao Xieyun asked, Is everyone ready? The brothers nodded. Ao Xieyun's face was solemn. Everyone, pay attention. Once the door opens, hurry up. He slowly took off his clothes, leaving only his underwear on. Suddenly, he raised his head and let out a long roar. This long roar reverberated and went straight into the clouds. It actually turned into a loud and clear dragon roar. Golden dragon scales suddenly appeared on Ao Xieyun's body. From dawn till now, I haven't slept at all. I've only slept 4 times. Even I'm surprised at how useless I am. It's as if there's a mountain pressing down on my heart. The outbursts this whole month are really hard to explain. Dragon scales appeared, Ao Xian's muscles bulged. Dense dragon scales appeared from his ankles and then spread up his legs at an extremely fast speed. In a short while, they had reached his chest. Author's note, translated by Kayomura, edited by Elriant. They continued to climb up. Neck, face, head. Slowly, his whole body was shining with a golden light. On his forehead, 2 protrusions were slowly growing, like 2 dragon horns breaking out of his skin. Ao Xian held his breath and let out a long and loud roar. He exhaled and shouted continuously. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Now!" With a clang, Gu Duxing, who was already a 7th grade sword sovereign, drew his black dragon sword. With a flash of sword light, it reached Ao Xian's chest. At this moment, a dragon scale on Ao Xian's chest suddenly disappeared, revealing his heart. Gu Duxing did not hesitate. With a flash of sword light, it pierced into his chest. With a spin, he retracted his sword at lightning speed and retreated. Ao Xian looked up to the sky and screamed. A column of blood spurted out from his chest and fell into the mouth of the huge dragon statue in the secret ground. The next moment, this huge dragon statue, which was as tall as a dozen people, suddenly emitted a blazing red light, illuminating the entire secret ground in a red color. Soaring proudly, soaring across the sky, 10,000 years, first dragon transformation. A murmur of chanting sounded. The secret ground, which was tightly sealed, slowly separated into 2 sides. A round hole was revealed. The red light shone, but it was so deep that one could not see the bottom. Gu Duxing rushed forward and shouted, "Go in." He grabbed Ao Xian's waist and rushed into the hole at lightning speed. Mo Tianji followed closely behind, and Xia Danqiong followed closely behind. GMO and Xia Danqiong entered almost at the same time. Luo Kadi was the last to enter, but at this moment, the hole had already begun to close. Second young master Luo cried out. His body had already entered, but half of his buttocks were clamped. What the F***ck? Luo Kadi wanted to cry but failed to shed any tears. He fiercely tore off a piece of flesh from his buttocks, and only then was he able to free himself. He grimaced in pain, but he didn't dare to slow down at all. Second young master Luo ran as fast as he could, with blood dripping from his buttocks. This young master is too pitiful. People describe it as a coincidence, but this young master has really squeezed my butt. Second young master Luo wrinkled his face, and was about to cry, "This image, damn it, it's as if I'm running for my life even though I've contracted hemorrhoids. Today, I'm wearing white clothes to show my elegance and attract the attention of a girl. My noble and upright image is completely ruined." The mountain wall had been sealed, and the inside of the cave was filled with milky white light. He ran at full speed, and as he walked, the passage behind him was sealed. The rumbling sounds were endless, and he really didn't dare to stop at all. Especially second young master Luo, who was at the back, felt that his buttocks would be clamped again at any time. He didn't even dare to look back along the way. He didn't know how far he had run, and the terrain began to descend, and he didn't know how deep it was. After a full hour, he reached a relatively wide area. The passage behind him was sealed, and no longer continued. Everyone finally let out a sigh of relief. From the looks of it, it should be sealed in the belly of a mountain that was sealed deep underground. Luo Kadi stopped his footsteps with a schwa sound. He breathed in cold air, and only now had the time to treat the wound on his buttocks. GMO heard the dripping sounds, and turned around to look. He couldn't help but cry out, "Damn. Miss Luo, your period came? Why didn't you prepare any protection?" In such a tense atmosphere, when GMO's words came out, everyone turned around to look, and immediately burst out laughing. Even the cold-faced Gu Duxing revealed a trace of a smile. With this guy GMO following, there was no lack of jokes at any time. Luo Kadi's face twisted, and he fiercely said, "Get lost." Since there were no women here, second young master Luo directly took off all his clothes. It was really inconvenient for him to do it himself, so he stuck out his buttocks, and said to GMO, "Come, apply medicine on my buttocks." GMO retched, and covered his nose. He took out some medicine. Don't F***king fart at this time. "I'm coming." Suddenly, there was laughter. Luo Kadi's head was sweating from the pain, and he couldn't help but laugh until his whole body twitched. Marshal Yinyang. Everyone turned to look, and saw that this cave was about 100 feet wide, and the stone walls were smooth. Perhaps even a gecko wouldn't be able to stay on top of it. In the opposite direction, there were 3 passages, and they were still dark. Everyone was stunned. How could there be 3 passages? They all looked at Xianxia, and Xianxia was also at a loss. He spread out his hands, and shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he didn't want to kill a sheep. At this moment, the whole earth suddenly seemed to tremble, and a buzzing sound came from below, as if there were millions of people praying in an extremely distant place. The sound got closer and closer, and gradually, it reached them like an avalanche. Tribulation completed, the sky red, the dragon soars, dominating the sky. It was still a murmuring voice, tirelessly repeating the same words over and over again. The ground trembled, and slowly cracked. A dragon head statue slowly rose from the ground, its mouth wide open. Then, it quieted down and stood in front of Xianxia. Again? Xianxia blinked. How much blood do I have to release? Mo Tianji said, there's no other choice. It seems like we can only release your blood today. GMO applied medicine on Luo Kadi's buttocks as he said, it's a pity that Miss Luo's blood can't be used, otherwise, you would have saved so much. Look at how much it's dripping along the way. Luo Kadi stuck out his buttocks, cursing continuously. Xianxia said angrily, even if it can be used, it's still the blood of the buttocks, how can it be the same? It's too dirty. Everyone laughed, and Luo Kadi finally stood up, gritting his teeth. He said angrily, all of you are bullying me. No one comforts me when I'm injured. GMO gave Luo Kadi's buttocks, which had just been bandaged, a slap. While Luo Kadi jumped up in pain, GMO had already said, actually, you should be glad that you're a man. If you were a woman and spent every day with us, you would have gotten pregnant long ago, get lost. Everyone roared together, and Mo Tianji was no exception. Xianxia laughed, and at the same time, he activated the cultivation bloodline in his body. Gu Duxing mercilessly struck again, and a blood arrow shot into the dragon's mouth again. The hole on the left lit up for a moment, and then slowly closed, leaving only the one on the right open. Is this the power of the bloodline? Mo Tianji pondered. A figure flashed, and Luo Kadi had already rushed to the front. With a whoosh, he went in. This time, I want to be in front. Second young Master Luo said excitedly, let's see who's the one who's going to get caught. Turning around, he saw the other 5 people slowly walking in with smiles on their faces. GMO said disdainfully, idiot, this hole is not sealed. Luo Kadi was dumbfounded. He stomped his feet and thumped his chest. This time, it was relatively stable. Everyone walked in one after another. Mo Tianji said, Duxing, don't support Xianxia. Let him walk in front. We'll just follow behind him. Gu Duxing agreed. Xianxia had lost too much blood, and was already a little dazed. However, after drinking a few mouthfuls of water, his spirits were lifted. Xianxia, don't cover the wound on your chest. Leave it open, and let the smell of your blood spread out. Mo Tianji instructed calmly. Okay. Xianxia didn't say anything else. He walked in with his wound open. Luo Kadi. You'll still be at the back. Mo Tianji ordered again. He had never been to such a place before, but based on his intuition and the word bloodline, he thought of many things. Luo Kadi walked back in confusion and asked, why? Xia Donqiong glared at him and said in a low voice, this place is activated by the power of the bloodline. You're injured. If you walk in front, the smell of your blood will cover the smell of Xianxia's bloodline. Stupid, you can't even think of this? Luo Kadi was shocked. Sorry, I didn't think of it. This is also my guess. It may not be accurate. Mo Tianji said, but in the future, when you encounter such complicated and strange things, you must listen to the command. Otherwise, if you take a wrong step, all of us will be finished. Mo Tianji looked at the others with some warning. The brothers nodded. He was making use of this incident to give his brothers another psychological hint to further ensure their safety. Because Mo Tianji knew that there were too many strange places and powerful enemies in the upper 3 heavens. If they didn't make thorough preparations in the upper three heavens, they would only be courting death if they rushed up one day. And Xianxia opening the treasure of the dragon race this time made Mo Tianji even more certain that he and his brothers would definitely be able to rush up to the upper three heavens. The awakening of the bloodline wasn't without reason. Since it existed, it would be of great use. Moreover, that murmur also accurately said, 10,000 years, the beginning of the transformation into a dragon. In particular, the words 10,000 years made Mo Tianji feel that there was a hint of destiny. Mo Tianji felt uncomfortable when he heard the word destiny. It was as if everything wasn't under his control. He couldn't help but think, if Qiyang was here, what would he do? What would he think? Everyone entered in a single file. After walking for a few thousand feet, Mo Tianji finally relaxed. As he walked, he smeared a special kind of fragrance on the stone walls along the way without leaving a trace. Although he knew that this kind of awakening of the bloodline wouldn't be dangerous, Mo Tianji still instinctively started to prepare for a rainy day. The further they walked, the whiter it became. The milky white fog also became thicker and thicker. Breathing in this milky white spiritual energy made one feel extremely comfortable. It was as if the cultivation in one's body was improving with every breath. There was a bend in the road ahead. A faint red light shone through. Everyone quickened their pace and walked over. The moment they turned the bend, the brothers couldn't help but be stunned. Right in front of them was a large milky white space. It was at least a few thousand feet wide. It was simply inconceivable that there was such a large space underground. In the center of the space, there was a huge golden dragon lying there silently. A pair of eyes emitted a blood-red light as it looked at everyone. In 2 years, it's the first time I've charged up the monthly votes list. I hope everyone will support me. I hope this month can be like this, soaring proudly, soaring through the sky. But I don't need 10,000 years. This time is enough. If it's 10,000 years, I reckon I'll have reincarnated to become the master of the Calamity Sword. I woke up at 3 in the morning. I've only written 2 chapters until now. I'll change the second chapter and send it out later. Requesting monthly votes. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The dragon was more than 10 feet long. Its body was soft and gentle, but it had a natural aura of elegance and power. Martial Yin Yang. When everyone saw it, they felt a wave of shock in their hearts. They did not even dare to breathe. It was a natural dragon's aura. After a moment of silence, they realized that the dragon was not moving at all. Although its eyes were shining, it was definitely not a living creature. There were a few antique shelves around it, covered in a layer of white fog. After wiping them, they realized that these shelves were made of purple crystal. On them, there were secret manuals made of beast skin, sabers, swords, fists, and legs. Basically, all the weapons one could think of were here. Then, there was a single shelf. On it, there was a big book made of purple crystal, and a shining pearl. In this milky white land of spiritual energy, this pearl was like a star. After 10,000 years, it still did not change its color. Divine Dragon's Secret Manual. Those who do not have the dragon bloodline cannot learn it. On the purple crystal shelf, there was a line of words. On the stone wall opposite, there were a few lines of words. The Divine Dragon clan originated from the east of the firmament. It has been a long time, and no one can verify it. Today, the heavens have collapsed. With the power of the dragon ancestor, this place was established. Descendants of the future, do not be idle. The original power of the firmament is here. 1 Dragon Pearl. The firmament's divine essence, countless secret manuals. If you do not succeed, do not leave this place. Descendants of the inherited bloodline need to remember that if one day you can travel the firmament, you can go to the east and fulfill the regret of the dragon clan for hundreds of thousands of years. It was a very simple and clear sentence. It was half a sentence and half a sentence. It also showed that the level of the divine dragon lord who left these words was only passable. Xianxia only felt his heart wavering. He could not help but walk forward, wanting to take the divine dragon's secret manual. Just as his palm touched the divine dragon's secret tome, the pearl beside it suddenly shone brightly. Then, it slowly flew up and soared into the air. Then, it flew one round around Xianxia, as if it was confirming something. Finally, it turned into a ray of light and drilled into Ao Xian's bleeding chest wound, disappearing from sight. Ao Xian only felt a sudden dizziness in his head. He was in a daze. He seemed to have understood something, and also seemed to have come into contact with something. However, everything was illusory and unfathomable. Yet after a long while, he finally regained his senses. He saw that his 5 brothers were standing in front of him, looking at him with concern. Ao Xian's heart warmed. I'm fine. This is a dragon ball. It has fused with my bloodline. So that's how it is. Mo Tianji smiled in relief. Xiayun, congratulations. Looks like you're really going to transform into a dragon. Ao Xian smiled and nodded. GMO suddenly interrupted. He worriedly said, what should we do then? I say, old Ao Xiayun, if you really transform into a dragon, of course your body will have to become bigger. Correspondingly, that thing will also have to become bigger. There is really no one who can stand you. In this world, where can we find a female dragon for you? Hearing this, everyone was petrified on the spot. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They really didn't understand how this guy's brain worked. Every time he looked at a problem, he could always think of this aspect that made them not know whether to laugh or cry. Ao Xian's face was distorted as he said, you don't have to worry about this. Suddenly, he said angrily, GMO, you're meddling in too many things. Mo Tianji looked at GMO with disappointment and helplessness, you idiot, he only has the bloodline of the dragon race. It's not like he's directly a dragon. He's still like this normally. Why can't he do it? GMO scratched his head. He was a little embarrassed and said, I just felt a little emotional when I saw this dragon. According to this ratio, if Ao Xian really does that thing, it will have to be at least this thick. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and gestured, circling a space as thick as a person's calf. Then, he shook his head and said, no, it has to be at least as thick as Luo Kudi's head, F***CKU. Luo Kudi immediately pounced on him in anger. The 2 of them immediately wrestled. The others looked at these 2 buffoons helplessly. They really didn't know what to say. When we go back, I'll tell Elbwa about your past affairs. Luo Kudi's face was black with anger. GMO, just you wait. Sir. You're my dear sir. GMO screamed and rushed forward to apologize. He cried miserably, look at my thin arms and legs. That big sister can send me flying with one slap. I'm already in deep water and suffering. Don't add insult to injury. As he said this, he actually smiled wretchedly, but fortunately, I had the foresight to find the boss and get the medicine. Now, I'm also very powerful, ha ha ha, everyone shook their heads and sighed. They couldn't do anything about this buffoon. Mo Tianji had heard GMO talk about this huge dragon, so he paid attention to it. He walked over to take a look. Ao Xiayun also went over. Even though GMO was talking nonsense, Ao Xiayun still secretly glanced at the huge dragon's crotch. Then, he suddenly opened his mouth wide. He lowered his head to look at his own crotch, and shook his head repeatedly. The corner of Mo Tianji's mouth secretly twitched. He whispered, are you ashamed of your inferiority? Ao Xian's face was red. He said angrily, Tianji, you're also making a fuss. I'm really, during this period of time, the brothers were together every day. They didn't have any taboos when they talked. Ao Xian smiled bitterly and changed the topic. Legend has it that there should be a hidden treasure of a calamity sword master here. Why haven't I seen it? Mo Tianji shook his head, this should be a rumor. This place existed when the world was destroyed. At that time even the first calamity sword master hadn't appeared yet. How could there be a hidden treasure of a calamity sword master here? Ao Xian laughed, I'm a little greedy. Mo Tianji also laughed. He approached the dragon, stretched out his finger, and tapped on the dragon's body, saying, this thing doesn't look like a real dragon. But this material is really strange. It actually seems a little warm. The 2 circled around the dragon and finally found words on the other side, heavenly origin energy of heaven and earth. Consume divine essence first, then absorb origin energy. If you can't absorb it, don't leave this place. The 2 of them sucked in a breath of cold air. This enormous dragon was actually an entire piece of heavenly source energy. And from the meaning of these words, they couldn't leave until they finished absorbing it. How long would it take to absorb it? Even if they worked together, they probably wouldn't be able to absorb it in a short period of time. At the very least, it might take a year. If they were slow, it would take him 8 to 10 years. Below this line of words, there were neatly arranged pieces of shiny things that looked like stars. Mo Tianji reached out and picked one up. It felt warm and soft to the touch. At the same time, he felt a strong desire in his stomach. It was as if he desperately wanted to eat this thing. Before he could resist, this thing had already flown into Mo Tianji's mouth. It melted in his mouth and turned into a warm current, entering his meridians. At the same time, 5 of the other 8 pieces of heavenly origin energy flew up from the dragon's body and entered the mouths of Ao Xieyun, Gu Du Xing, Xiadan Qiong, GMO, and Luo Kudi respectively. Then, the milky white fog in the entire space suddenly thickened. Milky white spiritual energy slowly spewed out from the dragon's mouth, filling the entire space. So this pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth is produced by this dragon, no, this piece of heavenly origin energy. As long as these heavenly origin energy are taken out from here, the heavenly origin energy will evaporate faster. What an exquisite design! Mo Tianji exclaimed. Gu Duxing stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "This is a rare treasure. It's also a rare blessing. It's a pity that Big Brother, Wu Shang, and Butong aren't here. Otherwise, it would be great if we could absorb it and cultivate together." At the mention of Chu Yang, everyone fell silent. Their moods instantly became very heavy. Until now, there had been no news of Chu Yang. After a long time, Mo Tianji took a deep breath and said, "Don't worry, everyone. It's useless to think about anything now. We can only do our own things now. If Chu Yang isn't dead, he will definitely meet up with us." GMO, who had been laughing all this time, was silent at this moment. Suddenly, he asked, "But at that time, will the Heavenly Armament Pavilion still be the Heavenly Armament Pavilion?" When this sentence came out, the atmosphere immediately became heavy. Mo Tianji took a deep breath and solemnly raised his hand. "I swear that the Heavenly Armament Pavilion will still be the Heavenly Armament Pavilion at that time." He put down his hand with a bitter smile and said lightly, "I know that you've always been worried about this, but I promised Chu Yang that I would accompany him to dance with the wind and clouds in the sky. To be free and unrestrained in the world together, to be proud and wild together." He said heavily, "Chu Yang isn't here now, but we are. The Heavenly Armament Pavilion is still here. So I'll do my part for him. If Chu Yang is still alive, there will be a day when we stand side by side in the heavens. If Chu Yang is dead, the Heavenly Armament Pavilion will immediately disband. Don't think that I've been controlling you all this time. In fact, I can't do anything. In this world, besides Chu Yang, there is no one else who can control you." Jimo's expression softened. He rubbed his nose and said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry." Mo Tianji patted his shoulder and smiled understandingly, "I can understand you. It's a good thing that you value your brothers. Why would I blame you?" He said lightly, "In the past, I only wanted to be free and unrestrained. I wanted to control the world in the palm of my hand. I wanted to move the wind and clouds with a wave of my hand. That was my life's ambition. But now that I think about it, although that was glorious, it was also lonely. I only understood it when I met you all." Mo Tianji smiled warmly. His eyes shone with sincerity. He said slowly, "Only with brothers can one be happy. Only with brothers can one be happy." The other 5 people silently repeated this sentence. Their eyes shone. If you don't experience things together, if you don't go through life and death together, if you don't go through hardships together, you will never understand what kind of feelings are contained in this word. And understanding, because you have brothers, your heart will no longer be lonely and wandering. You won't always look at people with distrust. You won't feel lonely and your heart will be at peace. Because I know that even if the whole world is against me, I won't be lonely." Mo Tianji was silent for a long time. Then, he said, "After we absorb all of this, there won't be many people in this world who can do anything to us. There's one thing I can tell you." Gu Duxing frowned and asked, "What is it?" Mo Tianji said solemnly, everyone here is my brother. Don't let anyone else know about this. The five of them looked at each other. They didn't know what he was going to say. Mo Tianji's eyes shone brightly. He said word by word, the reason why I firmly believe that Chu Yang is not dead is because Chu Yang is very likely to be the Tribulation Sword Master who came out to face this tribulation. Add 400 more words to this chapter. Many people don't like me describing my brothers, so I can only add more words to the extra words. And Mo Tianji's understanding this time is also what I have been understanding these few days. I am not lonely because I have all of you, I am not fighting alone because I have all of you with me. These few days, all of you have given me too much warmth and touched me, just as Mo Tianji said, only with brothers can one be happy. That's why I wrote some of my own things at the end of the chapter, including ugly things and happy things. Because I want to share all of my emotions with all of you. I want all of you to smile because of me. Even if it's my embarrassing things. I'm very happy to be able to exchange for your smiles. Because I've finally brought you some joy. Many people don't like what I wrote, but I can't help it. Haha. I once said that if you read one of my books, including the nonsense at the end of my chapters, I'll make you feel that I'm real in front of you. I care about all of you, thank you. These few days, I'm very touched and satisfied. Mo Tianji's eyes shone brightly. He said word by word, the reason why I firmly believe that Chu Yang is not dead is because Chu Yang is very likely to be the Tribulation Sword Master who came out of this tribulation. The moment this sentence came out, it was simply earth-shattering. It was as if a bolt from the blue had suddenly struck the hearts of the brothers. In an instant, the brothers fell silent. Ji Mo's body trembled. Luo Kudi's body swayed. Ao Xiaoyun suddenly turned to look at Mo Tianji. Xie Danqiong clutched his heart, a deathly silence. Master of Calamity Sword? Luo Kudi's lips trembled. The dragon-like Master of Calamity Sword? Is our boss? Mo Tianji said slowly, I'm not sure. However, based on all the signs, the possibility of Chu Yang being the Master of Calamity Sword is close to 70%. Ao Xiaoyun and the rest also swayed. Mo Tianji's temper was never one to be full of promises. Normally, even if he was 100% sure of something, he would only say 80%. 80% was Mo Tianji's limit. Anything he did, he would always leave an unknown variable. Therefore, Mo Tianji always had a backup plan. Now, Mo Tianji said that the possibility of Chu Yang being the Master of Calamity Sword was close to 70%. Then, based on everyone's understanding of him, the possibility of Mo Tianji being the Master of Calamity Sword was close to 50%. Thinking of this, everyone felt dizzy. The Master of Calamity Sword was an eternal legend in the Heavenly Layer continent for 100,000 years. Every 10,000 years, there would be a Master of Calamity Sword who would come out to cleanse the Heavenly Layer continent. Every 10,000 years, there would be a Master of Calamity Sword who would come out to cleanse the Heavenly Layer continent. The ruling clan of the upper three heavens was the clan that followed this brother of the Master of Calamity Sword. As long as they could follow the Master of Calamity Sword, they would bring 10,000 years of glory to their clan. Calamity Sword Master, the Heavenly Layer continent was the true ruler. Ao Xiaoyun rubbed his forehead and said with a groan, this is really unexpected. It feels as unreal as a dream. The brothers who usually drink, chat, fight, and joke with each other are the Tribulation Sword Masters who are high above the masses like gods. Xie Danqiong forced a smile. His handsome face was flushed with excitement. He wanted to control his emotions by force, but he couldn't. His whole body trembled as he said, cough cough, cough cough cough. Xianxia, who had always been graceful and calm, was unable to say a word at this moment. She felt her throat was blocked by saliva. She kept coughing and clearing her throat, but she felt more and more phlegm in her throat. GMO trembled, and then trembled again. Finally, he moaned, my pores are all opened because of your words. They are shaking. Boss is the Master of Calamity Sword. I am going to defecate. Luo Kudi's legs went soft and he almost fell on his butt. He suddenly burst into tears of joy. I'm not dreaming, am I? Mo Tianji's throat was also swallowing something. He had vaguely guessed it in his heart, but when he said it out loud, he still felt that indescribable excitement and speechless shock. He felt as if electricity was running through his body. It was really as GMO said, the pores all over his body were opened. He looked sideways and saw Gu Duxing holding the black dragon sword and standing at the side. He was actually expressionless. Mo Tianji was surprised. Duxing, aren't you surprised at all? A smile appeared on Gu Duxing's statue-like face like a spring breeze. His smile slowly widened. He let out a long breath and murmured, "So he is really not dead." Suddenly, he laughed and said happily, "So he is really not dead." Without any warning, he punched Mo Tianji in the stomach and laughed. "So he is really not dead." Mo Tianji was caught off guard. This punch almost made his internal organs churn. He held his stomach and bent down. He shouted angrily, "Bastard! What are you doing?" Then, he saw Gu Duxing rushing over and hugging him. He laughed and jumped as he shouted, "Big brother is not dead. Boss is not dead." Ha ha ha. Mo Tianji's stomach was in pain from his punch, but he was still affected by his sincere feelings. He smiled and said, "Yes, he is not dead. He is not dead." Ha ha ha. Gu Duxing laughed. Net after he had vented his emotions a little, Mo Tianji groaned and asked, "Duxing, did you already know that Big Brother is the master of Calamity Sword?" Gu Duxing smiled. He leaned on his sword and said, "I have been with Boss for the longest time. I always felt that he was not ordinary. But I never thought of digging up his secrets. I had a feeling that he was the master of the Calamity Sword, but I was not sure." He smiled. "It doesn't matter. Whether he is the master of the Calamity Sword or an ordinary person, he is still Chu Yang. He is our brother. Since that is the case, what does it matter if he is the master of the Calamity Sword?" Gu Duxing smiled and said, "I never doubt my brother, and I don't want to dig up his secrets. On this point, Dong Wushang should have the same temperament as me." Mo Tianji pondered. After a long time, he said, "Yes, you are more honest than me." Gu Duxing smiled and shook his head. He said, "Everyone has their own feelings and missions. Your specialty is scheming, and resourcefulness. If you're as real as I am, then the future of US brothers may not be as good." Mo Tianji laughed out loud. He laughed until tears came out of his eyes. "Duxing, this sentence of yours is the most interesting sentence I have ever heard." Gu Duxing chuckled. On the side, GMO grabbed Luo Kudi. "Second young master Luo, did you hear that? If Boss is the master of the Calamity Sword, won't our clan be able to survive for 10,000 years? Luo Kudi was also excited. "Yes." But then their faces fell. Luo Kudi said with a sad face, "Now in the three heavens, my brother already sees me as a thorn in his side. If that is the case, doesn't it mean that I will have to endure for 10,000 years? What big clan?" Gu Duxing got angrier and angrier. "Big clan? Just the two of you, good-for-nothings? Now you are already planning that kind of thing? If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will break your legs one by one. Now that Boss is not here, who dares to mention big clan to me?" Gu Duxing said angrily, "You are rebelling." Luo Kudi and GMO kept quiet out of fear. GMO said, "I was just kidding, you can't even joke." Gu Duxing said angrily, "Are you following Boss because you want to become a big clan?" He felt the same way as he did back then. True brothers with affection. Even if you die, you have no regrets. If you don't have affection, even if you become a big clan, you will only be despised. After saying that, Gu Duxing glared at the two of them. "I know you are joking, but once this kind of thing is rooted in your heart, you will slowly fall from this team. Now, you two go and practice. While you are practicing in this space, I will keep an eye on you. If your progress is slow, it means your heart is in a mess. If your heart is in a mess, it means you want to become a big clan again. Yes, I will find you at any time to have a good talk and learn from each other." GMO and Luo Kudi cried out at the same time. "You are really kidding," but Gu Duxing had already turned around. He ignored them. GMO sighed. "What should we do?" "It is all your fault." Luo Kudi covered his butt and sighed. "Second brother Gu is like this. Let's practice well. After a few days, we will join hands to beat him up ruthlessly and turn him into a soft second brother. That will be all. GMO laughed out loud. Then, he suddenly remembered something. He fiercely slapped Luo Kudi's buttocks, and said as if he had suddenly realized something, I understand now. Luo Kudi was slapped on his wound. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. He frowned. F***ck. What are you doing? GMO said gloomily, I just remembered that boss doesn't take oaths seriously. Once something happens, he will say, I swear in the name of Calamity Sword, ***. Now I understand that boss was just playing with his mouth. We all know that swearing in the name of Calamity Sword is the most important oath in the heavenly layer. Who would have thought that that guy is the master of Calamity Sword? GMO didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The master of Calamity Sword controls the Calamity Sword, and the master of Calamity Sword swears in the name of Calamity Sword. Isn't that just bullshit? No wonder boss is so relaxed. He just opened his mouth and said it. Before, I was worried that boss would just say one sentence whenever he opened his mouth. This is too casual. Now I know that everything boss said was bullshit. Luo Kudi covered his butt and laughed. Boss is really interesting. Gu Duxing frowned. Why haven't I heard boss mention this before? GMO said angrily, you're just a taciturn person. Does boss need to swear in front of you? Damn it, last time in the far north wastelands, boss and I were arguing about the gender of a snow wolf. Boss said, I swear in the name of Calamity Sword that this snow wolf is female. Then I spent a lot of effort to catch it, but it was male. Boss said that it wasn't the one he was talking about. The one he was talking about was obviously female. F***ck, catching a snow wolf in the far north wastelands. Look at how fast the snow wolf runs. Everyone was laughing so hard that they fell over. Catching a snow wolf in the far north wastelands. This guy really made them speechless. Luo Kudi said, twitching all over, boss is asking you to practice your lightness techniques. Mo Tianji cleared his throat and said, everyone, stop fooling around. Qi Yang is right not to tell us. After all, we're not strong enough. Once our identities are revealed, we'll be doomed eternally. The reason why I'm telling you now is because we can't get out of here. I'm just giving you guys something to think about. Secondly, it's also because of this heavenly origin energy. Such a huge piece of it, at least tens of thousands of pounds. If it all turns into spiritual energy and turns into cultivation, even if we split it evenly, everyone can at least reach the high level of martial saint. This is the lowest estimate. In this way, even in the upper three heavens, we'll have the power to protect ourselves. So, the main task now is to practice martial arts. Mo Tianji said seriously, don't stop practicing martial arts. Start immediately. When we come out of seclusion, it'll be time for us to kill our way up to the upper three heavens. In the afternoon, the deputy moderator gave me a link. I clicked on it and saw that it was Long Meng's comments on other books. Suddenly, my heart felt warm. I was silent for a long time and couldn't say a word. Long Meng has done his best. He's done everything he can. I, Feng Ling, am eternally grateful for this kindness, although we've never met, never talked, and never had any contact. At this moment, I really want to have a drink with you. I didn't specifically thank you for your tips, but these few posts made my heart burn. Thank you, my brother. In these 2 days, many of my brothers have deeply moved me. Many of them have specially come from pirated books to support me. Some of them have even tipped me before I reached V, just for the monthly votes of the Proud World. I'm touched. The Proud World has never been as popular as it was these few days. But these few days, it's completely boiling. I want to say, with brothers like you, I, Feng Ling, am worth it. The world of pride belongs to everyone. Just like what a friend said, the Proud World has come to this day, and you're just an author. The fate of the Proud World is no longer decided by you. Wind dominates the world. The fate of Chu Yang is no longer decided by you. Wind dominates the world, and we have the final say. Yes, I admit that you have the final say. Everyone has the final say. Because this is our shared proud world, everyone's proud world. Everyone, let's support it together, right? Leave it to me. Proud world, leave it to you. I'll go write the 4th chapter. I'm touched and unknowingly said so much. Please understand. The day I come out of seclusion is the day I kill my way up to the heavens. Gu Duxing repeated slowly, his aura rising. Marshal Yin Yang, but now that the heavens are completely sealed, how are we going to kill our way up? GMO said in distress. As long as Chu Yang is the master of the Calamity Sword, then Chu Yang will definitely open the seal. Mo Tianji's eyes were bright as he said, this is the mission of the master of the Calamity Sword. It is also inevitable after 10,000 years of reincarnation. All the brothers became silent. Although no one said anything, a faint fighting spirit surged out from them. Practice. Practice. Then, each of the brothers found a place and sat down beside the dragon. All of them breathed slowly and quietly. Before long, they had already entered a state where they forgot about everything around them. In the upper 3 heavens, preparations for the medicine banquet were underway. All the pharmacists and experts were gathering towards the south. Some had just set off, some were preparing, and some were already on their way. The upper 3 heavens had already started to slowly boil. The south was still covered in greenery, but in a wasteland extremely far away in the northwest, it was already cold and snowy. In the vast snow, there was someone crying in grief at this moment. It was Dong Wushang. Broken limbs and body parts filled the surroundings. The smell of blood rose to the sky. Dong Wushang knelt weakly on the snowy ground. Beside him, Mo Lei stood shakily. Her face was pale and her eyes were filled with tears. In front of her was Rui Butong's body, lying quietly. There was no sound. Dong Wushang leaned on his long saber, tears falling like rain. He was so choked that he couldn't speak at all. Since the establishment of the 4 3-persons hall, the 3 of them had been constantly taking on missions and fighting. Their battle records and cultivation were also constantly rising. The density of spiritual energy in the upper 3 heavens was completely different from that in the upper 3 heavens. Therefore, the cultivation of the 3 of them improved faster. Dong Wushang and Rui Butong's talents were quickly stimulated under such dense spiritual energy. 3 days ago, Dong Wushang had already rapidly rushed to 8th grade Saber Emperor. Because Rui Budong was an ordinary martial emperor, he was even faster than Dong Wushang and was already a 2nd grade martial emperor. Net 7 by 24 hours uninterrupted update of pure TXT handwritten novel. When Mo Lei was in the upper 3 heavens, her starting point was slightly lower than Dong Wushang's. However, she was now a middle grade martial emperor. Just the day before yesterday, Dong Wushang had accepted a mission to escort a stalk of spirit herb. The reward was 1,000 purple crystals. Dong Wushang and the other 2 discussed for a while before they set off excitedly. Little did they know that this stock of medicine was used for the medicine banquet and was extremely rare. Along the way, they had actually encountered wave after wave of interceptions. In the short span of 2 days, the 3 of them had already gone through 7 or 8 assassinations. Every time, it was filled with danger. For the last time, Dong Wushang fought madly, but he couldn't withstand the attacks of several monarch-level experts. He retreated in defeat and was in imminent danger. Mo Lei was also at a disadvantage, and she was trying her best to hold on. Rui Budong was even more clumsy, surrounded by dangers. However, at the most crucial moment, Rui Butong suddenly leaped up. While the 3 martial monarchs struck him with their palms at the same time, he desperately twisted the neck of that martial monarch expert. Then, he leaped up and faced the fatal longsword as he desperately hugged the strongest martial monarch expert opposite Dong Wushang. Dong Wushang stood there in a daze. His mind was still reverberating with Rui Butong's dying roar. We can't all die. You and sister-in-law wait for boss to come up. Don't let them feel lonely and helpless when they come up. Strike. Even cut me into pieces. Kill. Ah, Dong Wushang fell to his knees with a thud, his tears gushing out like a fountain. Elder. Budong. Dong Wushang roared at the sky. His voice was hoarse, and blood kept coming out of his throat. He seemed to see Rui Budong roaring at him again, bathed in blood. At the moment when he struck with grief and indignation, a hint of a smile flashed across Rui Butong's eyes. And a few muffled words in his throat, wait for him. You wait. I'm happy, I know. You want me to wait for them. Wait for them to come up and let me fight with them. Dong Wushang roared at the sky. But Boss and Duxing came up. What should I say? What should I say? They asked me, where is Elder? What about Badong? What should I say? You just King lay here quietly. It's fine. But what should I do with a rotten stall? Dong Wushang roared with grief and indignation. Bastard! Bastard! As he scolded, hot tears rolled down his cheeks. Such a mighty and heroic man was sobbing uncontrollably at this moment. At the side, Mo Laer was crying silently. Web at the moment when Rue Badong flew out with blood all over his body, Mo Laer was really shocked. This Rue Badong, who was usually glib-tongued and even looked a little wretched, showed such heroism and determination at that moment. It was so shocking, so full of spirit. Men had their own hot blood. Usually, they wouldn't show it, but when the world was turbulent and a man's hot blood gushed out, it was enough to move anyone. At a critical moment, when a man gave his all, it was enough to make everyone's heart surge. She clearly remembered that in the battle just now, Rue Badong had been paying attention to Dong Wushang's battle and her side from the corner of his eyes. And Dong Wushang's heavy gaze had also been paying attention to Rue Badong and her. These two men, at this moment, didn't say anything, but with their most sincere attitudes and actions, they told her what men were. So this was how a man's friendship was. Rue Badong was ready to sacrifice himself for his brother at any time. And Dong Wushang's gaze was the same. Both of them were ready to do that at any time. But just before Dong Wushang made his move, Rue Badong made his move in advance. When he made his move, the situation was just a hair's breadth away, not a moment of life and death. But Rue Badong couldn't wait any longer. He knew that when that moment came, he definitely wouldn't be as fast as Dong Wushang. This battle was very intense but also very short. The lineup of the three sides was very balanced. The opponents were individually in a kind of joint attack formation. The three battlefields intersected and cooperated with each other. Only the three monarch-level experts were the strongest and could support each other at any time. As long as he could catch one of them off guard, then Dong Wushang would be able to break out of the encirclement immediately and kill the rest with ease. But if Dong Wushang sacrificed himself, he wouldn't be able to kill all of them at the same time, so if anyone were to die, it would be him. So Rue Badong made his move in advance. He couldn't let Dong Wushang make his move first. Sure enough, Rue Badong's sacrifice was to risk his own life to kill one of them and break the formation. Then, he used his own life to hold on to another one. And to reduce most of the obstacles for Dong Wushang instantly broke free like a flood dragon. Carrying intense grief and indignation, his dark saber instantly transformed into a wild dragon that could overturn rivers and seas. He didn't hesitate to self-destruct, and used the fastest speed to kill everyone. Then, he immediately arrived beside Rue Badong, but at that time, Rue Badong was already unable to speak, he was only panting weakly. With a clear smile in his eyes, with peace and ease, he looked deeply at Dong Wushang, as if he wanted to engrave his brother in his mind forever. Then, he smiled and his lips moved. Dong Wushang thought he was going to speak and moved closer to listen. But he was no longer breathing. He was so calm that it was as if he had fallen asleep. Wushang, don't be sad. If Badong knew in the underworld, he wouldn't want. Mo Laer's tears fell like rain as she tried to persuade Dong Wushang. Dong Wushang shuddered and suddenly burst into tears. My brother doesn't want me to be sad, but this is my brother. But this is my brother. But this is my brother. He even smiled at me just now. He even smiled just now. How can he die? Dong Wushang pushed Mo Laer to one side in a rage. He lost his mind and yelled, how can my brother die? I still want to be with him and wait for my brothers to come up. Together, we can laugh proudly in the martial world. Together, we can dance in the clouds and look down on the world. Carve our names in the heavenly imperial court. Rue Badong. You promised. You promised us. You can't go back on your words. You can't go back on your words. Dong Wushang shook Rue Badong's body madly and yelled crazily. There was still a calm smile on Rue Badong's face. He swayed weakly as Dong Wushang shook him. Snowflakes landed on his face and actually stuck to it silently, no longer melting. Ah! Dong Wushang yelled at the sky. He spat out a mouthful of blood and let go of his hands weakly. Rui Butong's body fell weakly onto the snowy ground. And Dong Wushang's tall and sturdy body also fell stiffly to the ground like a golden mountain toppling over a jade pillar. Mo Lei burst into tears. She first supported Rui Butong's body and then went to help Dong Wushang. But it was already too late. With a loud crash, Dong Wushang fell solidly onto the snowy ground. The vast snowy plain seemed to shake violently because of his burly body falling onto the ground. Mo Lei's tears fell like rain. She couldn't help Dong Wushang first. She knew that if she didn't care about Rui Butong's body and helped Dong Wushang, the first thing Dong Wushang would do when he woke up would be to be separated from her forever. No one knew better than her how much this man valued his brothers. A day passed. Ever since Dong Wushang woke up, he sat motionlessly in front of Rui Butong's body and muttered something. He still couldn't accept that his brother was already dead. He forced all the medicine into Rui Butong's body. Including the few incomplete heavy pills that Chu Yang gave him, there were still 3 left. They were all stuffed into Rui Butong's mouth. This is boss's miracle medicine. It can cure all injuries. Dong Wushang said hopefully, wake up quickly. Wake up quickly, Mo Lei shed tears secretly. She was about to persuade him when she suddenly heard Dong Wushang's exclamation of joy. She hurriedly turned around in shock and saw that the ice and snow where Rui Butong was lying was actually starting to melt and turn into water. Moreover, waves of heat were rising. Dong Wushang jumped out and pointed from afar. He laughed loudly and shouted, "Look, he's not dead. I'm not beside him. His body is heating up." Then, he jumped back and said with a trembling voice, my brother is alive." Mo Lei's eyes widened. This matter was too strange. He had already been dead for a day and a night and his body was already stiff. Being able to come back from the dead was really unheard of. Under the gaze of the two of them, Rui Butong's body temperature on the ground became higher and higher. Slowly, it actually started to turn red. Finally, with a whoosh, a ball of fire suddenly appeared on his body. The fire kept coming out and in an instant, it was already a huge fire that soared into the sky. Phoenix Nirvana? Mo Lei's mind flashed and she suddenly blurted out. Then, she was so shocked by her own words that she covered her mouth. Tomorrow is the last day of this month, the last day of this month. The single chapter will be published later. Rui Butong's body, which was lying flat, suddenly burst into flames. At first, one could still see the outline of his body in the flames, but after an instant, the flames suddenly rose and became white, completely enveloping Rui Butong's body. Dong Wushang was too close. With a whoosh, a piece of hair on his forehead was burned off. He hurriedly retreated to avoid it. Net 7 by 24 hours non-stop update pure TXT handwritten novel. The next moment, Mo Lei exclaimed, "Be careful." She flew over and dragged Dong Wushang down to the ground. She slid out on the snowy ground for 100 feet. Then, she got up and pulled Dong Wushang to run. After running for 300 feet, when she turned back, she saw that the place where Rui Butong was at was already covered in flames. A red light shot up into the sky. The flames had already turned red, completely red. The burning heaven and earth were covered in blood red. At this moment, all the clouds in the sky were dyed with a layer of dazzling light. Such a fire, not to mention burning a person's body, even if the whole world was burned together, it definitely wouldn't have such power. Dong Wushang stared blankly. What's going on? Mo Lei stared at the red light without blinking and said, "Nirvana flame." Dong Wushang immediately understood. Suddenly, his eyes widened. "You mean Butong, he's actually a phoenix?" Mo Lei frowned. "How can you say that? It might be true that he has the awakened phoenix bloodline in his body. As for him being a phoenix, is there such a wretched phoenix in this world? But, no matter what, he won't die. You can rest assured." Dong Wushang rubbed his hands and said excitedly, "That's great. Whether he's a phoenix or a pig, he won't die at last. When he wakes up, I'll beat this bastard to death. F***ck. I was scared to death." The flames burned fiercely and shot up into the sky. This fire burned for 3 days straight. However, except for the ice and snow on the ground that melted a little when it started to heat up, after 3 days of burning, the rest of the ice and snow actually didn't melt at all. A wave of rugged divine power surged out. Marshal Inyan, this fire had alarmed too many people. Countless experts saw the anomaly and wanted to come over to take a look. However, he discovered that he couldn't enter at all. As long as he was within a radius of 100 miles, he would not be able to take another step forward. No matter what your cultivation is, you can't even take a step closer. Only Dong Wushang and Mo Lei, who were only 300 feet away, only felt warm and comfortable. Within a radius of 100 li, there were already quite a number of people gathering. Slowly, more and more people gathered. There was definitely a great change in the world. If it wasn't the tribulation sword master, then it was definitely a treasure that had been unearthed. This was the common understanding of everyone. Everyone was waiting for this terrifying pressure to pass, then they would all rush forward. As the host, the Li clan had gathered even more people. Everyone was nervous. This time, would it be an opportunity? Then, in the next moment, everyone stared at the sky in shock. The clouds in the sky moved, surging like a tsunami. Then, the place where the red light was suddenly turned into a huge whirlpool, stirring slowly in the center of the entire sky. As he stirred, all of the heaven and earth spiritual chi in the surroundings began to gather at a faster and faster speed. Suddenly, with a xiao sound, all of the spiritual chi within a radius of 1,000 miles disappeared without a trace. At this moment, even those people at the periphery suddenly felt suffocated. In the next moment, the wind rose and the clouds surged in the horizon. Countless amounts of pure spiritual energy crazily rushed over with a speed as fast as lightning. The spiritual energy instantly filled up the empty space in the sky. Then, it was absorbed again in an instant. Once again, it rushed over from all directions. Rushed over. Rushed over, the red light became brighter and brighter, stronger and stronger. The whole sky formed a whole patch of burning clouds. At the moment when the spiritual energy suddenly surged over, a red light shot out from Rui Butong's body, enveloping Dong Wushang and Mo Lei as well. Then, the two of them simultaneously felt that all the pores on their bodies suddenly opened at the same time. Countless spiritual energy rushed into their bodies from every pore. At the same time, there was a numb and itchy feeling in their dantian, as if the sea of energy in their dantian was gradually expanding under a mysterious force. The meridians in their bodies were also expanding rapidly. Gradually, the inner energy in their bodies surged wildly. The two of them were shocked. They hurriedly sat down cross-legged and meditated. They only felt that their cultivation was increasing rapidly. On the 5th day, Marshal Xianxia clear phoenix cry suddenly resounded through the sky. With a boom, the spiritual energy exploded and rushed up. The fiery red spiritual energy let out another clear phoenix cry in midair. A huge phoenix suddenly took shape in the sky. The fiery red wings seemed to be slowly spreading out, but they had not spread out yet. A red light suddenly exploded in the endless sky, turning into countless small red dots, scattering in the air in all directions of the continent. The spiritual energy in the world seemed to have gone crazy, rushing towards this newly formed phoenix. It seemed to be using a huge amount of spiritual energy to grow the phoenix's wings. It's a phoenix. A supreme martial artist leading the Li clan shouted in shock, "Quick! Quickly report to the elder master." In the northeast direction, a person with a sun mark on his forehead was standing with his hands behind his back, looking at the northwest sky. Suddenly, he frowned and shouted, "The phoenix has been born." Beside him, many people exclaimed, "What?" This person frowned and muttered, "The phoenix has been born, but why hasn't the golden dragon appeared yet?" Beside him, countless people were looking up at the red in the sky. Their gazes were complicated, and there was actually an indescribable feeling of trembling. Everyone was trembling slightly as they watched and waited. The dragon soars into the sky, the phoenix spreads its wings, the Saint King is born, and the world cries. That person stared at the red in the sky and suddenly said in a low voice, "King. Where are you now?" At the same time, all the birds in the world suddenly went crazy. Countless birds soared into the sky and circled around without hesitation. Then, they flapped their wings and rushed toward the northwest direction. Often, when a bird flew out, it would be alone. But after flying out for a few li, it would have turned into a huge group of colorful birds. Slowly, they would form a majestic army. Using all of their strength, they would increase their speed and head northwest at the fastest speed possible, flying rapidly. Among these pairs of birds, there were even quite a few that were natural enemies. But now, they all flew together harmoniously and lined up neatly, from big to small, from weak to strong. They didn't even look at each other, not to mention killing each other. The phoenix's wings finally opened slowly and moved slowly. Suddenly, a scorching whirlwind blew between heaven and earth. The spiritual energy was rapid and dense. The glaciers within a radius of 100 miles started to melt. Only the one in the middle didn't melt. The glaciers in the periphery were still melting. The people in the periphery retreated step by step. In the end, they started to run. However, the speed of the glaciers melting became faster and faster. When they finally stopped, there was already a vast ocean in front of them. Countless birds nearby had already started to fly over and dance in the sky above the ocean. Each of them displayed their most beautiful dance moves, as if celebrating. The entire heavenly layer shook. At this moment, suddenly, a loud and clear dragon's roar resounded through heaven and earth. In the sky, there was a loud boom of thunder. The entire earth was trembling rapidly. Countless people and animals were stunned by this thunderous roar. In the distant sky, a golden light seemed to rise from the ground and rushed into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the sky was golden. The image of a huge golden dragon floated in the air. Suddenly, it raised its head and let out a loud and clear dragon's roar. Then, it suddenly disappeared. In the northeast direction, in a distant place, everyone knelt down at the same time, their eyes brimming with tears. The dragon soars into the sky, the phoenix spreads its wings. When the Holy King appears, heaven and earth cry. Too many people murmured together, "King." Finally, today, the dragon and the phoenix appear together. "King, where are you?" 3 days, in the glaciers of the extreme south. Tan, who was cultivating, suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. The sky was golden and fiery red. Tan's eyes lit up, and he murmured, "Has it started?" Then, a dense black aura suddenly emerged from his body. In an instant, his entire body was shrouded in black gas, in the far north wastelands. In the secret land of the elves, Dooku extended his body and rushed out of the cave at the fastest speed. In a flash, he was already standing on the highest peak, looking up. His expression was excited, and his body was trembling a little. "It has finally started." Dooku chuckled and took out an exquisite green box from his chest. He opened it carefully and looked inside. Inside, there was something that looked like a seed covered in a green halo. Dooku pinched it with 2 fingers and looked at it with a complicated expression. He let out a long sigh and slowly put the seed into his mouth. Then, he disappeared in a flash. In all directions of the continent, all the experts were looking at the northwest at this moment. They were looking at the sky. Even those who had been in seclusion for thousands of years came out one after another. They stood at the highest point of the place and looked at the sky. At the top of the law enforcement city's clock tower, a man in white stood in the wind and looked at the sky in the distance silently. Over there, the red light was dazzling. "The phoenix has come out," the man in white murmured. At this moment, his eyes were as sharp as a knife. In a moment, a golden color appeared in the clouds. "The dragon clan has come out." The man in white's face became serious. After a while, a green light rushed into the sky and stood together with the red and yellow lights. It seemed that a hodgepodge had suddenly appeared in the sky. "The elf clan." The man in white sighed and murmured, "Are all the clans going to be revived?" Immediately after, a dense black light suddenly appeared in the sky with the attitude of a ruler descending upon the world. It appeared in the middle of the green, red, and yellow lights. It swayed and churned, majestic and mighty. The white-robed man's face, which had been calm all this time, suddenly revealed an intense shock. In fact, there was even a faint sense of fear. Today's first update. "I forgot that today is the Lantern Festival. Dad called me, so I hurried home and cowed out in front of the ancestral tablets. Then, I came back without stopping. I will continue to write the second update. There are less than 7 hours left. The bayonet has already seen red. After working hard for a month, it will be fixed. We are still lagging behind. I am still fighting. I will never give up. This is demonic aura. It's holy aura again. The man in white narrowed his eyes and frowned. Which clan is this? Which clan? Could it be? Could it be? Deep worry appeared on the man in white's face. Heaven and earth cry. Heaven and earth cry. Is there really going to be chaos in the world? A clear sound rang out like the music of heavenly beings. That huge phoenix's wings were finally fully spread out. In an instant, green light intertwined and rose tens of thousands of feet. Golden light flashed across thousands of miles. Only a cloud of black aura remained unmoving. Too many birds from all directions also flew into the sky above the ocean. They danced on this ocean that had never appeared in the northwest region. At the moment when the phoenix spread its wings, it also stopped in the sky. The phoenix spread its wings and rushed up with a resounding phoenix cry. It pierced through the clouds. At the moment when the phoenix soared into the sky, all the birds fell silent. They quietly and respectfully prostrated and lowered their proud heads. He wanted to show his incomparable respect to his king. The phoenix soared into the sky and turned into a colorful cloud in the sky. Then, the colorful cloud dissipated and turned into a rosy glow. Finally, it disappeared. The golden dragon let out a long cry and also disappeared without a trace in an instant. The green light flickered for a moment before disappearing. Only that thick black aura was still surging in the sky. Then, the black aura suddenly surged and slowly turned into a blurry human figure. His face couldn't be seen clearly. He just stood in the void, with the sky above his head and the mountains below his feet. This figure slowly turned around and faced the northeast. He seemed to be looking, as if he was deep in thought, as if he was. Then, this black aura slowly dissipated and turned into a sky full of dark clouds. Dark clouds covered the sky, a shocking thunderbolt sounded and a shining silver snake came from the sky to the ground. The torrential rain covered the entire heavenly layer as it poured down. In the northeast, when the figure turned around, everyone knelt down neatly on the ground, trembling and crying tears of joy. Millions of people shouted at the same time, "King! King! King! My king is back!" Their voices shook the world. Heavy rain poured down. The place where Dong Wushang, Mole and Rue Budong were at was already an isolated island. In fact, they were floating on the surface of the water. Countless icebergs were drifting back and forth, making the small island they were on look like a grain of sand in the middle of the ocean. It was so inconspicuous. The experts in the periphery had already begun to cut wood and build boats. Who knew that there would be a day where they would need to use boats in the northwest? Other than icebergs, there was a snowfield. Tall mountains stood in great numbers, and steep ridges crisscrossed the area. It had always been difficult for carriages to travel, so ordinary people usually used sleds. Who would have thought that one day, he would actually take a boat? Why would he need a boat? How would these people know how the ship was made? He busied himself for half a day but still couldn't get it up. Then, he saw that someone had already gone into the water. Everyone looked over and saw that those guys were spinning on the surface of the water like a top, unable to move an inch forward. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. These people had shaved off one side of the big tree, removed all the branches, and dug a hole in the trunk of the big tree. The three of them sat on it, one in the middle and two at the two ends, each holding a branch and paddling. But after a while, relying on their high cultivation, they actually only spun on the surface of the water for more than 100 rounds before adjusting their direction and rushing out. They actually swayed in the wind and waves, twisting and turning like penguins as they floated out. F***ck, this was really a good idea. Just now, everyone was still laughing at them when they saw them spinning in circles. But now, it seemed that they really had foresight. In such a godforsaken place, how could there be any boats? So everyone followed suit. Almost in an instant, all the big trees at the side were chopped down. There were even people who started fighting over a big tree, and the fight was in full swing. The people on the surface of the water were all spinning in circles, and it was extremely crowded. Sometimes, with a bang, two tree boats would collide with each other as they spun, and people on both sides would fall into the water at the same time. Then, the people at the side would either intentionally or unintentionally use the oars made of tree branches to hit them on the head. What a joke! A phoenix would never land on a land without treasures. What's more, this was the birth of a phoenix. There would definitely be countless treasures. With such a good opportunity, how could they not take advantage of it and eliminate their competitors in advance? How could they leave it to harm themselves in the future? So, the sounds of beating and scolding rang out continuously. There was a commotion, and a few more tree boats rushed out, swaying and drifting far away. Then, more and more people went out. The most tragic ones were the few supreme martial artists who wanted to rely on their high cultivation to cross the water. They flew up elegantly, floating in a kind of elegant posture, and were about to rush out fiercely. But just as they flew up, a huge pressure came down on them. The few supreme martial artists instantly lost all their strength and fell down like dumplings, landing on their backs in a sorry state. The most impressive thing was that one of the supreme martial artists actually fell to the ground and had a nosebleed. This was really too embarrassing. One must know that this was the legend of the heavens. A supreme martial artist. Although he was only a first-grade supreme martial artist, he was still a legendary figure. Not to mention falling, even if a big hammer smashed his nose, it would only make a hole in his nose. Now, he actually fell from a place that wasn't very high, and even his nose was bleeding. Heavy rain poured down, and the supreme martial artist's blood flowed down. He reached out to touch his face, and his face was covered in blood. Everyone wanted to laugh, but no one dared to. The few supreme martial artists climbed up with dusty faces, only to find that after landing, their cultivation had returned. They couldn't help but look at each other. It seemed that they could only row the boats, on the ice island. Dong Wushang and Mo Layer felt that they could move again and jumped up. Dong Wushang didn't care about how much his cultivation had increased. He went to Rui Butong's side in one step and looked at him worriedly. He saw that Rui Butong's face was rosy, lying there, his chest rising and falling slowly. He was indeed fine. Such a fierce fire burned the sky red, but Rui Butong's clothes didn't burn at all. Dong Wushang was still in disbelief. He reached out a trembling hand to feel Rui Butong's breath. At this moment, Rui Butong, who was lying on the ground, actually opened his eyes. Dong Wushang actually got a shock. Rui Butong opened his eyes, closed them, and then opened them again. He blinked and his pupils gradually focused. He actually gave a vulgar smile and his first sentence was actually, "Old Fourth, you're scared out of your wits, aren't you?" Dong Wushang stood there in a daze, unable to react for a long time. He blinked and suddenly, tears fell crazily. Then, without any hesitation, he punched Rui Butong's left eye hard. Poof, a panda eye was born immediately. Rui Butong was in great pain. F***CKU. Before he finished speaking, Dong Wushang's second punch had already come over mercilessly. Poof. Rui Butong completely transformed into a panda. Dong Wushang's punches were powerful and heavy. Without saying a word, he gritted his teeth and puffed up his cheeks as he punched again and again. Rui Butong was finally enraged. He flipped over and got up. The two of them took turns punching each other. Not long after, two brand new pig heads were born. He lay on the ice, panting heavily. Until now, no one spoke. After a long time, Rui Butong moaned. "Does it feel good?" Dong Wushang panted. "Yes. I feel very good too," Rui Butong said. The two of them stopped talking and just panted. After a while, they suddenly burst into laughter in unison. Those who had died once didn't have the surprise of coming back from the dead. Those who had been crying in regret also didn't say anything about their brothers coming back from the dead. Everything was as usual. It was as if this incident had never happened before. Mo Layer watched from the side. She had always felt that she was a genius and could understand everything. Moreover, she could also feel and understand friendship. But at this moment, she felt that she understood men less and less. The friendship between men was indeed very strange. Something happened to Rui Butong, and Dong Wushang was devastated. This was very easy to understand. But Rui Butong came back from the dead, yet Dong Wushang didn't seem very moved. Mo Layer felt that if it were a woman, they would probably be hugging each other and crying right now. But these two men actually fought fiercely without protecting each other. After beating each other into a pig's head, everything would be over. After the laughter, Rui Butong said in a low voice, "Actually, I don't know about this either." Dong Wushang lay on the ground, stroking the wounds on his face contentedly. the corners of his mouth twitching in pain. I understand. Okay. Rui Budong didn't say anything either. Both of them were checking their own cultivation. Such an important matter, and they didn't mention it again. I've improved. Rui Budong said, I'm afraid I've already reached the first or second stage of the saint level. Me too. It's about the same. But I still need to practice the saber and increase my understanding of the way of the saber before I can reach the level of a saber saint. This will still take a long time. Dong Wushang said lightly. I've improved too. Emma Layer checked herself in surprise. Huh? Dong Wushang and Rui Budong looked at her in shock. You gave birth to? Where? Is it a boy or a girl? Emma Layer reacted instantly. Embarrassed and angry, she put her hands on her waist. You two bastards. Rui Budong laughed loudly. You didn't give birth to us two bastards. It's not nice of you to say that. It doesn't matter to me. If you gave birth to me, then so be it. I can call you mother now, but not Fourth. If Fourth calls you mother, you won't be able to get married. Emma Layer's face and ears turned red. She went forward to beat this guy up. But Rui Budong actually leaned forward. Mother, I'm hungry. I want to drink milk. Before he finished, he was beaten half to death by Dong Wushang and Emma Layer. He lay on the ice and couldn't do anything other than moan. The three of them looked at each other and laughed. Emma Layer had also advanced to the saint level. The three of them were of the same level. This proved one thing, in the Nirvana flame just now, Rui Budong had shared all the benefits that should have been his alone with Dong Wushang and Emma Layer. He could have gone all the way to the supreme level. Because he had the phoenix physique, all the benefits were tailor-made for him. Not only would it be a waste for Dong Wushang and Emma Layer, it wouldn't achieve the best results. But he still did it. When Rui Budong came back from the dead, he only said, I don't know either. And that was it. Dong Wushang didn't ask either. He used the Nirvana flame to share all the benefits equally with Dong Wushang and Emma Layer. This kind of friendship was enough to move heaven and earth. But Dong Wushang didn't say it either. Not only did he not say it, but he also didn't allow Emma Layer to say it either. This matter, if it was said, would be lighter. If this kind of sacrifice was said verbally, it would really be an insult to feelings. Today's writing was especially slow. Haha, you should also understand how I feel. My 3 years of hard work will come to an end tonight. Treat it as a gift for myself next month, and also a gift for Pride's anniversary. As for why I'm giving it to myself, let's talk about it after the monthly votes battle. Today, everyone is persuading me to write 10 chapters. I also want to write 10 chapters. I know better than anyone that if I write 10 chapters today, it will be an assured victory. But I really can't do it anymore. This month, I've almost broken myself. Even if I die, I can't write anymore. How about this? I'll still write 10 chapters today. No matter who comes in first or second, this is a promise. I'll write double the chapters next month. My heart is beating like a drum now, I'm sweating all over, and even my fingers are trembling. I don't know if I can write the third and fourth chapters. If there are 3 chapters, I'll owe 7 chapters. I'll write 14 chapters next month. If there are 4 chapters, I'll owe 12 chapters. If there are only 2 chapters, I'll write 10 chapters next month. Victory or defeat depends on this battle. A victory is a victory, a defeat is a defeat. If I win, I have to win fair and square. If I lose, I have to lose in a soul-stirring manner. No matter if I win or lose, I can take it. Maybe I'll cry if I win, but if I lose, I can still laugh. Because I'm the one who rules the world, I'll fight with all my might. Noises could be heard from afar. The 3 of them looked back and saw huge trees riding the wind and waves toward them. It had to be said that these martial arts experts were really good at understanding things. Otherwise, they wouldn't have become experts. Now, they were riding the hollow tree trunks without sails and were actually in high spirits. They were like huge sea cucumbers but could move forward at the speed of a barracuda. But upon closer look, they knew that these people weren't rowing boats at all. They were obviously riding the boat in the way of a sled. Rui Budong, Dong Wushang and Emma Layer were all dumbfounded. The three of them thought that they were experienced and knowledgeable, but this was the first time they had seen such a strange scene. The wisdom of the people is endless. Dong Wushang murmured. I've proven this sentence once again. Rui Budong said, yes, look at them. How lively. They're really like a group of children playing with water. Mo Layer trembled. Indeed, these martial arts experts, who were mostly white-haired and bearded, had all kinds of strange postures when they rowed the boat. The shape of the boat could also be said to be colorful. Especially on one boat, the two people were actually leaning to the left. At the same time, they rowed to the left and the tree boat tilted to the left. Then, the two of them hurriedly rowed to the right and the tree boat tilted to the right again. The surrounding tree boats all stayed far away from the two of them, fearing that they would bump into them. However, these two experts had actually used such a method to barge their way through. They were like giant crabs, and they had actually reached the depths of the ocean. What a freaking weirdo. Rui Budong murmured to himself. Phoenixes don't land on places without treasures. The birth of phoenixes must be full of treasures. These people are here to look for treasures or little phoenixes. Mo Layer looked at Rui Budong with some worry. Rui Budong shrugged and said indifferently, the phoenixes have already left. They're looking for the phoenixes, not me. What does that have to do with anything? Besides, do I look like a phoenix to you? Have you seen a phoenix as handsome as me? Dong Wushang couldn't help bursting into laughter. Tan Tan is much more handsome than you. Rui Budong tightly knitted his brows. He then angrily said, you're comparing Tan Tan's appearance with mine. You're raping my personality. You're profaning my temperament. How dare you taint my demeanor? Molesting my purity. You're defiling me to death. Dong Wushang burst into laughter. What should we do next? Rui Budong said, fourth brother, you haven't heard of this before. This medicine is requested by the Song clan, a subordinate clan of the Li clan, so that the pharmacists can participate in the medicine banquet. What is this medicine banquet? Dong Wushang blinked. You're also very interested? I'm doing this for your sake, fourth brother. You want to hone your saber. What's the point of honing your saber in such a remote place? Rui Budong snickered. Let's go to the medicine banquet. I heard that the heroes of the world will gather there. Martial emperors are like ants, martial monarchs are like sand, martial saints are like dogs, and supreme martial artists are like mountains. He patted Dong Wushang's shoulder and said, fourth brother, once we beat everyone there, we'll be invincible. Dong Wushang's eyes suddenly shone brightly. He murmured, once we beat everyone there, we'll be invincible? Mo Layer was so nervous that her face turned pale. She knew that Rui Budong might be joking, but Dong Wushang's murmuring was definitely not a joke. It was definitely not a joke, he really wanted to beat everyone there to the ground, but before he could do that, Dong Wushang himself didn't know how many times he would have to go down and how many times he would have to die. She was just about to stop him when she heard Dong Wushang laugh heartily. He said, since that's the case, after we hand in the mission this time, we'll directly get another mission to go to the medicine banquet. Let's beat them all down. Rui Budong burst into laughter. And me? Both of you are crazy. Mo Layer muttered and cursed anxiously. But not only was she influenced by the fighting spirit of the two brothers, her eyes also shone brightly. How could the young black devil be willing to be ordinary? In the past, because of the limitation of her abilities and because of her unstable relationship with Dong Wushang, Mo Layer had always been blocked by Dong Wushang and Rui Budong. She was willing to be a little woman behind her man's back and take charge of all the trivial matters, but now that her man had such lofty ambitions, how could she, his woman, just watch him do nothing? If you want to be a hero of Ling Tian, then of course I also want to be a matchless beauty. Only then can I be worthy of you. When I'm by your side, I want you to be proud of me. In a thatched hut in the middle of a forest, a man dressed like a scholar was in front of the hut, drinking tea leisurely and contentedly. His expression was very indifferent, as if he didn't care about anything. His whole person exuded a natural and unrestrained aura. Once one saw him, they would immediately feel that the sky was high and the clouds were light, as if everything was drifting away like a breeze. After drinking a cup of tea, he stood up slowly. After taking 2 steps, he muttered, "Medicine banquet, should I go or not?" Casually catching a piece of red that drifted over, he smiled warmly. "Of course you should go. Because Chuchen is going, and so are the people from the Yi clan." He smiled and floated up like a cloud. He floated down the mountain like this, not looking back. Before he made a decision, he would pass his days here peacefully. But once he made a decision, he would set off immediately without any hesitation. He would follow his heart and do whatever he wanted. This was for transcendence. When the sky changed, Chu Yang was still 500 miles away from the headquarters of the Zhuge clan. It was noon. Chu Yang and Ling Hanwu were talking. Chu Lu'er was sleeping soundly on Zi Shiqing's body. Zi Shiqing and Ling Hanxue, this pair of ice beauties, were also talking in their unique way. Suddenly, they felt the spiritual energy of heaven and earth go berserk. The few of them were shocked. When they went out together and stood at the highest point, they realized that there were already many people looking up. Everyone was speechless when they saw the various strange scenes that appeared in the sky. When they came up, they didn't know that this strange phenomenon would actually last for such a long time. They actually stood there for a few days. Until the end, no one spoke. When the yellow, green, red, and black aura dissipated, and the heavy rain poured down, everyone was completely drenched. Only then did they return to their rooms somewhat absent-mindedly. Chu Yang frowned along the way. Others had already entered their rooms, but he was still strolling alone in the rain. This strange phenomenon was definitely not the sort of calamity. And he hadn't seen it before. But, why did those few auras feel so intimate and familiar to him? That beam of black light definitely had an aura of evil, but strangely, it also had an aura of righteousness. The evil aura was filled with complicated familiarity and intimacy. At that moment, Chu Yang even thought of his own junior brother Tan Tan. It was so complicated. They should have the same personality, but they were so opposite to each other, each walking on 2 extremes. Wasn't it just like Tan Tan? In everyone's eyes, he was extremely ugly, but he himself was extremely narcissistic. You clearly value your relationship to the point of death, but you force yourself to act as if you don't care. You clearly use extremely evil means, but you do righteous things. Yet, you use a kind of honorable means to achieve your wretched goals, damn it. Chu Yang shook his head and smiled bitterly. As he shook his head, the rainwater scattered from his face into the curtain of rain. And that mysterious green light also felt familiar to Chu Yang. Even that pressure that appeared at that time reminded Chu Yang of the atmosphere he felt when he was in Dukyu's secret place of the elves. Chu Yang felt even more familiar with the red light. The moment the red light rushed up, it reminded Chu Yang of Rui Butong's aura when he broke through in the far north wastelands and was reborn. And the phoenix that soared up afterwards made Chu Yang even more certain, this red light was most likely related to Rui Budong. Because Rui Budong was now in the upper 3 heavens. As for the image of the golden dragon, Chu Yang thought of Ao Xieyun. He knew that Ao Xieyun had the bloodline of the dragon race. Could it be related? But then Chu Yang smiled bitterly and thought, if the heaven and earth phenomena that appeared at the same time were all related to his brother, then wouldn't it be a little too wishful thinking? Inside, the people of the Ling clan were already in a heated discussion. Chu Yang stood alone in the rain, deep in thought. The only one who noticed him was Zi Shiqing. Even Ling Hanwu was also excitedly participating in the discussion. After all, every time such a situation happened, it meant that the world was about to change. I dare to bet that the Tribulation Sword Master has definitely found the 5th fragment of the Tribulation Sword. A martial saint expert of the Ling clan said confidently, if it can be proven otherwise, I will strip naked and go out for a run. Che. Everyone despised him. Prove? Do you know who the Tribulation Sword Master is? Chu Yang stood in the rain and looked at the Ling clan's discussion. At this moment, he actually felt that this lively atmosphere was very far away from him. It was so far away that it was like a dream, and he was living in another dream. I really don't want to think of all of you. Chu Yang murmured, thinking of all of you, I miss all of you too much. What did you think of? Zi Shiqing's voice sounded beside him. Chu Yang looked over and saw that Zi Shiqing was already standing in the rain in front of him. The rain poured down from the sky. Zi Shiqing stood in the rain, and the raindrops seemed to be hitting her body. But only when one was closer would one know that these raindrops didn't hit her body at all. There was not a speck of dust on her body, and she was not wet at all. I thought of something. Xianxia woke up from his daze and said, Lu'er is asleep? Yes. I'll let her have a good sleep. Xianxia said lightly, this kind of heavy rain, in a sense, is a cleansing by the heavens. Therefore, sleeping at this time is the best for one's spirit. Xianxia nodded lightly. He thought that Xianxia was a 10,000-year-old monster and had seen a lot. She might be able to tell the reason for the strange scene. He couldn't help but ask, what about you? What did you think of? It was a little late. After being tortured by the angels in white for half the morning and afternoon, he only returned from the hospital after 5 o'clock. Of course, there were some problems, but it was definitely nothing serious. After this chapter is posted, the next chapter will be very late. I want to write a thank you letter for August and post it on the related page. That's free. Brothers, you can all come and take a look. No matter if you're the original author or someone from Tieba, come and take a look. You can also help me increase some clicks. Who knows, your name might be in it. Of course, you can also transfer it away. Yes, I'll say one more thing, asking for guaranteed monthly votes. Of course, the most important thing is that I ask those who like Pride but haven't subscribed to it, please go to the net and increase the number of subscriptions for Pride. One chapter is just a few cents. I'll stretch out my hand and ask for this few cents from everyone. Think about it, brother, you can buy piercing winds all night writing for a few cents. Isn't it worth it? Haha, actually, my main purpose is to increase the number of subscriptions, because we, Pride, still want to fight. Because although we, Pride, have no regrets and have a clear conscience, we are still shaken. As long as everyone's subscriptions give me confidence, then, in the near future, we, Pride, will reach the top in one go. Do you want to leave your name in Pride's most glorious moment? Do you want to be a brother of Pride with me? Come, there are more than 1,000 brothers waiting for you here. Pride's unity, Pride's waiting, do you see it? Are you willing to integrate into such a harmonious environment? Xianxia smiled and said, you don't know? Xianxia took a breath and said, I'm not sure. Xianxia said lightly, actually, you've already confirmed it, but you still need me to say it together. She looked up at Xianxia. Actually, it's really not necessary. You've already confirmed it. Xianxia looked up. The rain from the sky splashed on his face. He said softly, I miss it so much. Xianxia nodded lightly and didn't ask anything. She just changed the topic and asked, Xianxia, in your heart, is the woman you love more important? Or is your brother more important? Xianxia was stunned. How should I evaluate this? Xianxia said lightly, if there's a battle where the woman you love and your brother face certain death at the same time, and you can only save one, which one will you save? Xianxia said without hesitation, I'll save whichever I see first. What if I see them at the same time? Xianxia pursued. I'll save whoever is closest to me. Xianxia felt that it was ridiculous. Is there a need to ask such a question? What if I give you time to choose? Xianxia asked, let you weigh the pros and cons in your heart? Xianxia frowned. This is purely unreasonable. If I have time to weigh the pros and cons, I'll definitely have time to save both of them. What's the point of weighing the pros and cons? What if there's only one choice? Xianxia asked. To hell with the choice. Xianxia said rudely, there's no choice. There's no choice. I say, what are you women thinking in your heads? Aren't you tired of thinking about such boring questions every day? Some women ask men every day, between me and your mother, who will you save? It's so boring. Xianxia said angrily. Xianxia said lightly, actually, women like to ask such questions to prove their position in men's hearts. Xianxia laughed mischievously, forcing a man to make a choice, F***ck. Women who force men to make choices should all get lost. This question should be answered like this, you wait patiently until you have a son. When your son's wife asks him this question, then you'll hear the standard answer. Xianxia smiled. Then, are you sure now? Xianxia asked softly. Xianxia was startled for a moment before he burst into laughter. There were some things in his heart that he was certain of, but he was still half convinced. At this time, he needed the affirmation of others. The affirmation of others could turn your 50% confidence into 10% confidence. However, even if other people's affirmation is correct, you are still influenced by others. You didn't defeat yourself alone. Instead, she was defeated by someone else. Therefore, you only need to say to yourself, "My affirmation is your decision," that would do. This was also an inner demon. Moreover, it was an inner demon that everyone had. Regardless of whether they were ordinary people or supreme being experts. Is your father more important or your mother more important? Is your wife more important or your child more important? Is your brother more important or your wife more important? There would never be an answer. If he forced himself to make a choice, it would really cause him to collapse. No one was willing to make such a choice. Xianxia had forced Chu Yang into a dead end with a choice that could not satisfy both sides. Then, at the crucial moment, she had broken through. His words had defeated Chu Yang's inner demons. Chu Yang laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "It turns out that my character is still somewhat indecisive. Everyone will hesitate." Xianxia said, "It just depends on the speed of the decision." Chu Yang nodded slowly. The two of them stood in the rain for a while and slowly walked back. Unlike before, Chu Yang's heart was full of fire now. Those must be my brothers. Although I have no evidence, but other than them, no one else can give me such a sense of familiarity and intimacy. I'm waiting for you, I'm looking forward to you, brothers, quickly come up. The heavens are ours. Chu Yang's face was a little red and he moved. Walking into the room, Xianxia and the rest were all stunned. In their eyes, Chu Yang, who was more powerful, was like a drowned rat, while Xianxia was actually not wet at all. This was not right. No matter how much Chu Yang protected Xianxia, it would not be Chu Yang who was drenched while Xianxia was fine. If Chu Yang used his martial arts, it would naturally be possible. But in the current situation, he obviously did not. This discovery made the hearts of Ling Hanwu and the three supreme martial artist elders jump. Including them, all they saw was that Xianxia was just an ordinary girl with no cultivation at all. However, the current facts could only prove one thing: they were all wrong. This peerlessly beautiful woman was definitely an unfathomable expert, because they could not see through her cultivation at all. No wonder Chu Yang dared to bring two girls alone and travel tens of thousands of miles. With such a terrifying expert by his side, what was there to be afraid of? Xianxia smiled lightly, greeted them and entered her and Chu Luer's room. Chu Yang was a little puzzled. He scratched his head. Xianxia was obviously doing this on purpose. He had intentionally used such a subtle method to intimidate the Ling family. Why? Chu Yang looked at Ling Hanwu with a scrutinizing gaze. Ling Hanwu also frowned and started to think. His gaze slowly moved and swept past a thin and weak young man at the innermost part of the group. That young man raised his head and lowered it again. His face was pale and he looked a little thin and weak, somewhat pitiful. However, Chu Yang knew that this was definitely caused by his martial arts and not his weak body. And this young man was also the one with the weakest cultivation in the Ling clan group. He was not even at the emperor level. Ling Hanwu and Ling Hanxue had also never introduced him to Chu Yang. Ling Hanwu frowned and moved his gaze away from his face. Then, he looked at the few martial saint and supreme martial artist experts with a sharp gaze. Under his sharp gaze, three people's expressions changed slightly, and they avoided his gaze. Ling Hanwu snorted heavily and muttered to himself, "Bastard. You've embarrassed yourself all the way to the south." Chu Yang smiled faintly and said, "Who is this duke?" "This is my nephew. I brought him here to broaden his horizons," Ling Hanwu said somewhat embarrassedly. "Your nephew is really handsome and promising at a young age. Outstanding. Elegant. Talented," Chu Yang said with a smile full of deep meaning. Chu Yang purposely emphasized the word heroic and the word romantic, and dragged out his intonation. Ling Hanwu blushed and said, "Young brother is really clever. However, some things will definitely not happen." Chu Yang smiled gently and said, "I believe you." Then, he said, "It's raining, I'm going to take a nap." Then, he turned and left. The moment he stepped out of the door, that thin and weak young man suddenly raised his head and looked at Chu Yang's back with jealousy in his eyes. Ling Hanwu watched Chu Yang leave, his eyes full of admiration and seriousness. This young man was definitely not simple. Initially, he had lured him here only because he was the younger brother of his old friend and also the successor of his love rival. Therefore, Ling Hanwu wanted to see what this young man was like. Secondly, it was because he really liked what this young man had done. Especially using his beauty to lure a foppish young master to kill him, it was even more satisfying. Don't you like beauties? I'll let you die because of beauties. To a pervert, this was undoubtedly the most satisfying way to die, but after interacting with him, he realized that this young man was far more terrifying than he had expected. But until today, he realized that he had still greatly underestimated him. What a terrifying person. He was silent for a long time before he said, Xuang, you like that woman? That young man lowered his head. He didn't speak. Ling Hanwu said, so you want to kill Chu Yang? That young man still didn't speak. Ling Hanwu didn't pay any attention to him. He continued, and you've already made arrangements? You're about to take action? That young man raised his head slightly and still didn't speak. Ling Hanwu said lightly, I won't interfere with you and I won't stop you. Young men will have to suffer some hardships. Even if these hardships are at the cost of their own lives. You can do as you wish. But if he succeeds, it's his bad luck. If he dies, it's your bad luck. The Ling clan has nothing to do with this. Ling Hanwu stood up and went back to his room. A supreme martial artist considered for a while and followed him out. Second master, aren't we sending young Master Xuan to his death? The other party is unfathomable and they've taken precautions. And today, they've given us a warning. Once young Master Xuan takes action, they'll definitely not show mercy. Ling Hanwu said coldly, you're right. The other party has already given us a warning. This warning is to give us face. Otherwise, they can take action directly. To him, the friendship between his master and me was something he could kill but didn't kill. Once was more than enough to pay off the debt. So, after this warning, if Xuang takes action, he'll definitely die. But as Chu Yang said, all those who covet beauties and want to snatch and kill shouldn't complain when they die. I, Ling Hanwu, am deeply ashamed that our Ling clan has such a person. I only hate that I can't do it myself. If he's courting death, that would be even better. After Ling Hanwu finished speaking coldly, he turned around and entered the room. He only left one sentence, if anyone wants to help him, even if they die, it has nothing to do with the Ling family. Even if Lord Consecrator blames someone, he can only blame me. If anyone wants to seek revenge because of this, they'll have to step over my dead body first. The supreme martial artist was stunned speechless. He sighed and muttered, young men are full of vigor and vigor. How could Master Xuang not be tempted? Although it's too much to kill Chu Yang, second master's temper should really be changed. Don't tell me you treat your own family members the same as those perverts outside? In the room. As Chu Yang walked in, steam came out of his body. In a moment, his clothes were clean and he felt refreshed. He sat down at the table and said, you want to do it yourself? Xianxia said coldly, that guy is the god-grandson of some high consecrator, used to inherit the family name. Haha, he actually wanted to use drugs to capture Lu and threaten you. Then, he sent someone to ambush you, kill you, and take over me. This plan is really vicious. I didn't expect this guy to be so vicious even though he didn't say anything. That guy was called Du Hansuang. He was the god-grandson of Du Macho, the current high consecrator of the Ling clan. He came out this time purely to broaden his horizons. For the sake of martial arts, Du Macho never married. When he was old, he felt that it was difficult to continue the family name. So, he took in a god-grandson and changed his surname to Du. In fact, there were many people who did this in the big clans. Du Hansuang had taken a fancy to Xianxia's beauty. These few days, he had been dreaming of her. After hesitating and struggling for a few days, he finally decided to do it. He gathered his confidants and plotted in his room. But what kind of cultivation did Xianxia have? Even if Xianxia was dozens of miles away, she would still be able to hear his plot clearly, not to mention right under her nose. Although there was a martial saint-level shield, such a shield was as good as nothing to Xianxia. Chu Yang smiled amusedly. I see. Ling Hanwu must be feeling very frustrated now. What he hates the most are foppish young masters. But there's actually such a person among the people he brought along. Then, a murderous look appeared in his eyes. He actually used lure? You don't have to care about this. Xianxia smiled lightly. So, you should sleep tonight. If they take action, it's not suitable for you to take action. That night, Du Hanshuang thought for a long time and finally decided to take action. A few people had already reminded him that the woman was not simple. However, a young woman, even if she was powerful, how powerful could she be, rain not getting wet? Even a martial king could do it. Using this as a reason to be powerful, wasn't it ridiculous? Besides, if he couldn't have such a peerless beauty in his life, wouldn't he have wasted his life? The more Du Hanshuang thought about it, the more his heart burned. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. That night, Chu Yang slept soundly with his head covered. Even if the sky fell, there would be someone to hold it up. What was there for him to worry about? Early morning of the second day, everyone got up and went out. They didn't find anything unusual. But when the team gathered outside and prepared to set off, they realized that 5 people were missing. Chu Yang, Xianxia, and Chu Lu'er walked at the front calmly. This time, Chu Lu'er was naturally really calm and composed. Because she didn't know anything. But Chu Yang and Xianxia knew what was going on. Ling Hanwu frowned and shouted, "Go and find her." Du Hanshuang, 3 martial saints and 1 martial monarch were missing. They disappeared without a trace. Last night, they had been listening attentively. They heard Du Hanshuang giving orders in a low voice, and even the sound of his hand gestures. Then, the sound of 5 people moving out. Then, there was no then. Because everything had suddenly disappeared, this kind of situation caused everyone to be greatly shocked. Someone went to those few rooms to search again, but still didn't find anything. They checked far and near, but still didn't find anything. Ling Hanwu listened to the report and his pupils shrank. He looked at Chu Yang and Xianxia silently and didn't say anything. There was disappointment, joy, and disappointment in his eyes. But a supreme martial artist of the Ling clan felt a little uncomfortable. Along the way, he walked to Xianxia and said lightly, "Miss Z, good trick. May I ask, how did Miss Z do it?" Xianxia raised her eyes coldly and looked at him. "So all of you are clear about it." This supreme martial artist was stunned and a little speechless. He obviously knew, but he allowed his brother to kidnap a civilian girl. This was something that couldn't be justified. Although the other party wasn't a civilian girl, he swallowed his saliva and said, "Please enlighten me, Miss Z." Xianxia said coldly, "Actually, I know all of you know, but I thought all of you would pretend to be deaf and dumb. Originally, I was very satisfied with your Ling clan so far. But you really shouldn't keep silent." This supreme martial artist said lightly, "It's a pity that even if our brother made a mistake, he should teach himself a lesson. As for others, they taught our unfilial brother a lesson, but they should also give us an explanation." Xianxia's eyebrows frowned dangerously and she said lightly, "Is that so?" "Exactly. Miss Z, you killed people. Don't tell me you don't even give us an explanation?" This supreme martial artist asked tit for tat. "I thought, your Ling clan would give me an explanation." Xianxia said with some surprise, "I didn't expect you to come here to ask me for an explanation. If I'm just a weak girl, then, who should I ask for an explanation now?" This supreme martial artist said lightly, "Unfortunately, Miss Z, you're not a weak girl." Xianxia nodded slowly. "Okay, I'll give you an explanation. This explanation is, they deserve to die." The anger on this supreme martial artist's face became more and more intense. He said, "Even if they deserve to die, you shouldn't be the one to kill them." Xianxia laughed softly. "Outsiders shouldn't be the one to kill them, but you don't know how to do it yourself. Is this what you mean? Now that I've killed them, what are you going to do?" This supreme martial artist said angrily, "You've killed people, so you should at least leave their corpses behind. Don't forget, the people in front of you are from the Ling clan." "Corpses?" Xianxia said sarcastically, "Don't tell me you still want to wear mourning clothes and be a filial grandson?" She paused and said, "So what if you're from the Ling clan?" This supreme martial artist's face turned red. Miss Z, you've gone too far. Xianxia said impatiently, am I the one who's gone too far, or is it your Ling clan? You snatched a girl first, and now you're denouncing me. Am I the one who's gone too far? This is the martial world. This supreme martial artist said gloomily, Miss Z, with your cultivation, you should know that even if you want to be chivalrous, you also need capital and strength. You've gone too far. Since that's the case, I don't mind going too far for once. Xianxia said lightly, just now, you said that the Ling clan can only be punished by yourselves. I wonder if it's okay for me to punish you. This supreme martial artist stared at her for a while, and suddenly laughed. Miss Z, do you want to verify with me? I welcome you with open arms. That's exactly what I want. Xianxia shook her head lightly. No, I just want to punish you. Suddenly, she raised her hand and gave a slap. This supreme martial artist clearly saw that fair little hand coming towards him. He also wanted to block it, and also wanted to shake his head and dodge it. However, even though he thought of everything, he still couldn't dodge it, the speed was so slow, and he actually didn't dodge it. Smack. There was a loud and clear sound. This supreme martial artist's body was sent flying out from the horse like a rocket. He flailed his arms and legs in the air, somersaulting and tumbling all the way out for more than 1,000 feet. Xianxia didn't move an inch on the horse, her eyes cold. The other two supreme martial artists and Ling Hanwu were shocked and turned to look. The few of them had heard the conversation between the two just now. Ling Hanwu wanted to stop them, but in the blink of an eye, a supreme martial artist was actually sent flying. He didn't have the strength to fight back. The other two supreme martial artists snorted, their eyes full of anger. In a flash, they were about to make a move. You clearly know who's right and who's wrong, yet you still want to make a move? Xianxia asked lightly. At this moment, that supreme martial artist who was sent flying also flew back with a swoosh. He was panting heavily, his eyes full of anger. Half of his face was already swollen. Xianxia looked on coldly from the side, not stopping them. In the morning, Xianxia had once said to him, Ling Hanwu and your teacher are good friends, but there are too few such people in the aristocratic families. Don't think that everyone in the Ling clan is good just because you're good friends with Ling Hanwu. Today, I'll show you the true nature of aristocratic families. At that time, Xianxia still didn't think much of it. Because since Ling Hanwu allowed them to die last night, it meant that he thought that they only had themselves to blame, and wouldn't do anything wrong today. He didn't expect that the conflict had already started while the words were still in his ears. Xianxia looked on silently. Looking at the three supreme martial artists and a few martial saints surrounding Xianxia, the bitterness in his heart also slowly expanded. Aristocratic families were indeed aristocratic families. Even though these people knew what was right and wrong, they were all righteous. Every one of them was a righteous person, but when it came to their own people, they were more protective of their own people. Even if you helped their clan to get rid of the malignant tumor, you've also damaged their clan's authority. Therefore, there had to be an explanation. And the explanation now was for the clan's reputation. Under this premise, there was no reason to talk about it. Right was wrong was wrong. What do you say? Xianxia asked Ling Hanwu, who came to his side quietly. There was bitterness on Ling Hanwu's face. He said, this is what aristocratic families are like. And what I dislike the most. He let out a long sigh and said, the current aristocratic families have already changed. They've already become forces. Xianxia frowned. Aristocratic families, forces, Ling Hanwu shook his head bitterly. The so-called righteousness and the rules of the martial world are just justice under the strong. Xianxia, let them fight it out. Just don't kill anyone. Xianxia grunted and said lightly, Uncle, if the Ling clan does something wrong and offends a strong enemy, then you're right. You know that the Ling clan is in the wrong, will you also participate in the war? Ling Hanwu smiled bitterly and said, I don't know. Xianxia nodded. I understand. He pondered for a while and said slowly, so, this is what aristocratic families are like. He let out a long sigh and said, aristocratic families are ultimately not as good as the country. He remembered that although there were continuous battles in the lower three heavens, there weren't many experts. But there were officials and legal systems. So, it looked much more orderly than the lower three heavens and the upper three heavens. But in the upper three heavens, it made people very uncomfortable. So, this was why. Aristocratic families were always protective of their own people. Even if their own people were unpardonably evil, they still had to give an explanation if others killed them. And they would never suffer in silence, even if there was someone like Ling Hanwu. It couldn't change the nature of aristocratic families. Or rather, even if Ling Hanwu became the clan master of the Ling clan, it couldn't change. If the Tribulation Sword Master reorganized the heavens, and such a big aristocratic family was replaced by another big aristocratic family, wouldn't it be the same as changing the soup but not the medicine? Chu Yang pondered in his heart. What should I do in the future? Xianxia let out a shrill cry. The battle had begun. Chu Yang didn't turn back. He didn't care about the battle situation at all. He said indifferently, "You don't know means. If something like this happens in the future, you'll still stand on the side of the clan and fight for no reason? For the sake of the Ling clan, you'll give up your beliefs?" Ling Hanwu smiled bitterly and said, "You must force me to make a choice and tell me the answer, right?" Chu Yang nodded. Ling Hanwu took a deep breath. "The clan gave birth to me and raised me until I'm this old. If the clan is right, the clan is right, I'll naturally fight for the clan with all my might. But if the clan is wrong, if the clan is wrong..." Ling Hanwu said word by word, "I'll go to the enemy myself to ask for forgiveness and resolve the grudges. If the grudges can't be resolved, I'll choose to leave far away, leave my clan." He lowered his head sadly. "For this, I've already left once. But you've still come back in the end." Chu Yang said indifferently. "So, you swore to kill all the fops in the world and kill all the people who force women. But there are people around you and in your clan, but you don't kill them. You want to kill them, but you won't do it yourself. So, you use others to do your dirty work and let us kill him. But after we kill him, there's a contradiction. That's the situation now. And in such a situation, you propose to let them fight. To resolve the grudges through battle." Chu Yang commented accurately, "So, you're a righteous person, but you don't have a bottom line." "I can only say this, you're a righteous fence-sitter." A righteous fence-sitter, this sentence seemed very funny, but after Ling Hanwu heard it, his heart shook. He murmured, "No matter righteous or noble, a fence-sitter will always be a fence-sitter." Chu Yang snorted and said, "So, Yi Chuchen doesn't like you, but my teacher. Because on this point, you're far inferior to my teacher. No matter what kind of setbacks my teacher has faced, he hasn't changed. But you're changing all the time. Although your infatuation hasn't changed, your standpoint has changed countless times." Ling Hanwu's expression was bitter. He murmured, "Do you know, the reason why I gave up back then was because I'm not as good as your teacher. So, you're much more pitiful than my teacher." Chu Yang said with some pity. Ling Hanwu let out a long sigh. "Oh, you don't seem to be worried about this battle at all," Ling Hanwu said. "There's no use worrying." Chu Yang laughed and said, "If I'm worried about little Z's victory, then I've already started worrying." Chu Yang's strength. Now, even Chu Yang didn't dare to believe in this infatuated and pitiful Ling Hanwu. Trump card, after all, Hanwu. Ling Ti Chu Yang want ts worry. To worry. The only thing I need to worry about is whether or not this big sister will slaughter the Ling family in a fit of rage. In the arena, Xianxia's white robe fluttered in the wind. Her long sleeves fluttered in the wind, making her look like an immortal. The three clant of there's ts all the energy that leaked out was tightly sealed by Xianxia. To test s, tdesses? With Xianxia's cultivation, she could easily get rid of the three of them. But she dragged it out and did not finish it. Because one of the supreme martial artists of the Ling clan had actually entered the Dao realm under Xianxia's immense pressure during the intense battle, and the supreme martial artist's Tao state's power was purer than Chu Yang's. Because this was a true Dao state that was born from the moment of life and death, Xianxia was excited. How could she let it go? Her hands kept making mysterious gestures, collecting all the Tao state's power. She didn't even leave behind a little bit of the comprehension that this supreme martial artist needed. In other words, even if this supreme martial artist knew that he had entered the Tao state, he wouldn't get any benefits. The battle continued. Xianxia was calm, but the two supreme martial artists of the Ling clan were anxious. They launched a strong attack at the same time. Once they moved, the supreme martial artist who was in the Tao state also woke up. They attacked at the same time. Xianxia was furious. I've finally collected some Tao state's power, but you've spoiled it. Enraged, Xiao Chen's figure moved like lightning. A white shadow swept past with a schwa sound. Bang, bang, bang. The three supreme martial artists staggered backward. Step by step, they retreated more than 10 steps. Then, their faces turned pale and they spat out a mouthful of blood. Xianxia waved her two white sleeves towards the sky. The power gathered during this battle was thrown out at the same time. It was like throwing out a bomb. After a long time, there was a boom in the sky. A black hole suddenly appeared in the sky and disappeared. Xianxia stood with her hands behind her back. She said lightly, "Don't look for me for an explanation, and don't look for me for justice. Otherwise, I'll look for your entire clan to talk about what justice is. I'll let your clan know what justice is." The three supreme martial artists were scared out of their wits. They didn't dare to take a step forward. The three of them felt that with this woman's strength, it would be easier for her to kill the three of them. "There's no justice for you in front of me." Xianxia said lightly, "I'm not killing you this time because I'm repaying Chu Yang's master a favor. If your high priest is unhappy and wants justice, I'll wait here. Let him come." Chu Luo watched from the side. She couldn't help but be moved. Her eyes lit up and she almost clapped her hands and cheered. Too powerful, too domineering, as a woman, she should be like this. After going through such a thing, it was naturally inconvenient for both parties to walk together. Chu Yang and Ling Hanwu smiled bitterly at each other and went their separate ways. Of course, everyone had the same goal. It was just that there was a sequence. Chu Yang and Xianxia walked in front, while Ling Hanwu and the rest walked behind. This atmosphere was the most awkward. Fortunately, they met more and more people along the way. When they reached the last fork, there was an endless stream of people from all walks of life. Right in front of them was a straight road. It was at least 1,000 feet wide. At the far end was a huge city. At the intersection, there were hundreds of men in green standing in an orderly manner. Once a pharmacist came and verified his identity, someone would arrange for a man in green to lead him into the city and into the designated resting area. Everything was done in an orderly manner. Pharmacists from all walks of life swarmed in, but the intersection didn't seem crowded at all. That was because those people in green immediately rushed back after leading the pharmacists in. When Chu Yang arrived, a man in green in his 40s immediately came up to him. "Are you here to participate in the medicine banquet?" Chu Yang smiled and said, "Yes." The man in green said respectfully, "May I know your surname? Please identify yourself." "My surname is Chu," Chu Yang said lightly. He reached out and took out the jade token that Han Xiaoran had prepared for him and handed it over. That man took it and looked at it. He was instantly filled with respect. "So it's the chief physician of the Southeast Law Enforcement Hall. Please forgive me for not coming out to welcome you." As he said, he sized up Chu Yang carefully. Then, he waved his hand and called over a man in green. He said, "Send Chu Yang to the Orchard Palace to rest." That man in green lowered his head and replied, "Yes." He stood beside Chu Yang and said respectfully, "Chu Yang, please follow me." Chu Yang smiled and said, "Thank you." Then, he followed behind him and walked in. But he was a little confused. He thought to himself, "I heard from afar that the accommodations arranged for me were so-and-so inn, so-and-so restaurant, or so-and-so residence, but the accommodations arranged for me were the Orchard Palace. Before this, there didn't seem to be anyone who would enter a residence with the name so-and-so garden. Could it be that the physicians of the law enforcement officers were treated with special courtesy?" After walking for more than 10 miles, Chu Yang suddenly stopped. In front of him was a big city. On the city wall, 3 big words came into his sight. Tianji City. Chu Yang looked at these 3 words and couldn't help but think of Mo Tianji. He thought to himself, if Mo Tianji were to live in this city and become the city lord, he would really live up to his name, Chu Yang. Our Zhuge clan's Tianji City has always been famous in the world. I believe Chu Yang will definitely not be disappointed if you live in it, the man in green who led the way said. Yes, what a domineering name, Chu Yang praised. The Zhuge clan is indeed an intelligent clan. Even its name has the word Tianji. It's really the master of calculation and manipulation who can control Tianji. That's right. The Zhuge clan has always been known as the divulgators of Tianji. The man in green laughed and said very proudly, in our Zhuge clan, there is no Tianji that cannot be understood. Chu Yang smiled lightly and said, looks like I have to do a divination after I go in. He said softly, a divination of good and bad fortune. The man in green laughed and said, if Chu Yang wants to do a divination, you've really come to the right place in our Zhuge clan's Tianji city. In the city, there's almost one fortune teller in every 3 to 5 steps. And most of them are quite capable. Chu Yang laughed loudly. So he entered slowly. Along the way, he saw that there were indeed fortune-telling stalls everywhere. And there were also many fortune-telling stalls in the shops on both sides of the city. The stall owners were all dressed in feathered clothes and tall crowns. They were lean and had an otherworldly appearance. Damn it, no wonder this is Diwu Qingrou's base camp. Everyone here looks very sinister. Chu Yang muttered in his heart. In his dantian, the sword spirit, who had been in seclusion to recover his spirit, suddenly appeared and said, where have we come to? Why does it feel so familiar? This is Tianji City. Chu Yang said mentally. Xianxia, who was at the side, looked at him lightly and didn't say anything. So it's here. The sword spirit was obviously excited and said, in Tianji City, there's a piece of my sword intent here. As long as you keep it, I'll use the sword intent to help you. You'll be able to gather the 7 shades cold energy, the evil dragon dagger's cold energy and the cold energy from the mysterious Yin spring and turn them into your own power. And you can also absorb the essence of the heavens and earth that you obtained from the poisonous flood dragon. Chu Yang was delighted. Really? 2 things. First, Yi Shiyu came to find me today and asked me to clear his name. He said that ever since I wrote about him, his name has been ruined by me. Here, I'll make it clear, I'm very familiar with Yi Shiyu. At that time, I saw that she was very beautiful, so I kissed her and touched her. In the end, I took off her clothes and looked at her. That's all. Until now, I've been using eye drops, washing my hands and brushing my teeth. In summary, I've come to the conclusion, Yi Shiyu is definitely a ladyboy. Second, I'll recommend a book Charging Sword by a friend. Introduction, a sword fanatic who loves swords more than his life. His greatest misfortune is that he's in a low-level martial world where ancient martial arts are declining and sword arts are declining. He's unable to pursue the limits of sword arts. The greatest misfortune of a disciple from a big clan is that he's in a high-level sword arts world. He has no choice but to embark on the path of sword cultivation. However, his aptitude is low and it's difficult for him to achieve anything. Coincidentally, the soul of such a sword fanatic transmigrated through time and space and came to a different world where sword arts were dominating. His soul and memories merged with the soul of such a disciple. Thus, a sword arts genius was born in this world. There are 3,000 great Daos, but only my sword arts. My sword arts are unstoppable. The sword spirit said with displeasure, why would I lie to you? Chu Yang said happily, that's great. Recently, I've always felt that I'm not strong enough. Not strong enough? The sword spirit sized him up and suddenly frowned. Your current cultivation is. How did you reach the 7th stage of Sovereign Emperor? Grade. Chu Yang corrected him. 7th stage. The sword spirit said angrily, how can I be wrong? You have so much Tao state energy in your body and you've already broken through the 7th stage. You're still dreaming. How can that kind of breakthrough be compared to the breakthrough of Tao state? You seem a little unhappy that I've broken through? Chu Yang asked. It's not that I'm unhappy, but I'm a little puzzled. The sword spirit murmured, logically speaking, you only have 4 tribulation swords now. You shouldn't have broken through to the 7th stage of Sword Sovereign. Chu Yang was speechless. Huh? The sword spirit murmured, at this speed, won't you become a supreme martial artist with the 7th fragment? How can the previous masters of the tribulation sword be so fast? Chu Yang was surprised. Huh? The sword spirit didn't say anything. Chu Yang was suspicious. Could it be that the previous masters of the tribulation sword could only become a supreme martial artist and pacify the heavens after gathering all the tribulations? But since the sword spirit didn't say anything, Chu Yang naturally didn't ask. However, along the way, they discovered a strange phenomenon. There was a clear difference between the people on this street. On both sides of the street, there were ordinary businessmen, people from other places and people from the Zhuge clan. The three groups of people didn't fit in. Even people who came here for the first time could tell at a glance who was from the Zhuge clan, who was a local businessman or ordinary martial artist, and who was from other places. It was as if there was a label hanging in front of their chests, but it was purely based on their temperament. Duke Chu must have seen it too. The warrior who led the way smiled and said, "Those who seem to be confident and indifferent are all from the Zhuge clan. Moreover, the Zhuge clan is known as the divulgators of heaven's secrets. They have their own ways to protect themselves. Therefore, although people with high cultivation can see the cultivation of others, they can't see the cultivation of the Zhuge clan's people." Chu Yang nodded approvingly. This must be the Zhuge clans concealing one's strength and biding one's time technique. You are indeed experienced and knowledgeable. The warrior in green chuckled. That's why there's the least conflict here. It's also the most peaceful place, said the azure-robed warrior with a smile. Yes, there will be more conflicts soon. Chu Yang nodded lightly. The warrior in green choked and said, "You must be joking." Along the way, Chu Yang discovered that there were many people who had the unique medicinal fragrance of the pharmacists on their bodies. They entered inns one after another, or came out of inns one after another, and strolled on the streets. However, he hadn't arrived at his residence yet. It was clearly not in this area. He couldn't help but ask, "Where exactly is the Orchard Palace? How far is it?" The warrior in green said, "It's just in front. We'll reach it after 2 more turns." Although he said that they were almost there, Chu Yang actually followed him for a full hour before he saw the Orchard Palace. It was actually in the heart of the city, a huge mansion that occupied a large area. It was an extremely exquisite residence with richly ornamented beams and painted rafters. There were blooming orchids everywhere, and the fragrance of orchids assailed their nostrils. Although it was in the heart of the city, it was rather quiet here. There was a different kind of elegant feeling of "I'm the only one sober when the world is drunk," a great hermit in the city. The azure-robed warrior went forward to report. The door of the Orchard Palace opened with a creak. 2 young men came out respectfully and led Chu Yang in. The azure-robed warrior then took his leave. Chu Yang, Xianxia, and Chu Lu entered the Orchard Palace. They saw orchids swaying and blooming everywhere. In the entire courtyard, other than orchids, there was no other greenery. The orchids were quite lush. Every place where the orchids grew was ingeniously covered with rockery or strange stones, forming a winding but elegant and quiet path. There was a shallow stream that was only a few feet wide, flowing through the orchids. The stream was filled with pebbles of various colors. Under the sunlight, the shallow stream seemed to emit a brilliant brilliance, as if all the stars in the sky were gathered in the stream. As they walked forward quietly, a small pond appeared in front of them. The pond water was dark green, and a few orchids floated on the water's surface, budding. At this point, there were finally other flowers and trees. Along the way, sparse shadows swayed and the path was filled with shade. The sparse shadows were slanted, the water was clear and shallow, and a subtle fragrance floated in the evening. After a few more turns, they saw a few exquisite and elegant houses. Once they saw this place, Xianxia and Chu Lu were very satisfied with the environment here. Both of them had comfortable smiles on their faces. The person who led them here bowed and left after leading them here. Then, a few young girls came out of the house and bowed to welcome them. In this environment, it seemed that these few maids had also become the elves of the orchids, elegant and quiet. Chu Yang stepped forward and was about to push the door open. Suddenly, he sniffed, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. It was still the orchid fragrance, but this orchid fragrance was a little different. Chu Yang waved his hand and said, "All of you can leave. You don't need to serve here, just prepare the 3 meals and tea a day." "Yes." The 4 maids agreed at the same time and quietly left. Chu Yang stood in front of the door and looked at it, a deep smile on his face. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Xianxia asked. Is there a problem? There's a big problem. Yang smiled gently and said lightly, he knows that I'm here. Who? Xianxia asked. Diwu Qingru. Yang said quietly, his eyes revealing a look of reminiscence. At this moment, his heart suddenly rose and fell, and he was filled with emotions. The distant past of the lower three heavens suddenly surged into his mind. The strategizing, the deciding of victory from 1,000 miles away, the killing, the battle of wits, in the snowy sky, he and a few brothers braved the wind and snow to rush to Great Zhao, and plotted against Wu Prefecture. Later on, he sneaked into the Prime Minister's residence at night, and from then on, he fled for thousands of miles, hunted down at every step, and died at every step. I'll never forget this fragrance in my life. Yang sighed and said, that was the time in my life when I was closest to death. Yang took a breath of this special orchid fragrance, and seemed to feel that his heart and lungs were about to emit the fragrance of orchids again. Fragrance for thousands of miles, orchid heart-chasing soul, this was what Diwu Qingru had done to him back then. Diwu Qingru had only done it once in his life, and that was to him. That time, he only used one palm, and that was fragrance for thousands of miles, orchid heart-chasing soul. Now, the fragrance coming from the door of this elegant house was exactly that kind of fragrance. Although the fragrance coming from the orchid heart-chasing soul palm was almost the same as the fragrance of orchids, ordinary people would definitely not be able to tell the difference, but Yang had been struggling with this fragrance for a few days back then. How could he not smell it? It was practically engraved in his heart and bones, and he would never forget it. Just now, he could smell it even before he got close. This was definitely Diwu Qingru's fragrance for thousands of miles, orchid heart-chasing soul. But why would the smell of Diwu Qingru's unique martial art appear here? Xianxia frowned and said, is there a problem with this door? Then, she sniffed and said, so it's this fragrance that's the problem. Yes. This is Diwu Qingru's unique martial art. Yang said lightly, it's already a little out of line for us to be arranged here, and here, Diwu Qingru's unique martial art has appeared. Xianxia said, Diwu Qingru is telling me, I know, you're already here. Yang smiled lightly and said, Diwu Qingru is still considerate. Xianxia gave a light hum. She didn't think much of these tricks, so she didn't consider it. Diwu Qingru also told me that it's inconvenient for him to move now. Yang looked at the two doors and said, so he can only use this method. Otherwise, the one standing here now would be him. Furthermore, he also told me to be careful. Otherwise, I would have to worry about my soul being chased like that day. Yang frowned and said, he also told me that the person who wants to deal with me is from the Diwu clan. Because this is the unique martial art of the Diwu clan. Since it's from the Diwu clan, and I didn't offend the Diwu clan, but I killed a relative of someone from the Diwu clan, it must be this person. Yang said heavily, if I remember correctly, this person is called Diwu Qingyun. The Sun clan is his in-laws. So, this Diwu Qingyun is here for revenge. You can think of so many things just from such a small fragrance? Xianxia was a little surprised. This kind of brain is too unimaginable, isn't it? Isn't it just a fragrance that's different from ordinary orchids? He can actually make it sound so magical. It's not just that. Yang smiled faintly and said, this fragrance is life-taking. Then, not only my life may be taken away, if possible, I also want to take the life of this person who did it. This is Diwu Qingru's hint and request to me. He's hinting to me that if possible, I should help him clean up his family. At the same time, he's also telling me that the Sun clan's matter has nothing to do with Diwu Qingru, and that I can rest assured. Yang closed his eyes and thought for a while. Then, he took a breath and said, I can only think of so much for now. Xianxia almost clicked her tongue and said, it's already incredible that you can deduce this possibility just from a small fragrance. But from your tone, it seems that you've missed something? When dealing with Diwu Qingru, not to mention missing something, even if it's just a little bit, it'll be beyond redemption. Yang said deeply, Diwu Qingru has always looked down on martial arts. He only needs to use his wisdom to be invincible at any time. Xianxia curled her lips and disagreed. She didn't believe that with her godly skills, there wouldn't be anyone who could be her match in the entire heavens. What ability does this Diwu Qingru have to be invincible in front of me? I remember now. Chu Yang was enlightened. This 1,000 miles of fragrance, orchid heart-chasing soul, is a poison technique. And it can only be effective when it's hit on a person's body and after it's mixed with the heart and lungs. So, this Diwu Qingyun used poison to deal with me. And, it's a mixed poison. I need to apologize to everyone today. There are two things that I've done wrong. First, I've read through the August update and realized that there are a few chapters that are simply too horrible to look at. And some of the logic is messed up. Sigh, when I have time, I'll edit them one by one. I'm sorry, brothers. It's really disappointing to spend money to read chapters that aren't of high quality. Second, it's a big mistake. This mistake made me speechless. Everyone should remember that when I was crazy, there was once when I suddenly stopped on the second day after the outbreak. The problem appeared there. A big mistake. I'm thinking of a way to make up for it. There's a person who shouldn't have appeared here. But I wrote it smoothly and wrote it in very quickly. And after I wrote it, I continued to write. Although I felt that something was wrong, I didn't realize it at that time. And from then on, my train of thought was stuck. Even if it was a satisfying plot, it wasn't satisfying at all. Until today, when I looked at my own plot, the more I looked at it, the more I felt that something was wrong. I hurriedly looked for an outline to compare with, only then did I realize, what the heck? Why did this guy appear here? It's really a headache. This matter is really. I've been writing too much for the past few days. The person who shouldn't have appeared, but the person who should have appeared was nowhere to be found, cough cough. I think everyone knows what I'm talking about. I can only say, sorry, this is really a mistake that shouldn't have happened. But I'll make up for it. And I've already thought of a way. I believe everyone won't be disappointed. It's a blessing in disguise, haha. Xianxia frowned slightly and asked suspiciously, is it? Chu Yang nodded affirmatively. Definitely. Xianxia frowned again. Why did Diwu Qingru remind you? Aren't you his enemy? Chu Yang said affirmatively, yes, we are definitely not friends. Xianxia was puzzled. If so, why did he remind you? Chu Yang heaved a sigh of relief and said, sometimes, an enemy is much more reliable than a so-called friend. He smiled calmly. Actually, sometimes, only an enemy can help you without anyone noticing. But this time, Diwu Qingru is not helping me. For example, Diwu Qingyun. Chu Yang said lightly, Diwu Qingru is still using the same method, to kill with a borrowed knife. And you can't refuse to lend him the knife. Even if you want to turn against him and sow discord, no one will believe you. So you can only lend him the knife. This is where he is smart. Xianxia pondered for a while and said, I understand what you mean. You're saying that he wanted to kill this person long ago, but he couldn't because they are from the same clan. Now that you're here and have a grudge against him, he will definitely take revenge. But you naturally won't let him go, especially in the Zhuge clan, where they are at home ground. Keeping such a person alive is equivalent to asking for trouble. So you can only kill him according to Diwu Qingru's wishes. You won't gain anything by killing him. On the contrary, your enemy, Diwu Qingru, will gain? Xianxia finally straightened things out. You're absolutely right. Chu Yang said sullenly, only Diwu Qingru can do such a thing that I can't fight back at all. I even suspect that the method this person used to kill me was also Diwu Qingru's idea. He was the one who came up with the plan behind the scenes. He paused for a while and said, it must be. Otherwise, there wouldn't be this 1,000 miles of fragrance-chasing soul. Chu Yang sighed. It's really frustrating. I've just arrived at the Zhuge clan and I'm faced with a head-on blow. And I can't fight back. It's indeed frustrating, haha. Xianxia thought for a long time before she understood the twists and turns in this. She actually laughed. Counting with her fingers, she said, he came to kill you, you have to kill him. Now that we're on their home ground, we can't leave any loose ends. That's right. Chu Yang's face darkened. Second, even if you want to use this matter to drag Diwu Qingru into the water, you can't do it. That's because you'll have to explain how you know Diwu Qingru, and how you came to the upper three heavens. That would expose your true identity. That's right. Chu Yang's face darkened. So you can only listen to Diwu Qingrou's plan and be his hired thug. Xianxia could not help but laugh. And there's nothing you can do about it. That's right. Chu Yang's face darkened. What if we blow this matter up and let the Zhuge clan deal with it? Xianxia asked. No, Chu Yang said, Zhuge clan will definitely shield you and not punish you severely if you make a big fuss. No matter what, we can't take his life. If that's the case, the whole Zhuge clan will know about the feud between us, and he'll be even more unscrupulous. And under such circumstances, with countless people watching, I'll be restrained instead. Secondly, if this matter blows up, even if I kill him, there'll be no hope for us to achieve the purpose of coming to the medicine banquet this time, Chu Yang said sullenly. Before Diwu Qingrou took action, he had already taken all these into consideration. So when he made his move, the result was already predetermined. As long as he makes a move, I can only follow his arrangements. There's no other way. There's no loophole for me to counterattack. If that's the case, this Diwu Qingrou's wisdom is really extraordinary. Xianxia said slowly. He's a person who almost single-handedly came from nothing to control the world and almost unified the whole lower three heavens. And he didn't even use his martial arts. Chu Yang sighed. It's a pity that he was still defeated by you in the end. Xianxia said. I'm different from him. I have secrets. How can I be the same as him? But he did indeed come from nothing and became an imperial minister with his bare hands. And even in the final victory, Diwu Qingrou had the intention to go easy on him. Otherwise, that battle would have lasted for 3 to 5 years. Chu Yang said, Diwu Qingrou's wisdom is definitely the sharpest weapon in the lower three heavens. It's a pity that my brother isn't here. Speaking till here, Chu Yang sighed. He thought of Mo Tianji and thought, if Mo Tianji was in such a situation, how would he deal with Diwu Qingrou's schemes? Mo Tianji had a card up his sleeve as he thought about it. He was calm and unhurried no matter what happened. Suddenly, Chu Yang's eyes lit up. Xianxia asked sensitively, what's wrong? Chu Yang snorted and said, this time, I'll let Diwu Qingrou suffer a big loss first. Diwu Qingyan must be killed, but I can't listen to Diwu Qingrou's arrangements. Xianxia nodded in appreciation and said, that's right. In a battle between wise men, as long as you're led by the nose by the opponent for the first time, you'll always be led by the nose by the opponent in the future. It'll be a huge blow to your confidence. Chu Yang sighed and said, isn't that the case? Didn't Tai Longqing of the lower three heavens fall into Diwu Qingrou's schemes right from the start and not be able to turn the situation around for 17 or 18 years? Sigh. He thought, I can't repeat Tai Longqing's mistakes and be implanted with an inner demon by Diwu Qingrou. Otherwise, I'll really be ruined. Chu Yang entered the room and first looked around. He already knew what to do, so naturally, he easily found the dried medicine that was smeared on the walls of the bed, the door, the table, and chairs. Finding a piece of cloth, Chu Yang started to clean the room. He wiped it all over the place. After rinsing the room several times, he finally cleaned it up. He took out the bedding and placed it under the sunlight. Then, he used the heaven-splitting divine technique to pat it. Not to mention the powder on it, even if it was a formless poison, it would definitely be smacked away. In the blink of an eye, it was already time to eat. The sound of footsteps came from the door. Chu Yang looked up and saw a green-clothed man walking over with a few servants carrying food boxes. Chu Yang greeted him with a smile. That man's figure was a little stooped, but he didn't look old. He had 3 strands of black beard on his chin, black hair, long eyebrows, and phoenix eyes. He was actually quite good-looking. Moreover, it seemed that he was somewhat similar to Diwu Qingrou. As for his stooped waist, it should be because he had been receiving and sending people off for many years. Is this Dr. Chu from the southeast? Nian Renlang smiled and cupped his hands. He said heartily, Dr. Chu is the special envoy of law enforcement Master Han. Zhuge clan didn't go out to welcome you. We apologize to Dr. Chu here. His smile was cordial and his expression was sincere. His attitude was respectful and neither servile nor overbearing. It was just right. It was the standard diplomatic face of a teacher. Chu Yang greeted him cordially, but scolded in his heart, he's indeed a descendant of the Diwu clan. Such an unimportant person is actually so sinister. However, he laughed out loud and said, "You're too polite. You're too polite. Ha ha ha. May I know your name? What's your position in the Zhuge clan?" The man in green smiled cordially and said, "I'm the attendant of welcoming guests of the Zhuge clan. My lowly name isn't worth mentioning." Chu Yang held his hand cordially and winked mysteriously. He whispered in his ear, "You're Lord Diwu Qingyun, right?" "Haha, I know it's you." Diwu Qingyun was instantly startled. "What's going on? Why does this irreconcilable enemy look at me as if I'm an old friend who hasn't seen me for a long time?" he stuttered. "Dr. Chu. Chu." Chu Yang sighed and patted Diwu Qingyun's shoulder. He said painfully, "To be honest, regarding the Sun clan, I'm very sorry. I really didn't know about it beforehand." Diwu Qingyun was even more startled. "He's even clearer than me? What's going on?" he laughed dryly. He really had nothing to say. He wanted to get angry, but he couldn't. Moreover, his identity was exposed, and he felt a little guilty. He said, Dr. Chu is really direct, right?" Chu Yang smiled cordially and said, "But to be honest, Lord Diwu, the reason why I'm being honest with you is really, haha, the level of your mixed poison is a little too low. Of course, I'm not looking down on you, but, haha." Chu Yang smiled meaningfully. Diwu Qingyun's face turned a little ugly. He said, "I don't understand what Dr. Chu is saying." The smile on Chu Yang's face slowly disappeared, and his gaze turned from gentle to fierce. This kind of slow change made people feel the most pressured. Cold sweat couldn't help but appear on Diwu Qingyun's face. His breathing became heavy, and his legs trembled a little. He didn't forget that the person in front of him was a sword emperor. An absolute killing god who killed without batting an eyelid. Chu Yang said coldly and indifferently, "Lord Diwu, the reason why I'm talking to you nicely is because I don't want the Zhuge clan to face the law enforcement officers of the southeast region. Do you understand what I mean? Actually, if I want to kill you, I can totally wait for you to take action, and then kill you legitimately. Do you understand?" Diwu Qingyun finally retreated in defeat. He said with a trembling voice, But you. Why?" Chu Yang said indifferently, "Lord Qingru and Law Enforcement Master Han are old friends. He doesn't want me to kill you, so he asked me to be merciful to you." Diwu Qingyun's face turned sallow instantly. He opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief, "Diwu Qingru?" Chu Yang patted Diwu Qingru's shoulder to comfort him. He then rejoiced and said, "I didn't disappoint Sir Diwu Qingru's trust. Haha, in fact, this matter is just a misunderstanding. Moreover, those people only have themselves to blame." Diwu Qingyun took 2 steps back. "Diwu Qingru? How come?" Chu Yang said indifferently, "He's doing it for your own good. Even though I've been poisoned by you, it's easy for me to kill you if I want to." It would be better if he didn't say this. The more he said this, the heavier Diwu Qingyun's breathing became. He muttered, "For my own good. For my own good, I'll report a few things to my relatives. During this period of time, I've booked a full set at the hospital, and I'll go there at 8:30 a.m. sharp. Then, I'll massage, electrotherapy and acupuncture, and finally, I'll roast. In addition, I'll go to bed before 11 o'clock p.m. It's said that I'll nourish my kidneys, cough cough, for a month. I'll work hard to do that next month, cough cough, cough cough. So, it'll be very impressive if I can make up for my lack of chapters in a few days this month. I reckon that I'll be able to update around 70 to 80 chapters. It's definitely impossible for me to explode in popularity. Secondly, I'll conserve my energy and do a good job of quality control. I'll take a look at the subscriptions in October. If the subscriptions can reach 7,000, I'll make a big fuss in November. I'll let our proud brothers have a good new year. It's already at 4,000 now. It's already increased by more than 220 this month. This number makes me depressed. Last month, we ranked second in terms of monthly votes and clicks. The additional 24-hour subscriptions are actually also at 220. Thirdly, my mistake is, cough cough, actually, everyone can tell that I've mentioned folding the heavens from the beginning. This means that there's more than one dimension. And in my outline, Xianxia is from the heavens beyond heaven. The boss of the Black Blood Forest is someone else. But I was very excited during that period of time. When I wrote there, I added Big Sister Z. Then, I wrote for half a month. The more I wrote, the more I felt that something was amiss. The more I wrote, the more I felt. Damn, what's wrong? Why isn't the thrill of setting it up anymore? Then, when I finished writing, I started to read the subscriptions from the beginning. Only then did I realize that I kept getting the space-time wrong. Big Sister Z had transmigrated here. The original Black Blood Demon had also completely disappeared. I'm so depressed. Luckily, I thought of a solution. I've been scratching my head these few days. Diwu Qingyun's heart was filled with mixed feelings, sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy feelings. Once this happened, he knew that he would never be able to take revenge on the other party with his ability. The other party was a sword emperor, while he only had 2 monarch-level subordinates. Moreover, it was imaginable that the Zhuge clan would never offend one of the law enforcement masters, Han Xiaoran, because of him. Han Xiaoran's cultivation might not be high, but the people behind him were law enforcement officers and the Dharma Supreme. They had always been unfathomable experts. Therefore, Diwu Qingyun could only seek help from Diwu Qingru. Everyone knew that although Diwu Qingru didn't have a clear position in the Diwu clan, he was indeed the number one. Even the few elders of the Diwu clan had tacitly acknowledged Diwu Qingru's leading position. Moreover, Diwu Qingyun had always felt that Diwu Qingru didn't have any conflicts with him, and he could talk to him and even helped him a few times. He didn't expect to be betrayed so miserably this time. This was actually the result. Of course, he didn't completely believe in what Xu Yang said. But when Xu Yang said the words Diwu Qingru very clearly, he really felt dizzy and hopeless, because Diwu Qingru didn't tell anyone about his plan. Including his trusted subordinates and even his own wife. Only he knew. But now, Xu Yang also knew about it. So, if it wasn't Diwu Qingru who told him, who else could it be? Please tell Lord Qingru that I know what he wants. I've done what he asked. Xu Yang smiled and said, if you have time, you can invite Lord Qingru over for a chat. Everyone can reminisce about the past and drink to the moon. Thank you for your meal, Lord Diwu. But we'll go out for this meal. I hope that the next meal will have fewer ingredients that shouldn't be in it. Law Enforcement Master Han is coming. If he sees this, I'm afraid he'll be very, very unhappy. Diwu Qingyun walked out dizzily. He hadn't regained his senses even after walking for a long distance. After walking out of the door and turning a corner, he felt that his hand was heavy. He didn't know when Xu Yang had passed him the food box. With a furious roar, he kicked out with his foot. Then, he walked towards Diwu Qingru angrily with his hands behind his back. Xu Yang winked at Xianxia casually. Xianxia held back her laughter and said, so simple? Xu Yang spread out his hands. It's that simple. Xianxia said, originally, when I saw Diwu Qingru's plan, there was basically no way forward and no way back. In any case, we can only do things according to his calculations. I didn't expect that you would come straight to the point. You used the simplest method to break Diwu Qingru's plans. Xu Yang grunted and said, actually, the things in this world are very simple no matter how complicated they are. They could all be done in the simplest way. But when you don't see this simplicity, you have to keep going in circles, and you might even get lost in it. He pondered for a bit and said, as a person, the most powerful way to deal with things is coincidentally the simplest way. That was magnanimity. But magnanimity doesn't mean that you don't have schemes. It definitely doesn't equate to stupidity. Xianxia muttered, the most powerful way to be a person is to be magnanimous. She said 3 times and suddenly smiled. However, being magnanimous after seeing through the world and scheming is completely different from being magnanimous when you don't know anything about the world. No. It's the same thing. Xu Yang said, people often say that fortune favors fools. This is the truth. It's just that the former won't be at a disadvantage, but the latter will be at a disadvantage. Xianxia nodded silently. Let's go out for a meal and take a look at the world's famous Tianji city. What kind of heavenly secrets does it have? How many people can see through heavenly secrets? Chu Yang waved his hand and Chu Luer cheered. Let's go shopping, the three of them laughed and walked out of the door. Xianxia said as they walked. In this Tianji city, people from the Zhuge clan can't see through their cultivation. Looking at it this way, it's really because they have practiced some divine techniques. But there's nothing special about this kind of divine technique that can hide one's aura. I know of quite a few divine techniques that can hide one's cultivation perfectly. Chu Yang laughed and said, but this is also quite good. At least if we find someone to tell our fortune, we can find the most suitable person. But in his heart, he thought, isn't this Zhuge clan's concealing one's strength and biting one similar to my thousand phantom technique? But, compared to my thousand phantom technique, the Zhuge clan's concealing one's strength and biting one's strength seems to be weaker. At least it can't imitate the aura of cultivation. I don't know the reason. But the Zhuge clan is famous in the field of fortune-telling and divination. I have to take a look at it. Diwu Qingru sat solemnly in the courtyard. Around him, there were pieces of purple crystals, each occupying a position. They emitted a purple glow. If one took a closer look, one would realize that each piece of purple crystals was actually in the shape of a heart. They were all the rare purple crystal jade cores. Diwu Qingru held 7 copper coins in his hands. Each copper coin was very round and very smooth. One could tell that they had been played with for a long time. He sat solemnly with his legs crossed. An inexplicable aura was emitted from his body and turned into Tao, shooting into the purple crystal continuously and accurately. Vaguely, it seemed as if the whole earth vein had lit up. Under the ground where the purple crystal was, there was a faint brilliance flowing, gradually forming a big circle. And Diwu Qingru's body was sitting in the middle of this circle. When the heavenly secrets are in chaos, I actually have to predict the heavenly secrets. Using my heart to predict the heavens. Using my heart to predict the heavens. I wonder what the fate of the Diwu clan is. Diwu Qingru muttered to himself in a self-deprecating manner. His eyes stared at the purple crystal jade core in front of him without blinking. After a long time, a faint whooshing sound that was almost inaudible rang out. Immediately, above the purple crystal jade core, a faint 7-colored rainbow suddenly floated up. It was the light from the earth vein that rose up. It paused in the air and then slowly rose up. After rising up to 100 feet in the air, it slowly became fainter. Gradually, above Diwu Qingru's head, 7 faintly glowing stars appeared. They were arranged according to the position of the Big Dipper, quietly lying across the void. Diwu Qingru took a deep breath. His hands that were placed together slowly separated. And the copper coins that were originally in his palms slowly floated up. They didn't fall down. They quietly arranged themselves in the air between his palms. When his hands were fully opened, the 7 copper coins quietly floated in front of his chest. Near his chest, the 7 copper coins were arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper, quietly suspended in the air. They were symmetrical with the 7 brilliant stars formed by the heart to predict the heavens in the sky. After a moment of silence, the starlight in the sky began to flash. It seemed to be in order. The 7 flashing spots flickered one after another. In front of Diwu Qingru's chest, the 7 copper coins also flickered. The order was the same as in the sky. There was absolutely no difference, they flickered 10 times like this. The starlight in the sky became constant. And the copper coins in front of Diwu Qingru's chest began to roll. They were strangely rolling in the void, but they didn't move from the beginning to the end. A mysterious power seemed to be coming from the ancient high heavens. It was vast and full of terrifying coercion. Diwu Qingru's forehead was already sweating. He felt that his mind seemed to be attracted by this mysterious power of heaven and earth. Then, Diwu Qingru's 10 fingers began to move in order. The 7 copper coins also began to roll in different directions. His 10 fingers flicked one after another, and then flicked in the opposite direction again. After 10 times, the light in the sky disappeared. The copper coins fell from the sky, and the purple crystal jade core returned to its original state. This was the time when the heavenly secret was revealed. Diwu Qingru carefully calculated. He had no distractions in his mind, he was completely focused. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 45 times, 78 times, 13 times, 15 times, he was about to succeed. Diwu Qingru was overjoyed. He didn't expect it to be so smooth this time. He didn't dare to mess up. His forehead was steaming hot, 18 times. The fate of the Diwu clan was about to be revealed in front of him. The starlight in the sky was already a little dim. But it was definitely not too late. 10 times, the first flick, the second flick. Beside him, the 2 experts of the Diwu clan who were guarding him also couldn't help but hold their breaths. Looking at this mysterious scene, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They only felt that their hearts had stopped beating. He was trying to predict the heavens. They didn't expect to be lucky enough to see the most ancient and powerful secret technique in this life. At this moment, boom. A loud sound was heard from the main door. This sound was like the collapse of the heavens and the earth in this silent place. The entire main door was kicked into smithereens. Then, an extremely angry voice was heard. Diwu Qingru. You bastard. I treated you as a brother, but you actually betrayed me like this. Then, Diwu Qingyun rushed in furiously. As he ran, he scolded, Damn you. Damn you. It's good that you betrayed me. It's good that you betrayed me. Diwu Qingru was at the most critical juncture. Suddenly being disturbed like this, he instantly felt as if his chest was fiercely hammered by the gods. The starlight in the sky suddenly disappeared, and on the ground, several purple crystal jade cores exploded one after another, turning into purple crystal powder on the ground. 7 copper coins fell from the sky like dead fish. Wah! Diwu Qingru opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood. Then, he spat out another mouthful of blood, and another mouthful of blood. In an instant, he had already spat all over the ground. Being disturbed at the most important moment of calculating the heavenly secrets, how could such a huge backlash of heaven and earth be easy to bear? Diwu Qingru's face turned sallow. He turned his head bit by bit with difficulty. Then, he stared at Diwu Qingyun who was rushing over. Diwu Qingyun still wanted to clamor, but he saw Diwu Qingru's cold gaze. Beside him, the 2 martial saint experts of the Diwu clan looked at him fiercely with a face full of despair, shame and fury. The 2 martial saint experts were on the verge of breaking down. The 2 of them were responsible for guarding Diwu Qingru. Diwu Qingru had instructed them many times, and the 2 of them promised solemnly. Who would have thought that at the last moment, the 2 of them were shocked by the power of the heavens and earth, and unknowingly started to watch. But at this moment, Diwu Qingyun barged in. Usually, no one would come to Diwu Qingru's courtyard even if it was a few months. And Diwu Qingru never liked to be disturbed. It could be said to be extremely quiet. This time, in order to avoid any disturbances, Diwu Qingru even specially invited 2 martial saint experts to guard him. And he repeatedly instructed them to pay attention to the movements outside the door. Once something happened, even if it was to kill someone, they were not to let anyone in, no matter from which aspect. It was absolutely foolproof. However, things were just so strange. Just when you thought that everything was foolproof, something happened. And it happened at the last moment. Everything was in vain. At the last moment, the door was actually destroyed. At this moment, Diwu Qingru's frustration was really indescribable. But he didn't show his fury. He shook his head tiredly, turned back, waved his hand and said softly, Drag him out and behead him. Diwu Qingyun was shocked. You betrayed me, and you still. But before he finished his words, he was already picked up by the 2 martial saint experts fiercely. They dragged him out. Only then did Diwu Qingyun know that Diwu Qingru was serious. He couldn't help but struggle in fear. Qingru. You can't do this to me. You can't. He kept retreating as he was dragged out. He shouted and finally lost all hope. I'm the warden of the Zhuge clan. What right do you have to punish me? What right do you have? Diwu Qingru lowered his head and didn't say anything. After a long time, a scream came from outside. The 2 saint-level experts flew in and stood solemnly in front of Diwu Qingru. We. Their faces were full of shame. Diwu Qingru heaved a long sigh. Then, he insipidly said, This is the will of heaven. I don't blame you. If he were to blame them, the 2 of them would feel a little better. But he really didn't blame them. The two martial saints' faces turned even redder and paler. It's my fault. Diwu Qingro smiled and said, I should have thought of this. Moreover, there should have been a few people standing guard at the entrance, but I didn't think of that. Which led to this time. Then, he waved his hand tiredly. You guys can leave. I've suffered a backlash and need to rest. The two martial saints retreated with complicated expressions. Diwu Qingro slowly stood up. His body staggered, and blood overflowed from the corners of his mouth. His expression was somewhat weary, but it was also filled with doubt. Why? I should have thought of this sentry post, but why didn't I think of it? Even if the existence of ordinary people would interfere with the heavenly secrets, wouldn't it be fine as long as they stood at the entrance of the street? Why didn't I think of that? This shouldn't have happened. Diwu Qingro sighed. In fact, this matter was really unimaginable. There was really no reason to blame anyone. The two martial saints were in a remote and desolate place. With the divine senses of martial saints, no one could enter within a radius of 1,000 feet. Why did they need to guard the door? They were disturbed so violently even under such circumstances. There was really nothing to say. Diwu Qingro had actually miscalculated one thing. That was, when one's heart was testing the heavens, as long as one saw that kind of situation, one's mind would be attracted. But how could Diwu Qingro think of everything when he used the secret technique of testing the heavens for the first time? Is this really the will of the heavens? Is the will of the heavens so that I can't see the future of the Diwu clan? Diwu Qingro said quietly. He rolled up his long sleeves and rolled the 7 copper coins on the ground into his hands. Then, he took 2 steps towards the room and walked to the front of the stone table. He stood still and his body swayed a bit. He raised his hand to support the stone table. Finally, he couldn't help but slap down. The stone table was smashed into pieces. Diwu Qingro's fury was finally vented. I wanted to borrow Chu Yang's hand to get rid of him. I didn't expect that I would be the one to do it in the end. This time I'm at a disadvantage again. Diwu Qingro talked to himself and said in a self-deprecating manner, King of Hell Chu, can't you let me scheme against you just once? He thought of how he had used his wisdom to bring peace to the world. His schemes had always been successful. But, he had always been defeated by Chu Yang. He couldn't help but feel depressed. He heaved a long sigh and said, this is the will of the heavens, here's an explanation. Many people say that it's ridiculous that Diwu Qingro was disturbed while he was calculating the heavenly secrets. But, this saying is really ridiculous. Let's just give an example. Zhuge Liang's Big Dipper lamp was extinguished by Wei Yan at the last moment. Moreover, that was much more important than Diwu Qingro. Not to mention Diwu Qingro at this moment. It's just a novel. Don't take it seriously. Moreover, I added an explanation here. But, Luo Dede didn't say anything. If I say so, wouldn't I be more powerful than Luo Dede? Chu Yang walked on the streets and saw people coming and going. It was bustling with activity. But, it was rare to see disputes. It could be seen that the security in this city was very good. Xianxia was wearing a veil. Not many people dared to disturb her. After the meal, the 3 of them strolled on the streets. They wandered in the east and wandered in the west. Do you think Diwu Qingro will be depressed? Chu Yang smiled and asked. He will definitely be depressed. But, I'm curious about what he will do next time. Xianxia smiled and said, this person's wisdom and scheming really make me gasp in amazement. I can't wait to see the 2 of you fight. Chu Yang snorted and said, you guys are watching the fun. But, we don't know how many twists and turns we have to go through in order to resolve each of the other's attacks or counterattacks. The 3 of them moved forward with the surging tide of people while talking faintly. Chu Le'er's small head turned left and right. It was too much for her eyes to take in. Although she was smart, she was still young. She was curious about everything. In a short while, her pockets were filled with all kinds of gadgets. She even had a bag of wisdom in her hand. She peeled and ate as she walked. The little girl was beaming with joy as she ate. She was also extremely happy. There was a group of people in front of him. Someone was predicting words. A big cloth sign was erected in the crowd. One word to predict good or bad luck, one word to see the secrets of heaven, one word to ask about fortune and misfortune, one word to decide marriage. These were the words on the signboard. Xianxia took a look and said, "What does this say?" Yang said, "It means that you write a word. Then, based on this word, he will be able to deduce your past and present life, marriage, wealth, fortune and misfortune, life and death." Xianxia snorted and looked at the signboard. She said, "What arrogance! If he can see everything just by writing a word, then it will really be the work of a deity. I'll go and take a look." Yang pulled her back. "What's the point of looking at such a scammer?" Xianxia said, "I'll write a word for him to see. Let's see if this little one is really talented." Yang had no choice but to follow her. The three of them squeezed their way in. Yang was at the front. He simply released his cultivation and attacked their way in. There was an empty space in the room. There was a table, a stack of white paper, a writing brush and an inkstone. An old man whose clothes had been washed until they were white sat behind the table. His face was thin and his expression was serene. In front of him, there was a man in white. He looked like a foreigner and was predicting his words. In front of him, the word heaven was written in ink. It seemed that the word that this man in white wanted to test was this word heaven. Using heaven to test himself. This little thing is quite arrogant. Xianxia snorted. At this moment, the thin old man took the word and studied it for a while before raising his head to look at the white-clothed man's expression and said, "Dear guest, the word you want to read is about your future. But here, I usually say what I see. If you don't listen to me, please don't blame me." The man in white laughed and said, "Why would I blame you? I'm just taking it as a joke." The people around him laughed together. The old man's expression did not change. He said, "This word heaven. The way you wrote it was full of strength and vigor. It can be seen that you are used to bossing people around and you are very conceited. As a person, you are a little headstrong and self-opinionated. You have to take note of this." The man in white's expression changed. The old man did not say everything, but it was equivalent to saying that he was arrogant, proud, self-opinionated and extremely conceited. And he was usually high and mighty. That was exactly who he was talking about. His expression softened a little. He said, "Please continue." The old man looked at the word heaven carefully and said, "This word heaven means one big. You think you are very big, but there is still someone above you, blocking your path. This word heaven is already the biggest word. So, even if you have endless schemes and tricks, in this life, you are destined to be unable to make a name for yourself." The old man raised his head and looked at the man in white. He said in a deep voice, "If you have the heart, remove it quickly. It can ensure your safety for the rest of your life. You have to know that if heaven makes a name for himself, he will no longer be heaven." The man in white started to sweat profusely. He thanked the old man and threw down a piece of purple crystal. Then, he left with his subordinates, who were somewhat indignant, without looking back. From this reaction, it could be seen that the old man's words were not wrong. The old man raised his head and looked at the crowd. He said, "Who else needs to have their words read? Only one purple crystal is needed for each word read." Everyone shook their heads. One purple crystal was needed for each word read. Only the man in white, who was like a nouveau riche, would do such a thing. One had to know that a piece of purple crystal, if converted into silver, was enough for an ordinary family to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. They could even save up some inheritance. "Let me do it." Xianxia took a step forward and sat opposite the old man. The old man's eyes flashed. He said, "May I know what word you want to test?" Xianxia sneered and said, "I want to test this word." She picked up the brush and wrote a big word in a flamboyant manner. Once this word came out, the crowd was in an uproar. It was also the word heaven. Another heaven. That green-robed elder looked at Xianxia and was silent for a while. Xianxia's face was covered by a white veil. It was so hazy that it was impossible to see clearly. "This heaven is not that heaven, ah. Haha, each heaven has its own weight." The elder's eyes were deep as he looked at this word carefully. He said in a low voice, Miss, may I ask what you were trying to ask by writing this word? Are you trying to test your marriage and future? Life and death? Or, other things? Xianxia said lightly, future. It was the same as the white-robed man just now. The onlookers were instantly shocked. Everyone could feel that this white-robed lady was here to make trouble. The same word, testing the same direction. Could it be that there was another answer? It couldn't be that heaven. There are male and female heavens, right? The old man smiled and said, since Miss wants to test your future, then this old man will speak for you. As he said, he took out a stalk of grass and compared it with the word Xianxia wrote. He closed his eyes and said slowly, Mrs. Heaven has a majestic aura and is written in one breath. Its shape is like a flying dragon, its aura is like a dancing phoenix, its power is like a celestial mountain, and its intent is in the sky. The sky is high, and it is like a jade pavilion. It naturally has a kind of glorious and ancient aura, but it is not the heaven of the heaven. The heaven of the heaven does not have such an aura. In this case, Miss, you should not belong to this world. Or rather, your future will not be this heaven. He opened his eyes lightly and said, this is from the aura of your word. The aura affects the meaning of the word, so the meaning of the word is different. Xianxia squinted her eyes behind the veil and said lightly, oh? The old man chuckled and gestured the word Tian with a straw. He said, Tian means one big, or one person, or two people. Therefore, Miss, you can move unhindered in the Tian, the so-called two people. At first glance, one person means that at first, it should be one person, but at second glance, it is actually two people. So now, it has become two. Oh? Xianxia's eyes were a little solemn. The old man chuckled and said, Miss wrote this word with righteous indignation. However, when you wrote it, you naturally chose this day and did not deliberately make things difficult for this old man. This old man can see that. Furthermore, the words that Miss wrote seemed a little ethereal. Was Miss looking for someone? Moreover, she couldn't find him. The heavens were high and unfathomable. This was the girl's hesitation. Therefore, your future should be to find someone. Xianxia's eyelids drooped, as if she was deep in thought, as if she was silently agreeing. The old man said, Miss, the word Tian that comes out of your heart shows that there is someone in your heart who is a Tian. You respect him like you respect the heavens. This is the person you're looking for. At the side, Chu Yang was already stunned. This old man was truly extraordinary. With just a single word, he was able to say so much. One had to know that there was a lot of knowledge involved in fortune-telling. However, the most important thing was that it was vague. It was specious to say that it was a guide to the north. If you asked him to calculate that you're going to make a fortune, he seemed to have confirmed it. However, if you're going to make a fortune and come back to find trouble with him, he would be able to find a reasonable explanation from what he originally said to you. This is what I've told you before. Why do you think that I'm going to make a fortune? Look at this sentence, look here, everything is going well, therefore, fortune-telling in the martial world was all based on one's mouth. Being true and false at the same time, false and true at the same time, was the highest realm. As for the truly wise and powerful people, they would not easily reveal the truth. Was it easy to reveal the secrets of heaven? However, every word that this old man said was true, there was no ambiguity. It was clear, and definitely not vague. Moreover, what he calculated was almost the truth. This was what made Chu Yang extremely surprised. At this moment, the old man continued, heaven is unfathomable and cannot be found. Therefore, Miss, the person that you're looking for should not have been found yet. Xianxia was silent and did not speak. That old man looked at her with some pity and said, Miss, you wrote this word with a kind of respect in your heart. Therefore, this word is full of spirit and energy, like sand floating in the clouds. Moreover, all things in the world are actually feelings. Miss's heart is a kind of grace of rebirth. This also shows that Miss only has respect and feelings for the person you're looking for, and it's not a love affair. If this heaven is a sorrowful heaven, sentimental, then the atmosphere will be different. The old man chuckled and said, therefore, I can't guarantee your future. However, I can say that in this life of yours, there will be no danger and misfortune will be turned into blessings. As for your future, it's both the path under your feet and the sky. Where you go from here, it's all up to you. Xianxia said with some confusion, then, may I ask master if the person that I'm looking for can be found? Her tone had completely become respectful and asking for advice. The old man sighed and said, let me say a few words to you. Xianxia said, please speak. The old man said, as I said just now, Miss was originally one person, but now you are two people. Ha ha ha. He was silent for a while and recited in a low voice, the great Tao is boundless, what is true? The sky is high and there's no need to waste one's energy, a lifetime of hard work, half of one's life drifting without seeing the door. How can one's heart be divided into two? If one wants to travel the heavens a few times, why not cherish the person in front of him? A lifetime of hard work, half of one's life drifting without seeing the door. Why not cherish the person in front of him? 1. Xianxia muttered a few words. After a long time, she suddenly said, but I don't have the person in front of me. She suddenly smiled and threw a piece of purple crystal. She said, at least your novel makes some sense. Then, she floated up. Everyone was stunned. This lady was really temperamental. It was obvious that she already thought that what he said made sense and had already paid the divination fee, but she was still stubborn. Moreover, her tone was a little too big. She actually said that this old man was this little. Damn, how old are you? Calling an old man little, but that old man did not take it to heart. He stroked his beard and smiled. Since that's the case, thank you for your reward. His eyes, which had seen through the world, revealed a smile like spring water. He said, to be able to meet someone like you in this life, my life has not been in vain. Xianxia snorted with a smile and turned her head away without replying. That old man chuckled again. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked at Xianxia. He said, little friend, are you interested in testing a word too? Xianxia pondered for a while and said, since that's the case, there's no harm in testing one. As he said, he sat down leisurely. This old man was obviously not from the Zhuge clan. But here, his aura was similar to the aura of the Zhuge clan. No one could tell that he was not from the Zhuge clan. Some of the Zhuge clan's warriors even looked at him with respect when they passed by. That was obviously an expression that would only appear when they saw an elder from their own clan. But this old man's expression was indifferent and he did not reply to this. Moreover, there seemed to be a faint mischievous smile. This made Xianxia a little surprised. And this old man's cultivation was also as vast as the sea. He could not see through it at all. If he could not see through it, it would be pardonable. But Xianxia did not say anything about it. That was a little unusual. So Xianxia took a step forward and sat in front of the table. He wanted to see which side this old man belonged to. That old man looked at Xianxia as he sat down. He raised his eyebrows and looked at him carefully. His eyebrows trembled slightly. He said, since you've sat down, what word would you like to test? The moment he raised his eyes, Xianxia clearly realized that this old man's eyes were deep and bottomless. It was like looking into a cold pond in autumn. One only knew its coldness but did not know its depth. At a glance, one could say that there was a firmament and a galaxy in it. It seemed that it was completely possible. Xianxia thought for a while and smiled. Old man, you have the means of an immortal. No matter what I write, you should be able to see it. When I heard the word test just now, it really opened my eyes. I'm full of admiration. The old man stroked his beard and smiled. He said, little friend, you flatter me. The rest of the martial world is just a way to make a living. It's to make people laugh and earn a few mouthfuls of food. Xianxia smiled and said, old man, you're too modest. May I know your name? The old man chuckled and said, young man, you sure know my roots. He pondered for a while and said, I'm an idler who doesn't know much about worldly affairs. I've been here for a long time. These few days, I've been thinking about something and came here for a visit. As for my name, it's just a nickname. It's fine if I don't say it. Old man, you must be a senior expert. I've been disrespectful. Xianxia laughed and did not probe further. The old man laughed and said, I rise with the wind and fall with the wind. I watch the clouds float and fly with the clouds. I've been carefree for a long time. I'm not like little friend, who has the disposition of dragons and phoenixes, who have the ambition to be free and unfettered in the heavens. Chu Yang's eyes flashed and said, experts who don't belong to worldly affairs are the most carefree. In my life, I'm the one who admires such carefree people the most. The old man laughed and said, little friend, what word do you want to test? Chu Yang raised the brush and said, the word I want to test. Old man, you've already tested it twice just now. The tip of the brush spread out on a piece of white paper in front of him. The force penetrated the back of the paper and the momentum was heavy. It was as if two armies were fighting. The murderous aura was awe-inspiring and vigorous. It was exactly two armies facing off against each other. Just by looking at the movement of his brush, one could feel the desperation of the battlefield. Under the illumination of the setting sun, millions of soldiers faced off against each other. The desolate night wind whistled and fell. A bugle horn sounded, signaling life and death. A battle cry opened hell, sabers were unsheathed, arrows were nocked, and war horses galloped out. Where the smoke of war passed, blood flowed all over the ground. Chu Yang put down the brush gently and looked at it carefully. Then, he pushed it gently and said with a smile, old man, please. When the crowd saw this word, they could not help but become restless again. They all whispered to each other. The expressions on their faces were very interesting. Today was really strange. In such a short period of time, 3 people came to test their words consecutively. And they actually tested the same word. This time, Chu Yang actually wrote another word on the paper, heaven. I woke up early today and wrote when I had nothing to do. I actually wrote a chapter. Haha, I'm going to the hospital now. I'll come back in the afternoon and write again. Looking at this situation, there should be more chapters today. So, I beg for monthly votes. Everyone, give me a few votes. Let's go to the top 3 monthly votes today. If we get more votes, we can also make third young master, who's currently in first place, feel nervous. Wouldn't that be great? Dong dong dong. War drums. Humph humph humph. That ha. The old man looked at this word and smiled bitterly, saying, little friend, you've really given me a difficult problem. On the same day, 3 people in a row tested the same word. Little friend, you're trying to ruin my reputation. Chu Yang smiled and said, elder's reputation is made of copper and iron. Ordinary people won't be able to ruin it. The old man laughed and said, it's a pity that you're not an ordinary person. He emphasized the words ordinary person a little, as if he meant something else. As he said, he picked up that piece of paper and looked at it carefully. He praised, good word. Good word. It's really written with iron and silver hooks, vaguely showing signs of war and killing intent. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood, white bones everywhere, the setting sun and the west wind, the extinction of hundreds of races. Looking at this word, it's like looking at a folded sky. He raised his head and looked at Chu Yang. He smiled and said, little friend, the sin of killing in this life is very serious. Chu Yang smiled and said, elder, please enlighten me. The old man's expression became serious and he said, may I ask what you want to test? Chu Yang smiled lightly and said, since others are asking about the future, I naturally want to test my future too. When this sentence came out, everyone's expression became strange. First, there was a man in white who wrote heaven and asked about the future. Then, there was a lady who wrote heaven and asked about the future. Now, there was a young man who wrote heaven and asked about the future again. Today's matter was really eye-opening. The old man smiled bitterly again, this future, ha ha ha, can't little friend ask about something else? Isn't this making things difficult for me? Chu Yang smiled and said, to others, it may be difficult, but to you, it's definitely not difficult. The old man laughed loudly, because of this word, I can only try my best to protect my reputation first. He held this word and looked at it carefully. He also used the stalk of grass to gesture a few times before he sighed and said, the word written by the man in white just now was full of arrogance and ambition. On the other hand, this young lady's writing was light and graceful, ethereal and unpredictable. However, the words written by little friend are different from those of the other two. They are more solid and full of murderous intent. He raised his head and looked at Chu Yang. Although that white-robed man is unruly, he still has respect for the heavens. This young lady rode in a carefree manner, but she still had respect for the heavens. But you? Xianxia said calmly, me? What about me? The old man sighed and said, your heart has no sky. Your heart doesn't have the sky. These words made Xianxia's heart tremble. He smiled and said, do you really think that there is such a thing as heaven? The old man smiled and said, of course. Xianxia persistently asked, since there is such a thing, where is heaven? The old man frowned and said, the sky is naturally above. As he said this, he pointed and said, look up and you will see the blue sky. Xianxia smiled and said, do you have proof? The old man was displeased. What proof do you need? The sky is high and there is no limit. What is the limit? Xianxia asked. Limitless. The old man smiled warmly and replied. Since it is limitless. Where is heaven? Xianxia sneered. The old man was stunned and stared at him for a long time. He shook his head gently and said, I will not argue with you. Xianxia laughed loudly. The old man was silent for a while and said, you are now at the stage of defying the heavens. One day, when your heart has developed respect for heaven, you will be able to take a step further in the extreme of this world. Such repetition is the truth of the great Tao. Xianxia thought for a while and said seriously, although I don't agree with it now, I will remember this sentence. The old man looked at the heaven that Xianxia had written again and a strange expression appeared on his face. He said, this heaven, although it has high aspirations, it has a sense of emptiness. It has the vague image of yin and yang. Little friend, you are not a reincarnated person. Xianxia felt his heart skip a beat. The old man chuckled and said, little friend, this heaven means one big. Here, it is not one person or two people, but a large group of people. Heaven, since there is no heaven in one's heart, one has to go against heaven. Heaven is the extreme, it is the extreme of numbers. Therefore, little friend, what you are relying on is one person. Yes, even more. Xianxia's heart shook. He was about to stop the old man from continuing. But he heard the old man change the topic automatically. The heaven that little friend wrote, although there is a sense of war, it is heavy and stable. It is symmetrical from top to bottom, and it has both sides. It is enough to show that little friend has feelings and righteousness in his heart. And this righteousness is the heart of heaven. Therefore, regarding your future, little friend's future, it is full of killing. However, there are too many people in this world that can be killed. It is not impossible. He looked at Xianxia meaningfully and said, I just said a few words to this lady. Now, I will also say a few words to little friend. Xianxia said seriously, please speak, I will remember it in my heart. The old man pondered for a while and said, a sword lies across the world. Kill those who should be killed. Do not make things difficult for them. The sea of blood has its own path of light. Above and below the bones, there is heaven. How can heaven's secrets tolerate the mortal world? Walking alone in the world is not perplexed. Do not worry about the road ahead. When has loneliness ever been by your side? Jasper flowers, evil clouds, evil clouds, evil clouds, no wounds, no scars, peace, no regrets. Have the heart to defeat the enemy and win. Once you see the devil, talk carefully. There will be a time when you return to one. Parting the clouds and mist, there will be another mountain. Do not know the end of this life. Do not believe in heaven so easily. Xianxia's heart exploded like spring thunder. His mind was buzzing. These words summed up everything in his life. Who exactly is this old man, Xiaoyan Mo Qingwu? This sentence could not be clearer. Firstly, it was to be cautious. Secondly, it was Mo Qingwu's name. But, the road of 3 lives can mend heaven, this, Xianxia's heart was buzzing. For a moment, he did not know where his body was and where his heart was. In a daze, he was actually in a daze. The crowd around him was surging. The noise was endless. But at this moment, it seemed that they were all far away from him. And he himself fell into a kind of absolute silence. Somehow, he seemed to have come to a place. This place was full of darkness. There was only one bright road, winding into the distance. A figure flashed and a person appeared in front of him. Chu Yang took a closer look. It was actually the old man who had divined for him just now. The old man smiled and said, "Take a look at the place you have never been to. Go. One day, we will meet again. Little friend, you have to get out of my hands. Although it is heaven's will, it also makes me a little unhappy. Haha. But your heart does not have heaven. This makes me very happy." He raised his hand and a ray of white light shot into Chu Yang's forehead. He smiled faintly and said, "If there is a future, don't forget our friendship today." Then, he pushed Chu Yang and laughed. "Go, rush out of heaven. That is heaven." The old man's figure suddenly flew up in the midst of his laughter. Chu Yang only felt that he kept retreating. Finally, after an unknown period of time, he finally fell down. He let out a soft cry. He looked up abruptly but felt that the sunlight was dazzling. He closed his eyes and reminisced for a while. When he opened his eyes again, he saw Xianxia and Chu Luer's worried eyes. He couldn't help but be shocked. When he looked at the opposite side, he saw that the table and chair were still there. But the old man was no longer there. "Where is he?" Chu Yang asked. "He left." Xianxia had a strange look on her face. She said, "I wanted to stop him, but he laughed and disappeared into thin air." Chu Yang was shocked. When Xianxia said disappeared into thin air, it meant that he disappeared into thin air without using any martial arts. Otherwise, no matter what, Xianxia would be able to catch up with him and catch him. But obviously, there was nothing she could do about this old man. Thinking carefully about every word that the old man said, Chu Yang seemed to understand something in his heart. But he also seemed to be more confused. He stood up in a daze, as if he had just had a dream. He said, "Let's go back." He walked back unsteadily. Xianxia and Chu Luer followed behind him worriedly. Chu Luer pulled Xianxia's hand and said, "Sister Z, what's wrong with brother?" Xianxia frowned and said softly, "I don't know either." She faintly felt that Chu Yang's spirit seemed to have left his body for a moment. But in the next moment, it came back. The time was extremely short, and she also felt a little confused. They walked all the way back. When they reached a junction, they suddenly heard a loud cry. A group of people carrying a coffin turned from the front. Chu Yang took a closer look and saw that the two people were actually the people who followed Diwu Qingyun to deliver the food boxes in the morning. He couldn't help but be moved. He pulled the person beside him and asked, "Who died?" "Master Diwu Qingyun died of a sudden illness." That person was a martial artist from the Zhuge clan. Since Chu Yang was here, he must be a doctor of the medicine banquet. How would he dare to neglect him? "Diwu Qingyun is dead?" Chu Yang frowned. Suddenly, he felt a little strange. He thought to himself, could it be that Diwu Qingyun went to find Diwu Qingru to settle scores, and Diwu Qingru was blamed for not succeeding in his scheme, so he actually killed him in a fit of anger? But Diwu Qingru is definitely not such a narrow-minded person. Chu Yang's guess was right. Diwu Qingru was of course not such a person who would kill in a fit of anger. But Diwu Qingyun had really messed up Diwu Qingru's plans, for such a matter, not to mention Diwu Qingru, even Chu Yang himself would not be able to stop himself from killing. Moreover, Diwu Qingyun was the person that Diwu Qingru wanted to kill. Noises, exclamations and excited voices came from afar. Someone shouted, "The South Law Enforcement Master, the Southeast Law Enforcement Master and the North Law Enforcement Master have arrived." Another voice came from another direction, "The #1 ruling clan of the heavens, the Yi clan, has also arrived." This voice was nearer. Those three law enforcement masters seemed to have turned a corner from the other side and were led to other places to rest by the Zhuge clan. However, the people from the Yi clan had come straight here. Chu Yang pulled the two people to stand by the roadside. He was a little moved. The people from the Yi clan had come. But he didn't know if the famous Yi Chuchen Master's wife would come too. The second update. Something happened at home. Due to the delay, I continued to write the third update. Part 7 Chapter 244 Paying him back in his own coin. Following the sound of orderly footsteps, a group of people came from afar and turned the corner. It made people feel as if the heavens and earth had turned dark. Black clothes, black robes, black horse. At this moment, the light in the sky finally disappeared. Endless dusk descends upon the earth. The people on the street corner had a feeling that with the arrival of the Yi family, this boundless land had also entered the land of the night. This night, it seems like it was brought here by this group of people. Chu Yang's heart was also filled with killing intent. The Yi clan's reputation is indeed well-deserved. Just by looking at this imposing and domineering aura, he was worthy of being the leader of the heavens. Just as he was thinking about it, a soft voice suddenly rang out, "Second brother, just let me play for a bit." "Play for a bit, okay?" Okay, Chu Yang, Xianxia, and Chu Lu are all got goosebumps at the same time. She turned around and saw Yi Shiyu trembling uncontrollably as he gripped the arm of a burly man. He was pouting and shaking him. This situation reminded Chu Yang of Emo Qinggu. Emo Qinggu had followed him all the way to the far north wilderness. Sometimes, she would shake her arm and pout, "Brother Chu Yang, I want this. At that time, Chu Yang's heart melted. But now, Chu Yang's heart had also softened. However, this crispness and crispness were definitely not the same crispness. The former was a feeling of happiness and satisfaction, but now, it was a feeling of terror. This transvestite was really something. She turned around and saw Chu Lu'er's pale face. Her mouth was slightly agape, and her face was filled with shock. Xianxia was scratching her right arm with her left hand, and nibbling on it gently. It was obvious that this big sister had goosebumps all over her body again. When he turned around, he saw the burly man waving his hand hurriedly. "Dodge. Get out of my way. You, get up and go to one side. I'll hit you." Even though Yi Shiyu was on the horse, he had already leaned his body weakly. He blinked his eyes in a charming and pitiful manner. "Second brother," her voice was soft, sweet, and tender. The burly man shuddered, and his face turned pale. He turned around and screamed, "Save me." Yi Shiyu giggled and covered his mouth with one hand. Chu Yang's pupils constricted in horror. These 5 fingernails were actually painted bright red, and each fingernail was so long. Behind him, a black horse carriage, a helpless yet gentle voice, "Little you. How long are you going to fool around?" Yi Shiyu lowered his head. "I don't dare," a helpless sigh came from inside. You, then, he's 10s too. That Yi Shiyu's 2's force, Yi Shiyu 7-6, but Yi Shiyu didn't bother with him anymore. Yi Shiyu had already discovered a person, and this person was rather interesting to him. Chu Yang felt that something was amiss and was about to slip away, because Yi Shiyu's gaze happened to land on him. Chu Yang didn't forget that Yi Shiyu had invited him to the Lake of Despair 3 days ago. If he were to be bothered by him this time, just the invitation alone would give him a headache. Not to mention, if Yi Shiyu were to ask him about his background, with Yi Shiyu's intelligence, he might be able to deduce some clues. No matter what, it was extremely bad for Chu Yang. Therefore, Chu Yang wanted to slip away immediately. But it was already too late. Yi Shiyu had finally discovered a familiar person. How could he let him go so easily? Brother Chu? Oh my, isn't this Brother Chu? He. I'm really surprised. Brother Chu, oh Brother Chu, when did you come up? Yi Shiyu floated over like a gust of wind. It was as if he had suddenly discovered a new continent. He stood in front of Chu Yang, raised his eyebrows, and rubbed his head. He said shyly, "Brother Chu, I've been waiting for you in the upper 3 heavens for a long time." He had seen Chu Yang at the Lake of Despair and was astonished by Chu Yang's talent. He had sent an invitation to Chu Yang before, so how could he not recognize him? Chu Yang's eyes widened, and he felt that his legs were about to go soft. He was sweating profusely. Yi Shiyu strode forward gracefully. His orchid fingers flickered as he tilted his head and swayed his butt, about to walk over. The burly man on the horse suddenly felt relieved and almost laughed out loud. He looked over with interest, as if he was watching a joke. Even the knights of the Yi family were smiling as they watched the 3 dukes of the Yi family catching people. Chu Yang's heart calmed down. He suddenly thought of Zhuge, and instantly came up with a brilliant idea. "Sister Yi," Chu Yang called out tenderly. Yi Shiyu was stunned. He stared at Chu Yang with his eyes wide open. His entire body was petrified. His orchid fingers were in the air, and his butt was also frozen. His entire body was frozen in an extremely discordant posture. Sister Yi, you don't know how much I regret rejecting your invitation back then. Chu Yang said affectionately. He strode forward and hugged Yi Shiyu in his arms. Sister Yi. I missed you so much. I came to the upper three heavens to find you. Do you know how hard it was for me to find you? Yi Shiyu stood there in a daze. His eyes were already in a daze. His face turned from red to white, and from white to red. His legs were also trembling. He only felt that the front and back of his lower body were in pain. He was hugged by Chu Yang like a puppet. He actually lost the ability to think. Drops of cold sweat came out from the tip of his nose. Chu Yang gently stroked Yi Shiyu's back and said tenderly, Sister Yi, you don't know. After you left that day, I drank alone under the moonlight. My heart was filled with emotions. It's hard to find a confidant in life. Especially for people like us, it's even harder. Yi Shiyu shuddered violently and stammered, what about you? Chu Yang rolled his eyes and continued to massage him. I hesitated, I was lost. But now, I finally mustered up the courage to come and find you, oh my God. Yi Shiyu screamed at the top of his lungs. Then, he stumbled along the way, and didn't know where he was going. He turned around 3 times before he found his own team. Then, he rushed in as if he had seen a ghost. He didn't hesitate to get into the carriage. Then, his voice was heard from inside the carriage. Oh my God, Aunt, save me. I'm finished, vomit. Then, he stuck his head out of the horse carriage and vomited violently. He vomited until he vomited yellow liquid. Chu Yang stepped forward and asked concernedly, Brother Yi, little you, what's wrong with you? Seeing him step forward, such a strong troop from the Yi clan actually took a step back in unison. Even the warhorses took a step back, all of them stared at him in horror. The hair on their ponytails also stood up. The experts on the horses were even more confused. They didn't know what was going on. Like a pendulum, they shivered one after another. Yi Shiyu liked to do this. Everyone was used to it and didn't think much of it. Besides, everyone knew that Third Elder Yi was only joking. But now, in front of them, there was a live piggyback. How could this not make one's hair stand on end? Leave quickly. Yi Shiyu shouted as he vomited violently. Chu Yang said sadly, but, you were waiting for me, didn't you want to invite me? Invite your head. Whoever invites you is a bastard. Yi Shiyu's face was pale. He looked up and saw Chu Yang again. Leave. Chu Yang said concernedly, I still want to marry you, vomit. Vomit. Before he finished his sentence, Yi Shiyu vomited violently again. He was out of breath. The curtains of the horse carriage opened and a figure came out. She was wearing a black veil. Just this one look seemed to bring out an inexplicable sense of sorrow. A kind of suppression was emitted. She looked coldly at Chu Yang. Duke, please don't joke with us. Chu Yang was stunned. He said, I don't dare. He thought, this could be Yi Chuchen, right? At this moment, the burly young man had already walked over and pushed him. Leave, what are you doing? Go away. Chu Yang took advantage of the situation and hurriedly turned to leave. He could only hear Yi Shiyu vomiting violently behind him. No one would have thought that Yi Shiyu, a demon of a generation, was most afraid of the tricks he was best at. Chu Yang had seen how Zhuge dealt with Yi Shiyu. Naturally, he knew what Yi Shiyu's greatest weakness was. But how could Yi Shiyu know? Seeing that Chu Yang had left, the burly young man wiped his sweat and walked back with lingering fear. After a few steps, he suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha. I only saw Third Elder catching people and frightening them until they vomited. I didn't expect Third Elder Yi to have such a day. Ha ha ha. Alright, stop vomiting. He's gone. Yi Shiyu turned his head carefully. He was still trembling. He really left? He really left. The burly young man nodded affirmatively. Yi Shiyu finally turned his head. He patted his chest with lingering fear. Mother, there's really a demon in this world. Chu Yang walked a few steps and felt that the atmosphere around him was not right. Seeing that Zi Shiqing and Chu Lu'er were far away from him, he couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? he was about to walk over. "Don't come over!" The two women shouted at the same time. Xianxia looked at him in horror. "Get lost. We'll talk later." Xianxia smiled bitterly. "That's just a trick, only." Xianxia closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She looked at him critically. Then, she carried Chu Lu'er and walked in front without saying a word. Xianxia smiled bitterly and followed behind. When they reached the entrance of the Orchard Palace, they saw a warrior in green standing there with an invitation in his hand. He said respectfully, "Special Envoy Chu, the law enforcement master has arrived. Tomorrow night, the Zhuge clan will specially arrange a banquet at the Shuiyu restaurant to welcome all of you. Special Envoy Chu, please do come." Xianxia took over the invitation and said thoughtfully, "Those who are already here, are we all going tomorrow?" 5 days, the third update, the first chapter. The warrior said respectfully, "Yes, all of the honored guests who have already arrived will go there. This includes the 3 law enforcement masters and the pharmacists from the 3 factions, as well as the people from the Yi clan and the Ling clan. Other than them, there will be the welcoming elders from the Zhuge clan. The main hall will only receive the distinguished guests, while the other pharmacists will be entertained in the side hall of the Shuiyu building." "Only these people?" Xianxia frowned and asked. "Yes. After all, it's still early now. There's still more than a month to the medicine banquet's preliminaries, and 5 months to the official ceremony. Currently, there aren't many who have come here. Furthermore, most of them have other reasons." The warrior in green said respectfully, but still couldn't help but roll his eyes. "A little early? Why is it a little early? Isn't it because of you? We don't know why the people from the Yi clan are here early, but the people from the Ling clan are definitely here because of Ling Hanwu. Because Ling Hanwu wants to follow in Yi Chuchen's footsteps. As for the 3 law enforcement masters. The reason why the law enforcement master from the south came early was because the special envoy from the southeast law enforcement master had overstepped his authority and exercised his authority in his territory. And this matter was so earth-shattering. How could the law enforcement master not come early to see this audacious person? And the reason why the law enforcement master from the southeast came was also because of this matter. A special envoy naturally couldn't go against the law enforcement master from the south, therefore, the 2 law enforcement masters came quickly after receiving the news, especially Han Xiaoran, who traveled day and night, for fear that Chu Yang would suffer under the hands of the other party. Chu Yang wasn't a fool. Naturally, he knew that the law enforcement masters had arrived in advance. He had also guessed the general situation. And the reason why the law enforcement master from the north came was probably because the north had become a battlefield. As a law enforcement master, he couldn't do anything there, so he could only stay far away. This law enforcement master obviously didn't have the final say in the matter of the 8 great clans besieging the Li clan. "Oh, it's like this." The one who spoke wasn't Chu Yang, but Xianxia. "Then, the 2 of us will also go, right?" As she spoke, she pointed at herself and Chu Lu'er. The warrior in green had a difficult look on his face as he said, "This. I'm afraid there aren't enough seats." Xianxia said indifferently, "It's nothing. Chu Yang, you go and eat something good. You should know that this doesn't cost any money, just eat to your heart's content. Lu and I will go play by ourselves." Chu Yang felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. That's great, that's great. He thought to himself that the demoness was finally not following him around. It was really stressful to have such a demoness by his side every day. He couldn't beat him in a fight, and he couldn't afford to provoke him either. Hurry up and find the last medicinal ingredient. I've been tempering Lu'er's body for the past few days and building her foundation. Once he found her, he would treat her immediately. What was the point of dragging it on like this? Wouldn't that hinder Lu'er's future? Xianxia said. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. How could this thing be found so easily? I've been in the Zhuge family's territory for so long, but the sword spirit still hasn't found any news about perverted lotus. Let alone me. Thinking of this, he realized that the sword spirit seemed to be very quiet today. He didn't even say a word. He couldn't help but feel curious. I'll try my best. Chu Yang took the lead. Lu'er is my sister, please believe that I'm more anxious than you. Xianxia rolled her eyes at him and said, Lu'er, Sister Z will bring you out to play. We're not staying with this guy today. Xianxia said angrily, the invitation is for tomorrow night. Why are you going out to play now? Why do you care? Xianxia glanced at him and glared fiercely at him. She pulled Lu'er and left. Xianxia rubbed his nose and was puzzled. Today, Xianxia's mood seemed to be a little off as well. Why? But he didn't know that ever since that fortune-telling old man said, why not cherish the person in front of you, Xianxia felt a little uncomfortable around him. Other than Xianxia, who else could be in front of her? I'm Long Xiaoxiao, a phoenix splashing across the sky. Do I still need to cherish you? Therefore, Miss Z was indignant, but she had nowhere to vent her anger. It was as if an evil fire was bottled up in her chest, and she wanted to teach Xianxia a lesson the moment she saw him. Big brother, I'm going out to play with Sister Z. Lu'er's voice of farewell sounded distant. Xianxia touched his nose and smiled bitterly. He was 100% assured that Lu'er was with Xianxia. No wonder Xianxia didn't pester him to collect the Tao state energy these few days. It turns out that she's rooting for Lu'er. Please report to your clan that I'll be there on time tomorrow evening. Xianxia replied to the warrior in green. That warrior nodded and smiled. He turned around and went back to report. Xianxia entered the orchard palace and sat beside an orchid, quietly lost in thought. He was thinking about that fortune-telling old man just now. Who exactly was he? How did he know so much? Why did he suddenly disappear? Why? Sword Spirit, who do you think that person is? Xianxia asked softly in his mind. But after waiting for a long time, the Sword Spirit actually didn't answer. Xianxia was stunned. He immersed himself in his consciousness and saw the Sword Spirit sitting cross-legged in the soul-tempering pool, motionless with his eyes closed. Sword Spirit? What's wrong with you? Xianxia went over carefully and called out softly. During this period, he didn't hear the Sword Spirit say that he was going into seclusion. What was going on? The Sword Spirit was indifferent. Xianxia called out a few times, but the Sword Spirit still didn't answer. Xianxia was extremely helpless. He completely didn't know what was going on. That night, until dawn, Xianxia was in a daze when he suddenly heard the Sword Spirit calling out to him. Xianxia, are you there? The voice was very low and very strange. It seemed to be very frightened and somewhat in disbelief. This was an emotion that the Sword Spirit had never shown before. Moreover, he was in Xianxia's consciousness space. If Xianxia wasn't there, how could he make a sound? This question was originally a little redundant. But the Sword Spirit asked. Xianxia's spirit was shaken. He immediately entered the consciousness space at the fastest speed. As far as the eye could see, the Sword Spirit's body was already solid. As far as the eye could reach, it was actually no different from a normal person's body. But the Sword Spirit's expression was a little startled. Sword Spirit, what's wrong with you? Xianxia asked, why did you suddenly fall into a deep sleep? The Sword Spirit seemed to be thinking about something. When he heard Xianxia's question, he turned around immediately. You? Who did you meet? What do you mean I met who? Xianxia was confused. Yesterday afternoon. You didn't feel anything? The Sword Spirit looked at him with shining eyes. Yesterday afternoon? You mean that old fortune-teller? Xianxia asked. Yes. The Sword Spirit's voice was a little shocked. Who is he? Xianxia scratched his head. The reason why I was in a hurry to find you was to ask you who he was. The Sword Spirit sighed dejectedly. You don't know either? Then he sighed again. I don't know either, Xianxia was stunned. But you met a great opportunity. A great opportunity. The Sword Spirit's voice was heavy. Look. He reached out and pointed. Xianxia looked over. He saw that in the tribulation space, on the innermost space barrier, a ball of white light had appeared at some point. The Sword Spirit smiled bitterly. You can't see clearly, right? This ball of white light should have come in yesterday afternoon. Moreover, when the tribulation space shrank, it shrank along with it. When the tribulation space expanded, it expanded along with it. This is extremely condensed, the power of the Yin soul. The power of the Yin soul? Chu Yang frowned. Explain it more clearly. In other words, this spiritual energy doesn't belong to the human world. It belongs to the netherworld. This kind of energy is a special supplement for the soul. And, it's not just that. The sword spirit said, look. He reached out and pointed again. The soul-quenching spring was gushing out like a fountain. It was no less than 100 times stronger than when he had obtained it in the northern wastelands of the three heavens. This is the result of this mysterious energy. The sword spirit said word by word. Moreover, all the elixirs in the space, except for the great elixirs, have all advanced to the next level because of this energy. The sword spirit said, even the vitality spring has been strengthened to become the spiritual spring. The amount of spring water has doubled, and its effect is almost equivalent to the ethereal stone milk. If it goes one step further, it will become the heavenly milk spring. Its final form is the spring of life that the fairy clan treasures. Do you understand? The sword spirit's voice was a little incredulous. I never knew that even the spiritual spring of heaven and earth could advance. It can actually grow. Chu Yang looked around and became more and more surprised. He saw that the elixirs in the elixir field were lush and green, and they had expanded visibly. Those heavenly treasures from the black blood forest had actually maintained their original form and had expanded once again. The original 1,000-year-old elixirs had at least doubled in size at this moment. Moreover, the branches of the vermilion fruit tree were already full of 48 vermilion fruits. Each fruit was bright red and glistening, and a strong fragrance was constantly emitted from them. As the fragrance spread, a layer of bright red fruit cover was gradually formed. The spiritual energy of the vermilion fruits was completely sealed inside, and beside the vitality spring, the spiritual spring, a charmingly naive little child was crawling around. It was the jade snow spirit ginseng that had been around for countless years. This kind of energy is actually so powerful. Chu Yang exclaimed. Suddenly, he recalled that he had suddenly entered an inexplicable space yesterday afternoon. That old man seemed to have hit his forehead with a ball of such a thing. Could it be, this strange white light in the space? I've only heard of this white light but have never seen it before. The sword spirit was a little shocked. He said, this kind of ghost is the divine reincarnation light that once shook the world. The divine reincarnation light can experience life and death, change yin and yang, nourish all living things, and shape souls. Even in the netherworld, it's an absolute treasure that's second to none. Even in this world, it's also. As the sword spirit spoke, his voice suddenly paused and he stopped his introduction, as if he had choked. And that person actually used the divine reincarnation light, which is something that can only be encountered but not sought, to write these few words. It's really too extravagant. Too extravagant. The sword spirit shook his head and sighed. His face was full of precious treasures. Only wrote a few words? What words? Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. It was already past 7 o'clock when Tian Tian returned from the funeral. Aunt Feng was so uncomfortable that she didn't have any strength. Until past 8 o'clock, she was a little dazed and hugged me and called me grandma. She scared me, thinking about it, it's really a tragedy. In May, she lost her grandpa. In August, she lost her grandma. In September, her grandma passed away. If it wasn't for my side, I might not have felt it. But, these three loved her the most. So much so, she actually couldn't take it. I was so scared that I was sent to the hospital in the middle of the night. It was only until midnight that she was fine. The doctor said, comfort her well. The main thing is that she's too grieved and mentally hurt. She'll be fine after a few more sleep. Sigh, see for yourself. The sword spirit spread open his arms, and with a whoosh, the tribulation space suddenly grew larger, becoming as boundless as the long sky dome. That ball of white light also grew bigger and clearer as the tribulation space grew bigger. It gradually became as big as a mountain, lying in front of Chu Yang. Chu Yang looked at it. Sure enough, there were a few clear words. After reading it, Chu Yang's heart shook. He was actually at a loss. Conscious of being in the heavens, wanting to go straight to the heavens, everyone knows about the heavens, who has ever seen the heavens? why is this? Chu Yang frowned. He became more and more puzzled. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. From the literal meaning, it should be referring to himself. Conscious of being in the heavens was his position in the heavens? Wanting to go straight to the heavens was naturally his ambition. Everyone knows about the heavens. That is to say, there is nothing strange about the heavens in this world. However, the last sentence caused people to ponder deeply over it. Who has ever seen the heavens? Could it be that this sentence meant, who has ever seen the real heavens? Could it be that no one has ever seen the real heavens? This heavens continent is not the real heavens at all, but how is this possible? If this is not the real heavens, then where is the real heavens? Could it be that there is another world above this heavens? Sword Spirit, the reason why you fell asleep was because you absorbed some of this divine reincarnation light? Chu Yang asked, the solidification of your body is also because of this divine reincarnation light, right? Yes. The Sword Spirit said honestly, I just didn't expect that I would need a day and a night to digest just a little bit of it. And the benefits I got were also incomparably great. He moved his body and said, you see, I have far surpassed the highest cultivation level of the previous 8 times I followed the Tribulation Sword Master. Furthermore, your current cultivation is far higher than their level at the same time. Especially your divine soul, it's far beyond theirs. And, whether it is in terms of heavenly treasures, spirit, cultivation level, or the use of the tribulation space, etc., it is far beyond theirs. In other words, it is equivalent to surpassing. When he said the last sentence, he suddenly stuttered a little, and with some difficulty, he finally added, surpassed them. Chu Yang smiled, but didn't say anything. He knew what the Sword Spirit wanted to say. He also knew what the Sword Spirit was worried about. What the Sword Spirit really wanted to say was that this had already exceeded the destiny of the Calamity Sword. However, the Sword Spirit didn't dare to say this out loud. In other words, the path that I want to take is already different? Chu Yang smiled and asked lightly. The Sword Spirit gave a noncommittal smile and said, your path lies in your heart. With that, the Sword Spirit sighed again and said, actually, in a person's life, no matter if they are strong or weak, there will always be someone who will stand up at every critical moment, or something that will appear to guide them on their path. Thus, after being guided, the strong will become stronger, and the weak will also become weaker. As a person, the saddest thing was that you would never know who was the one who stood out to guide you. When you realize that you have walked further and further on your path, you can no longer turn back. Thus, the strong will continue to laugh proudly in the martial world, and the weak can only blame the heavens and blame others. This kind of guidance is actually what other people say, what other people do, which triggers extreme agreement or extreme rebellion in your heart. Thus, when you agree, you will follow him. When you rebel, you will go in the opposite direction. And this person may not necessarily have anything to do with you. He may not even be related to you, but he can affect your life. See a beggar on the side of the road, supporting his wife and children. The strong will see the misery of this person. He swears in his heart that he will never be like this in the future. Thus, he strides towards a stronger goal. But the weak will see that although he is a beggar, he is happy and harmonious with his family. There are true feelings in the world. Thus, the heart is filled with hope. But this hope is just a small amount of comfort. No matter how weak I am, I can't be weaker than him, right? Thus, 2 people who were originally the same will walk further and further apart, until they will never meet again in their lives. Just like this paragraph, if others see this, they will think that I am in the heavens. Why should I strive for the heavens? But when you see it, you will think that there is still a heavens in the heavens. The Sword Spirit said thoughtfully, so, this is where you are different. Chu Yang pondered. What he was concerned about was the story of seeing a beggar. He said, in that case, the strong and the weak will have such reactions when they see a beggar. Does this mean that the strong will still walk the path of ruthlessness? And the weak will be filled with compassion even though they are a small amount of comfort? If a person doesn't have compassion, so what if he becomes a strong person? The Sword Spirit chuckled and said, this is a big mistake. There are 2 kinds of strong people. The first kind will despise them when they see them, and they will never be like this in the future. This is a kind of mentality. This is the path of ruthlessness. And the other kind of strong people will feel pity, sympathy, and resentment after seeing them. This is the path of compassion. Humans have hands and feet. They can support themselves no matter what they do. Even if they are disabled, as long as they are willing to become stronger, they can learn a skill to support themselves. A beggar can only wait passively for food to come to him. He has already given up hope and dignity. If such a person has hands and feet and a healthy body, it can only be said that this person is hopeless. Sympathy for him is superfluous. He can only stay by the roadside and be a reference object that reflects people's mentality. There is no meaning. So, the path of the strong and the path of the weak are actually in the same person's heart. The choice you make will determine your future path. The sword spirit said thoughtfully. Xianxia nodded silently. The sword spirit laughed and said, Xianxia, let me tell you a story. Xianxia said, please. The sword spirit pondered for a while and said, it is said that countless years ago, in a village, there were 3 teenagers. The 3 of them were apprenticed together. The 3 of them had the same aptitude and were all diligent. They were all apprenticed to the same master. One day, eldest senior brother went out and did something. He came across an opportunity and soared. His cultivation base also surpassed the other 2. So, the eldest brother became high and mighty. 30 years later, the eldest brother became a legend. Second senior brother has been working hard, but he has never been able to catch up with eldest senior brother. In the end, he has been disappointed and resigned himself to failure. He has been living an ordinary and mediocre life all day long. Whenever people mention eldest senior brother, they will always angrily scold him, isn't he just a little lucky? If it were me, I could do it too. Don't look at how glorious he is now. He even borrowed 3 taels of silver from me and has not returned it yet. What the hell? Such a person, even in the cloud heavens, is trash. The sword spirit said slowly. Xianxia could not help but smile. This second senior brother's mentality was a classic case of sour grapes when he couldn't eat them. There were too many people like him in the world. The sword spirit continued, and the third brother always regarded the eldest brother as his goal. He often said to others, if the eldest brother can do it, I can do it too. So, he never gave up. Although it was difficult, he persevered. In the end, he finally soared to the sky. After the eldest brother, he became another legend in the martial world. And that second brother, until he died of old age, scolded the eldest brother for owing him 3 taels of silver. He scolded the eldest brother for being so lucky. He scolded the third brother for being taken care of by him in every possible way in the past. But now, the third brother had soared to the sky and left his level, abandoning him. He scolded the 2 of them for having bad characters. He said that they were not as open and upright as he was. Xianxia stopped smiling. He thought carefully about this story and suddenly felt a little scared. The scary thoughts, the scary beliefs, and the scary human nature, was this heaven's will? It was obvious that it was not, Sword Spirit said word by word, Xianxia, what I want to tell you is, any 3 people in this world are basically the same as these 3 people. One of them soars to the sky, one of them chases after one of them step by step, and the last one is muttering curses. Whether it's martial cultivation, being an official, doing business, or even farming. It's all the same. In your eyes, the current supreme martial artist is the sky. But in the eyes of ordinary people, 10,000 taels of gold is the sky. Further down, a few acres of land, and being a landlord is the sky. The sky is heavy, and they are all different. Actually, in the hearts of people in the world, there is a sky in everyone's heart. How can there be only one sky? It's more than thousands of heavens. The heart has no limit, and the sky has no limit. The sword spirit turned and looked at Xianxia seriously. Sword master, how big is your heart? Xianxia asked quietly, how big is my heart? He suddenly thought of the mighty person who created the calamity sword and folded the sky. He thought, how big is my heart? Can I be bigger than that person? The sword spirit was silent for a while. Then, a determined look appeared on his face, as if he had made up his mind about something. He said, I think you can feel it too. Currently, in this sky, the cultivation of supreme martial artist is already the peak. But Xianxia, who is beside you, has obviously surpassed him. And I don't know how much she has surpassed him. The fortune-telling old man we met today is more likely to be a powerful person from another dimension. As for the legends of the Heaven Continent, Supreme Martial Artist Chen Feng and Supreme Martial Artist Lu Yun, they obviously don't belong to this world anymore. And one more thing, the person who created the Calamity Sword, the Lord, can fold the world of the heaven. Obviously, his cultivation has surpassed Xianxia's. The sword spirit said word by word, actually, there are many other worlds out there, very exciting. It's much more exciting than this level of heaven. He looked at Xianxia and said slowly, don't you want to fold the heaven? Brothers and sisters, how big is your heart? Until Xianxia reached the front door of the Shuiyu Pavilion in the evening, his heart was still thundering. Don't you want to fold the heavens? The sword spirit's words, of course, Xianxia knew what the sword spirit meant. Don't you want to have the ability to fold the heavens? I want, of course I want, not only do I want, but the ability to fold the heavens can't satisfy me, but now, I want to walk this path one step at a time. As long as I don't die, one day, I will reach the end. At that time, I can laugh at the destruction of the mountains and rivers, indifferent to the world. In the cold place at the top, I will walk leisurely and listen to the wind and rain. Xianxia raised his head and the words Shuiyu Pavilion came into view. Shuiyu Pavilion. The first pavilion of Tianji City, the pavilion in the water chills the heart, the moon in the water, the moon in the sky. People get drunk in Shuiyu Pavilion, vaguely singing a long song to the cold. Xianxia looked at the place and saw that it was a big lake. The mist was so vast that he couldn't see the end. It was already dusk. The lake was filled with mist, like the clouds in the sky. The clouds in the sky were like the mist on the water. A bright moon rose in the sky. On the water, a bright moon rose and fell with the waves, looming in the mist. Being in this place, one couldn't tell where the world was and where the heavens were. Behind the plaque of Shuiyu Pavilion was a white jade bridge. There was only one way in and out. It looked thin and noble, it was only 10 feet wide, but it spanned 100 feet across the lake, all the way to the Shuiyu Pavilion in the middle of the lake. Walking on the white jade bridge, it was as if one was riding the clouds and riding the mist, creating wind with two sleeves. The mist on both sides made one feel even more like riding the wind. Being here, even a vulgar person to the bone would feel that they had gained a bit of elegance out of nowhere. Xianxia took a step forward. Two big men were guarding the bridge. He asked, "Who are you?" Xianxia said, "Xianxia from the southeast. I am here for the banquet." "So it's Envoy Chu." The two bowed. "Please." Xianxia thanked them and walked forward. When he came to the bridge, he saw two big stones on both sides. On the left was written, "Wandering in the world, formless shadow, drunk in Shuiyu Pavilion." On the right side was written, "After getting drunk in the human world, I kill without mercy." Xianxia silently recited. The burly man next to him laughed and said, "It must be the first time Special Envoy Chu has come to Shuiyu Tower. So you don't know the origin of these words, right?" There was a hint of arrogance in his words. Xianxia raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh?" The burly man said with a smile, "The two sentences on the left were left behind by Ning Tianyao when he came to drink before he left. Please take a look, Special Envoy Chu. These two sentences were carved with my fingers in one go." Xianxia said, "Oh. So Supreme Martial Artist Ning has graced us with his presence." The big man laughed aloud and said, "That's right. As for the piece on the right, it was Buluqing. Bu Supreme Being came here several months later. Seeing Ning's Supreme Being's message, he laughed aloud and said, "Since old Ning left a message, old Bu will also draw it." Thus, he carved those words. The big man spoke with great emotion, especially when he imitated the tone of the Supreme Martial Artist. His heroic impersonation reached the clouds. Xianxia shook his head and laughed, "You're really knowledgeable." He thought, even if Buluqing really came here, he probably wouldn't have said those words. These two stone carvings are definitely not fake, but what this little guy said is pure nonsense. Walking on the white jade bridge, after walking for 10 steps, he felt a gentle breeze on both sides. The wind came from under his arms and in an instant, he felt as if he was floating. The water under the bridge flowed gently, making a soft sound. At this moment, it actually made one's heart feel a special kind of tranquil feeling. It felt as if all his troubles had all disappeared at this moment. What was left was only peace and contentment. Chu Yang, dressed in black, walked slowly on the white jade bridge. On this white jade bridge, he watched the last bit of light in the sky slowly disappear, and the earth completely returned to darkness. He didn't even walk halfway. He thought, if I were to walk in the clouds in the heavens, the feeling wouldn't be as good, right? For a moment, he actually couldn't bear to leave. As he walked forward quietly, he suddenly thought of something. He thought, this Shuiyu brothel, it can't be only experts drinking. Could it be that it's not open normally? I wonder if those rich people who don't have any cultivation would fall from this bridge and drown when they're drunk. Then, there should be many people who drowned under this bridge. Thinking like this, Chu Yang laughed involuntarily. He no longer lingered and strode forward. In the Shuiyu brothel, there were 3 people staring at the white jade bridge. One of them was thin and tall, wearing a light robe. His hands were behind his back, and he said lightly, I wonder if Special Envoy Chu can walk over in an hour. The other person had an average stature and looked like a rich man. He had a big belly and a round face, which was quite cute. Even if he wasn't smiling, he seemed to be smiling. He said, this Shuiyu brothel has hidden mysteries. It can cleanse one's heart and purify one's soul. For someone who steps on the white jade bridge for the first time, he might not be able to finish in 2 hours. I think Special Envoy Chu should be very confident if he can walk for more than an hour. Between the 2 of them was Han Xiaoran, who was wearing a wide robe and had a cold and dignified face. With his hands behind his back, he looked at Chu Yang, who had just stepped onto the white jade bridge, and said lightly, do the 2 of you think that my little brother can be as useless as the 2 of you? The 2 of them snorted and said, Brother Han, don't be so sure of your words. Han Xiaoran stood with his hands behind his back and said lightly, cleansing one's heart on the white jade bridge, intoxicating one's dream in the Shuiyu brothel, a cry, a laugh, a cup of wine, a lifetime of spring. Beautiful scenery, good wine, and delicious food, it's a happy thing. If there are 2 less people around me who don't know what's good for me, it'll be even better. The other 2 people's faces changed a little. At this moment, Chu Yang had just stepped onto the bridge. He hadn't even walked halfway, and his speed was getting slower and slower. The 2 of them chuckled in unison, Brother Han, your little brother seems to be intoxicated. Han Xiaoran said lightly, many people often jump to conclusions at the beginning of a matter. However, in the end, they'll just stick their old faces out and get slapped. The 2 of them changed their faces, and the tall and thin one said angrily, don't tell me that you, the special envoy, can withstand the cleansing heart of the Sky Heart Moon and the Heavenly Bridge? You should know that he's already walking slower and slower. Han Xiaoran remained unmoved, and said lightly, facts speak louder than words. The 2 of you, can you just use your eyes to see, and not your mouth to speak? How many times in the world have succeeded by speaking? The 2 of them looked unhappy, and they sneered. At this moment, Chu Yang, who was on the white jade bridge, suddenly quickened his pace. His black robe fluttered, and he actually walked over in a neither fast nor slow manner. He didn't neglect the scenery along the way, nor did he slow down. He walked over at the same speed from beginning to end. Except for a little pause when he just stepped onto the bridge, the whole process was actually as smooth as flowing water. It was extremely natural and unrestrained. The 3 of them, including Han Xiaoran, all narrowed their eyes. The 3 of them had walked on the white jade bridge before. When they first stepped on the white jade bridge, they all had different reactions. But the time difference was not bad. They basically finished walking in less than an hour. But looking at Chu Yang's speed now, it definitely wouldn't exceed a quarter of an hour, even 1/3 of a quarter of an hour wouldn't be used. The 3 of them looked on seriously, and Chu Yang had already walked past. His black robe and black clothes blended into one with the night. Riding on the rising mist, he actually walked all the way to the bottom of the Watermoon Tower, and his figure couldn't be seen. Han Xiaoran stroked his beard and smiled. He raised his eyebrows and said, how's my special envoy? The tall and thin man curled his lips and said, he's just an unromantic bore, that's all. Han Xiaoran smiled sarcastically and said lightly, poor Jingnan. The round-faced man laughed and said, "What's the big deal, what's the big deal, let's drink later and get him drunk." Ha ha. Chu Yang walked all the way to the front of the tower. At the door, two girls in white bowed to welcome him and asked, "Are you Special Envoy Chu from the southeast?" Chu Yang said, "Yes." The girl in white said, "Welcome Special Envoy Chu, please follow me." She turned around and led the way gracefully. Chu Yang said, "Thank you, miss." He followed behind her and went all the way upstairs. This flight of stairs was really an eye-opener for Chu Yang. The stairs were all carved out of white jade. Every few steps, someone would leave a message. Those who left messages were actually all influential figures in the heavens. The girl in white introduced the message as she walked. There were even 4 big words on the wall in front of them, 10,000 laws from the heart. Below, there was a long horizontal line. These were the words that the Dharma Supreme wrote when he came to the Watermoon Tower, the girl in white said quietly. Dharma Supreme? This was the second time Chu Yang heard this name, the Dharma Supreme, the true ruler of the heavens, the highest leader of all the law enforcement officers in the entire heavens, but when he saw these 4 words, Chu Yang frowned. These 4 words, 10,000 laws from the heart, if it was about martial cultivation, it was okay. But if it was about the laws of the heavens, it was a little overbearing. There was a hint of bossiness and arrogance, as if he was the only one in the world. On the way up, there was a message left by Yi Di on the 3rd floor, night at the Watermoon Tower, drunk at the Watermoon Tower. Next to it was a message left by Xianxia from the Xiao clan, listening to the sound of water in the Watermoon Tower. Half of the river is bleak and half of the river is red. Half of the river is singing and dancing, half of the river is crying, half of the river is white bones, half of the river is empty. It seemed that these 2 people came together. There were no more messages on the way up to the tower. The girl in white smiled and said, "Special Envoy Chu is a dragon, are you willing to leave your mark in the Watermoon Tower?" Chu Yang smiled lightly and said, "Me? Ha. There will be a day when I will come. However, it is not now." The girl in white smiled sweetly and said, "In that case, Special Envoy Chu, the master's banquet will be held in this tower. On the top floor, the imperial banquet will be held in the heavenly palace." "Thank you very much," Chu Yang expressed his gratitude and stepped forward. Just as he entered, a cold voice suddenly asked, "You are the Special Envoy of the Southeast Law Enforcement Department? The #1 doctor in the Southeast?" "Chu Yang?" Chu Yang said lightly, "Esteemed Law Enforcement Master Han, I can only be the Special Envoy. As for the #1 doctor, I dare not be." That voice laughed coldly and said, "You are the Special Envoy of the Southeast, but you are very efficient in enforcing the law in the South. Who gave you the right? Who gave you the guts?" This voice was stiff and cold, like metal clashing against metal. Upon hearing this voice, Chu Yang didn't need to look, and an image appeared in his mind, skinny, like firewood, tall, eagle-like eyes, and a face like a corpse. He looked up and saw a green robe in front of him. Chu Yang smiled, walked up the last step and stood in front of this person. He looked up and nodded. Not bad. Skinny, like firewood, tall, eagle-like eyes, and a face like a corpse, his guess was right. He smiled and said, "You are?" That green-robed person snorted and said, "I'm the law enforcement master of the South. I'm Mu Yu." Chu Yang smiled and said, "So it's law enforcement master Mu. Sorry for my rudeness." "What did you say just now?" "I was too nervous and didn't hear it clearly." Mu Yu said angrily, "You're still pretending to be deaf and dumb?" "Chu Yang, Envoy Chu. You're so majestic and have such a strong murderous aura. You've been killing people in the South all the way here. It's as if you're chopping melons and vegetables. Blood splatters everywhere. Let me ask you, what's your backing?" Han Xiaoran and that fat person followed behind, and there was another person in purple. The 3 of them looked at Chu Yang. Han Xiaoran smiled. Obviously, he was very confident that Chu Yang could pass this test. Chu Yang's face turned cold, and he said lightly, "Law Enforcement Master Mu, you're wrong." Mu Yu said angrily, "How am I bad?" Chu Yang said coldly, "I thought that you were joking with me. I didn't expect that you weren't. I thought that you would reward me greatly or be deeply grateful to me after seeing me. I didn't expect that you weren't." And I didn't expect that you would denounce me on our first meeting because of this matter. This made me very surprised. Muyu was so angry that he laughed. Little one, are you trying to say that you've overstepped your authority in the south? You've made all the enforcers in the south lose face? Now that you've killed someone here, I'm still going to thank you for it? Reward you? Could it be that you're dreaming? Tell me, why should I be grateful to you? Xianxia said calmly, Law Enforcement Master Mu, do the law enforcement officers have a record of everyone in the area? Do you have a criminal record for rape and robbery? Muyu was stunned and said, what are you trying to say? Xianxia said lightly, the people from the Sun Clan are tyrannical and tyrannical. They collude with the law enforcement officers and bully everyone in the village. Enforcer Mu, you should know about this, right? He said indifferently, if you say that you don't know, you should thank me even more. Muyu glared at him fiercely. He had a belly full of anger, but he couldn't say that he didn't know. If they knew, it would be a crime of connivance. If he didn't know, it would be an oversight. The mission and purpose of us law enforcement officers is to eliminate violence and bring peace to the people. Xianxia said righteously, what's the point of killing such villains and villains? Although I may have overstepped my boundaries, I believe that even if the Dharma Supreme were here, he would also clap his hands and cheer. Muyu coldly snorted and said, so, not only are you not at fault for killing my people, you're even rewarded? That's right. Xianxia said decisively, I've eradicated the villains in your jurisdiction and protected your reputation. I've also prevented you from being punished for your negligence. I've made a great contribution to the entire southeast region. If you still have any grudges, why don't we go up separately and let the Dharma Supreme judge this principle? Muyu was tongue-tied. Others might not know, but how could he not know? Law enforcement officers had the right to directly report to the Dharma Supreme. If Han Xiaoran really did this, he reckoned that even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. Looking at Chu Yang, he couldn't help but feel a little angry. He had made a small show of strength, but he didn't expect to be hit on the head by the other party. So, if you want to reward me, although it would be impolite for me to refuse, I can only accept it with guilt, Xianxia said smilingly. Ha ha ha. Muyu. You've suffered a loss this time, right? That fatty laughed loudly. You think that everyone is afraid of your cold face? Haha, this little brother is really eloquent, really eloquent. Brother Han, you've got a good helper. Han Xiaoran smiled and said, my little brother's ability is naturally not comparable to ordinary people. He turned and said to Muyu, Muyu. Little brother is right. You said that you're in charge of the South region, but what have you done to the South region? If it wasn't for this little brother, you'd be in for a treat when the Dharma Supreme comes a few days later. Now you're actually refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, humph. Muyu's face turned red. He snorted and said, even if my people are in the wrong, they shouldn't be lectured by others. Han Xiaoran, I'll remember this. Han Xiaoran said lightly, if Law Enforcement Officer Mu wants to keep a record, feel free to go to the Southeast region. I don't mind at all. As long as the people you kill are bad guys, not to mention 8 or 10, even if it's 100,000, I won't even frown. Moreover, I promise that as long as you kill one, I'll treat you to a drink. Muyu snorted. Then, he turned around and walked back in large strides. He sat down heavily on a chair, and shot a glance at Chu Yang. Han Xiaoran snorted, then looked at Chu Yang and said with a smile, brother, let me introduce you. This fatty is the law enforcement officer of the North region, Yuan Jinbao. Law enforcement officer Yuan, Chu Yang smiled and cupped his hands. Yuan Jinbao laughed and said, little brother, you're young and promising. I really admire you. The purple-clothed elder who had been standing behind Xu Yunxing stepped forward. A friendly smile appeared on his square face. He said, Special Envoy Chu, I am Zhuge Shanyun. Chu Yang was shocked. He knew that there would be an important figure from the Zhuge clan here, but he didn't expect that the one who was in charge of welcoming guests here was actually the clan master of the Zhuge clan, Zhuge Shanyun. Everyone chatted and walked into the hall. This was a rather spacious space with a radius of a few hundred feet. There were only 10 tables set up. The seats of the host and the seats of the guests were clear at a glance. Moreover, the host's seat didn't show any power, and the guest seat didn't show any alienation. It could be seen that these were all carefully designed. Chu Yang and Han Xiaoran naturally sat at the same table. Zhuge Shangyun from the Zhuge clan sat alone at the table. Other than the maids, there were no other people from the Zhuge clan. This phenomenon made Chu Yang frown. No matter what, the Zhuge clan, as the host, should have a few more people to welcome guests. Moreover, since the clan master was here personally, there should be more people to accompany guests. But there wasn't even one. This made Chu Yang immediately feel that this banquet had a different meaning. Other than that, the doctor from the south region sat together with Mu Yu. The doctor from the north region sat together with Yuan Jinbao. However, these two people were the fattest, and they were squeezed together at the same table. Instantly, it became a little crowded. Han Xiaoran secretly held Chu Yang's hand tightly and then let go, hinting him to calm down. Chu Yang understood tacitly. So, he sat there quietly. Everyone started chatting casually. Not long after, the sound of footsteps could be heard from outside. A maid quickly came in and reporting to Master, the Ling family's second master and Miss Ling are here. Zhuge Shangyun immediately said, quickly welcome them. As he said, he stood up. Chu Yang looked on coldly and thought, when I came just now, this old man was hiding at the back, but now he's the first to stand up. Sure enough, people from big clans have a good life. As the greetings were exchanged, Ling Hanwu and Ling Hanxue walked in. Both of them were dressed in white, and their figures were tall and straight. One man and one woman, just like a golden couple. Once they came in, they greeted the others with smiles. When he saw Chu Yang, Ling Hanwu's face changed slightly, and he walked over. Brother Chu, you're here so early, huh? I'm a little closer. Chu Yang smiled. Ling. Han Xue also looked over thoughtfully, and suddenly asked, Brother Chu, is Miss Z here? Chu Yang naturally understood what she meant. It seemed that Zi Shiqing's strength made the Ling clan very afraid. He smiled and said, she went out to play. It's not appropriate to bring a family member to such a formal occasion. Ling Hanxue's face changed, and she looked at him deeply, saying, so Miss Z is Brother Chu's, yes, sorry. Chu Yang smiled calmly, she's my concubine. She's a country girl who hasn't seen the world, sorry. Ling Hanxue snorted, turned back and sat down coldly, ignoring him. With her intelligence, she naturally wouldn't believe that a woman like Zi Shiqing would be a concubine. And a concubine. Since Chu Yang said so, it meant that he still wouldn't tell the truth. This guy actually said something like a country girl. If Zi Shiqing was a country girl, then, there would really be no beauties in this world. Ling Hanwu smiled bitterly, and followed him to sit down. Then, the Yi clan also came. The people who came were Yi Shiyu and the second master Yi. Aunt has traveled a long way, and she's not feeling well. She asked me to inform Clan Master Zhuge. Please don't blame her, Yi Shiyu said. Their table was right opposite Chu Yang, and they saw Chu Yang at first glance. Yi Shiyu's face turned pale instantly. Everyone was curious, there's actually someone who can scare the three masters of the Yi clan to this extent? They turned their heads curiously, and saw Chu Yang giving Yi Shiyu an affectionate look. Instantly, all their hair stood on end, the pores on Yi Shiyu's face opened up, and his pale face drooped down, and his whole body even shivered a little. Zhuge Shangyun said that it's okay, but there was still some disappointment on his face. But no matter how disappointed he was, it couldn't be compared to Ling Hanwu's disappointment. Once Ling Hanwu heard that Yi Chuchen wasn't coming, he immediately became listless. Now, almost everyone had arrived, but Zhuge Shangyun hadn't announced the start of the ceremony. The few law enforcement masters were also sitting quietly, as if they were waiting for someone. Chu Yang felt strange, who else is there? From the looks of it, it seems that everyone knows. Hurried footsteps could be heard from afar on the White Jade Bridge. Just by listening to this sound, one could hear the panic of the people coming. Zhuge Shangyun furrowed his brows tightly. The next moment, a strong gust of wind blew upstairs, and a hurried and terrified voice shouted, Clan Master. Bad news. The Qin clan had just entered Tianji City this afternoon, but they were attacked. 2 dukes, 4 supreme martial artists, and 150 people of the Qin clan were all killed. Zhuge Shangyun stood up suddenly, what? Han Xiaoran, Yuan Jinbao, and Mu Yu also raised their heads, their eyes full of disbelief. How is this possible? The entire Qin clan was annihilated. Chu Yang was also shocked. Then, he immediately thought, my goodness, could it be Big Sister Z who did it? How did those people from the Qin clan provoke Big Sister Z? She was so furious that she killed all of them, but everyone present was already shocked. It wasn't just a huge shock, it was a violent shock. Who was the Qin clan? What kind of power was it? It was one of the dominant clans. In addition, they were here to attend the medicine banquet. Those who were sent out were definitely the elites of their clans. Such people would definitely be protected by experts. And, the most important thing was that after the medicine banquet, there had to be top-notch experts and big clans to participate in this grand event. The most important thing after the medicine banquet. And the reason why Zhuge Shanyun invited the 3 law enforcement masters, Yi clan, Ling clan, and the Chen clan to gather here was to make arrangements for this matter. But now, the Chen clan didn't need to wait anymore. What was this called? What happened? After the initial shock, Zhuge Shanyun sat down slowly. When he asked this question, he had already calmed down. Chu Yang praised him in his heart. He was indeed the clan master of the Zhuge clan. His composure was really not to be underestimated. Since the matter had already happened, there was no point in rushing over now. Besides, the matter wasn't clear yet. If they rushed over, it was still uncertain what would happen. One must know, why would someone who could annihilate the Chen clan care about the Zhuge clan? Chen clan. Chen. That martial artist calmed himself down, but his voice was still a little hurried. Zhuge Shanyun frowned and said, drink a cup of tea first. Calm down and speak slowly. There's no hurry. At this moment, Ling Hanwu, Han Xiaoran and the rest also sat down. After the initial shock, they were all full of doubts now. That martial artist sat down and took a few quick breaths. Then, he picked up a cup of tea and drank it in one gulp. Zhuge Shanyun frowned and said, order those who went to welcome the Chen clan to come in. If there are any irrelevant observers, bring them in too. As he said, he cupped his hands towards Han Xiaoran, Mu Yu and Yuan Jinbao, and said smilingly, since the 3 law enforcement masters are here, you can also listen to the whole story of this matter. Han Xiaoran and the other 2 nodded slightly with heavy expressions. This incident could be said to be a major case that shook the heavens. If they were not careful, the Chen family would revolt and take revenge. Then, the entire Jianghu would never have a day of peace. If the Chen family targeted the Zhuge family, then the Zhuge family would really be in trouble. Now that Han Xiaoran and the other 2 were here, they had to clarify the matter in front of everyone. Although it seemed hasty, it was precisely because of this haste that they managed to clear the suspicion of the Zhuge clan. No one could doubt the testimony of the 3 law enforcement masters. Not long after, 7 or 8 people filed in. There was also one person who was dressed like an ordinary martial artist. It was obvious that he was not from here. When Chu Yang saw this, he almost laughed out loud. This person was actually someone familiar, Nangong Shifeng. Nangong Shifeng of Jinjian Hall. Now, they could be said to be Chu Yang's men. However, his face was now somewhat smooth, without those tattoos and words. Although it was still dark and ugly, it was a world of difference compared to before. Nangong Shifeng also saw Chu Yang, but he hadn't seen Chu Yang's true appearance, so he didn't recognize him. He turned his gaze away from Chu Yang's face and glanced at everyone present in fear. Then, he lowered his head again. Clan master, this person witnessed the whole process of the matter. That martial artist reported respectfully, after the matter, he had already left. However, he boasted in the restaurant, saying that the Chen family was simply a bunch of perverts. If it were me, I would have already apologized. Then, wouldn't everything be fine? We found his words strange, so we went forward to interrogate him. We actually caught him red-handed. What a cheap mouth. What a cheap mouth. Miyu looked at Nangong Shifeng coldly and said. When this sentence was said, everyone nodded their heads in agreement. You witnessed such an important matter with your own eyes, which was equivalent to a fight between immortals. It's fine if you left quickly, but you actually went out to boast. If it were you, you would do so and so. What else could it be other than a cheap mouth? Chu Yang sighed and shook his head. Nangong Shifeng's mouth. Last time, he had already suffered a loss because of his cheap mouth. He didn't expect that he would repeat the same mistake this time. Speaking of which, Nangong Shifeng was slippery and clever in handling matters. However, he had suffered a loss because of his cheap mouth. The first time was when he met Yi Shiyu. The second time was when he met Chu Yang. Now, it was still because of his cheap mouth. Chu Yang thought of this and realized that the person involved seemed to be present. Yi Shiyu at one side had already shouted, "I was wondering why I found him so familiar. Oh my, isn't this Nangong Shifeng? Who removed the tattoo on your head for you?" Nangong Shifeng's body shivered and he said, "I was lucky to meet a divine doctor." Yi Shiyu said, "That's good, I'll tattoo another one for you tomorrow." Nangong Shifeng lowered his head deeply and a trace of bitter resentment flashed past his eyes. Zhuge Shanyan coughed and said, "You're Nangong Shifeng?" Nangong Shifeng said, "Yes, I am." Zhuge Shanyan nodded kindly and said, "I called you here today to testify about what happened at the city gate this afternoon. After that, I'll let you go. You don't have to feel too pressured." Nangong Shifeng nodded, "Yes, thank you very much, Clan Master." Zhuge Shanyan laughed and said, "You're smart." "Yes, I'm the current clan master of the Zhuge clan, Zhuge Shanyan. As for the three people opposite you, they are the law enforcement master of the southeast region, Lord Han, the law enforcement master of the north region, Lord Yuan, and the law enforcement master of the south region, Lord Mu. The one on your right is the second master of the Ling clan, Ling clan. As for the two dukes of the Yi clan, you know them, so I won't introduce them." Nangong Shifeng lowered his head and said, "Yes." He was shocked. It turned out that everyone present here was a big shot. Zhuge Shanyan said, "I didn't introduce these people to you for you to know, but to let you know that if there's any falsehood in what you're about to say, it'll be a disaster. You have to think carefully." Nangong Shifeng trembled and said, "Yes, I'll remember." Zhuge Shanyan laughed and said, "Tell me in detail what happened in the afternoon." Nangong Shifeng agreed. He licked his lips and started to recall, "In the afternoon, I felt a little bored in the city. And I don't look good, so no one was willing to get close to me. So I went to the city gate to look at the heroes coming from all directions. I thought that if there's anyone who doesn't know the way, I'll earn some extra money." Chu Yang smiled in his heart, but he also felt a little tempted. The reason why Nangong Shifeng went to the city gate was probably not to earn some extra money, but to gather information for himself. When I reached the city gate, the sun was already setting. The people of the Chen clan were rushing over from afar. Their momentum was quite majestic. When they were less than 2 miles away from the city gate, a young lady in black suddenly rushed over from afar. She galloped all the way and passed by the Chen clan's troops, Nangong Shifeng recalled. Lady in black? What does she look like? Everyone was smart. When they heard this, they immediately understood that the matter was related to this lady in black. Chu Yang was surprised, "Lady in black?" It seemed that Zi Shiqing had always been dressed in white, but she had never worn black. Why was there another lady dressed in black in the upper three heavens who came out of nowhere? This lady in black had a black veil over her face, and her figure was very slim. But I couldn't see her face clearly, Nangong Shifeng replied. Yes, continue, Zhuge Shanyan said. At that time, she was already very close to the city gate. The lady in black passed by the Chen clan's troops and was about to enter the city. But at this moment, someone in the Chen clan's troops laughed loudly. What a perverted smell, what a big butt. Could it be that this lady let out a fragrant fart? TSK TSK TSK, she's indeed a beauty. A beauty's fart is also fragrant. Everyone furrowed their brows when they heard this. This sentence was full of hooligan taste and ruffian nature. Was it said by someone from the Chen clan? This was too improper. Did someone from the Chen clan say this? Han Xiaoran asked. As a law enforcement master, he had handled countless cases in his life. He was sensitive to some unreasonable things and would be the first to ask. Yes. Nangong Shifeng said. He blinked and added, at that time, there was a strong wind from the south, and dust was flying everywhere. The lady in black passed by on her horse, and the dust on the ground splashed up. Oh, everyone was suddenly enlightened. It must be someone from the Qin clan who had eaten the dust of others, and felt uncomfortable, so he deliberately found fault. Thinking about it, what kind of people was the Qin clan? How would they be willing to suffer such losses? Besides, the person who spoke seems to be Qin Feiyu, the 10th Duke of the Qin clan. Nangong Shifeng added hesitantly. So it's him, no wonder. Everyone frowned when they heard the name Qin Feiyu. Qin Feiyu, the 10th Duke of the Qin clan, was famous for being lustful and could be said to be a famous lecher in the heavens. He was a typical master of destroying flowers. Moreover, even the martial arts that he practiced was the dual cultivation of body and body, which was to pluck the yin to supplement the yang. Everyone was not surprised when Qin Feiyu said this sentence just now. On the contrary, it would be strange if Qin Feiyu didn't say this sentence in the team. Qin Feiyu had done a lot of bad things these years, but he had the protection of the Qin clan behind him. The law enforcement officers couldn't do anything to him. It seemed that this lecher had met a tough opponent this time. When the lady in black heard this sentence, she actually turned her horse back and said, "Who was the one who spoke just now?" Nangong Shifeng imitated the way the lady in black spoke. His voice was actually somewhat stern. Everyone looked at each other. It seemed that this lady in black had a strong background. Even if she didn't know that she was from the Qin clan, how could she be an ordinary person when she dared to question a team of more than 100 people when she was alone? End of chapter 970. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.